Chapter 1861. Everyone is dumbfounded. A loud noise echoed in the air. It seemed as though the sky was being blown apart. As it turned out, it was due to the flapping of the golden crow's wings behind Duan Lingtian's back. It set off a flurry of hurricanes, causing explosions in the air. During the uproar, before anyone knew what was going on, Leader Dugu, Mansion Master Duan Rufeng, and clan leader Di Shan had various expressions fleeting across their faces. Dugu's expression was a knowing one, as though he had already expected this. Duan Rufeng's expression was one of delight and surprise. As for Di Shan, he had the most splendid expression on his face. It was one of extreme shock and disbelief. In the eyes of these three men, a meteor-like golden figure charged out rapidly toward Diju. His speed was so fast that it was in no way inferior to Diju's current speed. Although currently Diju was not using his full speed, it was on par with a martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's speed was on par with his. Was he really an intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator? Impossible. Whether it was Qi from the Azure Cloud Mansion, the two deputy leaders from the Mountainshade Black Market, or the few five-clawed divine dragon elders from the Dragon Clan, all of their expressions were similar to the expression on Diju's face when they regained their senses. They were filled with disbelief and confusion. The scene unfolding before their eyes had overturned their views and knowledge of a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage powerhouse. An intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator actually possessed speed on par with a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. This was a joke, right? It's a divine ability. Dugu, Duan Rufeng, and Di Shan had already figured things out when Qi and the others regained their senses. The reason Duan Ling Tian possessed such fast speed was due to an extremely amazing divine ability. As for the aura emitted by the energy surging out of his body, it was equivalent to the energy of a divine saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. With this energy, he had used the divine ability to give himself the speed of a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. This divine ability made a thought pop up in their minds. It's a high-grade movement divine ability. Not only that, but it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had profound knowledge of this high-grade movement divine ability as well. Based on how skillful he was, it was apparent that he had already mastered the quintessence of this divine ability. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his speed to rise so quickly. Otherworldly Celestial. With the help from Golden Crow's wings, Duan Ling Tian quickly arrived near Diju. When Diju regained his senses, and horror dawned on his face, Duan Ling Tian's body suddenly moved. In the next instant, two solidified figures that were identical to Duan Ling Tian had appeared on either side of him. Not only that, but they also possessed a pair of Golden Crow's wings as well and were holding a 10 inscription saint sword in their hands respectively. This was a technique of the high-grade sword-type divine ability, the Otherworldly Celestial. Ever since he first mastered the elementary devouring tactic, he had tried to master the Otherworldly Celestial. Initially, he did not expect much. However, as it turned out, he managed to successfully comprehend the Otherworldly Celestial in a short amount of time. Naturally, he soon discovered he was able to comprehend the divine ability so quickly was all thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword was the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, and the sword profundity contained in it was on par, if not superior, to martial tactics. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not bother cultivating other martial tactics. During the process of comprehending the high-grade sword-type divine ability, the Otherworldly Celestial, he discovered the sword profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword had many similarities with the Otherworldly Celestial. Since they were both compatible, his process of comprehending the Otherworldly Celestial had progressed at a tremendous pace. In the end, it had only taken him a fraction of the time he spent comprehending the elementary devouring tactic to comprehend the Otherworldly Celestial. Although he had comprehended the Otherworldly Celestial, he was only at the rudiment stage and could only produce 2 clones. Despite the fact that the strength of the clone formed by the Otherworldly Celestial was inferior to the real person, the gap between their strength was negligible. The Otherworldly Celestial that Duan Ling Tian cast by relying on the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword that was close to the 3rd stage could cast attacks that were equivalent to an outstanding martial cultivator at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. His 2 clones, on the other hand, possessed strength equivalent to ordinary martial cultivators at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. The original person, 2 clones, and 3 10 inscription saint swords flashed across the sky and charged toward Diju accompanied by the sound of slashing. The 3 swords that the 3 figures wielded were pointed at different directions, leaving no room for Diju to escape at all. How is he so powerful? This was the first thought that appeared in Diju's mind when he saw the speed Duan Tian demonstrated. He was still in disbelief over the scene that had unfolded before his eyes. An ant whose cultivation base was at the Saint Rudiment stage 5 years ago had actually become so powerful now. He felt as though he was dreaming. Diju jolted back to reality as 3 sharp swords were pointed at him. Although I'm stronger than him, I've fallen into a disadvantageous position because I looked down on him from the very start. Even if I use all my strength now, I still won't be able to gather enough strength to overpower him unless I revert into my true form. Diju's mind whirled rapidly at this time at lightning speed. Due to the reason he had looked down Duan Tian from the start, he had only used strength that was equivalent to a martial or Dao cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Currently, Duan Tian was charging at him at a speed that was not inferior to his speed. It caught him off guard. Under such circumstances, he did not have time to gather his strength to strike back unless he reverted to his true form. However, if he reverted to his true form after just one strike from Duan Tian, it would undoubtedly be a great humiliation to him. Due to this reason, he quickly dismissed the idea. At the critical moment, faced with Duan Tian's 3 swords that blocked his path, Diju finally took out an exceptionally heavy broad saber that also had 10 inscriptions on it. It was apparent that this was also a 10 inscription saint weapon. Gigantesque wallop. The moment the 10 inscription saint saber appeared in his hand, the aura on Diju changed completely in an instant. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a saber that released a sharp aura. At the same time, his energy at the early exemplary saint stage had also begun to surge out. Naturally, in this short window of time, he had no time to gather his full strength at all. All he could do was slash his saber out at the fastest speed possible. However, apart from being slightly weaker, the saber was extraordinary as well since it contained saber-type martial tactics that Diju cultivated. It was a medium-grade saber-type divine ability that was known as Gigantesque Wallop. The saber slashed out and a streak of saber ray shot out heading in the direction of Duan Tian's head as though it was going to slice him into 2. Naturally, its target was one of Duan Tian's 2 clones. When Diju slashed his saber out, his energy at the early exemplary saint stage that was surging out of his body also gradually began to show itself as he charged toward the clone he had targeted. A saber slashed down as a sword sliced out. The saber slashed Duan Tian's clone into 2 while the sword landed on Diju's shoulders, leaving a horrendous and bloody wound behind. As fresh blood splattered everywhere and fell from the sky like red roses, Diju's body that was covered with blood charged to the distance at an increasing speed. He was fleeing from the attack of Duan Tian and his remaining clone. At the instant Diju was about to escape, Duan Tian discovered this. He and his clone simultaneously attacked as both their swords landed on Diju's back. However, due to Diju being able to use his speed at the early exemplary saint stage, the swords did not manage to seriously injure him. They merely left him with light injuries. They did not pose any threat to his life at all and did not affect his strength. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Diju fled several hundred meters away before he finally came to a halt. As for Duan Tian, he had already retracted his clone and was hovering with his sword in his hand in the distance. Everything had happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that most people could not see clearly at all. However, at this moment, even those who did not see clearly could not help but gasp when they saw how one collision between Duan Tian and Diju ended up with Duan Tian unharmed and Diju injured. How is this possible? The eyes of a young member of the dragon clan turned as white as saucers. He had an expression of disbelief on his face. I'm not dreaming, right? Many members of the dragon clan pinched their thighs or slapped themselves. It was only when they felt the pain that they became certain the scene that unfolded before their eyes was not a dream. It was all real. Duan Tian had gained the upper hand during their first clash. A young disciple from a quasi-third-rate force muttered with a dumbfounded expression on his face, "Isn't the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion an intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator? Not only that, but isn't Diju an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse? Can somebody please tell me what the hell is going on? Is this really a battle between an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse and an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse? You're joking, right?" Many people expressed their doubts. Naturally, these people who felt skeptical did not clearly see the collision earlier between Duan Tian and Diju. Those who could see the details and those who could roughly see the details returned to their senses later than the masses. This was because they were shocked by what had just taken place. a high-ranking official of a quasi-third-rate force remarked solemnly, the speed of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is equivalent to a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. His speed far surpassed ordinary mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouses. But, as though he was reminded of something, he asked in confusion, can anybody tell me why his cultivation base is only at the intermediate eminent saint stage when I probed him? Is this even the strength of an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse? He was not the only confused 1. Even the group of Dragon Clan's high-ranking officials, including clan leader Deshan, had a grim expression on their faces. This was because they had been deceived. Chapter 1862 A Draw. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian, was at the intermediate eminent saint stage. With the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed earlier, it would be strange if he was really an intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Damn it, we've been deceived. Deshan's expression was extremely grave. He had calculated meticulously, but this scenario did not cross his mind at all. Duan Ling Tian's true strength was equivalent to a powerhouse at the peak of the divine stage even though his cultivation base was at the intermediate eminent saint stage when he probed him earlier. Not only that, but based on his observation, the strength and aura surging out of Duan Ling Tian's body were no different from a powerhouse at the intermediate divine saint stage. For this reason, he was certain that Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation base was at the intermediate divine saint stage. As for the reason why Duan Ling Tian's strength was equivalent to a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage, this was because he had comprehended two divine abilities. As the clan leader of the Dragon Clan, Deshan, naturally, could tell the two divine abilities Duan Ling Tian mastered were extraordinary. Put aside the extremely amazing movement divine ability that he cast in the beginning, even the sword-type divine ability that he cast after that was not something the saber-type divine ability, the gigantesque wallop, that Diju mastered could compare to in terms of grade. The gigantesque wallop that Diju comprehended could also be considered as a powerful divine ability among all medium-grade divine abilities. This was why he was certain the sword-type divine ability that Duan Ling Tian cultivated was a high-grade divine ability. He's so young yet he has already mastered two high-grade divine abilities. The sword-type divine ability is still acceptable since it's only at the rudiment stage, but the first movement divine ability is far stronger than the rudiment stage. Deshan's heart jolted. He was baffled. On top of that, he must have mastered some secret tactic that could conceal his cultivation base. Otherwise, his cultivation base would have been exposed under my divine consciousness. Deshan speculated. Deshan's speculation was similar to the speculation of most people present on the scene. Intermediate eminent saint stage, impossible. Based on the strength the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion displayed earlier, he must be at the divine saint stage at least. I can't believe that in the Azure Cloud Mansion, not only the mansion master has a heaven-defying innate talent and strength, but even the young mansion master is as monstrously talented. With this young mansion master, I think the Azure Cloud Mansion would be able to retain their glory for several hundred years. Don't speak so fast. We still don't know whether he'd be able to survive the death duel with Diju. You have a point. The spectators from the other quasi-third-rate forces buried their heads together and discussed among themselves. Their eyes never left Duan Ling Tian and Diju who were still stuck in a stalemate. I can't believe he actually concealed his power. Qing Yan's expression was grave. Now that he thought about it, Duan Ling Tian must have intentionally probed him that day with his eminent saint stage divine consciousness to mislead them so that Diju would be careless during the battle with him. Naturally, this was all just Qing Yan's speculation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was plausible. Qing Yan was not the only one. Even the Dragon Clan's enforcement elder, Shui Chan, and the five-clawed divine dragon, Elder Ji Jing, had a grave expression as well. Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base is at the intermediate divine saint stage. Didn't Diju say he was only a saint rudiment stage martial cultivator 5 years ago? Ji Jing asked in a low voice. Don't forget that his father is Duan Rufeng. A hint of dread flashed across Shui Chan's eyes. Upon hearing this name, even Ji Jing fell silent. When she recalled Duan Rufeng's achievements in the past, it was no longer a surprise that his son was so outstanding. I'm not dreaming, right? Ji Yuli watched Duan Ling Tian from afar with his mouth agape. He had actually gained the upper hand when he clashed with Diju whose cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. Was he really his junior brother Ling Tian? All this while, although Ji Yuli knew Duan Ling Tian was strong, He did not expect his junior brother to be even more powerful than him. At the very least, he did not think he would fare this well if he was the one facing Diju. In fact, he would most likely be killed by Diju in just one blow. Young Mansion Master. Ku Mi's eyes lit up. A rare smile that looked even uglier than a crying face appeared on his skinny face. Tian'er is actually so strong. Not only that, but the divine ability he used earlier. Duan Rufeng stared at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. At this moment, he felt as though his son was a stranger to him. He felt as though he didn't know him at all. No wonder Senior Prophet told me to make this 5-year pact with the Dragon Clan. He really has confidence in Tian'er. The moment Duan Rufeng thought about this, he felt his heart was slightly more at ease. Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated earlier, it might not be enough to defeat Diju, but it would not be impossible for him to protect himself. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion's son is actually so strong. The two deputy leaders of Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Biuyi and Zhang Qishan, looked at each other in disbelief. Dugu looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar and muttered to himself, interesting. Duan Rufeng's son is indeed not inferior to him. He was the calmest person on the scene. As time passed by, the noise gradually began to die down until it was completely silent. One could even hear the sound of the blowing breeze. Diju spoke first after being locked in a stalemate. He looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly and said in a terrifying voice, Duan Ling Tian, I can't believe your strength has risen to such heights in the 5 years that we've not seen each other. However, if you think that you can kill me with your strength, I can only tell you that you're daydreaming. Daydreaming. Duan Ling Tian laughed heartily. It was filled with disdain. What? You don't believe me? Diju's heart surged with anger when he saw the disdainful smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. Don't worry, I'll instantly show you that your feeble strength is nothing in my eyes. Even if you're already a divine saint stage martial cultivator, it'll still be easy to kill you like killing an ant. The moment his words left his mouth, he made his move. It seemed as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. This time, he did not hold back. His energy at the early exemplary saint stage surged out without restraint. His speed was much faster than it was before. A vast energy covered the surface of his body. It was as though flames had ignited on his body. The sound of wind howling and deafening explosion sounded in his wake. Gigantesque wallop. As he moved at lightning speed, the heavy and wide 10 inscription saint saber in his hand began to move as well. His attack that contained martial tactics along with the medium-grade saber-type divine ability that he comprehended charged in the direction of Duan Ling Tian's head again. It was obvious he was trying to slice him into two. It was the same saber, but it seemed completely different when compared to the previous slash that lacked power. The saber fell from the sky like a bolt of lightning as though it could cut the sky into two. The menacing saber did not show any mercy, just like the Grim Reaper's scythe. It was aiming for Duan Ling Tian's life. At this moment, Diju was finally using all his strength at the early exemplary saint stage. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Diju began to make his move and charge at him with a murderous gleam in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian cast the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a second, ripples began to appear in within 10-meter radius around him. It was as though he was standing in the heart of the whirlpool. When Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic, a vast amount of heaven and earth spirit energy within the 10-meter radius rapidly surged into his body and fused with his Sun True Origin after being absorbed by the whirlpool. The Sun True Origin was also quickly getting more and more powerful. The heaven and earth spirit energy within 10-meter radius of Duan Ling Tian could be considered as very rich. It would help raise the Sun True Origin in Duan Ling Tian's body a stage higher. However, it was too time-consuming to cast the elementary devouring tactic and absorb all the positive energy from the surroundings. When Duan Ling Tian had only managed to absorb a fraction of the heaven and earth spirit energy within a 10-meter radius, Diju's saber was already slashing down at his head, ready to cut him into two. Humph! Faced with Diju's attack, Duan Ling Tian snorted disdainfully. At this moment, he stopped absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding. Instead, with just a flick of his hand, he wielded his sword and clashed with Diju. Meanwhile, the Sun True Origin in his body that had been greatly strengthened surged out suddenly through his 99 saint veins and was infused into the 10 inscription saint sword in his hand that he used to block Diju's 10 inscription saint saber that was crashing down. Otherworldly celestial. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian once again produced two clones that rose up into the air with him. The swords in their hands were like poisonous snakes that charged out fiercely toward the saber ray that shot out from the 10 inscription saint saber in Diju's hand. One of the swords from the clone clashed with the saber ray, causing it to dim a little. However, the clone was destroyed as well. Duan Ling Tian's true body and the remaining clone charged out in unison. The two swords flicked out and the sun true origin that was greatly elevated by the elementary devouring tactic surged out with all its might. A loud explosion sounded in the air. Both Duan Ling Tian and Diju retreated into the distance in unison. As for the saber ray that was shot out from the saber in Diju's hand, it had destroyed the other clone. Both of their bodies swayed at the same time as they threw up a mouthful of blood. Both of their faces were slightly pale as well. Impossible. I've exerted all my strength, and I only managed to come to a draw with him. Horror dawned on Diju's pale face. The crowd had not even regained their senses. This outcome was something that did not cross his mind at all. The young man whom he hated to the core and was so eager to kill was actually so strong that he managed to draw with him after only 5 years. It felt as though that incident had taken place a lifetime ago. Chapter 1863 Regrets, 5 years. It was only 5 years. Although Diju had not reverted to his true form yet, he had already used all his strength in his human form without any mercy. Even so, he still could not defeat Duan Ling Tian. What did this mean? This meant that Duan Ling Tian's strength was on par with that of an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse. How's this possible? Impossible. Impossible. Diju's eyes were as wide as saucers. His expression was one of confusion. He could not accept this. Duan Ling Tian really hid his strength well. Clan leader Di Shan had a grave expression on his face. He had seen what happened clearly. Even under Diju's full force attack in his human form, Duan Ling Tian managed to come to a draw with him. It was inconceivable. At the same time, a hint of regret began to rise in his heart for the first time. If he had known Duan Ling Tian was so strong earlier, he would not have allowed Diju to accept Duan Ling Tian's death duel invitation. He had only allowed Diju to accept the challenge because he had probed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base and confirmed he did not pose any threat at all. Although the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool, was valuable to the Dragon Clan, Diju's life was more important than that. This was because Diju was first in line to succeed him. He would not allow anything to happen to Diju. Now that he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, his heart tightened immediately. Currently, Diju's only option is to revert to his true form to battle with Duan Ling Tian. I hope Duan Ling Tian has already reached his limit. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Diju to defeat him, let alone kill him. Di Shan did not know why, but his heart was overwhelmed with a sense of panic at this moment. How's this possible? Everyone from the Dragon Clan, including the high-ranking officials, were all dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Whether it was those who saw everything clearly or those who did not, all of them began to discover a problem. Diju had come to a draw with Duan Ling Tian even though he had used all his strength without any mercy during their second clash. Gulp. After a long while, sounds of gulping could be heard one after another. Based on this, one could see how the members of the Dragon Clan felt about Duan Ling Tian's strength. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is really amazing. During the first clash, we could say Diju was careless and did not use his full strength. However, it was obvious Diju did not hold back this time, and yet, he still could not defeat him, let alone kill him. As expected of the son of Mansion Master Duan Rufeng of Azure Cloud Mansion. Both father and son are really amazing. No wonder he dared to issue a death duel invitation to Diju. As it turns out, he's not seeking death. He's really confident he could fight Diju. However, can he really kill Diju? That's right, Diju is only in his human form now. Although he came to a draw with Diju, it doesn't mean he can defeat Diju if Diju reverts to his true form. Diju is a 5-clawed golden dragon from the imperial clan of the Dragon Clan. Once he reverts to his true form, apart from being stronger, he would be able to use the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability as well. I've heard of the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability. Usually, only those outstanding dragons would be able to master the divine ability. If that's the case, Diju's true form is going to be so powerful that his human form can't even compare to it. The group of people from the various quasi-third-rate forces whispered among themselves. Although Duan Ling's strength was extraordinary, they were uncertain if he would be able to defeat Diju if Diju reverted to his true form. After all, Diju's true form was not an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon but a 5-clawed golden dragon. Kill. At this moment, Diju made his move again with a terrifying look in his eyes. The 10 inscription saint saber in his hand followed like a shadow. On the other hand, faced with Diju who was charging at him, Duan Ling Tian did not show any fear as he charged at him with the 10 inscription saint sword in his hand. Every time the 10 inscription saint saber in Diju's hand swept out, it was as though it would slice the sky apart as it pointed toward Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately for him, every time he attacked, Duan Ling Tian would evade his attack. As for Duan Ling Tian, while he fought with Diju, he mostly evaded the attacks by relying on the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. He merely parried twice with Diju in a manner that was neither fierce nor mild. He did not injure Diju as well. It was not that Duan Ling Tian did not want to fight with Diju but the conditions just did not allow him to. The reason he managed to come to a draw with Diju who was at the early exemplary saint stage was mostly thanks to the Sun True Origin that was strengthened by the elementary devouring tactic. The Sun True Origin would not remain this powerful at all times. Once it was depleted, he was only left with the option of raising his Sun True Origin again with the elementary devouring tactic. So far, Duan Ling Tian did not have the chance to use the elementary devouring tactic without restraint. The elementary devouring tactic could devour all the heaven and earth spirit energy in within 10-meter radius, but he had only absorbed a fraction of it. Apart from that, he also needed to find the right time to use it. The toll the elementary devouring tactic had taken on him was far greater than he had expected. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting every second the elementary devouring tactic was being cast. Diju, I'm warning you. You should revert to your true form. You can't kill me like this. Duan Ling Tian flapped his golden crow's wings as he used a little bit more of his Sun True Origin to increase his speed a notch. It was much faster than Diju's current speed. Naturally, as his speed increased, his Sun True Origin was also depleting. Duan Ling Tian's heart was bleeding. How fast? The spectators who could catch Duan Ling Tian's movements, including the group of Dragon Clan's high-ranking officials, could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. They did not think Duan Ling Tian's speed could turn even faster. The speed Duan Ling Tian had just demonstrated had greatly surpassed an ordinary powerhouse at the early exemplary saint stage and was close to the speed of a powerhouse at the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Clan leader Di Shan's expressions turned even graver. He began to sense a hint of danger. Diju, revert to your true form and end this quickly. At this moment, Di Shan quickly said to Diju, Duan Ling Tian is really strange. Revert to your true form and kill him as fast as you possibly can. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're no match for him. Unlike Di Shan who had a grave expression on his face, Mansion Master Duan Rufeng and the people by his side had a joyful smile on their faces. Although they were surprised by Duan Ling Tian's strength, this was the outcome they had hoped for. Ji Yu Li was already immune to Duan Ling Tian's multiple leaps in power. He clenched his fists with a solemn expression on his face as he said, Junior brother Ling Tian, kill him in a blow. As for the 3 men from the Mountainshade Black Market, apart from leader Dugu who was staring at Duan Ling Tian with interest, Feng Bi Yuyi and Zhang Qishan, the 2 deputy leaders, were still dumbfounded. The strength of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion actually became so powerful. This really caught them off guard. Soon after, as though they were reminded of something, they turned to look at their leader in unison as hints of admiration filled their eyes. Among the 3 of them, only their lord leader had a high opinion of Duan Ling Tian from the beginning. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish then. Faced with the sudden increase in Duan Ling Tian's speed and the reminder from clan leader Di Shan's voice transmission, Diju could no longer hold back as he reverted to his true form. The huge valley was immediately covered by a huge black shadow. It was none other than the shadow of Diju's true form, the 5-clawed golden dragon. The spiraling gigantic body that was several hundreds of meters long shone brilliantly with a golden light. It was like an invincible leviathan as it circled around the sky. Diju who had reverted to his true form lifted his head and roared without any warning. Then, he lowered his dragon head and glared at Duan Ling Tian as he said domineeringly, Duan Ling Tian, didn't you ask me to revert to my true form? Now that I've reverted to my true form, I'm going to send you to hell. Diju began to move his gigantic body as soon as he finished speaking. The body that seemed to be heavy and burdensome was particularly agile when it moved. The dragon tail swept across the sky toward Duan Ling Tian's direction. The wind howled, and in just a blink of an eye, the dragon tail was fast approaching Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian did not evade it now, he would definitely be sent flying. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian, who had cast the elementary devouring tactic unreservedly, had just absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in within 10-meter radius. The golden crow's wings flapped without warning. At the critical moment, it brought Duan Lingtian away and evaded Diju's dragon tail. Diju failed in his first attack after he had reverted to his true form. Since Duan Lingtian had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy, the sun true origin in his body had undergone several transformations and had already been raised to its limit. Since he had not fully mastered the elementary devouring tactic to the highest level, there was a limit to how much heaven and earth energy he could absorb. For this reason, his sun true origin could only currently transform to this stage. Currently, the sun true origin I possess should be enough to deal with Diju. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and flapped his golden crow's wings and flew out, beating Diju's dragon tail that was once again heading in his direction. The direction Duan Lingtian was heading in was not an open space. He was headed in the direction of Diju's head. Do you only know how to run? Diju was getting impatient because he realized Duan Lingtian's speed seemed to have increased again. Although he had reverted to his true form and his speed had also increased, it was still slower than Duan Lingtian's current speed. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret for accepting Duan Lingtian's death duel invitation. Currently, he was no longer certain if he could kill Duan Lingtian since his speed was just too fast. Diju's speed could not compare to his speed at all. Chapter 1864 The Dragon Clan's Inherited Divine Ability. Upon hearing Diju's impatient remark, Duan Lingtian, who easily evaded Diju, who had transformed into his true form, the five-clawed golden dragon, said mockingly, "Is this the extent of your strength?" Faced with Duan Lingtian's provocation, Diju began to see red. His strength surged as he growled in his deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At this instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, Diju's spiraling body that was several hundreds of meters long began to shine with a bloody light. This bloody light emitted out of Diju's body. The moment it appeared, it exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills up people's spines. Moreover, Diju's aura had also changed dramatically as he became even more powerful. Upon seeing this, a high-ranking official from a quasi-third-rate force muttered in confusion, "This is the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability. The true form berserkification." Although his voice was not loud, many people heard his words. Soon after, apart from the members of the Dragon Clan, almost everyone learned about the technique Diju had cast. It was the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability, the true form berserkification. Tianer, Diju has finally cast the true form berserkification, the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability. According to my divine consciousness, after his true form underwent the berserkification, his strength is comparable to an ordinary intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse. You must be careful. Duan Rufeng's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears to warn him. As soon as Duan Rufeng finished speaking, Diju roared, "Duan Lingtian, today's date will be your death anniversary next year." His gigantic true form moved swiftly toward Duan Lingtian at a much faster speed than before. At this moment, his speed was no longer inferior to Duan Lingtian's fastest speed. True form berserkification, intermediate exemplary saint stage. Faced with Diju's true form that was shining with a bloody light, Duan Lingtian's expression contained a hint of dread. He retreated to the distance with much difficulties, gradually putting more distance between him and Diju, who was charging at him menacingly. Even then, the wind caused by the movements of Diju's true form smacked against his face, causing him pain. "I can only raise my speed to the level that's equivalent to an ordinary intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator by relying on the two divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the golden crow's wings, for a short while. Initially, I thought I'll gain the upper hand first with this speed, but it didn't cross my mind that Diju would cast the true form berserkification, the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability. Not only is his speed on par with him, but his strength has also risen to the intermediate exemplary saint stage." Although Duan Lingtian successfully evaded the first attack by Diju after he had cast the true form berserkification, there were no signs of joy on his face at all. Currently, Diju's speed was on par with his speed. This meant he no longer held the upper hand in regards to speed. Put aside his speed and only consider their strength, he was far inferior compared to Diju. Duan Lingtian instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Tianer, the dragon clan's inherited divine ability, the true form berserkification, has a time limit. Once the time's up, the effect will disappear. Moreover, the dragon that cast the divine ability, the true form berserkification, will be weakened to a certain level. Meanwhile, Duan Rufeng continued to transmit his voice to Duan Lingtian. Your speed's on par with his speed. If it's possible, put some more distance between both of you and stall for time. When the effect of his berserkification is gone, you'll be invincible with your speed, and you can kill him. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up momentarily before it dimmed again, and he smiled wryly. Diju's berserkification's effect could only last for a short time. However, was it not similar to his Sun True Origin that had risen in strength through the elementary devouring tactic? Moreover, he had depleted 80% to 90% of his spiritual energy. It was impossible for him to cast the elementary devouring tactic again. Duan Lingtian, if you're a man, fight directly with me with honor. It just shows that you're a coward if you keep evading my attacks. Diju began to feel impatient when his attacks failed to land on Duan Lingtian. Diju had only 15 more minutes at most with the dragon clan's inherited divine ability, the true form berserkification, that he had comprehended. After that, not only would he revert to his original state, but he would be weakened as well. At that time, he would no longer be a match for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could only goad Duan Lingtian into action by mocking him. If Duan Lingtian could not endure his goading, he would definitely fight him directly. If that happened, he would be able to kill him in just one blow. Diju could also see that Duan Lingtian's current speed was only on par with his speed, and his attack was completely inferior to his. What divine ability did Duan Lingtian cast previously? To think he's able to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy so quickly to raise his energy to a level that's close to the early divine saint stage. If Diju's berserkification's effect is gone, he won't be a match for Duan Lingtian at all. The expression of clan leader Di Shan of the dragon clan was extremely grim. If he could reverse time, he would not have allowed Diju to accept Duan Lingtian's death duel invitation. Whether it's Duan Lingtian's strength or the divine abilities he had successively cast, it made him realize Duan Lingtian was almost invincible even among divine saint stage martial cultivators. He could even force Diju, who had broken through to the exemplary saint stage, to such a state. Who else below the exemplary saint stage could be his match? At the very least, Di Shan felt that nobody below the exemplary saint stage in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land was a match for Duan Lingtian. Even the person widely acknowledged as the most powerful divine saint stage powerhouse in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land, Centurion Tong Zhang from the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army, was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Although Tong Zhang was widely acknowledged as invincible among those below the exemplary saint stage in the lower province of the Dao martial saint land, that was before Duan Lingtian had shown up. Moreover, if he was to battle Diju, who had broken through to the early exemplary saint stage, it would be absolutely impossible for him to survive 10 moves from Diju, let alone defeating him. Coward, Duan Lingtian chuckled. Diju, I've already gotten bored of you trying to goad me. Do you think I'll fall for it? Do you think I'm an idiot, or are you an idiot? Duan Lingtian's words that hit the mark angered Diju so much he almost threw up blood. He knew it was impossible to goad Duan Lingtian into action now. Just like this, under the watchful gaze of the others, Duan Lingtian and Diju began their chasing game. One was in the lead while the other was behind. It appeared very leisurely. A 5-clawed golden dragon that was several hundreds of meters long, body gleaming with a bloody light, was chasing a human that was ant-like in size comparatively. Not only was it visually impactful, but it looked comical as well. Duan Lingtian, you coward. Fight honorably with Big Brother Diju if you dare. How long do you plan to evade his attacks? Exactly, you might be able to evade for now, but do you think you can do it forever? The members of the dragon clan present on the scene were scolding Duan Lingtian. As members of the dragon clan, they were, naturally, aware of the limitations of the inherited divine ability, the true form berserkification. Due to this reason, they felt anxious on behalf of Diju. If the berserkification's effect disappeared, Diju would be like meat on a chopping board. Duan Lingtian would be able to kill him as he pleased. Naturally, this was not something they were willing to see. All of them wished for Diju to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain the chance to enter the dragon clan's saint land, the dragon cleansing pool. They knew Diju would be able to rise to the sky once he came out of the dragon cleansing pool. With that, under Diju's lead, the dragon clan would definitely be able to become the most elite force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They would not have to fear the Mountainshade Black Market or the Azure Cloud Mansion. At that time, they would be able to lift their prideful heads again, unlike how they currently had to lower their heads when they encounter people from the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. The bloody light on Diju's body seems to be getting dimmer. It's not just the bloody light that's dimming. Even the aura on his body seems to be getting weaker as well. Although the changes are minuscule, you'll be able to see it if you pay close attention. You're right, it looks like there are limitations to the divine ability that Diju had cast. It's the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability, the true form berserkification, that Diju cast. The duration of the berserkification depends on his comprehension of that divine ability. Based on the situation so far, Diju's berserkification will probably last for only another 15 minutes at most. The people from the various quasi-third-rate forces began to whisper among themselves. Those who did not have any expectations for Duan Ling Tian gradually began to see hope of Duan Ling Tian's victory. Diju's speed is slowing down. Wait a minute, it's not only Diju's speed, but even Duan Ling Tian's speed is slowing down. Isn't it obvious? The true form berserkification, the divine ability Diju had cast has its limitations, and so does the divine ability that could quickly devour the heaven and earth spirit energy that was cast by Duan Ling Tian. Judging by the current situation, Duan Ling Tian might not be able to win after all. The situation really changes from minute to minute. We really have no idea who the winner will be until the very last moment. Wait a minute, I should say it's hard to guess who will live and who will die. As time went by, the people who had gradually become confident of Duan Ling Tian's victory began to lose their confidence in him when they discovered he seemed to be losing strength. Junior brother Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li's expression was glum as he thought to himself, "You can do it, you can do it. You can definitely do it." Tianer. Duan Ru Feng's expression began to turn grave as well. Ku Mi, as usual, had a long face. One was unable to tell what his thoughts were. Leader Dugu, between both of them, who do you think will die in the end? Feng Bi Yi asked as he looked at Dugu. I have confidence in Duan Ling Tian, Dugu answered nonchalantly. Zhang Qishan, who was standing at the side, asked in confusion, why? Because he's more pleasing to the eyes. Dugu's answer rendered Feng Bi Yi and Zhang Qishan speechless. Was this even a valid reason? Duan Ling Tian, I thought you're very powerful, but as it turns out, your divine abilities have limitations as well. Diju also discovered the decrease in Duan Ling Tian's strength. In his opinion, the divine ability that Duan Ling Tian had cast earlier must be a divine ability that was similar to the true form berserkification that he had cast. Chapter 1865 Diju's death. For the true form berserkification, the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability, the stage of comprehension decided the time limit of the berserkification's effect. Once the time was over, the berserkification effect would disappear. After the effect of the berserkification was over, the caster would fall into a weakened state. This was the aftereffect of the true form berserkification. Due to the aftereffect, Diju thought he would be killed by Duan Ling Tian, someone whom he had regarded as an ant previously. Naturally, he felt extremely unresigned. However, so what if he was unresigned? Nobody could win against the circumstances. He only had himself to blame for being careless and let Duan Ling Tian escape from his nose previously. At the moment when Diju had lost all hope as his strength and speed decreased, he discovered that Duan Ling Tian's strength and speed had decreased as well. He realized the divine ability Duan Ling Tian had cast earlier must have limitations as well. A ray of hope began to shine in his heart. Although he had fallen into a weakened state, he did not have to fear Duan Ling Tian, who had also fallen into a weakened state. After all, his foundation was obviously much more powerful than Duan Ling Tian. He was at the early exemplary saint stage while Duan Ling Tian was only at the intermediate divine saint stage. If both of them are similarly weakened, he would still be stronger than Duan Ling Tian. However, at this moment, Diju seemed to have forgotten a problem. Although the divine abilities he and Duan Ling Tian had cast had aftereffects, the aftereffects were, naturally, different since they were two different divine abilities. Due to this slight miscalculation on Diju's part, he was destined to die with a belly full of regrets. As 3 streaks of sword rays swept out, Diju, who was weakened and whose strength had fallen a stage lower to the early divine saint stage, for the time being, was instantly killed. The three-sword rays that killed him came from none other than Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, it came from Duan Ling Tian and his two clones. The two clones had appeared when he cast the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial again. It was only until when Diju's gigantic body had fallen to the ground, causing a thunderous noise, that everyone regained their senses after the shock of seeing Duan Ling Tian killing Diju. However, when they shifted eyes to Diju's body, they were shocked again. Diju actually thought the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast have an after effect. What a joke! It's apparent the elementary devouring tactic is much more amazing compared to his true form berserkification. As expected of the elementary devouring tactic, it's indeed a powerful divine ability worthy of Elder Huo's praise. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of the scene from earlier, he mocked Diju inwardly. At the same time, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Earlier, after 15 minutes had passed, and Diju's berserkification's effect had disappeared, his Sun True Origin that was raised by the elementary devouring tactic had also returned to its original state. Even then, he still possessed Sun True Origin that was equivalent to a powerhouse at the intermediate Divine Saint stage. Along with many abilities that he had, including the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, his strength was not much weaker than before. As for Diju, after the berserkification's effect was gone, his strength had suffered a major decline. Due to the great disparity between their strength, he was killed by Duan Ling Tian even though he had a tough body. Oh, yes, the dragon orb. As the crowd was still in shock, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up as he descended with the intention to extract the dragon orb from Diju's body. The dragon orb was a good item that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. With Diju's strength, his dragon orb must be able to greatly help the repairing of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he descended. However, just as Duan Ling Tian had approached Diju's gigantic true form and was about to cut his body open, a powerful energy crashed against him, sending him flying. The energy was powerful but gentle. It was as though the person was trying to send him away as gently as he could. Di Shan. At the same time, a figure appeared next to Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. It was none other than Duan Rufeng. At this moment, Duan Rufeng was staring solemnly at Di Shan who had just made a move. Mansion Master Duan, no tampering is allowed on the body of a dragon from the dragon clan. Faced with Duan Rufeng, Di Shan looked at him fearlessly. It's the same even in the dragon clan in the upper province. The upper province's dragon clan. It was apparent Di Shan had intentionally mentioned the upper province's dragon clan to pressure Duan Rufeng. The fact that Diju is killed by your son means Diju was useless. Our dragon clan will keep our promise and give your son the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, nobody is allowed to defile Diju's body. This is our dragon clan's bottom line. Di Shan said determinedly. His tone brooked no argument. Bottom line. At once, many members of the dragon clan began to chant loudly. They finally had an outlet to vent their frustration caused by Diju's death and the chance of entering the dragon cleansing pool being given away. Humph. Duan Rufeng snorted coldly and ignored Di Shan before he looked in Duan Ling Tian and transmitted his voice over. Tianer, although Diju's body is a treasure trove, based on the current situation, it's better to just forget about it. The most important thing for you is to enter the dragon clan's dragon cleansing pool and use this opportunity that only comes by every few thousand years in the lower province. Sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not reckless nor obtuse. He could see the determination in Di Shan and the other members of the dragon clan's eyes. Although he knew the dragon orb in Diju's body was good, it was impossible for him to extract it based on how determined the members of the dragon clan were. Due to this reason, he instantly dismissed the idea and did not persist with it. Meanwhile, the eyes in the surroundings landed on Duan Ling Tian one by one. Some of them contained shock, some were filled with disbelief while others contained fear and dread. Young Mansion Master Duan Ling Tian of Azure Cloud Mansion actually killed the dragon clan's five-clawed golden dragon, Diju. His innate talent doesn't seem to be inferior to his father. The Azure Cloud Mansion is really born under a lucky star. First, they have Duan Rufeng, and now, they have Duan Ling Tian. With him around, it won't be a problem for the Azure Cloud Mansion to maintain their glory for another 800 to 1000 years. The group of high-ranking officials and disciples from various quasi-third-rate forces looked at Duan Ling Tian with complicated gazes. If such an outstanding young talent appeared in the sect they were in, he would definitely be able to lead their sects to a higher level. Given enough time, they would even be on par with the Mountainshade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion. Just like how Duan Rufeng had led the Azure Cloud Mansion to glory with his strength alone. At the same time, the group of Dragon Clan's high-ranking officials had also arrived by Dishan's side. Apart from Dishan who could contain his anger, the group of Dragon Clan's high-ranking officials, including the Dragon Clan's enforcement elder, the five-clawed blood dragon, Shui Chan, were staring at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent. Duan Ling Tian had killed Diju and made the Dragon Clan lose its most suitable candidate for the next clan leader. There was no doubt the Dragon Clan would have to spend a very long time and a tremendous amount of resources to wait for a five-clawed golden dragon to appear again and nurture him to Diju's level. The moment they thought of this, they could not help but feel irritated. They hated Duan Ling Tian to the core. Junior brother Ling Tian, congratulations. Ji Yu Li had appeared next to Duan Ling Tian to congratulate him for obtaining the chance to enter the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Ku Mi had also appeared by Duan Rufeng's side. Although he remained silent, there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. If the reason he was respectful to Duan Ling Tian previously was due to Mansion Master Duan Rufeng, now, he was respectful due to the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed. His strength was at the exemplary saint stage even though his cultivation base was at the intermediate divine saint stage. Duan Ling Tian's strength had shocked him. He believed if this young Mansion Master would not be inferior to the current Mansion Master in the future. Lord Leader guessed correctly. In the distance, the two deputy leaders of Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Biyuyi and Zhang Qishan, exchanged a look. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Congratulations. A faintly familiar voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ear, taking him by surprise. He turned around and looked at the source of the voice. With just one glance, he saw the leader of Mountainshade Black Market, Dugu. Thank you. Although he had no idea why his father's rival would congratulate him, he still expressed his thanks politely. No matter what, this person had been quite polite to him from the very start. As the saying went, it's difficult to slap a smiling face. Mansion Master Duan, please wait for one more day. After I've dealt with Diju's matter, I'll bring the Sun Key out and send the young Mansion Master into the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Dishan said as he raised his head to look at Duan Rufeng. After saying that, without waiting for Duan Rufeng's response, he led the group of Dragon Clan's high-ranking officials to deal with the matter at hand. Dishan was the Dragon Clan's five-clawed golden dragon. He was from the Dragon Clan's Imperial clan. He had been killed. Moreover, he was killed in the Dragon Clan's lair. Naturally, the Dragon Clan would have to arrange his funeral. Duan Ling Tian and the other three left as well. On the way back to the little valley, he came to a halt and looked in the direction where the Cloud Continent was located and murmured in a low voice, "Did all of you see it? I, this incompetent sect leader, have finally taken revenge for all of you. I've finally killed him." Although his voice was not loud, Duan Rufeng and the other two heard his words clearly. Duan Rufeng and Ku Mi knew what Duan Ling Tian's words meant, but Ji Yu Li could only guess there was enmity between his junior brother and Diju prior to this. He did not know the details of what had happened, so he became curious. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you have enmity with Diju before this?" Ji Yu Li asked curiously as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After that, he quickly added, "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to talk about it or if it's inconvenient. I completely understand. There's nothing that I can't talk about." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and recounted how Diju had annihilated the Ling Tian sect that he had built on the mortal continent previously. Ji Yu Li finally understood Duan Ling Tian's hatred toward Diju. Chapter 1866 Entering the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Finally, Ji Yu Li discovered the reason for the 5-year pact. As it turned out, everything had happened for a reason. This included the conflict between Mansion Master Duan Rufeng from the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Dragon Clan 5 years ago. In order to resolve the conflict, he had made a 5-year pact with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan has suffered double losses this time around. If they had handed over Diju over to Uncle Duan 5 years ago, the only loss they suffered would be Diju. Currently, not only did they lose Diju, but they have even lost the chance to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Ji Yu Li thought to himself as he lamented how fickle fate was. He believed if clan leader Dishan of the Dragon Clan could predict the future, he would not have protected Diju 5 years ago. The Dragon Cleansing Pool is the Dragon Clan's saint land that can grant strength and tremendously advance the progress of the members of the Dragon Clan who enter it. Come to think of it, junior brother Ling Tian should be able to make a tremendous leap in his progress after entering it. Ji Yu Li thought to himself, feeling slightly envious of Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, he was just envious. There were no feelings of malice in his envy toward Duan Ling Tian. He would not be unhappy or jealous if Duan Ling Tian was doing well, he would only be happy for him. The 5-year pact had finally ended with Di Shan's death. While people from other quasi-third-rate forces left one after another, apart from the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion, none of the people from the Mountainshade Black Market left at all. Not long after Duan Ling Tian and the other 3 returned to the little valley where flowers flourished and the birds were chirping, leader Dugu of Mountainshade Black Market brought Feng Biuyi and Zhang Qi back to the little valley in their respective wooden houses. Duan Ling Tian and the others eased up when they saw Dugu and the other 2 did not act up. One day passed in just a blink of an eye. On the second day, a green figure appeared above the small valley and said loudly, "Mansion Master Duan, the clan leader has invited all of you over." The green figure was none other than one of the 5-clawed divine dragon elders of the Dragon Clan, the 5-clawed green dragon, Qing Yan. It had only been a day since Di Ju was killed. It was only natural that his expression was unfriendly. When he saw Duan Ling Tian, the killing intent gleaming in his eyes intensified as though he wanted to avenge Di Ju. Nevertheless, he managed to keep a lid on his impulse. After Duan Ling Tian and the others came out, the people from Mountainshade Black Market came out as well. One of the deputy leaders, Feng Biuyi, looked at Qing Yan and asked, "Elder Qing Yan, I've long heard of the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. It should be alright for us to tag along and join in the fun, right?" Sure, Qing Yan seemed to have expected the people from Mountainshade Black Market would not leave yet, therefore, he was not surprised when he heard Feng Biuyi's words. He nodded in response to his question. He had agreed so quickly due to the order of the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. When Duan Ling Tian met with clan leader Di Shan of the Dragon Clan again, he was at the innermost valley in the Dragon Clan's lair. The entrance to the valley was narrow, but it seemed like a whole new world inside. Deep in the valley, there was a grand door hovering in the air. The door was tightly shut. It was unknown where the door led to. The grand door had 2 panels and each panel had a different keyhole. The one on the left was round while the other had the shape of a crescent. It had a very peculiar appearance. It was unknown what the door was made of, but as it hovered in the air, it gave off an ancient aura. It was as though it had existed for a long time and had seen the rise and fall of the world. The group of people led by clan leader Di Shan finally arrived before the door. Di Shan looked at the door and said, "This is the entrance to the Dragon Cleansing Pool." Duan Ling Tian instantly studied the door the moment he heard Di Shan's words. He discovered the door before him seemed to hover in the air on its own accord. There was no trace of illusion formations at all. The door seemed as though it was embedded in that space, giving it a mysterious aura. The Dragon Cleansing Pool is inside. Duan Ling Tian was eager to enter it. He was thrilled by the unknown even though he was also feeling wary. He was feeling very conflicted at this moment. Young Mansion Master. Without knowing when, Di Shan's eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian as he said calmly, "Based on what I know, there haven't been any other race, apart from the dragons, who have entered the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Therefore, I have no idea what would happen once you enter. If you decide to enter, we won't be responsible for the consequences. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Clan if you die in there." There was a hint of warning in Di Shan's words. Nevertheless, he did not intentionally say these words to scare Duan Ling Tian away, he was merely telling the truth. "Clan leader Di Shan, did you wish that I wouldn't dare to enter it?" Duan Ling Tian asked coldly after listening to Di Shan's words. "It did cross my mind, but what I said is true. I don't know what will happen when a human enters the Dragon Cleansing Pool," Di Shan said honestly as he nodded. "Naturally, I won't stop you even if you insist on entering. After all, you've won the 5-year pact." When Di Shan mentioned the 5-year pact, he had an expression of regret on his face. He did not expect Di Ju, whom he had insisted on protecting 5 years ago, would die 5 years later. Not only did Di Ju die, but the Dragon Clan had lost the chance to enter the Dragon Cleansing Pool that only opened once every few thousand years as well. All of it happened because of 2 things. First, it was because he had made the wrong decision back then. Second, it was all due to the young man standing before him. This young man had defied his expectation and killed Di Ju, winning the 5-year pact. Since I'm here, naturally, I'll enter. Duan Ling Tian said bluntly after hearing Di Shan's words. Di Shan nodded and no longer said anything else. He turned to look at Duan Rufeng. Mansion Master Duan, bring out the lunar key you have with you, and we'll open the door to the dragon cleansing pool together. Additionally, if anything happens to the young mansion master inside, it has nothing to do with the dragon clan. What, does clan leader Di Shan thinks I'm an unreasonable person? Duan Rufeng responded with a question. At the same time, a key appeared in his hands. It was the lunar key that he had taken from Di Shan previously. Meanwhile, Di Shan had the sun key in his possession. The door to the dragon cleansing pool could only be opened with both keys present. The round-shaped and crescent-shaped hole are most likely the keyholes, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he studied the door hovering in the air. The two holes were very obvious. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was right. Duan Ling Tian was not wrong. When Duan Rufeng and clan leader Di Shan stood before the door, both of them used their energies to guide the keys into the keyholes. At this moment, not only Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yuli, and Ku Mi were staring intently at the door, but even the people from the Mountainshade Black Market led by Dugu were also staring at it intently. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sun key and the lunar key emitted an inexplicable energy that was visible to the eyes. It shrouded the whole door in just a blink of an eye. A few moments later, the door emitted a light as bright as the sun. Everyone present on the scene instinctively squinted their eyes. At this moment, a thunderous noise sounded. Meanwhile, the light that was as bright as the blazing sun slowly dimmed as the tightly shut door began to open inwardly by an invisible force. Soon after, the door was completely opened. At that instant when the door opened, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, looked inside in unison. All of them wanted to see what was behind the door. However, in the next instant, they were all disappointed. It was because nothing could be seen apart from a thin and translucent barrier that was formed by an unknown energy. In their eyes, the barrier was like a sheet of glass. Behind the barrier, all they could see was the valley they were in. In theory, there's no time limit in the dragon cleansing pool. When it's time to leave, the formation inside the dragon cleansing pool will send you out, Di Shan said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. As the clan leader of the dragon clan, he was a man of his word despite the fact that he was upset. Since they had lost the 5-year pact, they, naturally, had to keep their words and give up the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool to the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Alright, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He felt a hint of admiration for Di Shan who spoke to him a calm manner. He knew if he was in Di Shan's position, it would be impossible for him to maintain his calm while he spoke to the person who killed Di Ju, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Father, I'm going in. Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Rufeng. Be careful. Duan Rufeng nodded and reminded him to be careful again when he recalled Di Shan's words. Don't worry. After giving Duan Rufeng a reassuring look, Duan Ling Tian also nodded at Ji Yuli and Ku Mi. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the door that led to the dragon cleansing pool. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian collided with the barrier that was made by an unknown force. Subsequently, it seemed as though he had been swallowed by the barrier as he disappeared from their sights. Duan Ling Tian had finally entered the dragon cleansing pool. Mansion Master Duan. At this moment, leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market who had remained silent since they had entered this valley turned to Duan Rufeng and asked, Is there a secret you know about the dragon cleansing pool that you would risk your son entering it? Chapter 1867 8-Clawed Divine Dragon. Leader Dugu, did you stay back just to ask this question? Duan Rufeng said coldly when he heard his longtime rival's words. He narrowed his eyes as he said, You heard what clan leader Di Shan said. Even he doesn't know what will happen if a human enters the dragon cleansing pool. Do you think he'll know? If you didn't know, would you have let your son take such a risk? Dugu asked as he stared at Duan Rufeng intently. After listening to Dugu, Di Shan could not help but look at Duan Rufeng suspiciously. He was the clan leader of the dragon clan, and it was true he did not know what would happen if a human entered the dragon cleansing pool. However, just like what the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market had said, would the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion allow his son to take such a risk if he did not know what would happen if a human entered the dragon cleansing pool? Leader Dugu, in any case, you're the leader of Mountainshade Black Market, haven't you heard that fortune favors the bold? The dragon cleansing pool is the dragon clan's saint land and had helped countless outstanding members of the dragon clan to rise to the top. These are known facts. I believe this will definitely be a fortuitous encounter for my son as long as he comes out alive. Duan Rufeng said unhurriedly. Naturally, he did not reveal the most important part. He could not say it was the elusive old prophet who had suggested his son enter the dragon cleansing pool. He trusted the old prophet. Fortune favored the bold. Seeing that Duan Rufeng's words made some sense, Dugu and Dishan did not continue to question him even though they could tell he was not telling the whole truth. This was because they knew it would be pointless even if they persisted in questioning him. Clan leader Dishan, we've bothered you enough for the past few days. We'll take our leave now. After failing to get the answer he desired, Dugu did not plan to stay on any longer. After he bade farewell to Dishan, he left together with Feng Biuyi and Zhang Qishan. In just an instant, only the people led by Dishan and Duan Rufeng were left in the valley with the door that was hovering in the air. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had entered the door to the dragon cleansing pool, felt as though he was submerged in water. After Duan Ling Tian passed through the door, he suddenly discovered he could not feel his body. He tried but failed to take control of his body. He even tried to observe his surroundings through his divine consciousness but to no avail. At this moment, all he was left with was his consciousness that seemed to be trapped in this place. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian did not feel bothered by it. However, as time continued to pass, he began to feel uneasy. What's going on? Isn't this the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool? Why is it so strange? Unless clan leader Dishan of the Dragon Clan lied to us. Duan Ling Tian began to make guesses. However, he quickly dismissed this thought since he felt that it was impossible. Based on the strength of the Dragon Clan in the lower province, they had yet to possess the ability to build such a realistic door to the Dragon Cleansing Pool. The door was clearly a creation of a powerful being. Such beings only existed in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land or the Devata realms. Apart from possessing his consciousness that allowed him to think, imagine, and recall his memories, he could not do anything else. Duan Ling Tian was uncertain of what kind of situation he was in. Moreover, he did not know if he was even in the Dragon Cleansing Pool since the pool was unfamiliar territory to him. He did not even know what lay behind the door, nor did he know what would happen to him once he entered it. Now what? As time passed, Duan Ling Tian became more and more frustrated because he really did not know what to do. He only possessed the ability to think. He could not control his divine consciousness nor his body. To be more precise, he could not even feel his body. Duan Ling Tian did not know how long had passed, but he was getting more and more frustrated. It was as though he was about to go insane. Where the hell is this? What happened to the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool? Duan Ling Tian finally managed to calm himself down when he realized it was pointless getting frustrated. After he calmed down, he instantly thought of Duan Rufeng and the others who were waiting for him outside. I don't even know how much time has passed. Our father and senior brother Ji Yu Li getting impatient. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts drifted to his mother, Li Ru, and his fiancée, Li Fei, along with their son, Duan Nian Tian. Then, he thought of Ka and Feng Tian Wu, without knowing when. His thoughts drifted to the battle between him and Diju. The elementary devouring tactic helped the most in the battle between Diju and me. He was able to kill Diju so easily because Diju had cast the Dragon Clan's inherited divine ability, the true form berserkification. The aftereffect of the berserkification was the main reason Diju died. The true form berserkification was an inherited divine ability of the Dragon Clan that could greatly increase the user's strength in a short period of time. However, once the effect ended, the user would fall to a weakened state. Diju's strength had fallen to the early divine saint stage during his weakened state. On the other hand, although Duan Ling Tian could not cast the elementary devouring tactic again after its effect had disappeared, the elementary devouring tactic did not have any aftereffects. Although his Sun True Origin had reverted to its original level, his strength was still comparable to a powerhouse at the intermediate divine saint stage. With the strength of a powerhouse at the intermediate divine saint stage, in addition to divine abilities such as the Golden Crow's Wings, the Otherworldly Celestial, and the Sovereign Heart Sword, it was very simple for him to kill an early divine saint stage powerhouse. Hence, after Diju had fallen to a weakened state, Duan Ling Tian struck as fast as lightning and easily killed Diju. Duan Ling Tian thought the elementary devouring tactic helped the most during the battle because if it was not for the elementary devouring tactic that could devour the heaven and earth energy in the surroundings for a short time, he would not have been able to possess speed comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the intermediate exemplary saint stage after casting the golden crow's wings. If he did not possess the speed of an ordinary powerhouse at the intermediate exemplary saint stage, it would be impossible for him to evade Diju's attack after he had gone through the berserkification process. If the elementary devouring tactic had aftereffects, it would be impossible for him to kill Diju so easily. Although the elementary devouring tactic helped a lot, the golden crow's wings could not be dismissed as well. Both divine abilities were indispensable. Diju. When Duan Ling Tian remembered Diju whom he had killed, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts began to drift to the time when he first met him. At that time, he was like an ant in Diju's eyes. Diju could crush him as he pleased. Indeed, his cultivation base that was at the saint rudiment stage was like an ant compared to Diju whose cultivation base was at the peak of the divine saint stage. Diju merely needed to use a finger to kill him. However, he managed to improve during the 5 years to the point where he was able to fight Diju on even ground. Duan Ling Tian had mixed feelings when he thought about this. I think Diju didn't think, even in his death, that someone whom he had regarded as an ant 5 years ago would be able to send him to hell. However, clan leader Di Shan seems like a man of his words. Initially, I thought he would make things difficult for us after I killed Diju. However, he's been nothing but cooperative. Naturally, that might be due to his fear of father. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts drifted all over the place until he did not know what else to think about. In a world where only his consciousness existed, where he could not feel his body, he felt he was going crazy as time continued to pass. However, Duan Ling Tian was still a weapon specialist on Earth in his past life. For a mission, he once had to stay undercover where there was no sun for a few months. If he was an ordinary person, he would have broken down mentally. Due to his experience in his past life, Duan Ling Tian managed to stay sane under such circumstances. Those members from the dragon clan who entered the dragon cleansing pool in the past definitely didn't experience this. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to leave so easily. How can an ordinary person suffer such a tedious torment? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After a while, Duan Ling Tian began to calm down again. In the end, he even managed to grin and bear with it. You're undoubtedly the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang of the 7 Absolute sect, the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny. Little one, you've passed my test. I'll keep my words to Feng Qingyang and grant you dragonization. Just as Duan Ling Tian's consciousness had quieted down, a voice resonated suddenly. It had a majestic and captivating quality to it. Although Duan Ling Tian was shocked, he was also ecstatic. This was because he could finally feel his body and his divine consciousness. Before he even began to observe his surroundings, he instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. He discovered a huge silhouette that spanned several thousands of meters above the sky. It was a divine dragon. In comparison, Diju's true form was completely inferior. Diju's true form was only several hundreds of meters long, it was not even 1,000 meters long. However, the divine dragon before him was at least 5,000 to 6,000 meters long. This divine dragon emitted an oppressive aura. Duan Ling Tian found it difficult to breathe that he almost suffocated. This dragon has 8 claws. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the divine dragon's figure that was several thousands of meters long possessed 8 sharp claws on each of its hands. 8-clawed divine dragon. At this moment, his breathing had almost stopped completely. Chapter 1868 Dragon Warrior. The divine dragon that appeared before him was actually an 8-clawed divine dragon. Elder Huo. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to call out to Elder Huo who was in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda to inform him of the predicament he was in. 8-clawed divine dragon. Soon after, Elder Huo also saw the 8-clawed divine dragon in front of Duan Ling Tian. This 8-clawed divine dragon isn't real but merely a projection. Such a projection is generally found in inheritances. How did you find such an inheritance? The inheritance of an 8-clawed divine dragon would certainly be remarkable. Elder Huo, this is no inheritance but. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He knew Elder Huo had misunderstood the situation. He recounted everything to Elder Huo and repeated the divine dragon's words from earlier. After hearing what Duan Ling Tian say, Elder Huo asked, "Dragonization? He really said that he'll bestow upon you dragonization?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "First, it said that I've passed the test, and he'll keep his words to my master, Feng Qingyang, and bestow upon me dragonization." Elder Huo, what's dragonization? Do you still remember the enlightenment I've given you previously? Elder Huo asked. He did not answer Duan Ling Tian's question. Of course, I remember. Duan Ling Tian nodded. My true origin transformed into the sun true origin because of your enlightenment. Moreover, according to what you've said, every three-legged golden crow could only enlighten someone once in their entire life. In that regards, Duan Ling Tian had always been grateful because it was a secret technique that Elder Huo could only use once in his life. For Elder Huo to bestow that favor on him, that favor was higher than the sky and deeper than the ocean to him. Elder Huo, why do you ask? Does it have something to do with dragonization? Duan Ling Tian asked after he regained his senses. Yes, Elder Huo answered, for the dragon clan, all dragons with 7 or more claws could gift a human dragonization. The process of gifting a human dragonization is similar to the enlightenment I've given you. Every divine dragon that has more than 7 claws can also only gift a human dragonization once in their whole life. Similar to how you gave me the flame of sun. Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise as his eyes lit up. His true origin had transformed into the sun true origin due to the flame of sun Elder Huo had given him. Naturally, the full potential of the flame of sun had yet to be revealed since it would improve as his cultivation base improved. Yes, Elder Huo responded again. Elder Huo, what's dragonization? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Dragonization means the ability to morph into a dragon. Naturally, it doesn't mean you'll transform into a divine dragon. Humans will stay human. The gift of dragonization is merely another technique. Moreover, after humans receive the gift of dragonization, although they would be able to transform into a dragon, they wouldn't transform into a dragon per se. They would transform into a humanoid dragon warrior. Elder Huo continued saying, after humans are gifted with dragonization, they would be able to grow dragon scales or control their limbs and grow dragon claws. Furthermore, they could even grow a dragon tail if they want to. Dragon warrior. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows as he heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried the dragonization would turn him into a divine dragon. He was human after all. He could not accept transforming into a divine dragon. He, naturally, felt relieved after listening to Elder Huo's words. At this moment, the 8-clawed divine dragon spoke again, my projection won't be able to last long. Now, relax, and don't resist no matter what happens to your body. Do as he said, he's going to gift you dragonization soon. Elder Huo's voice was transmitted into Duan Ling Tian's ears following that. Duan Ling Tian instinctively relaxed his body and shut his eyes before he said, Senior, I'm ready. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he discovered an extremely terrifying aura rushing in his direction. He was completely shrouded by that aura in just a blink of an eye. Following that, Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense waves of mysterious energies fusing with his body after they entered through his pores. In the beginning, the energies were fairly gentle. However, when they entered his body, they began to move about in a frenzy. If it was not for the reminder by the 8-clawed divine dragon, Duan Ling Tian would have used his sun true origin to resist. Currently, he had to endure even if he felt it was intolerable. As time passed, more and more powerful energies entered his body, making him feel that it was even more unbearable. Sweat began to appear on Duan Ling Tian's forehead. The pain in Duan Ling Tian's body made him tremble violently. He could not help it. Due to the immense pain, he almost cracked his teeth from how hard he was clenching them. His sweat dripped down and soaked his clothes in just a blink of an eye. It's not over, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after half an hour had passed. Although only half an hour had passed, it felt like half a century to him due to the pain. 10 hours had passed as Duan Ling Tian suffered from pain in his body. At this point, he was already mentally numb. A day had finally passed before Duan Ling Tian realized all the pain in his body had disappeared. Alright, I've gifted you with dragonization. With this, it can be considered that I've kept my promise to Feng Qingyong. My projection is going to disappear soon. I'll transmit all the information regarding dragonization to you now. Keep your divine consciousness open, the 8-clawed divine dragon said. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered a wave of information had appeared in his mind. Due to the reminder from the 8-clawed divine dragon, Duan Ling Tian did not reject the information. About 15 minutes later, the transmission of information finally ended. Little one, soar to the Devata realm as soon as possible. We'll meet again sooner or later. At that time, you'll have to buy me a drink. Those were the words of the 8-clawed divine dragon before it disappeared. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw the 8-clawed divine dragon vanishing without a trace. Then, he began to process the information about dragonization that the 8-clawed divine dragon had given him. It's exactly like what Elder Huo said. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian realized the information he received was similar to what Elder Huo had told him. However, there was additional information. It taught him how to transform into a dragon warrior. It's actually quite complicated. Let's try transforming my left arm into a dragon's arm. After processing all the information he received, Duan Ling Tian discovered that it was quite complicated to use the dragon energy gifted to him by the 8-clawed divine dragon to transform into a dragon warrior. After studying it for some time, he was barely able to mobilize the dragon energy to transform his left arm. Following that, with one thought, the dragon energy stirred and eventually transformed his left arm into a divine dragon's arm. His fingers had also, accordingly, turned into dragon claws. There was a total of 8 claws on his hand. 8-clawed dragon warrior. At the same time, Elder Huo's voice sounded in a timely manner. You're quite lucky to be given the gift of dragonization by an 8-clawed divine dragon. You should know that an 8-clawed divine dragon is also an extremely rare existence in the Devata realm. It did not cross my mind there would be one in this world. Moreover, he seems friendly with your master, Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you the gift of dragonization that he could only gift once. When you meet your master in the future, be sure to thank him properly, Elder Huo said. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses at once after hearing that. He then recalled what the 8-clawed divine dragon had said at the very beginning. He had said that he was only gifting Duan Ling Tian with the gift of dragonization due to the promise he made to his master, Feng Qingyang. My arm. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian discovered that his left arm seemed to possess an explosive force after transforming into a dragon arm. He lifted his dragon arm and clenched his dragon claws before he punched outward. The air stirred and exploded in the wake of his fists immediately. The strength of that punch made Duan Ling Tian realized how big an improvement the dragonization had given his strength. A dragon warrior's strength lies with body combat. When you're in close proximity with your opponents, weapons aren't as useful as fists and punches, Elder Huo said. Currently, your Sun True Origin is comparable to the strength of an intermediate Divine Saint stage martial cultivator. When you use your Sun True Origin to mobilize the dragon energy and transform into a dragon warrior, even a martial cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage wouldn't dare to engage you in body combat without other techniques to rely on. After transforming into a dragon warrior, not only would your strength increase, but even your defense would be stronger. Although it's far inferior to a real 8-clawed divine dragon, it's still a lot stronger than ordinary 6-clawed divine dragons. It's on par with a 7-clawed divine dragon. After hearing that, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He vaguely understood what Elder Huo was trying to say. I need to further master the correct method to fully transform into a dragon warrior. However, it's not important now. Duan Ling Tian did not forget where he was at the moment. He looked straight ahead at the lake before him as though he had sensed something, and his eyes lit up immediately. Such dense aura, it's coming from the bottom of the lake. It seems that the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool, is under this lake. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian moved and disappeared from where he was like a ghost. In the next instant, the sound of water splashing could be heard as Duan Ling Tian dove into the lake. Chapter 1869 The Mysterious Force Within Dragon Cleansing Pool. After entering the lake, Duan Ling Tian realized that aura was even denser. It's at the bottom of the lake. Duan Ling Tian dove to the bottom of the lake before he straightened his body with his feet on the ground. He walked around as though he was walking on dry land. The water was not an obstacle to him. At the bottom of the lake, not a single fish could be seen. There was only seaweed everywhere. There, with the almost magnetic pull of the aura, coupled with his sensitivity, he soon pinpointed the place and made his way to a growth of seaweed. However, when Duan Ling Tian saw there was nothing else apart from the seaweed, he was baffled. What's going on? The aura obviously came from here. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian used his Sun True Origin and removed the seaweed. After he removed the seaweed, his eyes immediately lit up. A palace was located beneath the seaweed. At this moment, he was hovering above the palace. There was a layer of translucent veil that kept him and the water in the lake out. I should be able to enter. Duan Ling Tian tried to pass through the translucent barrier. His feet touched the barrier, and he discovered the barrier did not repel him. Just as I expected, there's no problem with entering. A few moments later, Duan Ling Tian walked through the barrier and appeared above the ancient and magnificent palace. Duan Ling Tian looked at the opening. Behind the opening, he saw the bottom of the lake where he was at previously. Could the dragon cleansing pool be in the palace? Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the palace as he descended and made his way to the palace door. He studied the palace before him intently. The palace was not very big, but it emitted an ancient aura. It was this aura that had caught Duan Ling Tian's attention earlier. The dragon cleansing pool is in there. Duan Ling Tian did not linger outside the palace, his mind was entirely focused on the dragon cleansing pool. After pushing open the palace door and entering it, he realized it was misty inside. There was a gigantic pool under the mist. It was filled with milky white liquid that emitted an enticing aura. The aura had more than the heaven and earth spirit energy, it seemed to contain something else as well. This is the dragon cleansing pool. After Duan Ling Tian activated the strange pupil, he could see through the mist, allowing him a clear view of the dragon cleansing pool. The dragon cleansing pool looked like an ordinary pool, but it was surrounded by 9 divine dragon statues with long bodies. The tails of these divine dragon statues went straight into the dragon cleansing pool while their head rested all over the place with their mouths open. The faint heaven and earth spirit energy was devoured by them before it was infused into the dragon cleansing pool. Duan Ling Tian tentatively put his hand into the dragon cleansing pool after he arrived by its side. The milky white liquid in the dragon cleansing pool was cool to the touch and a dense heaven and earth spirit energy flowed into Duan Ling Tian through his hand. Along with it, a mysterious force also flowed into his body. After the latter flowed in, the sun true origin in his body instinctively circulated it through his body using the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Moreover, even the dragon energy that allowed him to transform into a dragon warrior that was given to him by an 8-clawed divine dragon was also affected by the force. It became agitated before it went into a frenzy. Duan Ling Tian could not control it at all. What's this? Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened as he quickly withdrew his hand. The sun true origin and dragon energy in his body quietened down immediately. Go in, there shouldn't be a problem. At the same time, Elder Huo's voice rang in his ears. Elder Huo, earlier Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly after he heard Elder Huo's words. Although he trusted Elder Huo a lot, his earlier experience with the pool left him with fear in his heart. He quickly recounted what had happened to Elder Huo. Don't worry, it's just the dragon energy in your body resonating with the force in the dragon cleansing pool. If I'm not mistaken, not only will your cultivation base increase tremendously after you enter the dragon cleansing pool, but you'll probably benefit in other ways as well. You said your sun true origin circulated the force with your cultivation method. This means your cultivation method is also compatible with that force, Elder Huo said. It seems like this dragon cleansing pool is very suitable for you. At this moment, I can't tell you how you'll benefit from entering the dragon cleansing pool. However, I'm certain it'll only benefit you and won't harm you. The mysterious force resonates with the dragon energy in my body and is compatible with my cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He was not surprised the force resonated with the dragon energy in his body since he had obtained it from this place and from an 8-clawed divine dragon. However, he was surprised that his cultivation method was also compatible with that force. My cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, is created on Cloud Continent by the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Even the Rebirth Martial Emperor didn't cultivate it. When I came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 9 divine dragon silhouettes would appear when I mobilize the heaven and earth spirit energy and true origin when I cultivate using the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. It seems impossible for the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique that was created by the Rebirth Martial Emperor to have anything to do with the force in the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique was created by the Rebirth Martial Emperor who once stood at the peak on Cloud Continent. However, even the Rebirth Martial Emperor in his prime was nothing compared to the current Duan Ling Tian. Regardless of how strong the Rebirth Martial Emperor was, he was merely the best on Cloud Continent. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian could be considered as an elite in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Dragon Cleansing Pool was the Saint Land of the Dao Martial Saint Land's lower province's Dragon Clan. No matter how he thought about it, he could not find any connection between the two of them. So be it. Since I can't figure it out, I'll just stop thinking about it. Since Elder Huo said there's no problem with the Dragon Cleansing Pool, I'm sure it's fine. Duan Ling Tian stopped thinking about the matter after he regained his senses. In just a move, he dove into the dragon cleansing pool. At the instant Duan Ling Tian entered the dragon cleansing pool, he discovered the milky white liquid in the dragon cleansing pool was cooling. His clothes evaporated as soon as it came in contact with the milky white liquid. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have removed my clothes before coming in. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he saw this. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes when he sensed something. Following that, his body seemed to have frozen like a statue as he fell into the dragon cleansing pool. What's happening? Duan Ling Tian discovered he no longer had control of his body the moment his body fell. However, his current situation was still a lot better compared to the situation he was in when he first came in. Apart from not being able to control his body, Duan Ling Tian could still control his divine consciousness at least and observed his surroundings. I've regained control of my body. A few moments later, Duan Ling Tian discovered he had control of his body again. After he regained control of his body, he was shocked to discover the chaotic situation in his body. Firstly, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy and the mysterious force in the dragon cleansing pool had entered his body. It was fine if that was it. The problem was his sun true origin, the dragon energy, and the energies from the dragon cleansing pool had already begun to circulate in his body according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. From the beginning until now, Duan Ling Tian did not do anything at all. It had circulated on its own. In fact, there was nothing he could do at all. He could only stand idly as it circulated on its own. Is this still my body? Duan Ling Tian felt bitter when he felt the 4 different energies in his body circulating through his 99 saint veins. He felt as though his body was no longer his own. Fortunately, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. His cultivation base was also progressing at an extremely terrifying speed. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool was in a different league compared to the spirit pool in the mystical sky mansion. The latter would be completely absorbed by Duan Ling Tian with his current cultivation base. However, the former seemed to have an endless supply. Based on the current speed, it won't take long for me to enter the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the improvement in his cultivation base. If nothing changed, and the speed of his progress remained the same, it would take him 15 days at most to successfully break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage. What's going on? When Duan Ling Tian calmed down, he discovered 2 of the 4 forces in his body was acting abnormally. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy and the sun true origin in his body were fine. However, the mysterious force had led the dragon energy astray as the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique stopped circulating suddenly. Duan Ling Tian immediately circulated the energies using the 9 Dragons War Sovereign on his own. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is indeed related to the mysterious force. However, what is it trying to do now? Duan Ling Tian realized that the mysterious force had actually led the dragon energy to each part of his body. After a few moments, he discovered his skin had begun to change. Dragon scales began to appear on his body. Furthermore, his hands and legs had also morphed into dragon hands and legs. Each of his hand and leg had 8 claws, and they gleamed sharply in the light. It was as though they were able to tear anything apart. What's happening? I haven't even fully mastered the method to transform into a dragon warrior. It's just directly helping me to transform into a dragon warrior. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Chapter 1870. 8-clawed to 9-clawed. What was even more shocking had yet to happen. Duan Ling Tian discovered when the mysterious force fused with the dragon scales and dragon claws on his body, it changed dramatically. Firstly, not only did the dragon scales become tougher, but it also became as dark as ink. As for his dragon claws, he previously had 8 claws on each of his hand and leg. Currently, a 9th claw had appeared. Did this not mean he was similar to 9-clawed divine dragon? 9 claws. Duan Ling Tian stared at his dragon claws with his mouth agape. His face was filled with surprise and amazement. Based on what he knew, the 9-clawed divine dragon was the most powerful in the dragon clan. Even in the Devata realm, a fully grown 9-clawed divine dragon was an elite and powerful presence on par with a heaven emperor. Previously, he was given the ability to dragonize into an 8-clawed dragon warrior by the 8-clawed divine dragon. He would have been considered an extremely powerful dragon warrior. However, he seemed to have transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. An 8-clawed divine warrior is a dragon warrior whose dragonization is given by an 8-clawed divine dragon. A 9-clawed dragon warrior would have to be given the gift of dragonization by a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, the mysterious force in the dragon cleansing pool has given me 9 claws and made me a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Ling Tian could clearly felt the explosive power contained within a dragon warrior's body when he slightly clenched his fists and stretched his body. For example, his left arm with 9 claws was much stronger compared to when it had 8 claws. Apart from that, the dragon scales on his body had also become tougher. When Duan Ling Tian saw the changes, he immediately called out, "Elder Huo. How did you do that?" When Elder Huo discovered Duan Ling Tian had turned into a 9-clawed divine dragon, his voice was trembling when he spoke, "9-clawed dragon warrior. It's a rarity even in the Devata realm. How did you become a 9-clawed dragon warrior?" Duan Ling Tian had known Elder Huo for quite a long time, but this was his first time seeing him losing his composure. Based on Elder Huo's reaction, Duan Ling Tian was certain he had indeed transformed into a 9-clawed divine dragon. "Elder Huo, the mysterious force I told you about earlier did this." Duan Ling Tian explained. "Just like you said, the force resonated with the dragon energy in my body and is compatible with my cultivation method." Before Elder Huo could react, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have sensed something as his face changed drastically. The force has disappeared. What's going on?" "If I'm not mistaken, the mysterious force you mentioned should be related to a 9-clawed divine dragon. It seems that a 9-clawed divine dragon had once appeared in this mundane realm. If a divine dragon with less than 8 claws encounters that force, it would merely cleanse his meridians that will help increase his innate talent. Once it encounters an 8-clawed divine dragon, he would obtain the chance to transform into a 9-clawed divine dragon." Elder Huo's voice was solemn as he said, "Naturally, even if an 8-clawed divine dragon entered this place, the chance to transform into a 9-clawed dragon is extremely slim. However, the conditions for transformation are not as strict since you're an 8-clawed dragon warrior. This is why you easily transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Although the strength of a 9-clawed dragon warrior is not comparable to a real 9-clawed divine dragon, it's comparable to a real 8-clawed divine dragon. With your Sun True origin that's comparable to an intermediate Divine Saint stage powerhouse. After you activate the dragon energy and transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, you'll be able to easily defeat ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the Divine Saint stage even if you don't rely on other techniques." Elder Huo's contained traces of shock and admiration. "So strong." Duan Ling Tian gasped. It should be noted that previously Elder Huo had said even a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage would not dare to fight him in body combat without utilizing other techniques. Currently, Elder Huo had said that he could easily defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage without using any other techniques. What a huge difference. If I'm not mistaken, since that force is compatible with your cultivation method, I'm sure your cultivation method will go through some changes as well, Elder Huo said. The benefits left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon is definitely not going to be simple. Changes in his cultivation method. After Duan Ling Tian heard Elder Huo's words, he began to take note of the circulation route of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. In the beginning, it was fine. As time passed, shock and amazement were apparent on his face. It really changed. Duan Ling Tian discovered that even though the circulation route of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique did not deviate much, there were a lot of small changes. It was all these small changes that would increase the efficiency of his cultivation speed by another fold. That's the benefit left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened. He really felt the trip into the dragon cleansing pool was well worth it even if there was no improvement in his cultivation base. Whether it was his transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior or the changes in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, both would have a huge impact in the future. I don't know if there's still any of the mysterious force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon in the dragon cleansing pool. Following that, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness began to search the dragon cleansing pool. In the end, he realized he could no longer detect the mysterious force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Elder Huo, the force seemed to have disappeared. Will it still appear in the future? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo. It would no longer appear, Elder Huo said. At the same time, the members of the dragon clan who enter the dragon cleansing pool 5,000 years later will no longer be able to improve their innate talent. They'll only be able to improve their cultivation base in a short time at most by relying on the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy. This is because the force left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon has completely been absorbed by you. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck when he heard Elder Huo's words. That actually happened. If people from the dragon clan knew his entrance to the dragon cleansing pool would lead to such consequences, they would probably want to kill him, grind his bones to dust and scatter it. After all, the dragon cleansing pool was of great significance to the dragon clan not only because it contained 5,000 years worth of heaven and earth spirit energy, but it was also due to the unique force left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian calmed himself down. People from the dragon clan must never learn of what happened here. Otherwise, they would never let it go. Duan Ling Tian was very cautious in this regard. Right, the dragon tail. Elder Huo said that I'll be able to grow a dragon tail in my dragon warrior form, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he turned around to look behind him. As soon as the thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, and he turned around to look behind him, a shadow shot out from behind him like a bolt of lightning. After a short moment, a long tail appeared before him. It was a dragon tail covered with black dragon scales. Unlike the tail of an ordinary divine dragon, the end of the tail did not have the mane that divine dragons had. The end of Duan Ling Tian's tail was extremely sharp. It gleamed sharply in the light. As a human who had suddenly grown a tail, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, felt uncomfortable. However, after spending some time getting used to it, not only could he control the tail as he pleased, but he could even attack with his tail. Whether it was by whipping or stabbing, it was both powerful and terrifying. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian realized he could now freely transform into a dragon warrior. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian liked his dragon warrior form since it was comparable to an eight-clawed divine dragon. The powerful body of an eight-clawed dragon was not something human bodies could compare to. Although his body was far superior compared to ordinary humans even before this, the gap had widened even more when he was in the dragon warrior form. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian simply stayed in the dragon cleansing pool in the dragon warrior state and freely absorbed the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool to cultivate. With the changes in the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation speed was 1 time faster than it was compared to before. In 10 days at most, I'll be able to break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage. At that time, with the Sun True Origin, my strength will be comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Duan Ling Tian felt very confident due to the environment in the Dragon Cleansing Pool and the changes in the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. As the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy surged into Duan Ling Tian's body continuously, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique transformed the heaven and earth spirit energy into Sun True Origin efficiently. Duan Ling Tian, who was enjoying the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the Dragon Cleansing Pool, seemed to have forgotten about time. Duan Rufeng and the other two were still waiting at the entrance of the Dragon Cleansing Pool. As for clan leader Di Shan, his whereabouts were unknown. It's almost 3 months. Why isn't Tianer out yet? Duan Rufeng, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and looked at the door that led to the Dragon Cleansing Pool with a slight frown on his face. If it was not for his son's soul pearl that remained unshattered in his hands, he would have assumed that his son met with an accident inside the Dragon Cleansing Pool. After all, almost 3 months had passed. Based on what he knew, even members from the Dragon Clan who entered the Dragon Cleansing Pool previously only stayed inside for 2 months. Naturally, he had also heard this from Di Shan. According to Di Shan, the member from the Dragon Clan would be sent out as soon as their innate talent and cultivation base had improved to a certain level. The time one spent inside depended on one's potential. However, Duan Rufeng did not know the reason the members from the Dragon Clan were sent out early was due to the interference of the force left behind by the nine-clawed divine dragon. Since its existence relied on the heaven and earth spirit energy, therefore, it did not want the members from the Dragon Clan to absorb too much heaven and earth spirit energy. However, currently, the force had been completely absorbed into Duan Ling Tian's body and no longer existed. Chapter 1871 The Tragedy, Duan Ling Tian. The absence of the nine-clawed divine dragon's force meant that Duan Ling Tian would not be forcefully sent out. Since that was the case, it was possible for Duan Ling Tian to completely absorb all the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy inside the Dragon Cleansing Pool. At that time, who knew how much he would improve? However, it would certainly improve by more than 2 stages at least. After all, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in there had been accumulated for 5,000 years. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all this. He did not know how long he had spent inside the dragon cleansing pool. He opened his eyes and glanced at the water level in the dragon cleansing pool. He discovered he had merely absorbed less than a tenth of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy inside the dragon cleansing pool. My cultivation base has progressed from the intermediate divine saint stage to the peak of the divine saint stage after absorbing a tenth of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool. If I could absorb them all, doesn't it mean I'll be able to break through from the divine stage to the exemplary saint stage? When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his breathing quickened immediately. He did not expect the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy accumulated in the dragon clan's saint land, the dragon cleansing pool, would be so over the top. It made him feel surreal. However, with so much heaven and earth spirit energy here, how long does it take to absorb them all before I can leave? Duan Ling Tian thought about this soon after. As soon as he thought about this, Duan Ling Tian saw a flash before his eyes. In the next instant, he felt as though he was suffocating. Then, he felt his feet were back on dry land. Tianer. Simultaneously, a familiar voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could tell it was the voice of his father, Duan Rufeng. Usually, Duan Ling Tian would be happy to hear Duan Rufeng's voice. Why am I here? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw the valley before his eyes. One should remember he had merely absorbed less than a tenth of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy inside the dragon cleansing pool. Why am I sent out when I've merely absorbed less than a tenth of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy inside the dragon cleansing pool? Could it be due to the thought I had earlier? My last thought seemed to be about exiting the place. Is that really the reason? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. He was completely frozen. It was not until a loud noise sounded that Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. Then, he immediately rushed to the door that led to the dragon cleansing pool that was closing before he even responded to his father's question. Duan Ling Tian rushed through the door as quick as lightning before the door closed. However, even when he passed through the door, he was still in the valley. He was not transported back to the dragon cleansing pool. I can no longer enter it. Duan Ling Tian realized the futility of his action at this point. When he looked up again, he instinctively looked at the door and saw that it was slowly disappearing after the door had closed. It slowly turned translucent before it completely disappeared before his eyes. Tianer, Duan Rufeng was baffled. Since he had been outside the entire time, he did not know what was going on. He even felt glad when he saw his son had come out, who knew his son would not only ignore him, but his son even wanted to re-enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, the dragon cleansing pool only opened once every 5,000 years. Once someone entered it, no one else could enter for another 5,000 years. After the person who went in came out, the door to the dragon cleansing pool would be closed until it appeared again in another 5,000 years. At that time, they could open the door to the dragon cleansing pool with the sun key and lunar key again. Father, now that Duan Ling Tian had time to respond to Duan Rufeng, he did not know what to say except to smile bitterly. Young Mansion Master, Ji Yu Li and Ku Mi, who also sat cross-legged in the air, had opened their eyes. As soon as they opened their eyes, they looked at Duan Ling Tian. An expression of surprise was on their faces. They both sighed in relief when they saw Duan Ling Tian had come out safely. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Duan Rufeng and the others, Duan Ling Tian told them about his blunder. A blunder that cost him the chance to absorb more of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy inside the dragon cleansing pool and cultivate. The chance was there for him to rapidly break through from the divine saint stage to the exemplary saint stage, but he did not cherish it properly. If heaven gave him a chance to do things over, he would not think about leaving. Damn it, it was because he thought about leaving that he was sent out by the dragon cleansing pool. Is that possible? Ji Yu Li was dumbfounded. He expected Duan Ling Tian to squeeze every last drop of benefit he could get before leaving. However, Duan Ling Tian had only absorbed less than a tenth of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy inside dragon cleansing pool. Moreover, he had personally sent himself out. Although it was unintentional, it was still a fact. As for Duan Rufeng and Ku Mi, they remained silent, feeling somewhat sorry for Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian was quite pitiful. Never mind, if it's meant to be, it will be. I'll just have to live with this. I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian quickly came to terms with this matter when he saw how concerned the other three were. Even if it's the peak of the divine saint stage, one should not be in a rush to break through. Sooner or later, one would still be able to break through. Moreover, his biggest gain was not the improvement to his cultivation base from the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy, it was the fact that he was now a 9-clawed dragon warrior and the changes in the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Both were much more valuable than the improvement of his cultivation base. Moreover, I merely spent less than 3 months to break through to the Mastery Divine Saint stage from the Intermediate Saint stage. That itself is worthy of others' envy. Once Duan Ling Tian came to terms with this, he was able to let the matter go. Having seen Duan Ling Tian was unaffected by the matter, Duan Rufeng and the other two were no longer worried when they saw Duan Ling Tian was no longer affected by this matter. They were really worried Duan Ling Tian would not be able to let the matter go. Nothing's certain. I'll ask Di Shan again when we leave. We'll see if there's another way to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Duan Rufeng comforted him. Father, that's not necessary. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The door that led to the dragon cleansing pool had disappeared. He was absolutely certain the final answer would be the same even if Duan Rufeng spoke to Di Shan. He believed his father knew that as well. His words were just to comfort him. Although Duan Ling Tian said it was not necessary, Duan Rufeng still casually asked Di Shan before they left the dragon clan and returned the lunar key. Clan leader Di Shan, if someone was sent out by accident after entering the dragon cleansing pool for less than a month, is it possible for them to re-enter it? Impossible. Di Shan shook his head. For those who had entered the dragon cleansing pool, no matter how long they were in it, there's no possibility of them re-entering it. The dragon cleansing pool only opens once every 5,000 years, and only one person may enter every time. Naturally, Di Shan did not think Duan Rufeng was asking the question on his son's behalf. This was because he knew Duan Ling Tian was in the dragon cleansing pool for more than 2 months. In his opinion, it was normal. There was no way an accidental departure could happen. After hearing Di Shan's words, Duan Ling Tian completely let the matter go. Although he previously felt that it was unlikely, he still had a small ray of hope in his heart when he heard his father's question to Di Shan. After listening to Di Shan's answer, he felt slightly disappointed. However, he put on an expression of realization when he heard Di Shan's reply. Di Shan sighed as he watched Duan Ling Tian and the others leave. He seemed to have aged overnight. The Dragon Clan had suffered double losses in the 5-year pact they made. Not only did they lose the future clan leader of the Dragon Clan, but they had also lost the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool that would only appear once every 5,000 years. If the matter was heard by the Upper Province's Dragon Clan, he would inevitably suffer from rumors when he goes to the Upper Province's Dragon Clan in the future because the Lower Province's Dragon Clan had never had such a useless clan leader like him. On the other hand, after Duan Ling Tian and the others left the Dragon Clan, they immediately returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. After I returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion and accompany Mother, Little Fair, and Nianer for a while, I'll go to the Upper Province to look for Ka. During their journey back, Duan Ling Tian had already begun to make plans. There was no benefit to him, his family or the Azure Cloud Mansion if he continued to stay at the Lower Province. Moreover, I have to return to Windfall Nation before leaving the Lower Province. I have to see if Tian Wu has returned and bring senior brother and Uncle Feng to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Staying at the Azure Cloud Mansion is much safer than staying in Windfall Nation. Even as Duan Ling Tian prepared to head to the Upper Province, he did not forget about his family and friends. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that during the 3 months he spent in the dragon cleansing pool, news about him had spread everywhere. Duan Ling Tian, the lucky guy who obtained the devil-seal tablet several years ago, was the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, it caused a commotion among those who heard the news. It can't be. The person who obtained the devil-seal tablet back then. He's actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I originally thought that man had disappeared completely. As it turns out, he did not disappear. He's just at the Azure Cloud Mansion. As the news spread, similar remarks were heard everywhere. Outside the Dragon Clan's lair, the 5-clawed green dragon, Qing Yan, who was also one of the 5-clawed divine dragon elders, stood in the air while he looked in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He muttered, Duan Ling Tian, Azure Cloud Mansion. Prepare yourselves for the powerhouses from the Upper Province. I will now head to the Upper Province to spread the news about the devil-seal tablet being in possession of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As soon as Qing Yan finished speaking, he disappeared immediately. He was heading to the passage that connected to the Upper Province at lightning speed. Chapter 1872 Xiaolan. Bai Yao. When they were about to reach the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Rufeng seemed to have recalled something and said to Duan Lingtian, Tianer, judging by the time, Xiaolan and Bai Yao should be back at the Azure Cloud Mansion. Now, Bai Yao. When Duan Lingtian heard those names, he trembled a little before he came to a halt. His eyes were filled with anxiety when he looked at the Azure Cloud Mansion again. Back then, when he first arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion and learned that his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he had thought about the two girls whom his mother brought away from Cloud Continent, Xiaolan and Bai Yao. He had heard from his mother that Xiaolan and Bai Yao had gone out to experience life, and it would take a while before they would return. At that time, he had sighed in relief since he was not ready to face both of them. When he heard his father mention their names, it was as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood unmoving for a while. Ling. When Ji Yu Li saw Duan Lingtian had stopped moving, he followed suit as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. However, before he could speak, he was stopped by a look from Duan Rufeng, who had also stopped moving. He instantly swallowed the words he was about to say. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed unaware of the three people who had also stopped at his side. His thoughts had drifted to back when he was still in Aurora City in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. That was when he had met Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao. He still remembered the first time he saw Xiaolan. It was at the Xiao clan in Aurora City. Back then, Xiao clan was giving Hidden Dragon invitations for the Hidden Dragon ranking. He could still remember clearly when he first saw Xiaolan. The girl's long and soft hair was like a waterfall. Standing in the misty morning dew, she looked like a goddess who had fallen from heaven. She was stunningly beautiful. Back then, she was also a famous beauty with countless admirers. As for the first time he met Princess Bai Yao, it was at the third prince's mansion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At that time, she was seated beside the third prince with her soft, flowing hair behind her. Her pretty cheeks could captivate people with just a glance, and her seductive cherry-like lips could make people lust over her. From the very beginning, he had treated them as friends. Who knew when both girls had fallen for him? Xiaolan had even left Aurora City to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City to look for him. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought both of them would gradually forget about him after he had left the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, who knew both girls did not forget about him after his departure. They had even accompanied his mother in his place and helped him fulfill his filial duties. Otherwise, his mother might not have brought them along and leave Cloud Continent. It has been so many years. Perhaps their feelings toward me have changed. After all, they were still young then. It could be considered as puppy love, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he regained his senses. Naturally, this was just his own assumption. This would be the best ending for him, his two fiancées, and Tian Wu. He was willing to treat both girls as sisters. They had grown close to his mother over the years. It was not a big deal for him to treat them as family. Although Duan Lingtian thought this way, he knew this was his own wish. He had no idea what Xiaolan and Bai Yao's thoughts were. Their thoughts were the ones that mattered. If they had let him go, it would certainly make things easier. Otherwise, he really did not know what to do. Naturally, he would not shirk his responsibility. If they had let go of him, then it would be easy. Otherwise, he really did not know what to do then. Father, while they continued on their journey, Duan Lingtian called out to his father, but he could not finish his sentence. Tianer, how do you feel about Xiaolan and Bai Yao? Duan Rufeng asked solemnly. Father, I merely treat them as close friends. I didn't have any other thoughts. I thought they would forget about me after I left the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Who would have known not only did they not forget about me, but they also treated mother so well and fulfilled my filial duties on my behalf in a way, Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile. Don't blame your mother. She brought them to the Azure Cloud Mansion when she saw how determined both of them were. Moreover, both of them had a pleasant personality. She did it with good intentions, Duan Rufeng said. Although what his mother did was excessive, her intentions were not malicious. After all, both girls had spent days and nights with her. She would definitely want such daughter-in-laws. He understood his mother. However, he did not know how to face Xiaolan and Bai Yao. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, Father, I haven't met them for so many years. In your opinion, how do they feel about me now? How do they feel about you? Who should I ask to give you an answer? When you return and see them, you'll naturally know how they feel about you. Duan Rufeng was momentarily speechless before he burst out laughing when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. How would he, as the father, know the girl's feelings toward him? Duan Lingtian nodded. Some things were bound to happen. There were things he would have to face eventually. Tianer. Suddenly, Duan Rufeng's face turned serious again as he said, no matter if it's Xiaolan or Bai Yao, your mother and I share the same sentiment. You must not mistreat the. Both of them are good girls. It wasn't easy for them to leave their hometown for you. There was something that Duan Rufeng did not tell Duan Lingtian. After he brought his wife along with Xiaolan and Bai Yao to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he and his wife had asked the girl's opinion before. If they wanted to go back, they would be willing to send them home. However, their repeated questioning would always lead to the same answer. They wanted to stay. Duan Rufeng did not tell this to Duan Lingtian was because he was worried Duan Lingtian would feel pressured after hearing it. He would have to face all of that on his own. Naturally, even though he had to face certain things on his own, there were words Duan Rufeng had to say in order to avoid hurting the two girls. Father, how could I mistreat them? After hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. I have spoken to your mother about this. You've not seen each other for so many years. If there are no feelings, we won't force the matter as well. At that time, your mother and I will take them in as our goddaughters. Naturally, your mother and I hope that you all would try and stay together. If it's not possible, then it just means there's no fate between all of you. Duan Rufeng continued saying. That was the only thing they could do. Everything depended on Xiaolan and Bai Yao's opinion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian hoped they no longer have feelings for him. In that case, he would not have to hurt both girls' feelings and could still face his two fiancées and Tian Wu. As a man, it would be a lie if he said he did not want many wives. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had to consider the feelings of both his fiancées and Tian Wu whose current whereabouts were unknown before he could even think of getting more wives. Especially when his fiancée, Ka, was still waiting to be rescued at the fire worship sect. Was he still a man? He got together with Xiaolan and Bai Yao at such a time? If they still feel the same for me, I can only give them my words. They must wait until I bring Ka back and find Tian Wu. At that time, I'll have to ask for Ka, little fair. And Tian Wu's opinion and permission. If it works, then we can be together. If it's not possible, then father and mother will have to take them in as goddaughters. I'm willing to be their brother. Soon after, he made up his mind. At least, he could still handle it no matter what the situation was. After some time, a vast lake appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was the crouching dragon lake surrounding the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. They knew they were home when they saw the crouching dragon lake. In the past, Duan Lingtian was a wanderer without a home in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After he discovered his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had begun to treat it as his home in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because his father, mother, and family members were here. Home, to him, was where one's family was at. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian had immediately gone to see Li Fei. The reason he did not see his mother immediately was not that he was unfilial. It was because his father had gone to see his mother. He would only be a nuisance if he went to see his mother now. Father. Once he entered the door, Duan Lingtian saw a small figure rushing up and jumping into his arms. It was his son, Duan Niantian. Duan Lingtian caressed his son's tiny head and asked with a smile, Nianer, did you miss me? Yes. Duan Niantian nodded like a chick pecking grains on the ground as he looked around with his big round eyes. Nianer is not the only one who misses you. Mother misses you as well. Mom, father's back, father's back. Following that, before Duan Lingtian could react, Duan Niantian turned around and yelled excitedly while he looking toward the house. A few moments later, a graceful and seductive figure walked out. Li Fei had a smile on her face. You're back. I'm back, Duan Lingtian answered as he stepped forward. With one hand holding his son, he reached out with his other hand to pull Li Fei into his arms in a possessive manner. He took a sniff of Li Fei's pleasant scent as he said, Little fair. I've missed you. Chapter 1873 Reunion. After many years, Duan Lingtian felt he was the luckiest man in the world with one arm wrapped around Li Fei and the other wrapped around his son. Little fair, look how big Nianer has grown. Shall we hold our wedding ceremony? Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei softly. Li Fei is still his fiancée since they were not officially wedded. Li Fei would only be considered as his wife after they held a wedding ceremony. I'm waiting for younger sister Ka. Li Fei rejected Duan Lingtian decisively after listening to his proposal. Li Fei continued to say, Ka and I had an agreement to become your brides together in the past. How can I be at ease during our wedding when she's held captive in the fire worship sect in the upper province? Can you please promise me this, scoundrel? I'll be upset if you don't. Why do you want to wait unnecessarily? Duan Lingtian laughed. However, when he saw how determined Li Fei was, he gave in to her. Okay, I promise you. Although I've not had a wedding ceremony with you and Ka, both of you are already my wives in my heart. Li Fei did not say anything when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She only hugged him tightly, enjoying the moment. It was as though she thought she was going to lose him in the next moment. Scoundrel, when do you plan to go to the upper province? Li Fei asked after some time. Very soon, Duan Lingtian said with a flash in his eyes. You must bring younger sister Ka back along with her child, Li Fei said. Unfortunately, I'm useless and can't be of any help. There was a hint of self-blame when she spoke, and she had a sorry and ashamed expression on her face. How are you useless? Don't speak like this again in the future. Without you, would I have such an adorable son? Duan Lingtian shook his head before he shifted his gaze to his right arm that was holding his son. He found his son had already fallen asleep. Their son had fallen asleep as both of them spoke. During the 3 months you're not around, Nianer has been looking for you since a month ago. He asked me if you've abandoned him. Although I've tried explaining it to him, he still frequently wakes up shouting, Father. Li Fei felt pleased when she noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze on their son. Initially, she was worried her son would not be close to his father, Duan Lingtian, since they had never met prior to this. However, Li Fei did not expect Duan Niantian would grow so attached to Duan Lingtian in such a short time. It was probably due to their blood connection. Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao have returned, Li Fei suddenly said to Duan Lingtian. I've heard about this from father. Duan Lingtian nodded. As Li Fei leaned against Duan Lingtian, she said, I know currently you're not in the mood to accept other women into your life, but Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao are different. Since they came to Azure Cloud Mansion, they've been looking after your mother as if she's their own mother. I know they do this because of you. You should accept them after Ka's return. I have no objections, Li Fei took the lead and said as though she was not jealous. Naturally, Li Fei was jealous. However, she was a kind woman who understood Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ru. At the same time, she was also moved by Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao's affections toward Duan Lingtian. Therefore, she had no objections. What are you saying? I have no such intentions. Duan Lingtian shook his head and denied while he tightened his hug on Li Fei. Li Fei's understanding character had melted his heart. He felt extremely lucky to have such a wife in this lifetime. It was a great blessing to him. They were young girls when they fell for me. It has been many years since then, they might have grown out of their feelings, Duan Lingtian said. He did not notice the bitter smile on Li Fei's face when he spoke. She knew Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao still had affections toward her man. She did not tell Duan Lingtian this. Duan Lingtian did not leave home for the next few days. He stayed home and accompanied Li Fei and his son since he would be leaving to the upper province soon. Therefore, he treasured all the time he had with his wife and son. A few days later, Rong Yuan came looking for Duan Lingtian. Young Mansion Master asked me to invite you over, Rong Yuan said. Apart from Mansion Master and Madam, Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao are there as well. You cannot avoid the unavoidable. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and nodded before he said, Please give me a moment, Elder Rong. Duan Lingtian left with Rong Yuan to the mansion his father and mother was staying in after he spoke to Li Fei and patted his son on the head. He was rather nervous during his journey there even though he had already mentally prepared himself for this day. In just a few moments, he would be seeing Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian knew he could not and should not avoid this matter any longer even if he was not fully prepared for it. There were certain things that one just had to face no matter what. Father, Mother. Duan Lingtian greeted Duan Rufeng and Li Ru. His gaze wandered to the two young women beside Li Ru after greeting his parents. These two young girls were both very charming. Duan Lingtian recognized them immediately. They were none other than Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao. Although many years had passed, Duan Ling Tian still managed to recognize them in an instant. Their appearance had changed, but apart from looking more mature, they still looked the same. Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao looked at him as he looked at them. Duan Ling Tian. Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao paused for a moment before blushing. Although many years had passed since they last met Duan Ling Tian, but to them, it seemed like yesterday when they last met. This is due to the fact that since they arrived at Azure Cloud Mansion, apart from the time they accompanied Li Ru, they spent the rest of their time focused on their cultivation. They did not notice the passage of time at all. Therefore, their feelings toward Duan Ling Tian was still like it was in the past. This is the worst-case scenario. When Duan Ling Tian saw Xiaolan and Bai Yao's response when they saw him, he knew their feelings toward him were still the same. This was Duan Ling Tian's biggest fear. He had to admit that although he was not willing, he felt proud in the depth of his heart that Xiaolan and Bai Yao were still in love with him. This was evidence of his charm. Duan Ling Tian greeted them with a smile and said, "It has been a long time since we last met." Both Xianlan and Princess Bai Yao was so nervous that they could not even speak. In comparison to the calm Duan Ling Tian, they felt nervous when they see him. "Father, Mother, I would like to talk to them in private." Duan Ling Tian transmitted his voice to Duan Ru Feng and Li Ru when he noticed Xiaolan and Princess Bai Yao's discomfort. "Tianer, don't you dare bully Lanur and Yaoer, or else I'll punish you," Li Ru warned Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. "Take your time." Duan Ru Feng's response is short and simple compared to Li Ru's voice transmission. Duan Ru Feng and Li Ru made an excuse to leave after a while, leaving Duan Ling Tian alone with Xiaolan and Bai Yao in the room. However, Xiaolan and Bai Yao did not relax after Duan Ru Feng and Li Ru left. Instead, they became even more tensed. "I understand your affections toward me," Duan Ling Tian said bluntly when he saw both of them keeping quiet. It made both of them even more nervous. "I think both of you know it's impossible for me to accept you in such a short time. Additionally, I will be leaving for the upper province soon. You must have heard that my fiancé, Ka, has been taken by the fire worship sect in the upper province," Duan Ling Tian said. "It is impossible for me to accept another woman before rescuing Ka since it's disrespectful to her and both of you. I think you'll also be disgusted with me if I did that." Xiaolan and Bai Yao both nodded in agreement as Duan Ling Tian spoke. They were not surprised by Duan Ling Tian's words. They knew he would not develop a relationship with them before he successfully rescued Ka. It was just like he said. If he was able to accept them at such a time, they would only look down on him and think of him as irresponsible. "Apart from that, I have another soulmate," Duan Ling Tian continued as he thought of Tian Wu. "Is she Tian Wu?" Xiaolan asked. "You've heard of Tian Wu?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned by that question. "We've heard about Tian Wu from elder sister Fair. We know that Tian Wu had sacrificed her life for you in the past," Bai Yao said. Bai Yao and Xiaolan admired Feng Tian Wu very much when they heard about what she had done from Li Fei. This was also due to both Li Fei and Ka's recognition of Feng Tian Wu and Duan Ling Tian's affection toward her. Furthermore, both Bai Yao and Xiaolan admired Feng Tian Wu because she was a girl that was true to herself. She was even willing to sacrifice her life for the person she loved. It was no ordinary feat. "What you said is true." Duan Ling Tian nodded as he recalled the events that happened in the past. Chapter 1874, The Powerhouse from the Upper Province. "Tian Wu, are you doing well?" When Duan Ling Tian recalled Feng Tian Wu in their past, he became even more worried about her since her location was still unknown to him. However, he quickly regained his senses when he discovered that Xiaolan and Bai Yao were still standing in front of him. "Not only do I have to find Ka, but I have to find Tian Wu as well. I'm not in the mood to get into any relationship with any women before I find them. Even when I find them, I'll still have to ask for Little Fair and the others' opinion about the matter regarding both of you and me," Duan Ling Tian said. When he reached the end of his sentence, he found it difficult to look them in the eyes. When Xiaolan and Bai Yao heard his words, they exchanged a look. They could see the bitterness in each other's eyes. However, this was their own choice, so they did not regret it. Whether it was the current Duan Ling Tian or the Duan Ling Tian from the past, he was the man they had set their hearts on. They would not marry anyone else but him in this lifetime. They would rather remain alone for the rest of their lives if they could not marry him. "I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Duan Ling Tian knew his words were harsh. When he felt the tense atmosphere, he looked for an excuse to leave. At the same time, regrets filled his heart. He felt sorry toward Xiaolan and Bai Yao. He did not wish for things to end up like this. However, this was the only option he could think of. Both of them were equally important to him. It was a difficult decision for him. If we're destined to be together, I'll make it up to both of you in the future, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after he left. During the next few days, Duan Ling Tian accompanied his wife and son until he was interrupted by someone coming to challenge him. Young Mansion Master, I heard you've defeated the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, who was at the early exemplary saint stage, even though your cultivation base is at the intermediate divine saint stage. I'd like to have a friendly match with you. I wonder if it's convenient for you. The person who came to look for Duan Ling Tian was none other than the leader of the Black Armored Army, Centurion Tong Zhang. Apart from being the centurion of the Black Armored Army, he was also Ku Mi's direct disciple and was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land before Duan Ling Tian defeated Diju with his cultivation base at the divine saint stage. As news of Duan Ling Tian's victory spread, the title of being the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage had shifted to Duan Ling Tian instead. Centurion Tong, you would like to have a friendly match with me. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Tong Zhang's words. In his opinion, although Tong Zhang was powerful, he was only at the peak of the divine saint stage. Perhaps, Tong Zhang was a lot stronger than all the martial cultivators and member of the Dragon Clan at the peak of the divine saint stage in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, he did not stand a chance in winning at all if he were to fight someone at the exemplary saint stage or above. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not think Tong Zhang was a match for him. I know I'm not your match, young Mansion Master. However, after I heard about how you defeated Diju from Master, I feel really eager to have a match with you. Currently, I only lack a chance of breaking through to the exemplary saint stage. Perhaps, the chance might come from our match, young Mansion Master, Tong Zhang said, explaining the reason he came to challenge Duan Ling Tian. Although nothing was certain, he still wanted to give it a try. He did not want to miss even the smallest chance to make a breakthrough. Since you're so eager, I'll, naturally, agree to Centurion Tong's request. Duan Ling Tian immediately agreed to Tong Zhang's request when he heard his explanation. Since the other person was not an outsider, he would, naturally, help if it was within his capability. He was not so petty as to reject such a small request. Thank you, young Mansion Master. Tong Zhang was delighted when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Pick a place, Duan Ling Tian said to Tong Zhang. Tong Zhang nodded before he set the venue on the surface of the crouching dragon lake that was situated 10 miles away to the north of the main mansion. Although Duan Ling Tian and Tong Zhang did not speak about their friendly match to anyone, the black armored guards stationed at the crouching dragon lake had spread the news about it. Therefore, a large group of people was already there before they even began their match. The majority of the spectators from the Black Armored Army. He's the young Mansion Master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. Many eyes were looking at Duan Ling Tian. Some of them contained shock, but most of them contained respect. Although Duan Ling Tian had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for quite some time, in order to avoid trouble due to the Devilseal tablet in his possession, not many people knew he was the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, when news of Duan Ling Tian going to the Dragon Clan to fulfill the 5-year pact spread, the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion were shocked. It was only then they realized the Azure Cloud Mansion had a young Mansion Master. Not only that, but their young Mansion Master had inherited their Mansion Master's innate talent. He was only so young, but his cultivation base was already at the intermediate Divine Saint stage. Moreover, they even heard their young Mansion Master had killed Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon from the Dragon Clan, even though his cultivation base was only at the intermediate Divine Saint stage. They even heard Diju's cultivation base was at the early Exemplary Saint stage. Defeating someone at the early Exemplary Saint stage with just a cultivation base at the intermediate Divine Saint stage was so far-fetched that they would not have believed it if it did not happen. Since this news was spread by the Dragon Clan and the person involved was their young Mansion Master, they did not doubt the authenticity of the news at all. They were just shocked. After all, not everyone would be able to do this. Young Mansion Master is someone who could even kill a 5-clawed golden dragon at the early Exemplary Saint stage. Isn't Centurion Tong just looking for trouble by challenging him? That's right, Centurion Tong is widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage prior to this. Currently, the title has been given to Young Mansion Master. Is this the reason why Centurion Tong challenged Young Mansion Master? Could he be unhappy about this matter? Humph. So what if he challenges Young Mansion Master? He'd only humiliate himself in the end. I can't believe our Azure Cloud Mansion would have such an outstanding Young Mansion Master. With him around, Azure Cloud Mansion will still have its glory for several hundred more years. The crowd of black armored guards and some ordinary Azure Cloud Mansion's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. They were filled with confidence toward Duan Lingtian. As for Tong Zhong, he no longer seemed to shine as brightly as before. I heard our Azure Cloud Mansion's Young Mansion Master is that young man called Duan Lingtian who possesses the Devilseal Tablet. The Devilseal Tablet is an item everyone covets. If news of this spread out, I'm afraid the Azure Cloud Mansion wouldn't be peaceful anymore. That's right, even powerhouses from the upper province will definitely make their moves to snatch it when they learn that our Young Mansion Master possesses the Devilseal Tablet. For this reason, it's not a good thing for the Azure Cloud Mansion that Young Mansion Master has the Devilseal Tablet in his possession. Many people's expressions contained a hint of dread. They were all eager to persuade Duan Lingtian to throw the Devilseal Tablet away. After all, the Devilseal Tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking and was extremely valuable. It was due to this reason that many people coveted it, and this included powerhouses from the upper province as well. Many people from the Azure Cloud Mansion felt a sense of danger as though they had a bullseye painted on their backs. Soon after, the crowd's attention shifted back to the two people. This was because one of them had finally begun to make his move. It was Tong Zhong, the centurion of the Black Armored Army, who made the first move. He charged toward Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. Put everything else aside, based on the speed he displayed, nobody at the peak of the Divine Saint stage was a match for him. As expected of someone widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the Exemplary Saint stage. I think nobody below the Exemplary Saint stage can compare to his speed. A hint of admiration appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he saw Tong Zhong's speed. Then, in a manner that was neither hurried nor slow, he made his move as well. Duan Lingtian clenched his right hand and threw a punch that contained Sun True Origin without any fancy moves. His speed was lightning fast as it charged directly at Tong Zhong who was flying rapidly in his direction. Tong Zhong did not choose to evade the attack. Instead, he chose to meet Duan Lingtian's punch directly. Although Tong Zhong had used all his strength, the moment his fist collided with Duan Lingtian's fist, whether it was his punch or the energy contained in his punch, they were all mercilessly overpowered by Duan Lingtian. Tong Zhong's body trembled before he was sent flying, throwing up a mouthful of blood, as his energy was suppressed. He appeared extremely wretched. With just one blow, fist versus fist, Tong Zhong had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Tong Zhong then made his move again, but he did not dare to be arrogant or reckless. He used his territory, martial tactics, and a medium-grade divine ability that he had just mastered no too long ago. Indeed, at this moment, Tong Zhong was fighting with all his might. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he was still weak. Although Duan Lingtian showed mercy, he still defeated Tong Zhong in within 10 moves. After all, his strength was no longer like before. Just his Sun True Origin alone that was at the Eminent Saint stage was comparable to the strength of a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's superior physique without even transforming into a dragon warrior and his other techniques, it was impossible that Tong Zhong was a match for him. Moreover, he did not use any of his divine abilities. If he used his divine abilities, it would only take him a move to defeat Tong Zhong. While Duan Lingtian was engaged in a friendly match with Tong Zhong, in the frontier land to the east of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in a restaurant in a town of moderate size, news about the Young Mansion Master Young of Azure Cloud Mansion possessing the Devilseal Tablet began to spread. The Young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. I've waited several years, I finally found a clue. Looks like my trip to the lower province is not in vain. At a table in the corner of the restaurant, a middle-aged man who was dressed in a grayish-white long robe stood up. This man had crossed eyes and appeared fierce. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a friendly person. In the next instant, he vanished from the restaurant. Nobody saw how he left. In fact, nobody had noticed his departure at all. Meanwhile, at the frontier to the east of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a streak of light moved in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion at lightning speed. Chapter 1875 Calamity. The fact that a young mansion master with a monstrously high innate talent had suddenly appeared in the Azure Cloud Mansion was supposed to be a joyous matter. However, when they learned the young mansion master was Duan Ling Tian who possessed the devil-seal tablet, many people found it difficult to feel happy. In their opinion, the devil-seal tablet was similar to a time bomb. If it exploded, they would undoubtedly be injured. Although they found it difficult to feel happy, they did not dare to verbalize it since the person in question was their mansion master's son. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Mansion Master Duan Rufeng reigned supreme. No one dared to provoke him at all. However, there was no wall in this world that did not have a crack. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned about this matter. He was not upset since it was the truth. The devil-seal tablet was indeed like a time bomb in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, after he discussed the matter with Ji Yuli, they decided they would leave the lower province to the upper province after 2 weeks. The existence of the devil-seal tablet was indeed a time bomb for the Azure Cloud Mansion. After Duan Ling Tian left Ji Yuli's residence, he went to look for his parents. "Father, Mother, I'll be leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion in 2 weeks with Ji Yuli." Duan Rufeng nodded his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He had been prepared for this since a long time ago, so he was not surprised. Although Li Ru had prepared herself for this as well, she could not conceal the longing expression on her face. "Are you sure?" Li Ru took a deep breath before she could finally calm down. Then, she said, "Since you've already made up your mind, make sure you accompany Fair and Nianer more in the next 2 weeks. They must feel reluctant to part with you as well. However, since you have to rescue Ka, you have no choice but to leave." A worried expression appeared on her face when she finished speaking. Ka. In the past, not only was she Duan Ling Tian's childhood playmate, but that young girl was also the daughter-in-law she knew the longest. Her love toward that daughter-in-law was in no way inferior to her love for her son. She was very worried as well when she learned her daughter-in-law was trapped in the fire worship sect in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian nodded immediately upon hearing Li Ru's words. In the next 2 weeks, he would not leave his wife and son's side. Even if he had to return to Windfall Nation to bring his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, and the others, he would bring his wife and son along as well. In the coming days, a day spent together would be a day earned since he did not know how long it would take him to return to the lower province after going to the upper province. Go accompany Fair and Nianer," Li Ru advised him. Duan Ling Tian nodded his head again. After he bade his parents farewell, he turned around and left. He did not see the tears streaming down Li Ru's face when he turned to leave. A mother would always be worried about her child all the time. In this world where the strong ones were revered, she could not help but feel worried when she thought about the danger lurking in the world. After Duan Ling Tian parted ways with Duan Rufeng and Li Ru, he made his way to his wife and son's residence. It was not too long before he came to a halt. A hint of a bitter expression appeared on his face as he greeted Xiaolan and Bai Yao who were making their way toward him. Xiaolan and Bai Yao did not expect to meet Duan Ling Tian as well. They were originally chatting happily among themselves, but they immediately fell silent as colors crept onto their cheeks when they saw him. "Both of you," Duan Ling Tian began to say something to the 2 girls when he was interrupted by a sinister-sounding voice. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian, right?" Duan Ling Tian had never heard this voice before, so he was certain this person was a stranger. Before Duan Ling Tian could react, a gust of wind blew in front of him before a figure suddenly appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing a grayish-white long robe. He had crossed eyes and looked fierce. With just a look, one could tell he was not a friendly person. Duan Ling Tian could sense this man who had suddenly appeared did not come with good intentions. With a hint of dread on his face, he asked, "Who are you?" "You don't have to know, nor do you have any right to know who I am. All you have to know is the reason I came today is for the devil-seal tablet," the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. His tone was arrogant and domineering. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly grave when heard the man had come for the devil-seal tablet. He knew he had guessed correctly. This man indeed did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the fact that the man had managed to appear without being detected meant that he was strong as well. The devil-seal tablet is not something that trash from the lower province should possess. I'll give you a span of 3 breaths to hand over the devil-seal tablet to me. Otherwise, you'll die. The moment these words left the middle-aged man's mouth, a terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, his expression turned grim. He did not expect the man would speak so rudely. Duan Ling Tian subtly took a deep breath to suppress the flames of wrath in his heart as he said, I don't have the devil-seal tablet. Meanwhile, he had also figured out the man was not from the lower province based on his words. Earlier, he had referred to him as trash from the lower province. He would not have used the word lower province with the word trash if he was from the lower province as well. The span of 3 breaths soon passed by. However, Duan Ling Tian still did not make any move. Looks like you don't have any regard for my word. The middle-aged man became furious immediately when he saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring him. His crossed eyes gleamed fiercely as his body emitted a murderous intent. In that case, I'll grant you your death wish. After I kill you, not only will the devil-seal tablet belong to me, but everything in your spatial will belong to me as well. The moment these words left his mouth, he strode forward. It did not seem like he made any moves. However, as soon as he placed one of his feet down, a vast and powerful energy swept down from the sky toward Duan Ling Tian. It made Duan Ling Tian feel as though a gigantic hammer had landed on him. Watch out! At the moment the middle-aged man strode forward, both Xiao Lan and Bai Yao instinctively flew in front of Duan Ling Tian to shield him. At this moment, not only did the 2 women look fearless, but they even looked determined. They had no regrets if they could use their lives to protect the person they loved. Perhaps, this might even be the best ending for them. Move! Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave as soon as the middle-aged man's foot landed on the ground. He quickly activated the dragon energy using his Sun True Origin. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, golden crow's wings. At the same time, a pair of golden wings abruptly appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back after he had transformed into a dragon warrior. The wings were from the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian flew in between Xiao Lan and Bai Yao at the speed of light. He extended his hands and pushed both of them away. Previously, Tian Wu had almost died because of him. At that time, he had sworn he would not allow anyone to risk their lives for him. He would not allow another woman to die for him. Due to this reason, when he saw Xiao Lan and Bai Yao intended to use their bodies to shield him, his mind went blank. He could not think of anything but to use all his techniques and charge toward them at the fastest speed to push them away. As soon as Duan Ling Tian pushed Xiao Lan and Bai Yao away, before he could even react, he felt a terrifying energy had landed on his body. A loud noise reverberated in the air. Apart from feeling dizzy, he felt as though he was flying in the air. It was only when his body landed on the ground violently that he regained his senses. Although Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and his body was ridiculously powerful, he felt as though every bone in his body was broken. He could not move at all as he lay on the ground. The wave of energy that had landed on him was just too powerful. Wait a minute, he seemed to have withdrawn his energy earlier. Otherwise, based on the terrifying aura he emitted when he released his energy, I would have died even if I've transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. But, why did he show mercy at the critical moment? Duan Ling Tian was curious as he struggled to get up. However, he discovered he could not get up at all. The injuries in his body were just too serious. His muscles were torn, and his bones were broken. It would take some time for him to heal himself. Are you okay? 2 voices sounded in unison. In the next instant, a nice fragrance wafted into his nose as 2 beautiful figures appeared next to him. They were none other than Xiao Lan and Bai Yao, who were so anxious that tears were streaming down their faces. When they saw Duan Ling Tian struggling to get up, they anxiously lifted him up. They did not seem bothered by the dragon scales covering his skin. Bitterness filled their hearts as they lifted Duan Ling Tian up. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian had pushed them away for their own good, they did not feel happy at all. Instead, they felt bitter. Tian Wu was allowed to risk her life for him, but they did not even have the right to risk their lives for him. It was good that Duan Ling Tian was unaware of their thoughts. Otherwise, he would only be rendered speechless. After the 2 girls lifted Duan Ling Tian up, he looked at the middle-aged man standing in the distance. He noticed a hint of dread in the middle-aged man's eyes as he looked at him. Didn't you want to kill me? Why did you show mercy? Duan Ling Tian asked in his deep voice as he took a deep breath and healed his injuries slightly. I'm giving you another chance. You've seen my strength. I can kill you easily if I want to. Hurry up and hand over the devil-seal tablet now. Stop testing my patience. The middle-aged man snarled as his eyes shone coldly. Chapter 1876 Duan Ling Tian's Wrath. However, Duan Ling Tian saw through the ferocious facade the middle-aged man had put on. It seems like he's afraid of something. However, what's there for him to be afraid of? If I have to guess, the only possible thing is my dragon scales. Could it be that he knows that I'm a dragon warrior? After Duan Ling Tian thought about it, he could only come up with this conclusion. If the other party recognized his dragon scales, he must know that he had transformed into a dragon warrior. To be more accurate, he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. According to Elder Huo, the 9-clawed dragon warrior was as rare as a phoenix's hair even in the Devata realm. One would need a 9-clawed divine dragon to bestow one the gift of dragonization in order to become a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Could it be that he thinks I have a 9-clawed divine dragon supporting me? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, even he felt it was far-fetched. If he really had the support of a 9-clawed divine dragon, would he still need to go to the upper province to rescue Ka? He would have asked the 9-clawed divine dragon to speak to the fire worship sect. Would the fire worship sect dare to disobey and not send Ka back to him? However, Duan Ling Tian knew he was the only one who thought like that. Other people might not share the same thought as him. It was apparent that the powerhouse who seemed to have come from the upper province had become wary of him. Otherwise, he would not have put on such a fierce facade. Tianer. As soon as the middle-aged man's words left his mouth, an anxious voice resonated in the air. As it turned out, it was Duan Rufeng, accompanied by Ku Mi and Rong Yuan. They very quickly arrived next to Duan Ling Tian, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao. Tianer, are you all right? Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's pale face, Duan Rufeng did not even bother to ask about the dragon scales covering his skin. He only cared about his son's safety at this moment. Father, I'm fine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He only suffered from internal injuries, and he would recover quickly if he was given some time. At the same time, a gust of wind blew past Duan Ling Tian. Ku Mi, who was originally standing next to Duan Rufeng, had made his move. It seemed as though he had turned into a gust of wind as he charged toward the middle-aged man standing in the distance. The Azure Cloud Mansion is not a place you can act as you like. Ku Mi snarled as he made his move. Stop, Elder Ku. Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian as he said in panic. He did not expect Elder Ku would immediately make a move on that middle-aged man. Since Duan Ling Tian was injured by the middle-aged man, he was very clear about the middle-aged man's strength. His cultivation base had to be above the quintessential saint stage. Let alone Ku Mi, even his father Duan Rufeng, was no match for middle-aged man. As a loud bang reverberated in the sky, Elder Ku's body mysteriously came to a halt before it exploded into a bloody mist that fell like rain. Ku Mi. Horror dawned on Rong Yuan's face. He did not expect his longtime friend would die in front of him. Elder Ku. Duan Rufeng's expression turned grim as well. Ever since he became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Ku Mi and Rong Yuan had always been his right and left hand. After all this time, he no longer treated the two old men as his subordinates. However, Ku Mi had been killed right in front of his eyes. He immediately began to see red. In just a blink of an eye, a great and terrifying devil chi surged out of Duan Rufeng's body and began to spread out. Although it was not aimed at Duan Ling Tian, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao, they found it hard to breathe and felt unwell. Meanwhile, the devil chi continued to increase quickly. Duan Rufeng's aura became even more terrifying as time passed. Father, no, when Duan Ling Tian discovered Duan Rufeng had disappeared from his side, horror dawned on him. He did not think his father would be able to successfully seek revenge for Elder Ku. The middle-aged man was just too strong. Although your cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, your strength's comparable to an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator. Not bad. Unfortunately, even if your strength is at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, you're no match for me. The middle-aged man's cold voice resonated in the air. Based on his words, his cultivation base was even higher than the peak of the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, he began to make his move. No, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his head was going to explode when he saw the middle-aged man was about to make his move again. He was horrified. No. Similarly, Xiaolan and Bai Yao had a horrified expression on their faces as well. Terror could be seen in their eyes. Meanwhile, Rong Yuan had also flown out to aid Duan Rufeng. Although he knew he was no match for the middle-aged man, he did not hesitate at all. He had no regrets if he could die for his Lord Mansion Master. As two loud noises sounded in the air, Duan Rufeng and Rong Yuan were sent flying by that middle-aged man in unison like arrows that had been shot out. They were sent flying for quite a distance before Duan Rufeng finally managed to come to a halt in a wretched manner. Rong Yuan, on the other hand, crashed violently on the ground. His face was pale. It was apparent he suffered greater injury compared to Duan Rufeng. This was not unexpected since he was much weaker than Duan Rufeng. However, this time, it was apparent the middle-aged man had shown mercy and did not kill them as he had killed Qi. Otherwise, whether it was Duan Rufeng or Rong Yuan, it would have been impossible for them to survive. At the same time, Duan Lingtian only heard the short-lived sound of wind whistling. In the next instant, a person had appeared in his sight. That person was just a foot away from him. It was none other than the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man pushed Xiaolan and Bai Yao away before he lifted his leg and stomped on Duan Lingtian's body, sending him crashing to the ground. Duan Lingtian, who was originally injured, could not even get up after he had fallen to the ground. Upon seeing this, Xiaolan and Bai Yao, naturally, could not hold back. Despite knowing they were no match for the middle-aged man, they still made their moves. Both of you are just like a mantis trying to block a chariot. The middle-aged man said indifferently as he sent Xiaolan and Bai Yao flying without so much as moving a finger. The middle-aged man lifted his feet again and stomped on the dragon scales on Duan Lingtian's chest. He looked down on Duan Lingtian domineeringly as he said coldly, "I told you not to test my patience. You're scared." Duan Lingtian, who was being stomped by the middle-aged man, felt extremely humiliated. At the same time, his cracked lips that were dyed with blood began to form a peculiar smile. Scared? When the middle-aged man heard his words, his heart jolted. However, his expression remained fierce. "Me? Scared? How ludicrous. What's there for me to be afraid of?" Duan Lingtian stared into the middle-aged man's eyes as his eyes shone brightly before he answered with a smile, "A nine-clawed divine dragon." Nine-clawed divine dragon. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the middle-aged man's ears, it was as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. This was because Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Initially, the middle-aged man planned to kill Duan Lingtian as quickly as possible to obtain the devil tablet. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian transformed into dragon warrior, he discovered that not only was Duan Lingtian a dragon warrior, but he had 9 claws. He was not as simple as a 7 or 8-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. To become a dragon warrior, one had to receive the gift of dragonization from a dragon with at least 7 claws. A person that was bestowed the gift of dragonization by a 7-clawed divine dragon would become a 7-clawed dragon warrior. Similarly, someone who was bestowed the gift of dragonization from an 8-clawed divine dragon would become an 8-clawed dragon warrior. In the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had only heard of 8-clawed dragon warriors. 8-clawed dragon warriors were considered legendary beings in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, today, he had encountered a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Usually, a 9-clawed dragon warrior was someone who was bestowed the gift of dragonization by a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, he had never heard of such things in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the very least, there were no 9-clawed dragon warriors that had appeared in the history of Dao Martial Saint Land as far as he knew, let alone a 9-clawed divine dragon. The dragon warrior usually had a close relationship with the dragon clan's member who had bestowed the gift of dragonization to him. The middle-aged man did not dare to risk offending the 9-clawed divine dragon if it found out about today's matter. He was deeply afraid, therefore he had shown mercy earlier and spared Duan Lingtian's life. If he did not show any mercy, it would have been difficult for Duan Lingtian to escape death even after he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. "You're smart." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning the 9-clawed divine dragon, various expressions fleeted across the middle-aged man's face. In the end, he did not deny it. Instead, he praised Duan Lingtian. "However, my words still hold true. I admit I don't dare to kill you and those close to you out of fear of the 9-clawed divine dragon supporting you. However, it'll be easy for me to kill the others." The middle-aged man said coldly, "If you don't wish to see the Azure Cloud Mansion turn into a river of blood, you better hand the devil-sealed tablet over to me. Why you dare? When Duan Ling Tian heard the middle-aged man admitting that he feared the nine-clawed divine dragon supporting him, he thought the middle-aged man would not dare to act recklessly. He did not expect the middle-aged man to threaten him, turn the azure cloud mansion into a river of blood. Don't doubt my determination, I'm a man of my words, the middle-aged man said coldly. His crossed eyes glinted sinisterly. As long as he did not kill the nine-clawed dragon warrior and those close to him, the arrogant nine-clawed divine dragon would not seek revenge from him for snatching a super saint weapon away from Duan Ling Tian. Faced with the middle-aged man who was like a cold-blooded animal, although Duan Ling Tian was unwilling, he could only obediently hand over the devil-sealed tablet. This was because he did not wish to implicate the Azure Cloud Mansion. After obtaining the devil-sealed tablet, the middle-aged man clicked his tongue and smiled. How naive. I daren't kill you and those close to you due to my fear of the nine-clawed divine dragon doesn't mean that I daren't kill those who are not close to you. Those words earlier were just said to make you give in. You actually believed me, you've angered me, and it can only be washed away with fresh blood. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, he left with the devil-sealed tablet as murderous intent surged out of his body. You dare? Duan Ling Tian was so furious that his eyes almost popped out of its sockets. He did not expect the middle-aged man would go back on his words after obtaining the devil-sealed tablet. He instantly felt the flames of wrath in his heart was on the brink of exploding. In this life, if I, Duan Ling Tian, don't kill you, I'm not a human. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned red as killing intent rose from his body. It had been such a long time since he felt such wrath. It had been such a long time since he felt so eager to kill somebody. Chapter 1877 Black Kshetra Sect, Xianxia. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the dragon warriors had always been an extraordinary existence. This was because every dragon warrior would have the support of a divine dragon that had 7 claws or more behind them. Each divine dragon with 7 claws or more could only bestow the gift of dragonization once in its entire life. Due to this reason, every dragon warrior usually had the support of the divine dragon that had bestowed the gift of dragonization on him. A 7-clawed dragon warrior would have a 7-clawed divine dragon supporting him. An 8-clawed dragon warrior would have an 8-clawed divine dragon supporting him. A 9-clawed dragon warrior would have a 9-clawed divine dragon supporting him. In the long history of Dao Martial Saint Land, there were many 7-clawed dragon warriors that had appeared, including a few 8-clawed dragon warriors. Once, somebody had killed a 7-clawed dragon warrior. In the end, that person was killed by the 7-clawed divine dragon. Once, somebody had killed a close relative of an 8-clawed dragon warrior. Due to this reason, that person was killed by an 8-clawed divine dragon. Somebody had also annihilated the entire sect that an 8-clawed dragon warrior was in except for the 8-clawed dragon warrior, his family, and close friends. However, the 8-clawed divine dragon did not seek revenge from the person when it found out about it. Somebody had also snatched a super saint weapon from a dragon warrior, and the divine dragon did not seek revenge on behalf of that dragon warrior. These incidents that happened in the past were proofs that the protection from the divine dragons with 7 claws or more was limited. Due to this reason, the powerhouse from the upper province who came to the Azure Cloud Mansion with the intention to snatch the devil-sealed tablet had shown mercy and did not kill Duan Ling Tian after he had transformed into a dragon warrior. The middle-aged man, Xianxia, who had flown away and was prepared to slaughter the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion after snatching the devil-sealed tablet away, muttered to himself with a grim expression, "Damn it. Why must that fellow be a 9-clawed dragon warrior? If he's only a 7-clawed dragon warrior, I can still kill him. I, Xianxia, am not afraid of those few 7-clawed divine dragons in the upper province anyway." Based on his words, he was bold enough to kill a 7-clawed dragon warrior and was not afraid of a 7-clawed divine dragon at all. Currently, there are no 8-clawed divine dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land, so where did this 9-clawed divine dragon come from? Looks like the reason Duan Ling Tian is able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior must be due to him obtaining the gift of dragonization left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon a long, long time ago. That 9-clawed divine dragon must have risen to the Devata realm and must be extremely powerful. Xianxia was uncertain if the 9-clawed divine dragon paid any attention to Duan Ling Tian or not, so he did not dare to take the risk and act recklessly. If he was wrong, he would die. After all, even a 9-clawed divine dragon would only be able to grant dragonization to a person once in his entire life. It was impossible that the nine-clawed divine dragon did not have high regard of Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he did not dare to kill Duan Lingtian and those close to him. Naturally, he felt very stifled because of this. Suddenly, a group of black armored guards appeared in Xiezong's sight, causing his eyes to lit up immediately. As soon as Xiezong saw the group of patrolling black armored guards, they noticed him as well. They surrounded him and asked, "Who are you?" However, they soon realized that as the middle-aged man standing nearby lifted his hand and fisted his hand, the air in their surroundings seemed to grow heavy. It pressed down on them until it was difficult for them to move. A series of loud explosions resonated in the air as the black armored guards exploded one by one, leaving behind a bloody rain. After killing the group of black armored guards, Xiezong's heart felt less stifled. Xiezong narrowed his crossed eyes and smiled sinisterly as he muttered, "This is only the beginning." Stop. At this moment, a voice rang out. As it turned out, it was Duan Rufeng who had been following Xiezong to stop him. "If it isn't for the fact that you're Duan Lingtian's father, I would have killed you. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Tisk tisk, just a mere leader of a quasi-third-rate force, and you actually dare to make so much noise in front of me, Xiezong." Xiezong glanced at Duan Rufeng coldly and casually pushed one of his hand out. At once, the air vibrated and a vast and invisible energy swept out, sending Duan Rufeng flying again. Even someone as strong as Duan Rufeng could barely endure a blow from him. Humph. At the same time, as though Xiezong had sensed something, his eyes turned cold as he pushed with the back of his hand. As a loud bang reverberated, the air trembled. A wretched figure was sent flying backward suddenly. It was a black-clad man. Due to the reason he was dressed entirely in black from head to toe, one could not see his appearance clearly. As he was sent flying, he threw up a mouthful of blood. Wu Ying. Horror dawned on Duan Rufeng, who was sent flying into the distance when he saw this. The person tried to sneak an attack on Xiezong was none other than Wu Ying. Wu Ying was a mysterious and elusive person in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He was even more mysterious than Duan Rufeng, the mansion master. However, every member of the Azure Cloud Mansion knew Wu Ying was like their mansion master's shadow. Most importantly, he excelled in sneak attacks similar to a ghost. Although his strength was weaker than Duan Rufeng might not be able to kill someone as easily as he could due to his stealthiness. However, today, even he had missed his mark. Based on this, one could tell Xiezong's strength was far superior to Wu Ying. With Wu Ying's sneak attack, even an ordinary early quintessential Saint stage powerhouse would be taken by surprise and be killed. However, this person called Xiezong actually detected him when he was about to make his move. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage might not be able to do this. There was a hint of dread in Duan Rufeng's eyes when he looked at Xiezong again. It's very likely that his cultivation base is above the quintessential Saint stage. Lord Xiezong. Xiezong's eyes turned cold as he was about to kill Wu Ying when a voice resonated in the distance. An ancient figure appeared, accompanied by that voice. With just a glance, Xiezong could tell it was one of the watchers in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was a divine Saint stage martial cultivator sent by a first-rate force from the upper province. Yes, faced with this watcher, Xiezong had an indifferent expression on his face. In fact, upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of irritation as well. It was clear he did not have high regard for the other person. The watcher was an old man. It was clear he felt awkward when faced with Xiezong. How could he not feel awkward? Not only was Xiezong stronger than him, but even his background was not something he could compare to. Although the force the watcher was from was a first-rate force in the upper province, he was merely an ordinary elder. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the awful lower province. However, Xiezong was someone from one of the three great sects, the Black Kshetra sect. Not only that, but he had a high position in the Black Kshetra sect too. Even the leader of the upper province's first-rate force behind him would have to treat him with respect, let alone someone like him. Lord Xiezong, the rules prohibiting powerhouses above the quintessential saint stage from coming to the lower province and killing indiscriminately as agreed upon by the three great sects, including your sect. Is it okay for you to kill as few people as possible? Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to come up with an explanation to my superiors if news of this spread out, the watcher said humbly to Xiezong with a wry smile. Humph. Upon hearing the watcher's words, Xiezong snorted coldly in disdain. If somebody blames you for neglecting your duty because of this incident, you can always ask him to come to the Black Kshetra sect to look for me, Xianxia, for an explanation. Go to the Black Kshetra sect to look for him for an explanation. The Watcher smiled wryly. It was very likely that the leader from the first-rate force he was from would not dare to go to the Black Kshetra sect to look for Xianxia to ask for an explanation. Put aside the fact that Xianxia was an elder in the Black Kshetra sect, his father was one of the 4 great Karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect. In the Black Kshetra sect, when the 4 great Karmapas joined forces, they could even defeat the sect leader. Based on that, one could see how strong they were and how high their positions were. Xianxia glanced at the Watcher disdainfully before he shifted his gaze back to Yu Wuying. He smirked coldly. You must be unrelated to Duan Ling Tian. In that case, I'll send you to hell. The moment his words left his mouth, horror dawned on Duan Rufeng's face. The expression of the face hidden underneath the black cloth turned grim. Why would a mighty Black Kshetra sect's elder come to the lower province to flaunt his strength? At the moment Xianxia was about to make his move, an indifferent voice sounded. It seemed as though the voice came from every direction. At the very least, it sounded that way to everyone present on the scene except for Xianxia. However, upon hearing that voice, Xianxia immediately shifted his attention to the north as he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Duan Rufeng was originally worried about Yu Wuying and had a grave expression on his face. However, his eyes lit up immediately when he heard this voice. At the same time, his eyes were also trained in the same direction as Xianxia. Upon hearing this voice, although Yu Wuying's face could not be seen, one could see his body trembling slightly for a moment. As the Watcher also turned his attention north, a figure stepped out from behind the clouds in a manner that was neither hurried nor slow. It was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. As he hovered in the sky, he looked like a great sage. The old prophet. As soon as Xianxia saw the old man, his eyes lit up immediately. At this moment, his heartbeat increased and his breathing quickened. The old prophet was the current successor of the 7 Absolute sect's second Absolute, the prophet progeny. Not only that, but he was a pest and a thorn in the sides of the 3 great sects, including the Black Kshetra sect. If I can kill the old prophet and bring his head back, my chances of becoming the next sect leader will increase. Xianxia's heart continued to beat rapidly. Old prophet, I can't believe you're also tempted by the devil-seal tablet. Unfortunately, the devil-seal tablet has already fallen into my hands. As for you, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. You can just stay back. Xianxia disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. At the very least, among the people present on the scene, whether it was Duan Rufeng or Yu Wuying, both of them could hardly see his movements. Even the Watcher whose cultivation base was at the quintessential saint stage could barely catch Xianxia's movements as well. Chapter 1878 Saint Celestial 9 Forms. Well, we'll have to see then if you have the capability to make me stay. His words turned fainter when he reached the end of his sentence. As the old prophet spoke, he had already turned to leave, getting further and further away. As for Xianxia, since he was desperate to kill the old prophet, he, naturally, chased after the old prophet when he saw him leaving. At this moment, he had already forgotten about Yu Wuying and the Azure Cloud Mansion. The old prophet and Xianxia vanished into thin air in just a blink of an eye. At once, only Duan Rufeng, Yu Wuying, and the Watcher were left on the scene. Lord Mansion Master, what's going on? Why did Lord Xianxia come to your Azure Cloud Mansion to kill people? The Watcher looked at Duan Rufeng with a puzzled expression. The reason he had come here was due to a report someone made about a powerhouse from the upper province had violated the rules in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It prompted him to rush here immediately. In the end, he was still too late. Many people had died in the hands of that powerhouse from the upper province. Initially, he was unaware of who the powerhouse from the upper province was. It was only when he arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion that he discovered the powerhouse was Elder Xianxia from the Black Kshetra sect. If he had known beforehand the powerhouse was Xianxia, he would not have come. He was here for the devil-seal tablet, Duan Rufeng answered in a grim voice. The devil-seal tablet. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, the Watcher said, didn't the devil-seal tablet disappeared a few years back? It's said that the devil-seal tablet is in a young man called Duan Ling Tian's possession. Ever since then, the young man has disappeared along with the devil-seal tablet. Elder Lu, you rarely leave your station. Perhaps, you might not have heard that Duan Ling Tian who possesses the devil-seal tablet is actually my son. Today, Xianxia came to my azure cloud mansion and had killed Elder Ku before snatching the devil-seal tablet away from my son. Duan Rufeng's eyes shone with killing intent when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian is your son, Mansion Master Duan. The Watcher was shocked. Elder Lu, based on your conversation with Xianxia, he's a member of one of the 3 great sects in the upper province, the Black Kshetra sect. I could see that you seem to fear him a little, Duan Rufeng asked. Earlier, Duan Rufeng had overheard that Xianxia was a member of the Black Kshetra sect. The Black Kshetra sect was one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The upper province's 3 great sects were the Fire Worship sect, the Heaven Divination sect, and the Black Kshetra sect. They were listed in no particular order. Duan Rufeng knew this much at least. Lord Xianxia is an elder in the Black Kshetra sect and is a saint. Celestial stage powerhouse. Other than this, his father is also one of the 4 Karmapas in the Black Kshetra sect who's known as the Golden Lion King. When the Watcher reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned glum. In the Black Kshetra sect, any one of the 4 great Karmapas is not inferior to the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect. If the 4 great Karmapas wanted to, they could even strip the sect leader of his title and elect a new sect leader. Duan Rufeng's expression turned grim. He did not expect Xianxia would have such an important background. Not only was he an elder of the Black Kshetra sect, but he was also the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapas of Black Kshetra sect. As for the fact that Xianxia was a saint celestial stage powerhouse, Duan Rufeng was not surprised at all. This was because he could tell even a powerhouse at the quintessential saint stage could not compare to him at all. If that was the case, there was only one possibility left. Xianxia's cultivation base was higher than the quintessential saint stage. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was one more stage after the quintessential saint stage. That stage was the Saint Celestial stage. The Saint Celestial stage was further divided into 9 minor stages. They were collectively referred to as the Saint Celestial 9 forms. Once one had cultivated to the last form, the Celestial Ascension form, one would then be able to draw upon the heaven and earth energy to summon the Celestial Ascension Calamity. Once one had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Calamity, one would be able to undergo transcendence and rise to the Devata realm and become a true celestial being. Father. Duan Ling Tian, who had recovered a little, made his way here with Xiao Lan and by Yao's help. Currently, he had reverted to his human form. Father, how many members of our Azure Cloud Mansion did that fellow kill? Duan Ling Tian asked grimly when he reached Duan Rufeng's side. His eyes shone with killing intent. 10 people. Duan Rufeng sighed. 10. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He could not believe it. Only 10. Father, what happened? Duan Ling Tian asked again. He did not think the middle-aged man was a good person. If it was not for the fact that he had seen him transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and feared the wrath of the 9-clawed divine dragon, the middle-aged man would have killed him along with everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt that something must have happened for that fellow to kill so few people. Another powerhouse from the upper province came and mocked him when he saw him. When the other powerhouse from the upper province turned to leave, he chased after him immediately. Although Duan Rufeng knew it was the old prophet, he pretended he did not know who it was. Before he received permission from the old prophet, he would not reveal that he knew him. Another powerhouse from the upper province. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He instantly turned to look around his surroundings. After a few glances, he discovered only an old man was left on the scene apart from his father. Yu Wuying had quietly left a while ago. However, after he heard that the middle-aged man who snatched his devil-seal tablet had left, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. Put everything else aside, the fact that the middle-aged man had left meant that everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion had escaped this calamity. As for seeking revenge, he still did not possess the capability for now. Despite the wrath in his heart, he could only bury it in the deepest part of his heart for now. Mansion Master Duan, is this your son? The Watcher asked Duan Rufeng as he shifted his attention to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Rufeng nodded before introducing to Duan Ling Tian. Tianer, this is one of the Watchers in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Elder Lu. Watcher. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he heard his father's words. He did not expect one of the Watchers of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would show up here. Elder Lu, Duan Ling Tian greeted the Watcher first out of courtesy. You're quite lucky, little fellow. To think that you got your hands on a super saint weapon such as the devil-seal tablet. However, since the devil-seal tablet is a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it may not be the best for you to have it in your possession. Now that it's no longer in your possession, there's no need for you to hide yourself like how you did before. There's some good and some bad in this incident. The Watcher's words were still acceptable in the beginning. However, as he continued to speak, Duan Ling Tian had a complicated expression on his face. It was not necessarily a bad thing that the devil-seal tablet was no longer in his possession. Naturally, although Duan Ling Tian felt this way, it did not lessen his hatred toward that middle-aged man. Not only did he stomp on him repeatedly and humiliate him, but he even killed Elder Ku and 10 disciples from the Azure Cloud Mansion. He would eventually seek revenge from him. He knew his current strength very well. Mansion Master Duan, since there's no longer any matter, I'll take my leave now. The Watcher bade Duan Rufeng farewell before he left. At once, only Duan Rufeng, Duan Ling Tian, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao remained on the scene. As for Rong Yuan, he had already gone to calm the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples who were affected by the commotion. Duan Rufeng broke the silence first and said, "That man is called Xie Zong. He's an elder from one of the 3 great sects in the upper province, the Black Kshetra sect. His cultivation base is higher than the quintessential saint stage. He's a powerhouse who has already entered the saint celestial stage." When Duan Rufeng spoke about Xie Zong, his eyes gleamed murderously. The anger he felt was in no way inferior to what Duan Ling Tian felt. A member of one of the 3 great sects. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that before he could even rescue Ka from the evil grasp of the fire worship sect, he already had enmity with another sect, the Black Kshetra sect. As for the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Ling Tian was familiar with it. When he was in the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, he had read many books in the library in the Mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion. Among them, there were some books that contained information about the stages of the cultivation base in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Saint Celestial stage was included in it. The Saint Celestial stage was the cultivation base after the quintessential Saint stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was also the last cultivation base in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When one had cultivated to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, one would have to undergo the Celestial Ascension calamity. If one managed to overcome the calamity, one would be able to undergo transcendence and rise to the Devata realm. His master, whom he had never seen before, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, had cultivated to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and successfully overcome the calamity. In the end, he had risen to the Devata realm. The Saint Celestial stage. I wonder what form Xie Zong has cultivated to. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he felt pressured. As it turned out, Xie Zong, who had killed Elder Ku and 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, was actually a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He was someone he had no choice but to look up to at this moment. However, Duan Ling Tian did not feel discouraged because of this. So what if he was at the Saint Celestial stage? Eventually, he would make his way to the Black Kshetra sect and kill Xie Zong to seek revenge for Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. It was because of the devil-seal tablet that Xie Zong appeared in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The devil-seal tablet had belonged to him. For this reason, whether it was Elder Ku or the 10 disciples' death, Duan Ling Tian felt that it was his fault and shouldered the burden of revenge. Perhaps, this burden would be lifted one day after he had killed Xie Zong to avenge Elder Ku and the 10 disciples from Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a huge commotion had taken place in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was only natural for news of it to spread. In truth, the Azure Cloud Mansion did not do much to conceal the matter. They were honest with what had happened. Young Mansion Master Duan Ling Tian of the Azure Cloud Mansion was the lucky person who obtained the devil-seal tablet. After his identity was exposed, he was instantly targeted by a powerhouse from the upper province. That devil-seal tablet has also been snatched away by that powerhouse from the upper province. The powerhouse from the upper province who snatched the devil-seal tablet is an elder from the Black Kshetra sect, one of the 3 great sects in the upper province. After the news spread out, similar discussions could be heard everywhere. Chapter 1879 Family and Friends from Afar. The people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land did not expect the devil-seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession would be snatched away by a powerhouse from the upper province so soon after they learned he was the one who possessed the devil-seal tablet and was also the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion did not reveal his identity, he wouldn't be targeted by the powerhouse from the upper province and the devil-seal tablet would still remain in his possession, many people mused. His identity was bound to be exposed the moment he decided to fulfill the 5-year pact with the Dragon Clan. However, the chance to enter the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool, doesn't seem worth it in exchange for losing the devil-seal tablet. That's right, if I were him, I'd rather forfeit the 5-year pact and keep the devil-seal tablet. Who knows, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion might be regretting his decision as well. Almost the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was in a commotion. Their discussions were all about Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, the Mountainshade Black Market and Dragon Clan had also received news of this as well. It snatched away so quickly. When leader Dugu from Mountainshade Black Market heard about this, he was a little surprised. He was not surprised it was snatched away, but he was surprised by how quickly it was snatched away. At that time, when Duan Ling Tian fulfilled the 5-year pact and revealed his identity, he knew the devil-seal tablet would not remain in Duan Ling Tian's possession for long. Due to this reason, he did not covet the devil-seal tablet since he knew very well he would not be able to protect it. Faced with those powerhouses from the upper province, even he, the leader of Mountainshade Black Market, who was widely acknowledged as one of the 2 strongest men in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was not worthy in comparison. He deserves it. In the Dragon Clan, apart from clan leader Di Shan who remained quiet, the group of 5-clawed divine dragons, including the enforcement elder Shui Chan, took pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. They hated the young man who had killed the future clan leader of their Dragon Clan and obtained the chance to enter their Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. How they wished he would be killed when the devil-seal tablet was taken away from him. Duan Ling Tian had met with a kind powerhouse from the upper province. That's right, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live. Perhaps, he lowered himself and begged for forgiveness from the powerhouse from the upper province before he handed the devil-seal tablet over with both his hands. The group of 5-clawed divine dragons elders discussed among themselves, mocking Duan Ling Tian. The news continued to spread further and further away before almost the entire lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land had heard about the matter. In the faraway 6th-rate Saint Nation, the Windfall Nation, it had been a while since news of Duan Ling Tian being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and the devil-seal tablet being in his possession had spread there. However, visitors still swarmed to the courtyard of the Situ clan. Everyone, including the members of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, had come to visit one after another. Naturally, they were not there to visit the clan leader of Situ clan or the high-ranking officials there. Instead, they came to visit Duan Ling Tian's family and friends such as Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others. They had spent the entire day entertaining visitors that they were only free when evening came. All of them were extremely tired. They had been entertaining visitors for several days now. Nangong Yi stretched his limbs. After a while, he could not help but complain, Duan Ling Tian is really something. He always surprises us in different ways. Not only did his cultivation base enter the Divine Saint stage, but even news of him killing Di Juhu was at the Exemplary Saint stage and him being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had spread here. We should be happy for Duan Ling Tian that his cultivation base has broken through to the Divine Saint stage and he's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Nangong Chen said as he glanced at Nangong Yi indifferently. Currently, Nangong Chen had changed. He was no longer aloof and unapproachable. At the very least, he would not have said such words in the past. Nangong Chen is right, we should be happy for Duan Ling Tian. Nangong Yi, if you think this is too tiring, you can always excuse yourself from entertaining the guest from tomorrow onward, Chen Xiaoshuai told Nangong Yi. I merely blurted out whatever was on my mind. Nangong Yi shot Chen Xiaoshuai a dirty look before he sighed again. Until now, I still feel a little surreal. I can accept the breakthrough in his cultivation base since he's originally a monstrous freak. I don't find it shocking that he has entered the Divine Saint stage. However, how did his identity undergo such a big change? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What kind of force is the Azure Cloud Mansion? It's one of the 2 strongest forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, his voice even trembled a little. Up until now, he felt as though everything was a dream. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was just too ridiculous to the point he did not dare to believe some of the things he heard. I've not heard him say his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Chen Xiaoshui smiled wryly. Perhaps, he didn't even know his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion previously. Didn't you hear him say that one of the reasons he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land was to look for his parents? Nangong Yi added again, I'm really curious what kind of expression he had when he discovered his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion is not an ordinary force but one of the two strongest forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Now that Little Tien has killed Diju, it can be considered that he has avenged the members of Ling Tien's sect who had died. They can finally rest in peace. Feng Wudao sighed. The moment these words left his mouth, the place fell silent. Diju, whom Duan Ling Tien had killed during the 5-year pact, was the 5-clawed dragon who had annihilated Ling Tien's sect on Half Moon Island. At that time, Diju had almost killed them as well. Perhaps, it didn't even cross Diju's mind that the young man whom he regarded as an ant would be able to kill him after only 5 years. Shang Quan said as his eyes shone. When he spoke, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian's innate talent can't be deduced by normal logic. However, it's indeed amazing that he killed Diju. Nangong Yi chuckled. What, you're not going to complain anymore about having to entertain guests due to Duan Ling Tian? Chen Xiaoshui said mockingly. Nangong Yi only rolled his eyes in response. Will junior brother be in danger? Unlike Chen Xiaoshui and the others, Bai Li Hong had given more thought to the matter. After all, since he has fulfilled the 5-year pact, his identity has been exposed. I'm afraid, as of this moment, most people from the lower province have already learned that the devil-seal tablet is in his possession. The devil-seal tablet is a famous super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Even powerhouses from the upper province would covet it. Even the Azure Cloud Mansion might not be able to protect the devil-seal tablet in his possession. His expression was grave when he spoke. Feng Wudao and the others found it a little strange. However, when Bai Li Hong finished speaking, they all gasped one after another. I didn't think of this at all. Now that you mentioned it, Elder Bai Li, Duan Ling Tian might be in danger. It might be fine if he hands over the devil-seal tablet in exchange for his life if a powerhouse from the upper province comes. However, with Duan Ling Tian's personality, I'm worried he won't give in easily and he might anger the powerhouse from the upper province and get killed. Duan Ling Tian is wise. I'm sure he has already thought about this. I only hope he can escape in time before the powerhouses from the upper province arrive. At once, everyone, including Bai Li Hong, began to worry about Duan Ling Tian. When they thought about Duan Ling Tian's situation, they felt afraid for him. In the next 2 days, they continued to entertain visitors as usual. However, on the 3rd day, they received news about what had happened. All of them were horrified. A powerhouse from the upper province went to the Azure Cloud Mansion and forcefully snatched the devil-seal tablet away from Duan Ling Tian. Is he alright? What they were worried about had finally happened. He's okay. It's fine as long as he's okay. It's good enough that he's fine. However, when they learned that Duan Ling Tian was unharmed, they sighed in relief. Compared to the devil-seal tablet, they were, naturally, worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. What are you guys talking about? At that moment when Bai Li Hong and the others sighed in relief, a voice suddenly sounded. It seemed as though it came from every direction, causing them to be unable to pinpoint where the voice came from. However, they found the voice to be familiar. Before they could react, 3 people had appeared before their eyes. 2 people were standing side by side with a little boy, in tow. They were very familiar with the 2 people standing next to each other. Junior brother, Little Tien. When they saw the appearance of the young man, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. They were all pleasantly surprised. They did not expect the young man they were worrying over just a moment ago would appear before them, causing them to sigh in relief all over again. Hearing that Duan Ling Tian was unharmed and seeing with their own eyes that he was unharmed were 2 different matters. Is everyone fine? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. Meanwhile, Li Fei, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian and holding a 6 or 7-year-old little boy, nodded at Bai Li Hong and the others as a greeting. She knew all of them except for Bai Li Hong. Duan Ling Tian, how did you find Miss Fair? When Nangong Yi saw Li Fei standing by Duan Ling Tian's side, he could not help but feel shocked. Chapter 1880 Pursued to the Upper Province. Initially, she went to the Greenwave Han Mansion to look for Shui Nai. However, my father sent someone to bring her to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian answered Nangong Yi's question. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his expression instantly turned grim as his eyes glinted murderously. He had unknowingly clenched both his hands. The person whom his father had sent to fetch Li Fei was Elder Ku. The way he was killed was still vivid in his mind. Although Elder Ku's death was not directly related to him, to a certain extent it was still because of him. After all, it was because of the devil-seal tablet in his possession that Xie Zong, the powerhouse from the upper province's Black Kshetra sect, had come. If it was not because of the devil-seal tablet, Xie Zong would not have come to the Azure Cloud Mansion, and Elder Ku would not have died. Not only that, but the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples would not have died as well. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt guilty and blamed himself for the deaths of Elder Ku and the 10 disciples. Whether it was to wash away the humiliation he had suffered or to seek revenge for Elder Ku and the 10 disciples, he swore that he would not let Xie Zong go. Even if Xie Zong was an elder from the Black Kshetra sect and had the sect's support, he, Duan Ling Tian, would kill him no matter what. When it came to pride and dignity, Duan Ling Tian was in no way inferior to Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace in the mystical Sky Mansion. Although he would not forsake his humanity and cultivate a devil Dao cultivation method like the devouring dark devil technique in order to seek revenge, it did not mean that he would let his enemy go. He, Duan Ling Tian, had his own method of seeking revenge. Compared to Zhu Luqi, the biggest advantage he had was that he was young. As long as he was given time, he believed he would be able to chase up to or even surpass Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra sect. At that time, it would be the day Xie Zong would die. What, did I say something wrong? Nangong Yi asked anxiously when he saw that something was not right with Duan Ling Tian's expression. No, it has nothing to do with you. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses upon hearing Nangong Yi's words and shook his head. Then, he looked at Bai Li Hong and introduced Li Fei to him. Senior brother, this is my fiancée, Li Fei. I've told you about her previously. Nice to meet you, sister-in-law. Bai Li Hong greeted Li Fei with a smile as he thought to himself, you really have a good eye, junior brother. Senior brother, Li Fei quickly responded. She knew the position senior brother Bai Li had in her man's heart, so she did not dare to be discourteous. Then, Bai Li Hong shifted his gaze to the little boy who was holding onto Li Fei's hands. This child belongs to both of you. What's his name? Nian Tian. Duan Nian Tian. Li Fei smiled in response. Duan Ling Tian, I really admire you more and more. Nangong Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, not only is your innate talent heaven-defying, but your background is powerful as well. Apart from that, you have a fiancé as beautiful as a fairy and a child as well. You're really a winner in life. We're all human, but why do I feel as though God favors you more? His tone was a little bitter when he spoke. Naturally, he was mostly joking. Nangong Yi's words also made everybody present chuckle, causing the atmosphere to turn warm immediately. Senior brother, Uncle Feng, I'm sure all of you must have heard the news about me by now. The reason I came this time is to bring all of you back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Compared to the Situ clan, the Azure Cloud Mansion is far better in every aspect, Duan Ling Tian said bluntly. He told them the purpose of his visit without beating around the bush. To the Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, whether it was the Nangong twins or Chen Xiaoshuai, their eyes lit up immediately. Just as the saying went, man endeavors to rise while water flows downward. Naturally, they did not wish to stay in the same place forever, especially if there was a better place to improve themselves. It was undoubtedly better for them to go to the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duan Ling Tian saw the Nangong twins and Chen Xiaoshuai's reactions, he knew they were willing to go to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Therefore, he turned to Bai Li Hong and Feng Wudao and asked, Senior brother, Uncle Feng, what about both of you? I'm fine with it, Bai Li Hong answered with a smile. He was fine with staying anywhere. However, there was no doubt it would be the best to stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion. I don't have any objections, but what if Tian Wu comes back? Feng Wudao was a little hesitant. Uncle Feng, now that news of me had spread in the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, if you're Tian Wu, what would you do after receiving the news? Duan Ling Tian asked. Naturally, I'll look for you in the Azure Cloud Mansion. You're right, I'll follow you to the Azure Cloud Mansion as well. Feng Wudao was a little blunt in this matter that concerned himself. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was immediately enlightened. As for Shang Quan and Gold Thug, Duan Ling Tian did not ask them anything at all. This was because he knew what their answers would be. They would definitely follow him. Since everyone agrees to leave, I'll follow all of you to bid farewell to the clan leader of Situ clan. After everyone agreed to leave with him, he immediately went with the others to look for the clan leader of Situ clan. They spoke for a while before they finally bade farewell to the clan leader. Duan Ling Tian felt very grateful to the Situ clan. However, the clan leader of Situ clan seemed to have changed into a different person. Although previously he was very polite to Duan Ling Tian, it was even more exaggerated now. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew the reason why. Previously, he was only slightly more powerful in regards to innate talent and strength. Currently, he was not only a divine saint stage powerhouse, but he was also the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force. As the leader of a seventh-rate force, the clan leader of Situ clan had to pay the same respect as he would God. He even treated Duan Ling Tian as though he was God. Junior brother, you're leaving the lower province. After leaving Windfall Nation, during their journey back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian told them about his plan of going to the upper province. Bai Li Hong frowned. Immediately, yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded before looking toward the distant with a determined expression. Somebody's waiting for me there. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was his other fiancé, Ka. Bai Li Hong and the others could roughly guess who he was talking about. When Bai Li Hong heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he no longer commented on his plans on going to the upper province. While Duan Ling Tian was bringing Bai Li Hong and the others back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Xie Zong, the Black Kshetra sect's elder who had just passed the passage that connected the lower province to the upper province, had successfully arrived at the upper province. However, he discovered the old prophet had disappeared under his nose. Damn it! Naturally, Xie Zong knew this meant he could no longer chase after the old prophet. I can't believe the old prophet's speed is not any slower than mine. To think he's only the successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute in the seven absolutes sect. He's supposed to be the least adept in combat. If he's the successor of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny, who would be able to stop him then? Xie Zong's expression turned grave immediately the moment he thought of this. Although the three great sects were not willing to mention that period of time, there was no doubt it was real. At that time, the three great sects had to join forces just so they could drag out their ignoble existence. The reason the seven absolute sect was so powerful during that era was all due to the heaven-defying successor of the first absolute, the fog rain progeny. That heaven-defying successor was also someone who had grasped an entire era in his hands. He was known as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. During that era, even when the strongest powerhouse from each of the three great sects joined forces, they were no match for him. It's fortunate that the requirement for the successor of the seven absolute sect's first absolute, the fog rain progeny, is extremely high. Ever since that time until now, nobody has heard of the appearance of the successor of the fog rain progeny. Xie Zong sighed in relief when he thought of this. Naturally, it did not cross his mind, even in his wildest dreams, that the person he snatched the Devilseal tablet from not too long ago was the successor of the fog rain progeny of this era. Apart from the first absolute, the fog rain progeny, there are three other absolutes in the seven absolute sect that excel in combat. Kratos, Blazing Phoenix, and Didymus. Not only that, but there's one absolute that excels in stealth. He's the king in the dark. Xie Zong muttered. Based on his words, it was clear he had certain knowledge of the seven absolute sect. The seven absolute sect was separated into seven absolutes. First absolute, Fog Rain. Second absolute, Prophet. Third absolute, Kratos. Fourth absolute, Dark Shadow. Fifth absolute, Blazing Phoenix. Sixth absolute, Didymus. Seventh absolute, Red Dust. The first absolute, Fog Rain, had always been the sole leader of the seven absolute sect. The second absolute, the Prophet, was like a sage or a military counselor who excelled in fortune-telling. The seventh absolute, Red Dust, specialized in collecting intelligence. It was the anchor and the core progeny of the seven absolute sect. The third absolute, Kratos, the fifth absolute, Blazing Phoenix, and the sixth absolute, Didymus, were the three absolutes that were most adept in combat in the seven absolutes sect apart from the first absolute, Fog Rain. As for the fourth absolute, Dark Shadow, just like its name, it lurked in the darkness like the shadow of a grim reaper. He was the king of stealth and assassination. Until now, this sect would still cause a frenzy in the three Great sects of the upper province if there was even a slight trace of them. Since I've returned to the upper province, I might as well return to the Black Kshetra sect and claim ownership of the devil-seal tablet. Once the devil-seal tablet recognizes me as its master, there would be less than 100 devil cultivators who are able to stand against me in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Xianxia muttered to himself as he returned to the Black Kshetra sect. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion and Duan Ling Tian, he had long forgotten about them. He had chased the old prophet for such a long time that the anger he felt in the Azure Cloud Mansion had long disappeared. Chapter 1881 Information about Ka. Although Duan Ling Tian was able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it did not mean that Xie Zong was afraid of him. He was only afraid of the 9-clawed divine dragon supporting him. Not only that, in Xie Zong's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was just like an ant even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. In the history of Dao Martial Saint Land, there were many 7-clawed dragon warriors and 8-clawed dragon warriors that accomplished nothing. This was because being granted the ability to transform into a dragon warrior did not mean it would raise one's innate talent. They would still have to rely on themselves in regards to innate talent. The ability to transform into a dragon warrior would only grant them greater combat ability. Take Duan Ling Tian for example. Although his strength was on par with a divine saint stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to fight a quintessential saint stage powerhouse even if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and use all the techniques in his arsenal. Needless to say, it was completely impossible for him to fight Xie Zong who had already entered the saint celestial stage. In Xie Zong's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's innate talent in the lower province could be considered as not too bad, but it really did not amount to much. Although there were not many young powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with high innate talent like Duan Ling Tian, they were not rare. Moreover, he was at the intermediate exemplary saint stage when he was Duan Ling Tian's age. Due to this reason, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would ever be able to catch up to him, let alone surpass him. Since he could not chase up to him, naturally, he did not worry about it as well. He knew this very well when he spared Duan Ling Tian's life. If he had thought Duan Ling Tian had the potential to catch up to him, he would not have shown any mercy and would have killed Duan Ling Tian even if meant risking the wrath of a 9-clawed divine dragon. One could say that it was because Xie Zong had underestimated Duan Ling Tian's innate talent that Duan Ling Tian was able to live. This is the Crouching Dragon Lake. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is inside. 10 days later, when Duan Ling Tian's family of 3, Bai Li Hong, and the others arrived outside of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate where the Crouching Dragon Lake could be seen, Duan Ling Tian explained this to Bai Li Hong and the others. Azure Cloud Mansion, whether it was Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, the Nangong twins or Chen Xiao Shuai, their eyes all lit up when they heard the Azure Cloud Mansion was near. The Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the 2 most powerful forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. From today onward, they would become one of the members through the connections they had with Duan Ling Tian. They were all excited, with Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, leading the road. It was only natural that Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others could enter the Crouching Dragon Lake as though it was uncharted territory. Before heading to the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Duan Ling Tian told Li Fei who stood next to him, "Little Fair, bring Nianer back first." Li Fei nodded her head obediently before she bade farewell to the others. She brought Duan Nian Tian and left. Inside the central main hall in the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Bai Li Hong and the others finally met Duan Rufeng, Duan Ling Tian's father, for the first time. Faced with the famous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, apart from Shang Quan who had been following Duan Ling Tian for a long time, everyone else felt a little awkward. However, as the saying went, the love for the house would extend even to the crows that perch on its roof. Duan Rufeng did not put on any arrogant air when he met Bai Li Hong and the others. He was friendly and easy to approach. It slowly put Bai Li Hong and the others at ease. In the end, they were even talking and laughing like old friends who were reunited after many years apart. "Master Bai Li, Brother Feng, and all of you, from today onward, you can regard this place as your home. As long as you stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion will protect you. Not only that, but we'll also provide all of you with the best cultivation environment and resources as well," Duan Rufeng told Bai Li Hong and the others. The group of people in front of him was his son's close friends. Naturally, he, as Duan Ling Tian's father, would not be negligent in his treatment of them. Thank you, Mansion Master Duan. Bai Li Hong and the others immediately expressed their gratitude when they heard Duan Rufeng's words. Tian'er, after you've arranged accommodations for your senior brother, Uncle Feng, and the others, come and look for me. When Duan Ling Tian was about to send Bai Li Hong and the others to rest, his father's voice resonated in his ears the moment he stepped out of the great door of the central main hall. His father's voice sounded a little grim. Duan Ling Tian's heart instantly jolted as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Although he was curious about the reason his father asked him to come back, he put everything aside to arrange accommodations for Bai Li Hong and the others. When Duan Ling Tian entered the central main hall again, he looked at his father instantly and asked anxiously, "Father, why did you ask me to come back?" At this moment, only father and son were left in the central main hall. Tian'er, there's information about Ka and my granddaughter, Duan Rufeng answered with a grave expression. Ka, upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. His breathing had also quickened. Father, how is Ka and our daughter? Based on his father's words, it was clear Ka had given birth to a daughter for him. However, this was not important for now. What he wanted to know most was how Ka and his daughter were doing. Ka and your child are safe for the time being, Duan Rufeng replied again. For the time being, Duan Ling Tian frowned. Father, what do you mean? Duan Rufeng sighed. According to the person I asked to inquire about the situation, both Ka and my granddaughter are imprisoned in the enforcement hall of the fire worship sect. They're currently waiting for the sect leader of the fire worship sect to come out of closed-door cultivation before they decide on what to do with Ka and her child. Based on the current situation, it's difficult for them to survive. What? Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian. Ka and his daughter were imprisoned by the people from the fire worship sect's enforcement hall. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm down before he looked at Duan Rufeng and asked, "Father, is this information reliable?" "It 100% reliable," Duan Rufeng said confidently. If this news was obtained by a watcher, he would not have believed it 100%, but the problem was, this was information given to him by the elusive and mysterious old prophet. The old prophet who had helped the Azure Cloud Mansion lure Elder Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra sect away had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion a few days after he had shaken Xie Zong off. Apart from informing him that Xie Zong had returned to the upper province, he had also informed him about Ka and her daughter's situation. "Father, can you tell me who told you about this?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Tian'er, the person who told me this is the old prophet who's famous in the entire upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Rufeng replied. The old prophet. Duan Ling Tian was astonished. This was because he had heard about the old prophet and knew that he was famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to his fortune-telling ability. It was said that the old prophet's predictions were always accurate. The people in the Dao Martial Saint Land even called him the living immortal. "Father, you know the old prophet?" Duan Ling Tian was astonished. It did not cross his mind that his father was acquainted with the old prophet. The old prophet was famous in the upper province, let alone the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even the leaders of the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the upper province might not necessarily know him. However, not only his father, a mere leader of a quasi-third-rate force in the lower province, knew the old prophet, but they seemed to be well acquainted as well. Otherwise, why would he inform his father of this matter? From what Duan Ling Tian had heard, the old prophet might not even move under the orders of leaders of first-rate forces in the three great sects. I became acquainted with him through an accident. After that, we've seen each other a few times, so we can hardly be called acquaintances. Although Duan Rufeng had told Duan Ling Tian about the old prophet, he did not tell him the reason the old prophet had approached was due to Duan Ling Tian himself. This was also the instruction left behind by the old prophet. For the time being, he did not want Duan Rufeng to reveal this to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the severity of the situation. At the same time, his expression turned grim. Since the old prophet told you this, the information must be true. Father, did he say when the sect leader of the fire worship sect will come out of closed-door cultivation? He asked anxiously. No, he didn't. Duan Rufeng shook his head. Naturally, he also wanted to know about this. He had asked the old prophet about it, but the old prophet had said he did not know. There was nothing he could do at all. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. He seemed determined as he told Duan Rufeng, "Father, I'll leave the Azure Cloud Mansion today and head to the upper province. Initially, he had planned to leave after a short while. However, now that he learned about the situation his fiancée and daughter was in, his heart was filled with anxiety. He was desperate to go to the upper province to rescue his fiancée and daughter. He would not allow anybody to hurt them. Be careful. Duan Rufeng was not surprised with Duan Lingtian's decision. He would have made the same decision if he was in his son's shoes. If he was not the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and had a family and a group of friends who needed his protection, he would have followed his son to the upper province. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly before he went to meet his mother quickly to tell her about his decision to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion today to head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. You're going to the upper province today? Tian'er, is it really that urgent? Li Ru felt reluctant and was shocked by her son's sudden decision. What happened? Mother, there's information about Ka. Duan Lingtian answered anxiously with a bitter expression on his face. Both mother and daughter are now imprisoned in the Fire Worship Sect's enforcement hall. They're only waiting for the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect to come out from closed-door cultivation before they decide on what to do with them. Mother, I must rescue both of them before the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect comes out of closed-door cultivation. Ka, mother and daughter. Upon hearing his words, Li Ru became emotional. Apart from having a grandson, she had a granddaughter as well. However, when she regained her senses, Duan Lingtian's words finally sank in. Horror dawned on her when she realized the situation Ka and her daughter was in. Chapter 1882 The former palace master of Heaven Palace. Tian'er, please be careful. I know you need to rescue Ka and your daughter, but I don't want any harm to come to you as well. Once Li Ru found out the reason Duan Lingtian was so eager to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion to head to the upper province, she no longer tried to dissuade him. She only reminded him to be careful. Mother, I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already bid farewell to his parents. Next, he, naturally, went to look for his fiancée, Li Fei. Go, please be careful. I hope you'll rescue Sister Ka and her daughter as soon as you can. When Li Fei learned that Ka and her daughter were imprisoned in the enforcement hall and were in danger, horror dawned on her face. Not only that, but she even urged Duan Lingtian to leave as soon as he could. I will. After he hugged Li Fei and spent some time with her, Duan Lingtian finally let go of her. He turned around without looking back at all. He did not dare to turn back. He was afraid he would feel unwilling to leave. Although he had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion for quite some time now, he was usually cultivating and rarely accompanied his wife and son due to the 5-year pact. He felt like he was an incompetent husband and father. After parting ways with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian proceeded to look for Xiaolan and Bai Yao. Why you're going to leave so soon? After learning that Duan Lingtian was going to leave, Xiaolan and Bai Yao were shocked. A hint of longing appeared in their autumn eyes. I must go to the Fire Worship Sect as soon as possible and come up with a way to rescue Ka and our daughter. Otherwise, something might happen to them. Duan Lingtian said. His voice was filled with worries. That's right, Jing Ru is not back yet. After he said goodbye to Xiaolan and Bai Yao, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered Jing Ru when he was about to leave. Jing Ru was the manager of the large mansion he had bought in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city who had also followed his mother and father to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian had been in Azure Cloud Mansion for so long, but until now, he did not see her at all. Similar to Xiaolan and Bai Yao, she had gone out to train and experience life. However, she had gone on her own. Up until now, there was no news about her at all. No, Xiaolan and Bai Yao shook their heads. If she comes back, send my greetings to her. All right, I'll take my leave now. Duan Lingtian left as soon as he finished speaking. Staring at Duan Lingtian's silhouette from afar, Xiaolan and Bai Yao were in a daze. It was only until Duan Lingtian's silhouette had completely disappeared from their sight that they returned to their senses. They could only smile wryly at each other. If he treats me like how he treats Ka, I'll die without any regrets, Xiaolan said faintly. Me, too. Upon hearing that, Bai Yao nodded in agreement. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not hear the two women's words. After leaving Xiaolan and Bai Yao's residence, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Cloud platform to look for Ji Yuli. From the beginning, he did not forget the promise he had made with Ji Yuli to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. The Azure Cloud platform was the place where the most outstanding Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples gathered. If it was before, perhaps Duan Lingtian might be interested in the Azure Cloud platform. However, his current strength had far surpassed those Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples on the Azure Cloud platform. It was only natural he was not interested. Junior brother Ling Tian. Ji Yu Li was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's sudden appearance. What are you doing here? There must be a reason for Duan Ling Tian to personally come here to look for him. However, he could not guess what it was. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, prepare yourself. I'll find you again in an hour. Let's leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and head to the upper province. I have to say goodbye to a few more people. After that, I'll return to look for you. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. He quickly left without waiting for Ji Yu Li's reply. He still needed to say goodbye to Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others. I'll see you in an hour in the central main hall. Ji Yu Li was still shocked when Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated in his ears. There seems to be something wrong with junior brother Ling Tian. It's fine. I'll find out later why he's in such a rush to go to the upper province, Ji Yu Li muttered to himself, the frown on his face gradually easing away. Junior brother, you're leaving today. Bai Li Hong was not the only one who found it strange. Even Feng Wudao and the others thought it was strange when they learned that Duan Ling Tian was leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion and heading to the upper province today. In fact, when they were returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian had mentioned several times that he would only leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and head to the upper province after a short time. However, currently, it seemed like he had forgotten what he had said. The situation is urgent. Faced with the confused expressions of Bai Li Hong and the others, Duan Ling Tian explained with a bitter expression, I just received information about Ka, so I need to look for her as soon as possible in the upper province. Upon hearing his words, Bai Li Hong and the others finally understood. After saying goodbye to Bai Li Hong and the others, about 30 minutes had gone by. Duan Ling Tian made his way to the central main hall immediately. He discovered that Ji Yu Li was already waiting for him. Junior brother, did something happen that you're in such a rush to head to the upper province? Ji Yu Li felt that Duan Ling Tian was in such a rush to leave because something had happened. He soon obtained the answer from Duan Ling Tian. Once he discovered the reason, Ji Yu Li urged Duan Ling Tian, let's go, junior brother Ling Tian. Then, Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li left the Azure Cloud Mansion together and made their way north. The passage leading to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was located there. Ji Yu Li broke the silence during their journey and pointed in the distance before he said to Duan Ling Tian, the Mountainshade Black Market's headquarters estate is right there. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian looked over as well. However, he only saw smoke in the distance. Naturally, that was all Ji Yu Li could see as well, but he roughly knew where the estate of the Mountainshade Black Market's headquarters was located. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the path ahead of Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li. As they went closer, the sound became louder and louder. Is there a fight? Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li exchanged glances. They were both surprised. Junior brother Ling Tian, shall we take a detour or should we just ignore them and continue forward? Ji Yu Li looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Let's take a detour. These people don't seem weak. Duan Ling Tian was anxious to go to the upper province. He wanted to avoid trouble if possible. Based on the huge commotion ahead of them, it was enough for him to tell that both parties were quite strong. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he was certain the two people who were fighting were at the exemplary saint stage or above. Not only that, but they were not ordinary early exemplary saint stage powerhouses as well. Sure, Ji Yu Li did not object to Duan Ling Tian's decision of taking a detour. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was like his guide. Just as Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li were about to take a detour, a burst of loud laughter resonated ahead of them. Feng Bi Yu Yi, did you think this day will come when you humiliated me previously? Zhu Lu Qi, even if you kill me today, it'll be hard for you to escape death as well. Those who cultivate the devouring dark devil technique are destined to have a bad ending. Another voice sounded. However, compared to the former's voice, the latter's voice sounded a little dispirited. When Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li heard the voices, they were dumbfounded. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It's Zhu Lu Qi. Ji Yu Li gasped. It's indeed Palace Master Zhu. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He could also tell the voice belonged to the former Palace Master of Heaven Palace in Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhu Lu Qi. Based on his words, it was obvious he was fighting with Feng Bi Yu Yi. Moreover, based on Feng Bi Yu Yi's words, it seemed like he was no longer a match for Zhu Lu Qi. Let's go. Although Duan Ling Tian knew they people ahead of them, he still planned to take a detour. After all, Zhu Luqi was no longer the palace master of Heaven Palace in the mystical Sky Mansion. Who knew whether he would attack him and Ji Yuli since he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? He was not sure how powerful Zhu Luqi was currently, so he did not dare to take this risk. Alright, Ji Yuli had the same thought with Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he immediately agreed to take a detour. More loud explosions resonated in the air. They were deafeningly loud. Suddenly, it came to a halt. It has ended, Ji Yuli remarked. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Based on Zhu Luqi and Feng Biyuyi's words earlier, Feng Biyuyi doesn't seem to be a match for Zhu Luqi. Ji Yuli added again. Do you think Palace Master Zhu would appear and fight with Feng Biyuyi if he isn't sure he can defeat Feng Biyuyi? Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. He felt Ji Yuli had just stated something obvious. Upon hearing that, Ji Yuli also realized his words were redundant. He only laughed awkwardly. Duan Ling Tian, who had sharp hearing, suddenly heard the faint sound of wind whistling as it turned louder and louder. Damn it! Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Ji Yuli also noticed then noise coming from behind them. He was horrified. Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yuli. A gust of wind seemed to have blown past Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yuli. In just an instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was an old man. This old man was no stranger to Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yuli. He was none other than Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the Heaven Palace in Mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, he was staring at them expressionlessly as he blocked their path. Palace Master Zhu, it has been a long time. Unlike Ji Yuli, who still had a horrified expression on his face, Duan Ling Tian's expression had returned to normal. Moreover, he even took the initiative to greet Zhu Luqi. Chapter 1883 Repentance. When Zhu Luqi encountered Duan Ling Tian, he did not address him as Ling Tian but as Duan Ling Tian instead. Although Duan Ling Tian looked completely different, he could tell from Ji Yuli's presence that the young man before him, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was Ling Tian, the former #1 genius among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Ever since Duan Ling Tian made his appearance in the Dragon Clan to fulfill the 5-year pact, and Ji Yuli's presence next to the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had been exposed, Duan Ling Tian's fake identity had also been exposed. That genius whose innate talent had taken all quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province by surprise had turned out to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This news had spread out quickly as soon as the 5-year pact was over. Perhaps, outsiders would only feel slightly shocked when they heard the news. However, when Zhu Luqi heard it, he felt differently from the others. This was because he was originally the palace master of the Heaven Palace in Mystical Sky Mansion, and Duan Ling Tian had joined the Heaven Palace. He had interacted with him a few times. However, it did not cross his mind, even in his wildest dreams, that the monstrous genius, Ling Tian, would turn out to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What, you're not afraid of me? Zhu Luqi asked as he swung the bloody head in his hand when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was. Although the head he held in his hand was mostly covered in blood, Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yuli could instantly tell it belonged to Feng Biyuyi, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market. Not only was Feng Biyuyi killed by Zhu Luqi, but he was even decapitated. It was a tragic sight. Why should I be scared? Duan Ling Tian asked in response to Zhu Luqi's question. Zhu Luqi was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's answer. Duan Ling Tian no longer spoke, and they only stared at each other. Both of them were calm, but Ji Yuli, who was standing at the side, became anxious. He quickly transmitted his voice using voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother Ling Tian, this Zhu Luqi is no longer the former palace master Zhu of our Heaven Palace. He has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Currently, he's a devil cultivator who kills people as though they're flies. Don't act recklessly, otherwise, we'll be doomed if we anger him. Ji Yuli was afraid Duan Ling Tian would anger Zhu Luqi. Since Zhu Luqi could kill the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Biyuyi, this meant his cultivation base must have either entered the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage or the peak of the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. Such a powerhouse was not someone he was a match for. As for Duan Ling Tian, even if he unleashed all his techniques and used his movement divine ability, his speed was only at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. His attacks were far from the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. all of this could be seen when Duan Ling Tian kept dodging Di Zhu's attack during the 5-year pact. Due to this reason, Ji Yuli did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi was not like Di Zhu. He was a true powerhouse at the intermediate exemplary saint stage or above. Not only that, but he was not the kind of half-assed intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse transformed by the inherited divine ability like Di Zhu. In the end, Duan Ling Tian broke the silence first and asked, "Palace Master Zhu, the reason you beheaded Feng Biyu is to announce to everybody on the Dao Martial Saint land that you've killed him, right?" "That's right." Zhu Luqi nodded. "Duan Ling Tian, I must admit you're indeed very smart. However, are you really not worried that I'll kill you?" When Zhu Luqi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed coldly. "Will you?" Duan Ling Tian asked in return. Zhu Luqi did not expect Duan Ling Tian would remain so calm. He was rendered speechless once again. After a while, he shook his head. "I won't." "Then, there's no problem at all." Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. "Are Fei Zan and the others okay?" Zhu Luqi asked after taking a deep breath. "They're doing well," Ji Yuli replied before Duan Ling Tian could answer him. "Before this, the Zhao clan had intentionally made things difficult for them after you left the mystical sky mansion. It was junior brother Ling Tian who stood up for them and even signed the death pact with a member from the Zhao clan and killed him. Ever since then, although everyone knows they no longer have you to rely on, nobody dares to make things difficult for them." Ji Yuli was trying to fish for compliments. In his opinion, if Zhu Luqi felt grateful to Duan Ling Tian, he would not attack them. He had no choice but to be on guard. After all, as the saying went, caution is the parent of safety. "Thank you." After hearing Ji Yuli's words, various expressions fleeted across Zhu Luqi's face before it returned to normal. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "There's no need to thank me, Palace Master Zhu. Wang Fei Zan is my friend, and even if she's not your disciple, I won't stand idly at the side," Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. "No matter what, I still need to thank you. I, Zhu Luqi, have always known how to distinguish between kindness and ill will." Zhu Luqi replied solemnly. "I can see that." Duan Ling Tian nodded his head solemnly as he glanced at the bloody head in Zhu Luqi's hand. If it was not for the fact that he could clearly distinguish kindness and ill will, why would he abandon himself and succumb to cultivating the devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique that everybody hated in order to kill Feng Biyu? However, it really did not cross my mind that you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian, you've deceived everyone, including me." Suddenly, as though he was reminded of something, Zhu Luqi looked at Duan Ling Tian and changed the topic as he sighed. Based on the expression on his face, it was clear he did not blame Duan Ling Tian. "Palace Master Zhu, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. I didn't deceive all of you." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "When I was at the mystical sky mansion, although I knew my father is in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, I didn't know he's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I only left the mystical sky mansion and went to the Azure Cloud Mansion to reunite with my family after I found out that I'm the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." "That's indeed the case." Ji Yuli nodded in support of Duan Ling Tian's words. "I see." Zhu Luqi finally understood. "Then, in that case, it's me who've misunderstood you." It was apparent that Zhu Luqi did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian did not have to deceive him. "Palace Master Zhu, the reason you cultivated the devouring dark devil technique is to seek revenge, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi did not expect Duan Ling Tian to ask about this suddenly, so his eyes narrowed instinctively. "Junior brother Ling Tian," Ji Yuli panicked and asked anxiously through voice transmission, "why did you ask him about this?" In Ji Yuli's opinion, the devouring dark devil technique was like a scar on Zhu Luqi's body. It was okay if nobody prodded it. However, if someone prodded it, he would definitely be enraged out of humiliation. Duan Ling Tian's action was akin to pouring salt on Zhu Luqi's wound. Yes. However, to Ji Yuli's surprise, faced with Duan Ling Tian's question, Zhu Luqi thought about it for a moment before he nodded. "Do you regret it?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "I didn't in the beginning. However, now that I killed him, I'm beginning to regret it." Zhu Luqi sighed as he glanced Feng Biyuyi's head that he held in his hand. "What can you do now even if you regret it?" Don't tell me you can stop absorbing young women's vital blood and essence to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Of course, I can. To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Zhu Luqi nodded. The devouring dark devil technique was first cultivated using the negative lunar force at night and was an orthodox top-tier devil Dao cultivation method. However, somebody eventually created a shortcut to cultivate by absorbing young women's vital essence and blood. The cultivation speed is much faster and far surpasses the speed of ordinary cultivation by several times. Since I've avenged myself, there's no longer any need for me to use the shortcut. Zhu Luqi muttered as he stared at Feng Biyuyi's head. I hope you mean what you said, Palace Master Zhu. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhu Luqi meaningfully before motioning to Ji Yuli to leave. Without bidding goodbye to Zhu Luqi, they proceeded to leave. There was no need for them to take a detour, so they continued to make their way north. Staring at Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yuli's silhouettes that were disappearing before his eyes, Zhu Luqi finally made his move. He brought Feng Biyuyi's head and made his way to the estate of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. A faint sound resonated and shocked the few guards in front of the great entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. What's this? When they shifted their eyes to the source of the sound, they noticed a head on the ground. They were immediately shocked again. Before the few guards at the great entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters could see the face of the head clearly, a boisterous voice resonated in a timely manner. Please pass a message to Leader Dugu and say this is a huge present from Zhu Luqi to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Upon hearing this voice, horror dawned on the few guards. At this moment, they would have lived their lives in vain if they still could not tell that somebody had come to provoke their Mountain Shade Black Market. The sounds of wind whistling could be heard as the few disciples who were patrolling the area above the sky of the estate of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters charged toward the source of the voice, trying to find the person who dared to provoke their Mountain Shade Black Market. Unfortunately, that person seemed to have left the moment he finished speaking. The disciples on patrol from the Mountain Shade Black Market could not find him at all. Lord Deputy Leader, at this moment, the few guards who remained at the great entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters had also finally seen the face of the head. Was that not Feng Biyuyi, the first deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market? Deputy Leader has been killed. Not only was he killed, but he was decapitated as well. Just how strong is his enemy? Each of the guards was terrified and alarmed. They did not expect there was someone so bold in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that he dared to provoke their Mountain Shade Black Market in such a brazen manner. Was that person not afraid of death? That's right, earlier, didn't the voice said his name's Zhu Luqi? One of the guards quickly regained his senses. Chapter 1884 Heading to the Upper Province. Zhu Luqi. This name could be considered as well known in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Earlier, the guards at the great entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters did not realize what was going on. However, now that they had regained their senses, they looked at each other in shock and disbelief. Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace in the mystical Sky Mansion. The person who cultivates the devouring dark devil technique. There seems to be a rumor that says the reason Zhu Luqi began to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique is to seek revenge from Deputy Leader Feng. Initially, I didn't think it's true. However, it seems like it's true. Deputy Leader Feng has really been killed by Zhu Luqi. Soon after, news of Deputy Leader Feng Biyuyi's death spread in the entire Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Due to this reason, a group of Mountain Shade Black Market's high-ranking officials gathered with Mountain Shade Black Market's leader Dugu as they discussed how to catch Zhu Luqi and kill him in order to seek revenge for Feng Biyuyi. At the same time, Zhu Luqi, who left the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, had returned to the place where he was currently staying. The place where he was staying was located in a valley in a remote mountain range with two simple wooden houses. Judging by the wood used to build the wooden houses, they were recently built. He occupied one of the wooden houses while the other wooden house was occupied by the former young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Xu Jing. Currently, Xu Jing's soul was almost completely healed, and it was trying to merge with his body. As soon as it was completely merged with his body, he would gain a new life and see the light of day again. The door to Xu Jing's wooden house opened without warning. You're back. Although Xu Jing's soul had not completely merged with his body, he could already use his divine consciousness as he pleased. Due to this reason, he could easily identify the person who just came in. Yes, the person who entered was none other than Zhu Luqi. At this moment, Zhu Luqi's eyes that were trained on Xu Jing were gleaming coldly. Didn't you go out to seek revenge from Feng Biyuyi? How did it go? Xu Jing asked. Very smoothly. He's dead, Zhu Luqi replied indifferently. Good. Once I'm completely healed, I'll disclose the final part of the devouring dark devil technique to you. In the future, we'll be able to roam wherever we like if both of us join forces. Xu Jing said excitedly. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do that, Zhu Luqi replied suddenly. Stop joking. Xu Jing thought that he was joking. I'm not joking. Zhu Luqi's voice gradually turned colder. Don't forget that you and Zhao Ji have sworn on the lightning penalty oath before I disclose the devouring dark devil technique to both of you. Unless I take the initiative to go against both of you, you can't kill me at all. If you kill me, you'll die. Xu Jing did not seem worried at all. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I've thought about it. Even if I don't kill you, I can still make you unable to see the light of day again for eternity. Zhu Luqi spoke in an even more carefree tone. What are you trying to do? Finally, Xu Jing began to panic. Judging by Zhu Luqi's voice, it did not seem like he was joking. Tell me, if you lose all your limbs, what use is there even if your soul returns to your body? Zhu Luqi seemed to be talking to Xu Jing, but at the same time, he seemed to be talking to himself. No, you can't do that, you can't. Xu Jing was panicking now. When he transmitted his voice to Zhu Luqi, it sounded as though he had lost his mind. However, Zhu Luqi merely ignored him. With a raise of his hand, he cut off one of Xu Jing's limbs. Don't you want the final part of the devouring dark devil technique? Xu Jing's voice transmission roared in Zhu Luqi's ears. Although his soul had yet to completely return to his body, and he was unable to feel pain, through his divine consciousness, he could tell one of his limbs had been severed. I plan to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique normally by devouring the lunar force in the future. Do you think I still need the final part of the technique? Zhu Luqi asked nonchalantly. At the same time, he severed another one of Xu Jing's limbs. In the end, under Xu Jing's shout of despair, Zhu Luqi severed all his limbs and threw him into a hidden cave that he had long prepared. Then, he proceeded to fill the hole of the entrance and imprisoned Xu Jing inside forever. As for Xu Jing's soul that was almost fully healed, it was injured again by Zhu Luqi. Not only that, but he had even left behind a powerful corrosive devil qi that would corrode Xu Jing's soul constantly, stopping him from fully recovering. He could not kill Xu Jing due to the lightning penalty oath, so he could only do this much. After Zhu Luqi dealt with everything, he rose into the sky and looked in the direction where the mystical Sky Mansion's estate was located and muttered to himself, Mansion Master, although I can't kill him due to the lightning penalty oath, he can no longer cause trouble for the mystical Sky Mansion. This will be my parting gift to the mystical Sky Mansion before I leave the lower province. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to make his way north. Before he killed Feng Biyuyi, he had already come up with a plan. He would remove the threat that Xu Jing posed to the mystical Sky Mansion and leave the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for the upper province after he had killed Feng Biyuyi. He wanted to start a new life in the upper province. With the devouring dark devil technique, he believed that he would be able to forge his own way even if he did not use any shortcut. At this instant, he felt the righteous blood that had been hibernating for many years in his body began to boil again. It was as though he had returned to when he was young, burning with righteousness. A few days into his journey, when he was about to reach the passage connecting the lower province to the upper province, two familiar silhouettes appeared in Zhu Luqi's eyes. It's them. Are they planning to go to the upper province as well? Zhu Luqi muttered to himself. He was able to figure out that much at least. The two silhouettes that he saw belonged to Duan Lingtian and Ji Yu Li, whom he had encountered not too long ago. In just a blink of an eye, Zhu Luqi overtook Duan Lingtian and Ji Yu Li and appeared in front of them. Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian had long noticed the movement behind them. However, he did not sense any hostility from the person behind them, so he was not bothered about it. At this moment, he was shocked by the person who had appeared before them. What are you trying to do? Unlike Duan Lingtian's surprise, horror dawned on Ji Yu Li as soon as he saw Zhu Luqi again. He thought Zhu Luqi regretted letting him and Duan Lingtian go, and he was here to kill them. Duan Lingtian, are both of you heading to the upper province? Zhu Luqi asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he asked in a slightly shocked voice, are you planning to go to the upper province as well, Palace Master Zhu? Yes. Zhu Luqi nodded. Now that I've avenged myself, I have no more ties in the lower province. For this reason, I plan to go to the upper province to start a new life. If both of you don't mind, why don't we travel together for the time being?" Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian did not reply Zhu Luqi immediately. He looked at Ji Yu Li to see what his opinion was. This was because respected Ji Yu Li's opinion as well. After all, he was not alone. If he was all alone, he would not have minded traveling with Zhu Luqi. After all, since he had gotten his revenge, he no longer planned to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique using the shortcut. Since he would be cultivating an orthodox devouring dark devil technique, it could be considered as him returning to the right path. As the saying went, a criminal who changes his way is more precious than gold. Now that Zhu Luqi no longer carried out deeds that were beyond evil, he did not feel repelled by Zhu Luqi. The fact that Duan Ling Tian asked for Ji Yu Li's opinion made him feel warm inside. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you decide." However, Ji Yu Li still let Duan Ling Tian have the final say. "Palace Master Zhu, let's travel together then," Duan Ling Tian told Zhu Luqi. It was obvious Zhu Luqi was excited upon hearing his answer. After all, if he headed to the upper province alone, he would be alone when he arrived at the upper province. He did not know anybody there and would have to start from scratch. However, if his fellow companions were also strong, things would be different. At the very least, the journey would be slightly smoother. Although Ji Yu Li kept quiet, he still kept his guard up against Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi, naturally, noticed this. However, he acted as though he was not bothered by it. Inwardly, he felt bitter. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, the relationship between him and Ji Yu Li when they were in the mystical sky mansion was quite good. Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple while the former, strictly speaking, was still his junior nephew. The three of them traveled together and soon arrived near the passage that connected the lower province to the upper province. A towering snowy mountain appeared before three of them. Due to the geographical location, this area was covered in snow all year round. It was even snowing heavily at this moment. Elder Lu, Duan Ling Tian encountered a watcher on the summit of the snowy mountain. It was Elder Lu whom he had met in Azure Cloud Mansion not too long ago. When Duan Ling Tian took the initiative to greet Elder Lu, he instantly recognized him as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the son of mansion master Duan Rufeng. Heading to the upper province? Elder Lu asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Elder Lu, although we know the passage is somewhere here, we still can't find it despite searching for a long time. Can you point us in the right direction please? After Elder Lu glanced at Zhu Luqi and Ji Yu Li who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian indifferently, he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Follow me." At the same time, he rose up into the air and brought Duan Ling Tian and the other two to the middle of the towering snowy mountain. It was snowing heavily where he brought them. Everything was covered by the snow. Under Duan Ling Tian and the other two's watchful eyes, Elder Lu raised his hand. A vast energy appeared in his hand. As he waved it across the sky, an invisible energy swept out and swept off a fraction of snow that was gathered at the waist of the mountain, revealing an entrance to a cave. With just one glance, the cave was completely dark and nothing could be seen at all. This is the passage leading to the upper province. Looking at the entrance to the cave that was completely ordinary, Ji Yu Li was slightly disappointed. Chapter 1885 Inter-Province Transportation Formation. Ji Yu Li was not the only one who felt disappointed. Even Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Luqi could not help but feel a hint of disappointment and confusion when they saw the entrance to the cave. In fact, it was not only Ji Yu Li who was disappointed. This was the passage that connected the lower province to the upper province. It was completely different from what they had expected. Although they did not think it would be fancy, they thought it would be at least better than this shabby state. Perhaps, there's a different world inside, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The watcher, Elder Lu, did not notice Duan Ling Tian and the other two's disappointment. After removing the snow to the entrance of the cave, he continued to make his move. In just a blink of an eye, 8 cave entrances appeared before Duan Ling Tian and his two companions' eyes. In total, there were 9 cave entrances at the waist of the towering snowy mountain. If one were to look at it from a distance, one would be able to see the entrances formed a circle. Elder Lu, which one of these entrances lead to the upper province? Ji Yu Li asked Elder Lu as he looked at him after he regained his senses. He could roughly guess things were not as he had assumed. These 9 cave entrances have saint stones that support the inter-province transportation formation. Each of these 9 caves has a standalone secondary formation. Once the transportation formation is activated, the 9 secondary formations will be activated as well. They will then deplete the Saint Stones and turn into the inter-province transformation formation. After that, you'll be able to enter the passage that leads to the upper province. Elder Lu answered Gu Li's question indifferently. Meanwhile, he began to make his move again. A solidified beam of light shot out from his fingertip like an electrical snake that soared across the sky. How fast! Duan Ling Tian could only catch the faint trace in the wake of the beam of light. In just a blink of an eye, it had disappeared. When Zhu Luqi sensed the energy from this beam of light, chills ran up his spine. He could sense this beam of light was consolidated by a terrifying energy. If it was not aimed at the towering mountain, but at him, he would not have been able to stop it at all despite the fact that his cultivation base was close to breaking through to the mastery exemplary saint stage. Quintessential saint stage. Is this the energy of a quintessential saint stage powerhouse? Although Zhu Luqi felt wary, a hint of feverish passion could be seen in his eyes as well. He had heard that watchers of the Dao Martial Saint Land were quintessential saint stage powerhouses. Currently, he was no longer the same as he was previously. Although he did not plan to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique by absorbing young women's vital blood and essence, he was 100% confident he would be able to catch up to the Watcher and break through to the quintessential saint stage in the future. Unlike Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Luqi, who was stunned, due to his weaker cultivation base, Gu Li did not notice the beam of light at all. Due to this reason, he was not confused nor stunned. When Zhu Luqi and Duan Ling Tian's eyes shifted to the heart of the circle formed by the 9 caves where the beam of light landed, the snow which lay above it exploded. Subsequently, the 9 caves that were pitch black inside began to light up immediately. 9 waves of powerful aura swept out of the 9 caves, pressuring Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions. What a powerful energy! The saint stones inside must be higher than 3rd grade saint stones. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the quasi-3rd-rate forces monopolized the quasi-3rd-grade saint stone reserves. The quasi-3rd-grade saint stone reserves were the best in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The best saint stones that were produced by these reserves were only 3rd-grade saint stones. Moreover, it did not produce many 3rd-grade saint stones as well. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions saw something flashed across their eyes. They discovered it was 9 beams of light of different colors shooting out from the 9 caves into the sky at a very fast speed. Among the 9 colors, 7 of them were the colors of the rainbow. It was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The remaining 2 colors were white and black. Under Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions' watchful eyes, the 9 energies collided and set off a thunderous noise. Then, the 9 waves of energy began to fuse together. In the end, the black and white energies were the most prominent. They formed a pattern that Duan Ling Tian was familiar with: Tai Chi. The yin-yang diagram. The yin-yang diagram hovered in the air. A translucent and mysterious energy gathered above it. From afar, with the yin-yang diagram as the background, one could see the translucent energy seemed to have formed into a cylindrical shape. This is the inter-province transportation formation. Once you step inside, you'll be able to enter the passage that connects the lower province to the upper province. At the same time, Elder Lu's voice resonated. The passage is neither long nor short. However, there are dangers lurking in there. It'll only be dangerous to those who are below the eminent saint stage. An eminent saint stage powerhouse would be able to protect himself, but those with a higher cultivation base can protect himself and his companions if he chooses to. Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions instantly shifted their attention to the inter-province transportation formation. As for the things Elder Lu mentioned, like how those who were at the eminent saint stage and above could rely on their strength to cross the passage leading to the upper province, they had all heard it before, so it did not surprise them. They were more interested in the transportation formation. Apart from energy from the saint inscription, there seems to be energy from Dao Talisman as well in the transportation formation. Although the formation was quite a distance away, Duan Ling Tian could feel the aura of the transportation formation. Moreover, after he had secretly activated his strange pupil, he could also see the partly hidden amulet inside the transportation formation. It was a Dao Talisman. One could say that this inter-province transportation formation was formed from a combination of energies of the saint inscription and the Dao Talisman. Elder Lu, taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Lu and voiced out the question in his heart: who was the one who built this transportation formation? Moreover, the saint stones in the 9 caves are not third-grade saint stones, right? As soon as Duan Ling Tian spoke, he instantly voiced out the 2 biggest questions he had in his mind. He was very curious about the person who built this transportation formation. Apart from that, he was also curious about how many saint stones and what grade they were to support the transportation formation. He had a feeling the saint stones supporting the transportation formation did not come from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Just a mere third-grade and quasi-third-grade saint stones would not be able to support this transportation formation. This transportation formation has been here ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land split into 2. At that time, this transportation formation was built under the leadership of a reclusive senior who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Those who were involved were above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not only that, but there were more than 10 of them as well. When Elder Lu spoke, his voice was filled with veneration. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, whether it was Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li or Zhu Lu Qi, they could not help but gasp when they heard his words. What was the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Such a powerhouse already had one of his feet in the Devata realm. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, those who were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were also known as half-celestial by the commoners because they already had one foot in the Devata realm. It was said that once the powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage managed to survive the Celestial Ascension calamity and ascended to the Devata realm, they would become a true celestial being and overlook the commoners. Just by hearing about the people involved in the building of the inter-province transportation formation from Elder Lu, Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions could just imagine how huge the scale of the project was. It was due to the combined hard work of the predecessors that brought about the convenience for the later generations. Just as the saying went, a generation plants a tree where the later generations would be able to rest under. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was filled with great admiration when he thought about those powerhouses. As for the saint stones needed to support the inter-province transportation formation, all of them are the responsibility of all first-rate forces in the upper province, including the first-rate force I'm from. 90% of the saint stones inside are first-grade saint stones while the remaining 10% are quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Elder Lu continued to add, 90% of them are first-grade saint stones. Duan Ling Tian gasped. Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi were stunned as well. Elder Lu, are the quasi-celestial grade saint stones more valuable than the first-grade saint stones? Duan Ling Tian asked solemnly. Yes, Elder Lu nodded before continuing to say, the quasi-celestial grade saint stones usually comes from quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserves. Naturally, first-grade saint stone reserves would sometimes produce some of them. The first-rate forces in the upper province usually control 1 to 2 first-grade saint stone reserves. How about the 3 great sects then? Duan Ling Tian asked as his eyes flashed. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 3 great sects stood above the first-rate forces. They were the strongest forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 3 great sects. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, a hint of anger momentarily flashed across Elder Lu's eyes. The 3 great sects have already monopolized the only 3 quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserves in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they even monopolize no fewer than 20 first-grade saint stone reserves. Although that's the case, they still demand first-rate forces to supply the saint stones needed to support the inter-province transportation formation. They refuse to contribute even a single saint stone. Elder Lu became angrier and angrier as he spoke. This could also be considered as his true thoughts as a member of a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was only natural for him to be angry. The 3 great sects had been exploiting others all these while, but people from the first-rate forces did not dare to speak up and show their anger at all. As a member of a first-rate force, Elder Lu took this chance and vented the accumulated anger in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li, and Zhu Lu Qi frowned upon hearing his words. The 3 great sects have gone too far. They have so many first-grade saint stone reserves and even the quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserves, but to think they're not even willing to part with a single saint stone to support the inter-province transportation formation. What, do they want to keep their saint stones so that it can be buried with them when they die? Ji Yu Li was burning with righteous indignant. Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Lu Qi, on the other hand, remained calm. Although they also felt the 3 great sects had gone too far, who could they blame since the great sects were stronger than the first-rate forces? This was a world where the strong ruled. If those first-rate forces were in the great sects' shoes, they would also exploit those weaker than them. Chapter 1886. First time stepping into the upper province. No matter how many grudges Elder Lu had because of the injustice done to the first-rate force he was from, he could only vent his anger in front of Duan Ling Tian and his two companions at most. Although it would not change the situation, he felt much better after venting because he had finally released all his pent-up frustrations. Go. Be careful when you arrive at the upper province, for it's far crueler than what you've imagined. It's best for all of you to look for sect join and rely on. The death rate of sectless cultivators are the highest in the upper province, Elder Lu reminded them solemnly as Duan Ling and his two companions stepped into the inter-province transportation formation. Many years ago, when the Dao Martial Saint Land had not split into two, the overall strength of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not as powerful as it currently was. Then, when it was split into two, the upper province, a pseudo-standalone realm, had a better cultivation environment and cultivation resources in comparison to the lower province. Due to the limitation of cultivation resources, the powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land at that time had competed to enter the upper province. The forces above third-rate forces also began to enter one after another. Due to this reason, the upper province flourished and was filled with strong people. Duan Ling Tian's father, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, had a cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. When he cast some of his techniques, his strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the early quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he was also widely acknowledged as one of the two strongest men in the lower province. Such a person could be considered as remarkable. However, if such a person lived in the upper province, he would not be considered as remarkable at all, even though he would not be considered as too bad. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the rankings of Martial, Dao, and Devil cultivators were directly ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. The Supreme Saint ranking was already a well-established ranking before the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into the upper province and lower province. Duan Ling Tian's master, the person known as the Sword Saint by the commoners, the successor of the Seven Absolute Sect's first absolute, Fog Rain, Feng Qingyang, was once ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. It was the highest honor one could get. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into two, the powerhouses ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking had always been powerhouses from the upper province. None of the powerhouses in the lower province, even Duan Rufeng or Dugu, managed to place in the ranking, not even in the last place. Even that person, Elder Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra sect, who was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, was not even in the top 500 of the Supreme Saint ranking. One could see just how many undiscovered talents were hidden in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. No matter what, Xie Zong was still a Black Kshetra sect's elder. However, it was still difficult for him to enter the top 500 in the Supreme Saint ranking. There were many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land, that was why it was so dangerous. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. Duan Ling Tian and his two companions knew a little about the situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When they heard Elder Lu's reminder, their expressions turned grave immediately. Go. Elder Lu glanced at the inter-province transportation formation and told Duan Ling Tian and his two companions, every time the inter-province transportation formation is activated, it'll only last for 15 minutes at most. The three of them nodded their heads before flying in, entering the inter-province transportation formation almost at the same time. The moment they entered the inter-province transportation formation, Duan Ling Tian felt as though a gentle energy had enveloped him. As soon as this energy enveloped him completely, everything turned dark without warning. When light reappeared again, he discovered he was standing on a passage formed by a translucent barrier. The passage was long and stretched out as far as the eyes could see. At the same time, a piercing noise resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. As it turned out, there were electrical snake-like energies that were running amok outside of the translucent barrier that formed the passage. Occasionally, some of the energies managed to bypass the barrier. However, as soon as they entered the barrier, their forces were greatly reduced. Even then, in its weakened state, it would still be impossible for those below the Eminent Saint stage to survive. Only those at the Eminent Saint stage or above could deal with this. Duan Ling Tian dodged the energy that managed to sneak past barrier as he thought to himself, is this the spatial turbulence that we have to go through when we're traveling between realms? The reason he knew about this was due to Elder Huo explaining to him about traveling between realms and spatial turbulence prior to this. According to Elder Huo, the spatial turbulence one encountered while traveling between low-level realms in the mundane realms would not be too powerful. Strong powerhouses could easily dismiss these energies. If some measures were put in place, for example, the transportation formation, it would weaken the energy from the spatial turbulence that managed to enter the spatial transfer passage that even an eminent saint stage powerhouse could easily deal with it. The place Duan Ling Tian was at now was a spatial transfer passage from the lower province to the upper province. The tunnel-like passage that was formed by a translucent barrier had blocked most of the energies from the spatial turbulence. Although Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the peak of the eminent saint stage, due to the existence of the sun true origin, based on the energy on his body alone, he was in no way inferior to a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. For this reason, it was easy for him to travel through the spatial transfer passage. Ji Yu Li was an early divine saint stage martial cultivator. He followed closely next to Duan Ling Tian. He was as relaxed as Duan Ling Tian. There was no need to mention Zhu Luqi, whose cultivation base was higher than theirs. He already had 1 foot in the mastery exemplary saint stage, so the weakened energy from the spatial turbulence did not bother him at all. The three of them looked at each other without saying anything and came to a tacit agreement. In the next moment, they charged to the other end of the passage at their fastest speed. Nobody knew how much time had passed. It felt like seconds, but at the same time, it felt like a century had passed. While they were flying forward, Duan Ling Tian discovered his body was enveloped by the gentle energy again. Just like before, everything before his eyes turned dark. When light reappeared again, he discovered he was standing in a huge garden of herbs. The reason he knew he was in a herb garden was due to the fresh and pleasant smell of herbs. As he studied his surroundings, he noticed a lot of spirit medicines planted in every corner of the garden. When Duan Ling Tian was still studying his surroundings, he heard 2 sounds of wind whistling next to him. As it turned out, it was Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi. Both of them were stunned when they discovered they were standing in a garden of herbs. So many spirit medicines. The upper province is really amazing. Zhu Luqi was astonished. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the place where spirit medicine grew was very harsh. Even if one wanted to plant it, the soil needed to be suitable for it to grow. That kind of soil was very rare and valuable in the lower province. For this reason, they knew the soil here was the very valuable spirit soil. So much spirit soil, and so many spirit medicines. We're rich, we're going to be rich. At the same time, Ji Yu Li regained his senses and stared at the vast expanse of spirit soil and spirit medicines with shining eyes. It was as though he was about to gain possession of all these. Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Luqi, on the other hand, turned solemn instead as they looked at each other. There were hints of anxiety and worries in their eyes. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, these spirit soil and spirit medicines must have an owner. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown in such an orderly fashion. Not only that, someone who owns such a huge garden of herbs in the upper province is not someone we can easily offend. Duan Ling Tian reminded Ji Yu Li in a faint voice. Upon hearing that, Ji Yu Li began to study the spirit medicines in the surroundings carefully. Soon after, he discovered the spirit medicines were indeed planted in an orderly manner. Moreover, the gap between each spirit medicine was precise as well. Ji Yu Li's expression immediately turned solemn as well. Indeed, there really is an owner. Damn it, where did we teleport to? The inter-province transportation formation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was fixed at one place, but the ones in the upper province were fixed at various places. Nobody could be sure where they would be transported to in the upper province. The only thing that was certain was those who stepped into the transportation formation together would be sent to the same place. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian quickly rose up into the air and motioned to Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi to leave. He feared that if they continued to stay here, the owner would be furious when he found them there. No matter if the herb garden belonged to a single person or a sect, they could not afford to offend anyone at all. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's light order, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi, who knew this place was like a time bomb, also instantly rose into the air without any hesitation, just as their energies surged from their bodies, and they were about to leave the herb garden at their fastest speed. Since you're all here, there's no need for you leave. A voice resonated in the air suddenly. The voice sounded old, and its tone brooked no arguments. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of energy that landed on him like a mountain. At this moment, the horrifying energy also suppressed the sun true origin that was surging out of Duan Ling Tian's body, sending him crashing down to the ground violently. Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi were in a similar situation as well. Chapter 1887 The Workers in the Herb Garden. After they crashed to the ground, horror dawned on Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi. Before the owner of the voice had even shown himself, he had already made them fall in such a wretched manner. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage might not be able to do so. It was very likely the person who had spoken was a saint celestial stage powerhouse. When both of them thought about how they had offended a saint celestial stage powerhouse the moment they arrived in the upper province, terror rose in their hearts as horror filled their eyes. Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. We didn't mean to trespass into your garden as well. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and calmed the chaotic vital energy and blood in his body before said to the air politely, "We've just arrived from the lower province. After we enter the inter-province transportation formation, we were sent here. I swear that we didn't touch a single plant at all since we got here." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Ji Yu Li quickly said, "That's right, senior. After we realized this herb garden has an owner, we immediately decided to leave this place since we didn't want to cause any trouble. Since we didn't mean to offend you, could you please let us leave, senior?" Although Zhu Luqi remained quiet, a hint of anticipation could be seen in his eyes. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. However, the words he wanted to say had been said by Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li. Although they had spoken, they did not receive a response. Three of them immediately looked at each other with a wry smile and anxiety in their hearts. The powerhouse was able to cause them to fall in such a wretched manner without even revealing himself. This was enough to prove his strength was not something they could fight. Even if I unleash all my techniques and use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it'll still be impossible for me to be a match for this powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. From the lower province, after a long while, the ancient-sounding voice sounded again. It sounded as though he was interrogating them. "Senior, we're really from the lower province. If we didn't suddenly appear in your herb garden but came in from outside, you would have discovered us based on your ability," Ji Yu Li said as he tried to flatter the owner of the voice. "Since all of you trespassed into this place by accident, I can't blame you for it, so I'll spare your lives." The ancient-sounding voice said again. Duan Ling Tian and the other two sighed in relief when they realized their lives were safe. The other person could have easily killed them with his strength. "In that case, we bid goodbye to you, senior." Duan Ling Tian and his two companions stood up. Ji Yu Li even respectfully cupped his hands together in front of his chest. Without waiting for the powerhouse to respond, he rose into the air. However, the moment Ji Yu Li rose into the air, he was sent crashing down again by the same energy that had appeared out of nowhere. It angered him a little. "Senior, didn't you say that you don't blame us and will spare our lives? With your strength and identity, you won't go as far as to joke with us, right?" It seemed as though Ji Yu Li was complaining when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Luqi could not help but frown as well. The powerhouse who was concealing himself would not go back on his words, right? However, they were powerless to do anything even if the powerhouses decided to go back on his words. After all, even if three of them joined forces, it was not even enough to leave a scratch on the powerhouse. "I said that I don't blame you, and I'll spare your lives. However, since you're sent here by the inter-province transportation formation, this means that you're fated to meet me. As it happens, a few workers who tend to this garden for me had died sudden unexplained deaths a few days ago. For this reason, all of you will help me tend to this garden for the time being. You can leave as you like after I find new workers," the ancient-sounding voice said. Duan Ling Tian and his two companions were horrified when they heard the powerhouse's words. He wanted them to stay back and tend to his garden. Not only that, but his workers had died sudden explained deaths. From his tone, it seemed like he wanted them to remain behind to become his workers. "What, you're unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll send you to the otherworld right now," the voice said coldly. Then, he changed his tone and said, "Don't be so ungrateful. You've just arrived at the upper province. If you stroll about casually outside, nobody knows when you'll be killed. If you stay in my herb garden, apart from being safe, the cultivation environment here is much better than it is outside. Many people want to cultivate here, but I've rejected them." It seemed like the powerhouse decided to use the carrot and stick approach. When they heard the first half of the sentence, Duan Ling Tian and his two companions were horrified. They knew it was impossible to leave even if they were unwilling to tend to the garden. When they heard the second half of his words, they instinctively sensed the heaven and spirit energy here. They quickly discovered that the heaven and earth energy here was indeed very rich. It was far richer that it could not compare to the lower province at all. However, since they had not gone anywhere else in the upper province, they did not know whether the cultivation environment here was better than it was outside. Duan Ling Tian, who was sensing the heaven and earth spirit energy, soon discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy here resonated with the spirit medicines in the herb garden. The aura that was occasionally released by the spirit medicines also fused with the heaven and earth spirit energy, making it even richer. It seems like he didn't lie to us, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Even if that was the case, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to remain here to cultivate even if the cultivation environment here was the best in the upper province. He did not want to stay here for a second longer if possible. The reason he had left the lower province and came to the upper province was to look for his fiancée and daughter who were imprisoned in the fire worship sect. What he wanted to do was to go to the fire worship sect to save his fiancée and daughter. Although with his current strength it was impossible for him to charge into the fire worship sect to save his fiancée and daughter, he planned to sneak into the fire worship sect and plan from there. He believed with his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to join the fire worship sect. However, if he was imprisoned here, he would not be able to go to the fire worship sect for the time being. Not only that, but he might even die here. How could go to Ka and his daughter's rescue if he died? After all, according to the owner of the herb garden, the previous workers had died suddenly without any explanation. If one worker died without any explanation, it might just be a coincidence. However, a few workers had died abruptly without any explanation. It made one wonder if the problem lay with the herb garden or its owner. Senior, Duan Ling Tian spoke to the air after he took a deep breath. The reason I came to the upper province is due to an urgent business I have here. If you're willing to let us leave, I, Duan Ling Tian, will be forever grateful and return this favor in the future. We'll owe you a favor as well, Senior, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi chimed in. Although they had no particularly urgent business here, they knew it would not be good for them to work here and tend to the garden. If it was possible, they wanted to leave as soon as they could. For some odd reason, they felt that the owner of the herb garden was a little strange. Especially when he spoke about his previous workers who had died sudden unexplained deaths. Chills ran up their spines immediately when they thought about how they might follow in those workers' footsteps. I know what you're thinking. The previous workers haven't even entered the eminent saint stage yet. They couldn't endure the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the herb garden after spending some time here. In the end, all of them exploded and died after staying here for 10 years. The herb garden's owner still did not reveal himself, but his voice resonated clearly in Duan Ling Tian and his two companions' ears. With your cultivation base, it won't be a problem for you to stay for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll naturally let all of you leave. Alright, it's decided then. If I find out any of you dare to escape before 10 years are over, don't blame me for not showing any mercy. After that, the voice no longer spoke. No matter how loud Ji Yu Li yelled, the herb garden's owner no longer responded. It was as though he had gone away. In the end, Ji Yu Li could only look at Duan Ling Tian helplessly and ask, Junior brother Ling Tian, what should we do now? What else can we do? Since he has already said such words, we can only obediently remain here for the time being. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Among the three of them, he was definitely the most eager to leave this place. He was desperate to go to the fire worship sect to rescue his fiancée and daughter. Who knew when the sect leader of the fire worship sect would come out of closed-door cultivation? At that time, his fiancée and daughter's lives would be in danger. The moment he thought of this, his heart burned with anxiety. However, in this current situation, what use was there even if his heart burned with anxiety? The strength of the herb garden's owner was not something they could go against. It was impossible for them to leave by force. For this reason, they could only go with the flow and see if they could find a chance to leave. Let's stay for now. Who knows, we might find a chance to leave in a few days' time. Zhu Lu Qi transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li's ears, and they nodded. Currently, this was all they could do. They had no choice at all. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian and the other two remained in the herb garden. Initially, they thought nothing of the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden, but after staying for some time, they realized that these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were not low-grade ones. In fact, Even Elder Huo said if these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were given to him, he would be able to completely repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even with the help of the entire Azure Cloud Mansion, he only managed to restore a small fraction of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Elder Huo, you're not mistaken, right? These spirit grasses and spirit medicines are not in the list of materials you told me before, Duan Ling Tian grumbled to Elder Huo. This was because he felt as though Elder Huo was trying to get him to steal all of the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden. My strength has recovered a little more now. If these spirit grasses and spirit medicines are refined by my son True Origin, they can be transformed into the purest state of energy and be used to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures. Exquisite Pagoda, Elder Huo replied. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he only smiled wryly. Even so, I can't touch even one plant here at all. If I did, I'll definitely die without a doubt. Even senior brother Ji Yu Li and Palace Master Zhu would be implicated as well. Chapter 1888 Elder Huo's Plan. Duan Ling Tian had long noticed that the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden was not simple. However, even so, he did not dare to have any covetous thoughts toward the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden at all. This was because the owner of the herb garden was a powerful being who seemed to be at the Saint Celestial stage. Although it was impossible for him to keep an eye on the herb garden at all times, with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it was impossible for him to tell when the owner of the herb garden was watching them. It would just be like playing with fire if he coveted the spirit grasses and spirit medicine in the herb garden. It was fine if he was lucky and did not get caught. However, he would definitely die if he was caught. Moreover, it might even implicate Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi as well. I'm sure you know about the benefits the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will bring you, right? Aren't you tempted? Elder Huo's voice resonated again. If he was subtly egging Duan Ling Tian on earlier, currently, he was directly egging him on. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Elder Huo, naturally, I know the benefits the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will bring me. I've dreamed about restoring the 4th level as well. However, I really can't touch the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in this herb garden at all. Duan Ling Tian's voice was tinged with a sense of helplessness when he spoke. Why? Elder Huo asked. Duan Ling Tian said, although I've not seen the owner of the herb garden until now, based on the technique he cast previously, I can tell he's most likely at the Saint Celestial stage or above. With his strength, I won't be able to tell when he's watching us. Who knows when he's watching us? If I take this risk and lose, not only would I die, but it might even implicate senior brother Ji Yu Li and Palace Master Zhu. Even if he didn't catch me stealing the spirit grasses and spirit medicines, he'll definitely suspect us when he finds them missing. He shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. It's not difficult to solve the problems you just mentioned, Elder Huo said after a moment of silence. You can do this. Then, Elder Huo told Duan Ling Tian about his plan. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. His expression was grave as he asked, Elder Huo, isn't this too risky? If he didn't fall for our trick, not only would senior brother Ji Yu Li, Palace Master Zhu, and me fail to escape, but we would be killed for angering him. Don't worry, this plan is foolproof with me around, Elder Huo replied determinedly. Duan Ling Tian did not respond for a long time, so Elder Huo knew he still felt skeptical. Think about this carefully. This chance is hard to come by. If you miss it, it'll be impossible for you to find another chance to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in such a short period of time in the future. Besides, if this plan is a success, apart from having the whole garden of spirit grasses and spirit medicine to yourself, you and your companions would be able to escape from this place as well. Don't tell me you plan on staying here for 10 years. You might be able to wait, but will your fiancé and daughter be able to wait that long? Elder Huo further tempted Duan Ling Tian with his words, causing Duan Ling Tian's mind to be in chaos. He had mentioned Ka's situation to Elder Huo before, so Elder Huo knew about the matter. Elder Huo, I believe in you. After listening to Elder Huo, Duan Ling Tian, who felt skeptical, could only clench his teeth as he decided to go with Elder Huo's plan to steal all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden. Not only that, but they could seize this opportunity to escape the evil grasp of this person who seemed to be at the Saint Celestial stage. As the saying went, fortune favors the bold. Along with Elder Huo's help, Duan Ling Tian felt their success rate was quite high. As for how Elder Huo said that the plan was completely foolproof, he did not really believe it at all. After all, nobody could tell what would happen in the future. If they made a mistake during the critical moment, they would lose everything. Although I believe in you, Elder Huo, it doesn't mean Senior Brother Ji Yu Li and Palace Master Zhu will believe me. After all, this matter is related to our lives, so we can't afford to be careless. Duan Ling Tian said, I'm sure they won't reject you if you're confident enough, Elder Huo replied. He had faith in Duan Ling Tian. I don't want to make any promises, but I'll try my best. Just because Elder Huo was confident in Duan Ling Tian, it did not mean Duan Ling Tian felt confident. Due to this reason, he did not promise Elder Huo anything. However, to Duan Ling Tian's surprise, after he told Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi about Elder Huo's plan, both of them instantly agreed to it. As long as you can find out when he's not watching us, this plan will work, Zhu Luqi replied. I think it'll work as well, Ji Yu Li chimed in. There are no plans that are completely foolproof. Although the plan seems to have no flaws, who can guarantee there won't be any problem that arises later? Both of you must think about this carefully, Duan Ling Tian responded. I've thought this through. Rather than being imprisoned here for 10 years, I'd rather take this risk. Not only that, but if you know when he's not monitoring us, then our chances of escaping will be high. Zhu Luqi added again. That's right, although it's risky, I still want to take this risk. Ji Yu Li agreed with Zhu Luqi. Since both of you agree to it, we'll carry out our plan tomorrow, Duan Ling Tian said without beating around the bush when he saw Zhu Luqi and Ji Yu Li's determination despite his warning. All right, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi nodded in agreement. They did not have any objections. Not only that, but there was a hint of excitement in the depths of their eyes as they looked forward to tomorrow's plan. That night, Duan Ling Tian discussed the details with Elder Huo and finalized every step of the plan. No mistake is allowed in tomorrow's plan. Only when midnight arrived did Duan Ling Tian stop his discussion with Elder Huo. He was determined to give it his all tomorrow to avoid any mistakes. When the sky turned bright, the day had finally arrived. He has withdrawn his divine consciousness. The plan starts now. Duan Ling Tian, who was originally tending to the spirit grasses and spirit medicine, obediently suddenly heard an ancient voice resonating in his ears. It was Elder Huo's voice. Now, upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately transmitted his voice to Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi, ordering both of them to make their moves. Soon after, 3 of them made their moves and disappeared from their spots. In the next moment, gusts of cold wind blew across the herb garden. It was Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions moving around in the herb garden. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines were all rooted from the ground in their wake. They were like a swarm of locusts. Every once in a while, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi would pass all the war trophies in their hands to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had suggested this since he had a method of storing the spirit grasses and spirit medicine into a place that was not a spatial ring. It was the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Naturally, he did not tell Ji Yu Li or Zhu Luqi anything about the 7 treasures exquisite, nor did he mention that he could hide those spirit grasses and spirit medicines without being found out. He merely said he had a way to destroy all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the herb garden without the owner of the herb garden discovering anything. This was the first step of the plan. If they did not complete the first step, they would not be able to proceed to the second step. With their strength, it only took them 15 minutes to uproot all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in the huge herb garden. The herb garden was in a mess when they were done. Senior, it's a disaster. The spirit grasses and spirit medicine have all been stolen. After Duan Ling Tian and the 2 others looked at each other, Ji Yu Li called out loudly to the owner of the herb garden. His tone was filled with anxiety. One had to say he put on a good show. Ji Yu Li's voice was originally loud, coupled with the divine saint stage energy. It immediately alerted the herb garden's owner. It was at this moment that Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions finally saw the owner of the herb garden. The herb garden's owner was a plain-looking old man who looked slightly like a sage from afar. However, at this moment, the old man's eyes were red as he stared at the mess in his herb garden. His face began to twitch. It was clear he was furious. Senior, that person has escaped to the south. Perhaps you'll be able to catch him if you go after him now. Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li, and Zhu Luqi looked at the old man anxiously and urged him on. At this moment, they were covered in dust and dirt as though they had been attacked. After the old man took a deep breath, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions. Remove the ownership of your spatial ring and hand it over. The old man did not listen to Duan Ling Tian and his two companions' urgings. Instead, he ordered them to hand their spatial rings over. He spoke hurriedly as though he was anxious to get his hands on their spatial rings. Naturally, this was because he wanted to make sure the disappearance of the spirit grasses and spirit medicine had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian and his two companions before he chased after the culprit who had stolen his spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian and his two companions frowned. However, the old man's gaze was as sharp as knives. They had no choice but to remove their ownerships off their spatial rings before handing it over to the old man. After receiving the spatial rings, the old man extended his powerful divine consciousness and began to search Duan Ling Tian and his two companions to make sure they did not have any other spatial rings on them. Then, he proceeded to perform blood ownership claim on the 3 spatial rings. When he discovered there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines from his herb garden in the spatial rings, his expression turned grim immediately. Humph! As he snorted coldly, the old man removed the ownership from the 3 spatial rings and handed it back to them before he immediately flew toward the south. In just a blink of an eye, the old man disappeared before their eyes. However, he suddenly appeared at a corner where he was hidden from 3 of them as he stared at them coldly. Chapter 1889 Sun Ying the Medicine King. He's hiding and watching the 3 of you. As the old man hid himself and watched Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions, Elder Huo's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ear in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian instantly transmitted his voice to Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi. Start acting now. Acting. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, whether it was Ji Yu Li or Zhu Lu Qi, both of them were momentarily stunned. The powerhouse who stole the spirit grasses and spirit medicines earlier really possesses a very fast speed. From the beginning until the end, I didn't even realize what was happening, and he has already stolen all the spirit grasses and spirit medicine, Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi with an expression of disbelief and confusion on his face. It was as though someone had really stolen the spirit grasses and spirit medicines. It's a good thing we didn't try to stop him or else we would have been sent flying. Judging by his expression, I'm afraid he would have killed us if we tried to stop him. Ji Yu Li said with a fearful expression on his face. He's really strong. I wonder if the owner of this herb garden is a match for him. If he can't catch up to him, I'm afraid all of the spirit grasses and spirit medicines will be gone. Zhu Lu Qi chimed in. Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions continued talking as though they did not know someone was eavesdropping on them. Their words sounded so genuine that the old man who was hiding believed their words and finally felt at ease. In the next instant, he instantly flew in the south direction. The old man's figure flew out and left a heavenly trail in the sky. His speed was terrifyingly fast. How many years has it been since someone dared to anger me, Sun Ying? No matter who you are, you'll die for touching my things. The old man's eye shone coldly. Sun Ying. If someone from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land heard this name, they would be shocked. The Medicine King, Sun Ying, was a famous powerful sectless cultivator in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from being a quasi-celestial grade saint refinement master who specialized in medicine Dao, he was also a sectless cultivator who was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although that was the case, it did not cross Sun Ying's mind that he had been fooled by the 3 fellows who came from the lower province. He was fooled because he did not expect Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions could sense his divine consciousness and knew he was hiding. Sun Ying was very confident of his own strength. Naturally, this was because it did not cross Sun Ying's mind that Duan Ling Tian had someone like Elder Huo helping him. If he had known about Elder Huo, he would have made Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of simply monitoring them on his own to see if they would steal things that had been entrusted to them. When one's strength had reached Sun Ying's stage, it would be a habit for them to do things on their own. The lightning penalty oath would not be the first thing to come to their minds unless they had no other choice. Duan Ling Tian would have been caught if this was not the case. The instant Sun Ying left, Elder Huo informed Duan Ling Tian about it. Duan Ling Tian instantly gestured to Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi to leave. He has already left to the south. He won't be back for the time being. Let's head west at our fastest speed. Let's travel for a month before we decide what to do next. Sure. At this moment, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi both looked to Duan Ling Tian and waited for his instruction. After 3 of them rose into the air, they flew west without even looking back. They did not dare to stop even for a moment. It's a good thing the old fellow only checked our spatial rings and hid in the dark to eavesdrop on us. If he had asked us to swear on the lightning penalty oath, all of us would have died. Ji Yuli said while they were traveling. He felt really lucky. Indeed. Zhu Luqi expressed his agreement. After listening to Ji Yuli's words, he broke out in cold sweat. It was indeed a close call. However, I think it did not even cross his mind that we would uproot all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his herb garden when he wasn't watching us. I'm sure he didn't expect junior brother Ling Tian is able to tell that he was hiding or that we were acting, Ji Yuli said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with admiration in his eyes. That's right, Zhu Luqi also nodded. Up until now, Zhu Luqi still could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian was able to find out when the owner of the herb garden was not watching them. He did not think Duan Ling Tian was able to sense the divine consciousness of the herb garden's owner. His cultivation base and divine consciousness were stronger than Duan Ling Tian, but even he could not detect the divine consciousness of the owner of the herb garden at all. However, since Duan Ling Tian did not say anything about it, he and Ji Yuli were sensible enough to not question him about it. Everyone had their secrets after all. Duan Ling Tian did not speak at all as he listened to Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi's exchange. Their words made him break out in cold sweat since he was also worried about this matter before this. Elder Huo, why are you so certain he wouldn't make us swear on the lightning penalty oath? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask Elder Huo. Previously, he had voiced his concern to Elder Huo. He was worried the owner of the herb garden would make them swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, Elder Huo was confident the owner of the herb garden would not make them swear on the lightning penalty oath. He had reassured Duan Ling Tian so that he would go ahead with the plan. Although Duan Ling Tian felt slightly anxious, he decided to take the risk. In the end, it had paid off. He had successfully escaped from the owner of the herb garden. Earlier, he was too happy that he had momentarily forgotten about this. When he heard Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi's words, he was reminded about his earlier concern which prompted him to question Elder Huo. It's because of the mindset of a strong powerhouse, Elder Huo replied. The mindset of a strong powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. To the owner of the herb garden, 3 of you are merely ants to him. If he wants information from 3 of you, there's no need for him to rely on the lightning penalty oath, Elder Huo said before he asked. Try to imagine this. If you're in his shoes, would you even think of asking 3 people whom you think of as ants to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Duan Ling Tian fell silent for a moment when heard this. He tried putting himself in the position of the owner of the herb garden. He discovered he would also rely on his own strength and would not rely on the lightning penalty oath. He did not expect I'll have someone like Elder Huo to help me. He'll definitely regret his decision. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he understood what Elder Huo meant by the mindset of a strong powerhouse. They were arrogant and looked down on others due to their confidence in their own strength. Moreover, who would ever expect that you possess the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and can store the stolen goods in there? Elder Huo smiled. No matter what, it's all thanks to you that we managed to get out of trouble, Elder Huo. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Elder Huo. Although he was the owner of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and he could be considered as Elder Huo's master since he was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he had never regarded Elder Huo as his subordinate. From the beginning until the end, he had always treated Elder Huo as his senior. As it turned out, he had made the right decision. Due to this reason, Elder Huo had always helped him unreservedly and did not keep things to himself. During the 10th day when Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions were traveling west, Sun Ying who made his way south still did not catch the person who had looted from his herb garden. Moreover, he did not find any traces of the person at all. Don't tell me this person's strength is not inferior to mine. Sun Ying stood in the air and looked below him with a terrifyingly grave expression on his face. As he thought more about it, he felt that it was impossible. There were only about 200 people in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land whose strength was not inferior to his strength. Apart from that, they were all famous powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking. It was impossible for those people to stoop so low and commit such a sneaky act. Moreover, in the eyes of these powerhouses, although the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that he planted were good, it was not enough for them to risk offending him. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, he was ranked 300th in terms of strength. However, In regards to medicine Dao, as a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master, he could be considered to be in the top 3 among all medicine Dao Saint Refinement Masters in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not worth it for anybody to offend him just for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Could it be that fellow who had done this? Sun Ying's gaze suddenly turned cold. Among his many rivals, there was only one man who was stronger than him. However, Sun Ying soon dismissed this possibility. Wait a minute, there are not more than 5 people in the entire upper province who are privy to the location of my herb garden. It's impossible for that person to do this. There's only one possibility left: something's not right with those 3 ants from the lower province. Sun Ying immediately turned around the moment he thought of this. When he returned to his herb garden, he discovered the 3 people whom he had regarded as ants had long left the herb garden. Moreover, despite his thorough search in the north, east, and west, he could not find any traces of the 3 men. At this moment, he was certain those 3 men from the lower province had escaped a long time ago. They actually ran away. Could they have done this as well? Killing intent appeared in Sun Ying's eyes. However, up until now, Sun Ying only knew 3 of them had escaped. He was uncertain if they were the ones who had stolen the spirit grasses and spirit medicines from his herb garden. First of all, he did not think the 3 of them would dare to do so under his watch since they could not sense when he was monitoring them. Secondly, he did not think they were acting when he had hidden himself and watched them since he did not think they could sense his presence. However, even if they did not steal the spirit grasses and spirit medicines, to think they actually dared to defy my order and run away. They'll definitely die if I encounter them in the future. Sun Ying sentenced 3 of them to death in his heart. Chapter 1890. The Western Region. Who's it? To think that person actually dares to loot from my, Sun Ying, herb garden. Damn it, damn it. Sun Ying still could not figure out who had looted from his herb garden even after he thought about it for a long time. His heart was filled with pent-up anger and frustration. He could only stomp his feet in anger in the end. He felt as though he was slapped by someone in the dark. He did not know how the one who slapped him was. He felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill. The amazing medicine. King, Sun Ying, had to suffer this humiliation in silence. If news of this spread out, it would cause an uproar in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions who had escaped from the herb garden was unaware that the old man who had imprisoned them was a famous person in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was not for the fact that Sun Ying did not like to be restrained by rules, he would be able to obtain an extraordinary position if he went to one of the 3 great sects. He would even be greatly respected there. Perhaps, his strength would not benefit any of the 3 sects much. However, his achievement in the medicine Dao was something nobody could compare to. Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li, and Zhu Luqi continued making their way west and only stopped after they had traveled for a month. During this 1 month, they had encountered many people who had wanted to kill them. There were many powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and these included the ruffians as well. In order to gain more wealth, these ruffians hid themselves to ambush and kill passers-by, looting the belongings of passers-by. However, most of the ruffians they encountered were dealt with easily by Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions since their strength was only ordinary. There was only once when they encountered 2 troublesome ruffians who were intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivators. One of the intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivators even had 1 foot in the mastery exemplary saint stage. His strength was on par with Zhu Luqi. When they fought, they had come to a draw. Neither one of them could get the upper hand. When Zhu Luqi discovered he could not distract his opponent to deal with the other intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave immediately. It was only when he saw Duan Ling Tian had transformed into the legendary dragon warrior and killed the other intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator in just a few moves that his expression brightened. Due to the fact that Duan Ling Tian had killed one of the intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivators, his partner was distracted. Due to a moment of distraction, he was killed by Zhu Luqi, whose strength was on par with him. It could be considered that he had died in vain. His strength was on par with Zhu Luqi. However, due to being distracted by his partner's death, he was killed by Zhu Luqi. Duan Ling Tian's actually so strong. At that moment, Zhu Luqi realized he was not the strongest in their little group of 3. The strongest person was Duan Ling Tian, a martial cultivator whose cultivation base was at the peak of the divine saint stage. It was 2 stages lower than his cultivation base. He was unaware that Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation base was actually not at the peak of the Divine Saint stage but at the Eminent Saint stage instead. With my current strength, coupled with my ability when I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and all my other techniques, even an intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few moves from me. Compared to most mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouses, I'm stronger as well. It's as though my strength is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Ling Tian understood more of the strength he possessed after that battle. In an old city to the west of the upper province that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions found an inn to stay in for the time being. After that, they looked for a restaurant to have a meal and drink. Naturally, their main intention was not to eat and drink. When one's strength had reached Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions' stage, it would not affect one too greatly if one did not drink or eat. The reason they went to a restaurant was to find out where they were at. During this 1 month, they did not dare to rest at all. Due to this reason, they did not know where they were at this moment. 4 rough-looking middle-aged men were sitting near their table as they chatted. One of them suddenly said, "Hey, did you hear? The devil-seal tablet has appeared again." The devil-seal tablet, didn't it appear 5 years ago in the lower province? Many people from the upper province had gone to the lower province, but they all came back empty-handed, another one of the men chimed in. "I've heard this news as well. Rumor has it that the devil-seal tablet is in the possession of a young man. However, he seems to have disappeared without a trace," another man said. "Your news is outdated. Not too long ago, the young man who possessed the devil-seal tablet reappeared in the lower province. As it turns out, he's the young mansion master of a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion," the 4th man in that group said. "Azure Cloud Mansion, I've heard of it before. It's a top-tier force in the lower province and Mansion Master Duan Rufeng is also a rare genius. However, I can't believe the young man who possessed the devil-seal tablet previously is the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard their discussion. He did not expect that people from the upper province knew who his father was. The Azure Cloud Mansion is a top-tier force in the lower province, but it is nothing in the upper province. Since the young man's identity has been exposed, I'm sure he won't be able to hold on to the devil-seal tablet for long. You're right, that devil-seal tablet has been snatched by Elder Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra sect. Xie Zong, wow, he really acted fast. Then, this means the devil-seal tablet is in the Black Kshetra sect's possession now. When Duan Ling Tian listened to the 4 men's discussion, he was reminded of the incident that had taken place in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He remembered vividly how bloodthirsty and arrogant Elder Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra was. Upon seeing this, Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi looked at each other. However, they remained silent. They knew it would be pointless for them to say anything. It was better for them to remain silent. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian would return to normal faster that way. As the topic of discussion changed, Duan Ling Tian's expression gradually relaxed. "I heard the saint girl who was lost after she was appointed by the saint sect has been found." A faint voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and attracted his attention. This was because he knew the saint sect the person was talking about was the fire worship sect. The fire worship sect was referred to as a saint sect because this was the western region of the upper province, and the western region was the territory of the fire worship sect. Due to this reason, the fire worship sect was also referred to as a saint sect in the western region. Whoever came to the western region would refer the fire worship sect as a saint sect. After Duan Ling Tian learned that he was in the fire worship sect's territory, he could not help but sigh emotionally. He did not expect he would arrive in the western region, the fire worship sect's territory, so soon after he had arrived in the upper province. The saint sect's saint girl who was lost. Duan Ling Tian raised a brow as his heart jolted. When he was still in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he had heard from his father that Ka seemed to have been appointed as a saint girl by the sect leader of the fire worship sect a long time ago. Nobody knew how she appeared in the Cloud Continent. Ever since then, the fire worship sect had sent their men out to look for Ka everywhere, including the lower province, but it resulted in nothing. Ka was only found when her twin sister found her in the Cloud Continent and took her back. Yes, she has been found. However, I heard that because she had been raised outside, she had acted immorally and given birth to a daughter. Currently, the enforcement hall is waiting for the sect leader to come out from closed-door cultivation before they decide what to do with the mother and daughter. Acted immorally. Aren't your words a little harsh? As far as I know, the saint girl was an infant when the sect lost her. In other words, she didn't know she's the saint girl of the saint sect. How's it possible for her to know that she had to keep her chastity intact? Shish, don't be so loud. If the saint sect's enforcement hall finds out you've spoken such words, they won't let you off. Humph, I'm merely stating the truth. The faint voices entered Duan Ling Tian's ears and made his expression turn grave again as a hint of concern appeared in his eyes. He was still worrying about the safety of both mother and daughter when he heard the following words. The saint sect will start recruiting elite disciples in a month. This only happens once every 3 years. I wonder what kind of reclusive genius the saint sect is going to discover this time around. A voice reverberated from afar, causing Duan Ling Tian to be stunned before an idea appeared in his mind. The fire worship sect would recruit for elite disciples a month later. And it only happened once every 3 years. Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened immediately. His eyes gleamed as though he was a starving wolf that had found its prey. Senior brother Ji Yu Li. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Yu Li. Just as he was about to say something, Ji Yu Li interrupted him. I'll accompany you. What are you two talking about? Zhu Luqi was baffled when he heard Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li's words. Soon after, he learned from Ji Yu Li that the saint girl who was lost was Duan Ling Tian's fiancée, and her daughter was Duan Ling Tian's daughter. He was stunned, and he finally understood what Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li's words meant. It was clear Duan Ling Tian was going to use this opportunity to enter the fire worship sect, and Ji Yu Li planned to accompany him. Since both of you are going, I'll go as well, Zhu Luqi said to Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li after a moment of silence. Previously, he might have traveled with Duan Ling Tian and Ji Yu Li for safety reasons. However, after everything they had gone through together in the herb garden, he had already regarded himself as a member of this small team. Chapter 1891 Kill Them All. The religion of the fire worship sect was the fire that humans relied on to survive. In the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the fire worship sect was the people's religion. Every 3 years, the fire worship sect would recruit elite disciples from outside, and this had become a tradition in the western region. When the fire worship sect was recruiting elite disciples, it would be the busiest time in the western region. This was because, during that time, all martial, Dao, and devil cultivators who were confident in their own strength from every corner of the western region would swarm in great numbers and gather at the fire worship sect's 4-symbol sanctum to seek a chance to become a disciple of the fire worship sect. In their opinion, becoming a disciple of the fire worship sect was the highest honor. Naturally, the fire worship sect only recruited elite disciples. They would not just simply recruit anyone. Only those who had passed the assessment by the fire worship sect could enter the fire worship sect and become a disciple. The assessment for the recruitment of elite disciples from fire worship sect was very tough as well. There were many who died during the assessment. Even so, many people still flocked there and took the chance as though they were not afraid of death at all. Although they knew about the risk, they still marched directly toward it. The people in the western region are crazy. In the sky above a mountain range, Ji Yu Li watched the figures that entered the mountain before him in throngs. He could not help but clicked his tongue. Haven't you noticed the mindset of the people in the western region yet? More than 70% of the people here regard the fire worship sect as their religion. If you dare to say anything bad about the fire worship sect in front of these people, they would fight with you. Zhu Luqi shook his head. During this 1 month, he had become accustomed to the unusual. Humph, what elite disciples do they want to recruit? What a good way to word it. They're merely recruiting outer disciples for the 4-symbol sanctum. If you really want to enter the fire worship sect's Saint Land and become true elite disciples, you still need to rely on your own strength. Ji Yu Li snorted and grumbled with dissatisfaction. The fire worship sect's estate was divided into 2 great districts. One of the districts was the fire worship sect's Saint Land that was located on a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone Reserve. It was surrounded by rich heaven and earth spirit energy all year round and was the best cultivation place in the fire worship sect. Even in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was considered a top-tier cultivation place. However, not everybody could enter the fire worship sect. If one wanted to enter the Saint Land, one must have the permit issued by the fire worship sect's 4-symbol sanctum. Usually, those who obtained the permit were those who were unusually strong with high innate talent or outstanding Saint Refinement Masters, Dao Talisman Masters, and Saint Inscription Master. Just like that Medicine King, Sun Ying, who had imprisoned Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions. If he wanted to enter the fire worship sect, not only would he immediately obtain the permit to enter the Saint Land, but he might even be summoned and welcomed by the sect leader of the fire worship sect. Sun Ying's strength was nothing before the sect leader of the fire worship sect, who was ranked in the top of the supreme saint ranking. However, his achievement in the medicine Dao was enough to garner respect from the sect leader of the fire worship sect. In the history of fire worship sect, there were many people who did not obtain the permit to enter the Saint Land in their entire lives, even though they had successfully become outer disciples of the fire worship sect's 4-symbol sanctum. Based on this, one could tell how valuable the permit to the fire worship sect's Saint Land was. The 4-symbol sanctum. Have both of you decided which sanctum you're going to go to? Duan Lingtian asked Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi, who were traveling next to him when he saw they were fast approaching the mountain range. Upon hearing that, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi looked at each other before they shook their heads. Junior brother Lingtian, why don't you decide? Ji Yu Li told Duan Lingtian, I'm not familiar with the fire worship sect, so I don't know which sanctum to choose. Me too, Zhu Luqi chimed in. Well, I don't know much about the fire worship sect as well. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he saw both of them were looking to him for directions. Duan Lingtian inwardly cursed them for being lazy when he saw Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi's anticipatory gazes. However, he still decided for them in the end. Well then, let's randomly pick one then. How about the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Azure Dragon Sanctum. It was one of the 4-symbol sanctums in the outskirt of the fire worship sect. Other than the Azure Dragon Sanctum, there were also the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum. I have no objections. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's decision, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi nodded in agreement. It did not matter to them which sanctum of the 4-symbol sanctums they entered. After all, they were all going to be fire worship sect's disciples. In that case, it's decided then. Let's head to the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had chosen the Azure Dragon Sanctum because he had an affinity with the word, dragon. Apart from the fact that people in his past lives were known as descendants of dragons, he could also transform into a dragon warrior. It seemed like he had fate with dragons. Due to this reason, he had chosen the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Humph. 3 bumpkins. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a condescending voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was obvious the words were directed at them. What did you say? Ji Yu Li said angrily as he instantly turned to look at the source of the voice. Zhu Luqi shifted his attention there as well. Duan Lingtian had a frown on his face as he shifted his attention over. With just a glance, he saw a young man looking at them arrogantly. His gaze as he looked at them was filled with condescension, as though he was superior to them. He was skinny and plain looking. However, the look of superiority in his eyes and his fine clothing gave him the appearance of a good-for-nothing rich kid. There was also an old man standing behind him. The old man had both his hands clasped behind him. From afar, he seemed ordinary. However, Duan Lingtian knew it was impossible for this old man to be ordinary. He must be strong. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have been able to see through him. What did I say? The finely dressed young man looked at Ji Yu Li and sneered. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me calling you a bumpkin earlier? I really wonder what bumpkins like all of you are doing here. If you really managed to enter the fire worship sect, won't you just be an embarrassment to the fire worship sect? If I were you, I'd turn around and leave so I won't embarrass myself. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone turned even more mocking as disdain filled his eyes. Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave as well. You're seeking death. As for Ji Yu Li, he could not contain his anger. Various expressions fleeted across his face as he made his move. His displayed his strength that was almost at the intermediate divine saint stage as his energy swept toward the finely dressed young man. You're so weak, but you actually dare to make a move against me. Faced with Ji Yu Li, who was charging toward him fiercely, the finely dressed young man smiled disdainfully. He made his move as well as he flicked his hand. A loud explosion sounded as Ji Yu Li and that finely dressed young man collided. The result of their collision was clear. Ji Yu Li was sent flying. As for that finely dressed young man, his body merely trembled for a moment before he managed to stabilize his body. Ji Yu Li, who was sent flying, threw up blood immediately. He looked extremely wretched as he was sent flying. When he looked at the finely dressed young man again, fear could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect this young man, who appeared like a good-for-nothing rich kid, would be stronger than him. Is this what the upper province is like? I'm not even comparable to a good-for-nothing rich kid. Bitterness rose in Ji Li's heart as he questioned his decision of coming to the upper province. You're seeking death. Zhu Luqi's expression turned grave when he saw Ji Li was injured. He instantly made his move. He charged toward the good-for-nothing rich kid. Zhu Luqi was an intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse whose cultivation base was almost at the mastery exemplary saint stage. For this reason, the speed he currently displayed was not something Ji Li could compare to. Not only that, faced with Zhu Luqi's speed, even the finely dressed young man did not have time to dodge. His expression changed dramatically. An exemplary saint stage powerhouse. This was the only thought left in the good-for-nothing young man's mind. Although his expression had changed drastically, there was no hint of fear in his eyes at all. It was as though he knew he was protected. Duan Ling Tian had already noticed this. Don't tell me he's so fearless because of the old man standing behind him. Humph. Seeing how Zhu Luqi's attack had almost landed on the good-for-nothing rich kid, a snort that contained a powerful energy sounded. Although they were standing far apart, Duan Ling Tian was horrified by the pressure from the energy. Watch out! Duan Ling Tian cried out at the critical moment. He had discovered that the old man who was standing behind the good-for-nothing rich kid had subtly made his move. Duan Ling Tian instinctively cried out to warn Zhu Luqi. However, he was still too late. The old man seemed as though he did not make any move. However, Zhu Luqi's attack that was about to land on the good-for-nothing rich kid was instantly nullified. Not only that, but there was a crisp sound as Zhu Luqi's body was also sent flying backward. Similar to Ji Li, he threw up blood as well. Q quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Zhu Luqi, who was sent flying in a wretched manner, was horrified when he was sent flying. It was impossible for a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage to injure him to such a state without any warning. There was only one possibility. His opponent was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Horror dawned on Ji Li as Duan Ling Tian's expression changed dramatically. What? You're finally afraid? Upon seeing the expressions on their faces, the grave expression on the good-for-nothing rich kid disappeared as his eyes gleamed terrifyingly. He ordered the old man behind him, Elder Deng, kill them. Chapter 1892 Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Deng, kill them. Upon hearing the good-for-nothing rich kid's words, Duan Ling Tian and his two companions' expressions turned grave immediately. They did not expect this good-for-nothing rich kid would be so cruel. It was just a small dispute, and he did not suffer any losses, and yet, he still wanted to kill them. Duan Ling Tian looked at the good-for-nothing rich kid as his eyes gleamed piercingly. Currently, he had already begun to activate the Sun True Origin in his body. He was ready to activate his dragon energy and transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Not only that, but he planned to use his Jasper Celestial Sword as well. Naturally, even if he used his Jasper Celestial Sword, he was not confident in going against the old man who was at the quintessential saint stage. After all, the Jasper Celestial Sword relied on the Sun True Origin in his body, and transforming into a dragon warrior did not give any boost to his Jasper Celestial Sword at all. He could only rely on the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, at most. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, my Sun True Origin should be able to rise to a stage close to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage for a short time. If this old man is only an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, I'm confident I can kill him with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, if he's an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse, I'm only 30% confident I can kill him. If he's a powerhouse at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above, it'll be impossible for me to kill him. At this moment, various thoughts ran through Duan Ling Tian's mind. However, no matter what, this man needs to die. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the finely dressed young man, killing intent shone in his eyes. Even if the old man made his move to kill them, whether he was able to kill the old man with the Jasper Celestial Sword or not, he would use this good-for-nothing young man as his shield. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's merciless side began to show itself. Second young master, we're right outside of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums. When the old man heard the good-for-nothing rich kid's order, he frowned a little. He did not make a move. Instead, he transmitted his voice to the young man. As a quintessential saint stage powerhouse, he had good eyesight, so he already noticed the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples who were patrolling around the area. Not only that, it seemed like the disciples had already noticed the commotion and were making their way over. the four symbol sanctums of the fire worship sect. Upon hearing the old man's words, a hint of dread could be seen in the good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes. He immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and his two companions before he mocked them with a nasty expression on his face. "You three bumpkins, count yourself lucky. If this isn't the territory of the fire worship sect's four symbol sanctums, all of you would have died today. Not only that, but let me warn you. It's better for you if you give up on joining the fire worship sect. Otherwise, I, Yang Wu, will definitely torment all of you until you die." After saying such fierce words, the good-for-nothing rich kid called Yang Wu brought the old man away and entered the estate of the fire worship sect's four symbol sanctums. At the same time, other than Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi sighed in relief at surviving the disaster. However, Ji Yu Li's expression quickly turned grim as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled wryly. "Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think I should have just obediently stayed in the lower province?" "Huh." Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze from Yang Wu and that old man to Ji Yu Li. "Why, initially, I thought my innate talent and strength are not too bad. However, after we arrived in the upper province, we were imprisoned. And now, I can't even compare to a good-for-nothing rich kid. Should I have just stayed obediently in the lower province and compete to become the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion instead?" Ji Yu Li smiled bitterly. He felt the upper province was filled with danger. "Senior brother Ji Yu Li, I'm sure Yang Wu must have an extraordinary background for daring to act so arrogantly in the fire worship sect's four symbol sanctums. For this reason, you don't have to compare the current you to him. After all, the cultivation resources you've enjoyed previously are not comparable to his. On the other hand, he's actually not much stronger than you are." Duan Ling Tian consoled Ji Yu Li as he shook his head. "Little brother, you're right. Yang Wu is the second son of the fifth elder from the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate sect in the north of the western region. From young, he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. It's impossible for people with ordinary background to compare to him." At this moment, one of the few people who was standing in the distance reminded them with good intention. "If I were you, I'd give up on entering the fire worship sect just as Yang Wu has said. After he has entered the fire worship sect, in addition to having a powerhouse protecting him, his elder brother is also a fire worship sect's disciple. It's said that his elder brother has already entered the Saint Land and became a true elite disciple of the fire worship sect. His elder brother must be even stronger than the powerhouse protecting him." Soon after, another person warned Duan Ling Tian and his two companions. "Not only that, but when all of you reach the four symbol sanctums, it's not like you'll get to pick the sanctum you like. Everyone will be split up. You'll have to go to whichever sanctum you're sent to. Perhaps, all of you will be lucky enough to have all three or two of you sent to the same sanctum. However, there's also a possibility of the three of you being sent to three different sanctums." Duan Ling Tian and his two companions finally learned why Yang Wu had called them bumpkins earlier. However, since the situation had escalated to this extent, this was no longer important. After a while, the few spectators left. Only Duan Ling Tian and his two companions were left in this area. In the sky far away, the patrolling disciples from the four symbol sanctums had left as well when they saw the commotion had died down. "So he's actually the son of an elder from an upper province's first-rate force. To think I doubted myself because of him. Come to think of it, I was really behaving ridiculously." Ji Yu Li mocked himself. Even so, his eyes gleamed confidently. As long as he managed to enter the fire worship sect, he was confident he would be able to defeat Yang Wu and trample on him in the near future. After all, Yang Wu grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, but he was not much stronger than him. "Junior brother Ling Tian, Palace Master Zhu, let's go to the four symbol sanctums." Ji Yu Li motioned to Duan Ling Tian and Palace Master Zhu to leave. He took the lead and leapt across the range of mountains as though he had been injected with a boost. At this moment, he was eager to join the fire worship sect as soon as possible and use the fire worship sect's resources to quickly raise his strength. Only then would he be able to catch up to Yang Wu and surpass him. Currently, his number one goal was to work hard and surpass Yang Wu. Duan Ling Tian understood how he felt. However, before he chased up to Ji Yu Li, he first looked at Zhu Lu Qi and said, "Palace Master Zhu, the fire worship sect seems to be more dangerous than what we've imagined. Perhaps, you, what, both of you young men are not afraid, don't tell me this old man is afraid." Zhu Lu Qi interrupted Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, He knew what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. He was going to advise Zhu Luqi and ask him to leave. The moment Zhu Luqi finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's response as he flew away to chase after Ji Yuli. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew that he had wasted his breath. He instantly chased after them as well. Is this the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbol Sanctums? After going through the range of mountains, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's sight was a stretch of buildings. As he looked down on these buildings, he discovered a fire was lit on top of all of the buildings. Not only that, but it was apparent these flames were specially arranged to form the shape of a gigantic black turtle. The fire worship sect's Four Symbols Sanctum would recruit a group of disciples every 3 years. As it turned out, it was the Black Turtle Sanctum's turn to host the people who came to participate in the recruitment. After everyone who came to participate in the recruitment gathered at the Black Turtle Sanctum, the people from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum would also come to recruit some of the participants. They would pick the recruits and bring them back to their sanctums to undergo the assessment. Only those who passed the assessment would become the sanctum's disciples. This was the reason all the participants were gathered at the Black Turtle Sanctum. So many people. After Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions had arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, they saw the sea of people before them. There were at least several thousands of people. Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions were inconspicuous in the midst of the sea of people. However, there were still some people who noticed them. Tisk tisk. Looks like 3 of you bumpkins won't give up until all hope is lost. I hope 3 of you will put on a good show and pass the assessment of the 4 Symbol Sanctums so you can become my playthings. At that time, I'll play with you and slowly torment all of you to death. Yongwu said with a sneer as he brought the old man with him and appeared before Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions. His tone was filled with condescension and arrogance. When he finished speaking, his eyes even gleamed with killing intent. Ji Yuli's expression turned grave. Zhu Luqi's eyes shone coldly. Idiot. Duan Lingtian spat out a word indifferently in a neither hurried nor slow manner. His word was sharp. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's word, Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi felt a sense of joy and satisfaction. However, they felt a little worried for his safety as well. Both of them instantly moved closer to Duan Lingtian as they looked at the old man standing behind Yongwu with a hint of dread in their eyes. As expected, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the old man's expression turned grave while his gaze became as sharp as a knife. Why you actually dare to call me an idiot? At the same time, Yongwu, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's insult, regained his senses. He stared at Duan Lingtian as though he was seeing a ghost. He had lived for so long, but this was his first time being called an idiot to his face. Why you're seeking death? Yongwu became furious after a moment of speechlessness. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes as his body moved forward to charge at Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. The old man behind him immediately used his energy to lock Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi in place to prevent them from helping Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, since he looked so young, the old man did not think he was a match for his young master. Duan Lingtian smirked coldly and was about to make a move against Yongwu when a thunderous voice sounded above the Black Turtle Sanctum, causing the entire place to fall silent. How dare you? At the same time, a horrifying energy appeared in between Duan Lingtian and Yongwu out of nowhere and exploded without warning. Chapter 1893 Silver Flame Elder. Although the energy that exploded in between Duan Lingtian and Yongwu was terrifying, it was extremely gentle, particularly toward Duan Lingtian, who had yet to make his move. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was merely sent stumbling backward a few steps without suffering any injuries. On the other hand, Yongwu's energy that was sweeping at Duan Lingtian collided with that terrifying energy, causing him to suffer a huge injury from the backlash. He was sent flying into the distance. As he was sent flying, Yongwu's internal organs quivered as he threw up a mouthful of blood. It splattered in the sky like dark red roses, quavered as he threw out a huge mouthful of blood. Second young master. The old man who was following Yongwu no longer bothered with Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi. He instantly flew out and helped Yongwu to stabilize his body. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an old man with a huge build appeared nearby. He was dressed in a white long robe embroidered with a flaming black turtle. His body was sturdy and tall. He looked like a sturdy tower as he stood there. At the same time, many people gasped while others exclaimed, "It's a Silver Flame Elder." The white robe the sturdy old man was wearing was embroidered with flames in a black turtle that was silver in color. It appeared particularly eye-catching. This was also the trademark of the fire worship sect's Silver Flame Elder. The elders in the fire worship sect were divided into 3 different ranks. They were Bronze Flame Elders, Silver Flame Elders, and Golden Flame Elders. Among these 3, the Golden Flame Elders had the highest position and were the elite high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, only the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum was a Golden Flame Elder. Based on this, one could see how rare a Golden Flame Elder was. This proved how extraordinary the position was in the fire worship sect. The Silver Flame Elder came after the Golden Flame Elder. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, there was a total of 5 Silver Flame Elders, and each of them was an elite powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. They were all strong powerhouses who had already entered the Saint Celestial stage and were ranked in the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. If one wanted to become a Silver Flame Elder in the fire worship sect, one must fulfill 2 conditions. First, one must be loyal to the fire worship sect. Second, one must be ranked in the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The most important condition was the second one. Based on this, one could tell how powerful a Silver Flame Elder was. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar said solemnly, "Judging by his huge build, if I'm not mistaken, this Silver Flame Elder must be Elder Tang Shan from the Black Turtle Sanctum." Elder Tang Shan. Many people instantly began to discuss in a low voice. Elder Tang Shan is ranked at the 173rd place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even among the 5 Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, his strength is ranked in the top 3. I can't believe Elder Tang Shan actually personally came out. It seems like these 2 people are in trouble now. Elder Tang Shan is famous for having a hot temper. To think they actually dared to fight in the Black Turtle Sanctum. This is like asking for trouble. As the people discussed among themselves, many of them looked at Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wu with a hint of pity in their eyes. That person seems a little familiar. Isn't he the second son of the 5th Elder from the Northern Plethora sect? Soon after, someone recognized Yang Wu, the second son of the 5th Elder from the Northern Plethora sect. Many people instantly shifted their attention to Yang Wu. Some of them who had seen him before immediately recognized who he was. It's really him, Yang Wu, the second son of the 5th Elder from the Northern Plethora sect. It's said that Yang Chong, the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect, is best friends with Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Lian is a Silver Flame Elder who is even more powerful than Elder Tang Shan. Looks like the person who fought with Yang Wu is doomed. More and more people began to look at Duan Ling Tian sympathetically. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian also heard the discussion. It caused him to frown a little as his heart jolted. The expressions on Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi's faces, on the other hand, turned completely grave. In their opinion, as a Silver Flame Elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum, Elder Tang Shan must be on the same side with Elder Lian. Coupled with the fact that Lian was stronger than him, he had to consider Li An's reputation as well. Not to mention Lian and Yang Wu's father were best friends. Elder Tang Shan was most likely on Yang Wu's side. Everyone present on the scene, including Yang Wu, thought this Silver Flame Elder, Tang Shan, would take his side, but to everyone's surprise, he glared at Yang Wu and said angrily, "To think you actually dared to make a move in the Black Turtle Sanctum. How bold of you." As his voice sounded, a wave of awe-inspiring soundwave and aura shrouded Yang Wu, causing him to be even more injured. Once again, he threw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. A hint of horror immediately appeared in Yang Wu's eyes. This Tang Shan actually did not show any consideration for Elder Lian at all. Perhaps, he did not hear the discussion in the surroundings and did not know who he was. At the same time, an uproar broke out immediately. Nobody expected Tang Shan to make a move against Yang Wu. This was completely beyond their expectations. What's going on? Elder Tang Shan actually punished Yang Wu. Does he not know who Yang Wu is? Elder Tang Shan must not have heard our discussion and doesn't know who Yang Wu is. Otherwise, even if he doesn't care for Yang Wu's father, he would still have to take Elder Lian into consideration. I think so as well. The crowd discussed among themselves and reached their own conclusion. Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li, and Zhu Lu Qi shared the same thought as the others as well. The old man beside Yang Wu had the same thought with everyone else. He thought Tang Shan was unaware of Yang Wu's identity, so he immediately reminded him by saying, "Elder Tang Shan, this is second young master Yang Wu, the second son of the 5th Elder, Yang Chong, of the Northern Plethora sect." He continued to say in case Tang Shan was unaware of the relationship between Elder Lian and their 5th Elder, Elder Lian from the sanctum of your sect is our 5th elder's best friend. I'm sure you must have heard about it as well, Elder Tang Shan. So what? However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Shan's expression remained unchanged even when he heard the old man's words. He said indifferently, no matter who you are, you still need to obey the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. Even if it's Elder Li An's biological son, I won't show any mercy as well if he breaks the rules of the Black Turtle Sanctum, let alone the son of Elder Li An's friend. I believe that if Elder Li An is present on the scene, he'll agree with me as well. Tang Shan's righteousness had taken many people by surprise. Elder Tang Shan seems like a good person, Ji Yu Li whispered as he sighed in relief. Zhu Luqi nodded. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Tang Shan. The hints of dread in his eyes had vanished, and it was replaced with admiration. Put everything else aside, just Elder Tang Shan's righteousness alone had already earned his respect. Elder Tang Shan's right. At this moment, another ancient-sounding voice reverberated in the air and attracted the crowd's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a skinny old man appeared. This old man was wearing the same robe as Tang Shan. He was also a silver flame elder. Upon seeing this person, Yang Wu's eyes lit up as he called out, clearly pleasantly surprised, Uncle Lian. Everyone present on the scene instantly regained their senses. This silver flame elder was none other than Lian from the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum. Lian was also the most powerful silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Ever since Lian appeared, his expression remained neutral. There was no expression of joy nor anger. Although he had heard Yang Wu's greeting, he only looked at him indifferently and ignored him. Yang Wu frowned upon seeing this. Previously, Uncle Lian had never been so cold to him. Little Wu, don't worry. Uncle Lian will make sure you're satisfied with the outcome of today's incident. Yang Wu was feeling a little unhappy in his heart when a voice rang in his ear. He could tell the voice belonged to Lian. The dark clouds in his heart vanished immediately and were replaced with a sense of excitement instead. Uncle Lian was on his side no matter what. Elder Tang Shan, just as the saying goes, it takes two to quarrel. You've punished Yang Wu, isn't it time for you to punish the other party? Lian asked as he looked at Tang Shan. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, causing him to feel as though he had been targeted by a poisonous snake. At the same time, horror dawned him. Lian wants to kill me. At this instant, Duan Ling Tian had also realized how naive he was. He had thought Lian was as righteous as Tang Shan was when he heard Li An's words earlier. However, judging by the current situation, it was apparent Lian was different from Tang Shan. Elder Lian, Yang Wu was the only one who made a move. Tang Shan frowned. He did not make a move against Duan Ling Tian even though Lian told him to. The energy he had unleashed earlier in between Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wu just now had another use apart from stopping the fight. It proved who made a move first. Whoever activated their energies would be injured by his wave of energy instead. Earlier, Yang Wu was the only who was injured. Duan Ling Tian remained unharmed. This meant Yang Wu was the only one who violated the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. Due to this reason, he did not plan to punish Duan Ling Tian. Elder Tang Shan, I've just said that it takes two to quarrel. Since you're not going to punish him, leave this matter to me then. Li An's expression turned grim when he heard Tang Shan's words. He raised his hand and slapped it in Duan Ling Tian's direction. The air instantly trembled. A vast and terrifying energy rushed toward Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was being suffocated. The energy that had charged toward him was extremely terrifying. It locked him in place. He could not move at all. No. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as an expression of unwillingness appeared on his face. He was 100% certain he would die if this wave of energy landed on him. Chapter 1894. Another death duel. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. Nobody expected Lian would make a killing move against Duan Ling Tian. Elder Lian, it did not cross Tang Shan's mind as well that Lian would make such a vicious move. Horror dawned on him as he instantly moved to stop Lian. However, his strength was slightly weaker than Lian, coupled with the fact that Lian made the first move. He only managed to block half of Lian's energy while the other half landed on Duan Ling Tian. Despite the force of the energy being reduced by half, it was still a critical hit to Duan Ling Tian. When it landed on him, he instantly felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was so painful he almost lost consciousness. No, I can't pass out. I can't pass out. Duan Ling Tian used all his might to stay conscious. It was only when the pain numbed a little that he managed to overcome it by force. After he used the Sun True Origin to heal his wound a little, Duan Ling Tian finally relaxed. At the same time, he looked at Tang Shan and said with gratitude, "Thank you, Elder Tang Shan, for saving me." He's still alive. Whether it was Lian who had attacked Duan Ling Tian or Tang Shan who had saved him, they were both shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian had survived. How's this possible? Lian had an expression of disbelief on his face. He knew clearly how much force he had used. His strike earlier, despite its force being reduced to half, was enough to kill any human martial, Dao, and devil cultivators below the Saint Celestial stage. However, the purple-clad young man before him did not die. He was filled with disbelief and so was Tang Shan. Although he managed to block half of Li An's strike, the remaining half of the force was enough to kill a human martial, Dao, and devil cultivator below the Saint Celestial stage. Don't tell me he's not human. Lian and Tang Shan immediately extended their divine consciousness and probed Duan Ling Tian's entire body, making sure he was human. It was impossible for a human below the Saint Celestial stage to withstand the strike earlier and survive. However, after they finished probing, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian was human. He's indeed human, but why is his body so strong? Both of them also noticed how abnormally strong Duan Ling Tian's body was. It was to the point that it was comparable to the body of an ordinary divine saint stage wild beast or the true form of a divine saint stage saint body. In their opinion, this was something unbelievable. However, the truth was laid bare in front of their eyes. They could not refute the truth. They could only conclude that Duan Ling Tian had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his body to be so strong. If my body was slightly weaker, I would have died from that strike. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. He had survived solely because of his tough body. Earlier, when Lian locked his body in place with his aura, not only could he not move, but it was difficult for him to mobilize the Sun True Origin in his body as well. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to transform into a dragon warrior. Although Duan Ling Tian did not die, he suffered quite a heavy injury. At the very least, his injury was heavier than Yang Wu's injury. Elder Li An's strike earlier was too vicious. If Elder Tang Shan didn't make a move earlier, this young man would have died. That's right, judging by his injury, you can see how terrifying Elder Li An's strike was. Although Elder Tang Shan managed to block half of the strike, the remaining force almost killed him as well. I guess Elder Li An is on Yang Wu's side after all. It's to be expected. After all, Yang Wu is his best friend's son. The crowd regained their senses as the atmosphere began to buzz again. When they looked at Lian, there was a hint of dread in their eyes. When he had appeared earlier, he acted magnanimous and impartial. However, his action made them realize that not every silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum was like Tang Shan. I almost died earlier. I've no enmity with Lian, but due to the small dispute I had with Lian, he actually wanted to kill me. Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at Lian who was standing in the distance. Rage could be seen burning in his eyes. Sensing Duan Ling Tian's gaze, Lian merely glanced at him indifferently before he turned away and ignored him. Although Duan Ling Tian's body was abnormally strong, in Lian's eyes, he was just like an ant that he could easily step on. If Tang Shan did not intervene earlier, Duan Ling Tian would have died. Lian. When Duan Ling Tian saw Lian ignoring him, the flames of fury rose up in his heart even more. He hated Lian to the core. If he was stronger than Lian, he would have killed him at this instant even if it meant offending the fire worship sect and being pursued by them. Unfortunately, even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword and unleashed all his strength, it would be impossible for him to kill Lian now. For this reason, he could only endure it. He would endure this and seek revenge in the future. Junior brother Ling Tian, are you alright? At this moment, Ji Yu Li who had regained his senses looked at Duan Ling Tian with a worried expression. He did not expect Lian to be this shameless. He actually wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, someone who had yet to enter the fire worship sect. Zhu Luqi also looked at Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not say anything, a hint of concern could be seen in his eyes. Elder Lian, even if he's at fault, it's not to the point where he deserves to die, right? Tang Shan asked coldly as he looked at Lian with a grim expression as everyone looked on. Of course, he doesn't deserve to die. Earlier, I had accidentally used too much force. It was not my intention to do so. Moreover, He's alive, right? Li Yan replied indifferently faced with Tang Shan's question. When Tang Shan heard Li Yan's shameless words, he was rendered speechless. Tang Shan was not the only one. Everyone present on the scene was speechless as well. It did not cross their minds that Elder Li Yan could speak so confidently even though it was clear he was telling a blatant lie. He's accidentally used too much force. I'm still alive. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave again. He did not expect Li Yan to be this shameless. It was obvious Li Yan wanted to kill him, and yet, he refused to admit it. Since both of you have been punished, this matter can be considered as resolved. Li Yan glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently before looking at Yongwu, who frowned upon hearing his words. In the next instant, he transmitted his voice to Yongwu. When Yongwu heard his voice transmission, his frown disappeared immediately. He quickly looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent in his eyes. Elder Tang Shan, you don't have any objections, right? Li Yan asked as he looked at Tang Shan. Tang Shan shook his head. Since the matter had already escalated to this stage, what else could he say? Moreover, he had already punished the one who truly deserved it. Elder Li Yan. When Tang Shan shook his head, Yongwu looked at Li Yan before he said solemnly, "Today, I'd like to issue a death duel. I hope you'll be the witness to this death duel between me and him." Upon hearing Yongwu's words, everyone instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian before they looked at Yongwu. They could see Yongwu's injury was almost completely healed while Duan Ling Tian was still severely injured to the point where his face was still pale. Yongwu is really shameless. Many people began to rebuke in a low voice. At this moment, they all knew who Yongwu wanted to issue a death duel to. He even asked Li Yan to become his witness. They did not even need to use their brain to figure out his target was Duan Ling Tian, who only had half his life left after being injured by Li Yan. Shameless. How shameless. Don't tell me Yongwu wants to have an unfair fight. Calm down. It's not set in stone. Even if Yongwu issues a death duel, he still needs the consent of his opponent. If his opponent declines, put aside Yongwu, even Li Yan could not touch this young man at all. The crowd discussed among themselves. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would accept Yongwu's death duel invitation. In their opinion, put aside whether Duan Ling Tian was a match for Yongwu when he was uninjured, unless he wanted to die, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian, who was currently severely injured, to accept Yongwu's death duel invitation. You want me to become the witness? Of course, I can. Li Yan agreed to it immediately before he asked, who do you want to issue the death duel to? Faced with Li Yan's question, Yongwu shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian immediately. You trash, do you dare to have a death duel with me? Although everyone present had already expected Yongwu to issue the death duel to Duan Ling Tian, when they saw him issuing the death duel and calling him trash, they could not help but inwardly cursed him for being shameless. There were also people who cursed out loud. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? And this included Ji Yu Li. Junior brother Ling Tian, ignore him. That idiot only dared to issue a death duel when you're injured. Ji Yu Li said to Duan Ling Tian. He was worried Duan Ling Tian would accept the death duel invitation. Heal your wound properly. You don't have to completely heal your injuries, but heal it a little more. Then it would be easy for you to kill him, Zhu Luqi said. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes at Yongwu as he asked in a slightly hoarse voice, did you just issue a death duel invitation to me? Chapter 1895 Lunatic among all lunatics. That's right, Yongwu nodded stubbornly. His eyes were filled with condescension as he looked at Duan Ling Tian like a senior looking down at a junior. Naturally, you can decline. After all, you and your two companions are just like trash. Yongwu sneered as he shifted his attention to Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi. Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi's expressions turned grim immediately. However, they knew that Yongwu was intentionally provoking Duan Ling Tian, so they remained quiet. They were worried they would further enrage Duan Ling Tian if they spoke. If Duan Ling Tian was not so heavily injured, naturally, they had no doubts that Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill Yongwu. Although Duan Ling Tian was no longer on the brink of death like he was earlier, judging by his current situation, it was obvious he was still severely injured. Even Ji Yu Li felt as though he could defeat the current Duan Ling Tian, let alone Yongwu, who was much stronger than him. Death duel. Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with death duels. Not only that, but if he did not take a moment to think about it, he would not remember the number of times he was engaged in a death duel. However, the fact that Duan Ling Tian was still standing here meant that all his opponents had died. Today, Yang Wu, the son of the fifth elder from the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, had issued a death duel invitation to him and even asked Elder Lian, the strongest silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum, to become his witness. As expected, you're indeed trash. Just tell me directly if you're afraid to accept it. Why are you hesitating for? Yang Wu continued to look at Duan Ling Tian condescendingly as he said arrogantly, don't tell me by hesitating, you'll be able to muster your courage. Coward, trash, faced with something that can't even compare to trash, do you think you'll decline the challenge? Duan Ling Tian finally spoke, something that was not even comparable to trash. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, everybody's hearts jolted. Based on Duan Ling Tian's word, he was planning to accept Yang Wu's death duel invitation. He's crazy. Many people gasped. They felt that Duan Ling Tian had lost his mind. Don't tell me he's so strong that he can still defeat Yang Wu even though he's heavily injured. Some people who were quite strong were curious, so they extended their divine consciousness and probed Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base. However, in the next instant, their expressions changed drastically. The peak of the eminent saint stage. How is this possible? My divine consciousness also detects that his cultivation base is at the peak of the eminent saint stage. My goodness, is he seeking death? A person at the peak of the eminent saint stage who's severely injured is planning to accept the death duel invitation issued by a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator who's at almost the peak of his health. Is he even sane? He's seeking death. When Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was exposed, a commotion broke out. Naturally, there were also people who remained calm as though they had already known Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Apart from Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi, these few people were Yang Wu, Lian, and Tang Shan. No explanation was needed for Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi since they were Duan Ling Tian's companions. They already knew about this since a long time ago. As for Yang Wu, he had heard about it from Lian. When Lian and Tang Shan were probing Duan Ling Tian using their divine consciousness to check if he was human, they also discovered his cultivation base. For this reason, Lian had transmitted his voice to Yang Wu, suggesting that he humiliate Duan Ling Tian by issuing a death duel invitation. As long as Duan Ling Tian accepted the challenge, the incident today would definitely have a happy ending for Yang Wu and Lian. With this, Lian would have an explanation for his best friend when they meet in the future. It was all due to Lian's manipulation that things had escalated to this extent. Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi were horrified as they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in panic. As soon as they were going to open their mouths to dissuade him, Duan Ling Tian instantly interrupted them. Don't worry, I'm confident. Senior brother Ji Yu Li, it's not like you've not seen me engage in death duels with other people. When we were still in the mystical sky mansion, didn't I kill Zhao Kun from the Zhao clan as well? How many people thought I would lose at that time? Duan Ling Tian spoke very confidently. But now, Ji Yu Li was about to remind Duan Ling Tian he was injured and not at his best condition. Duan Ling Tian interrupted him again. It's enough to kill Yang Wu. In the end, Ji Yu Li and Zhu Luqi chose to believe in Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, this was also their only option. They could see that Duan Ling Tian was determined and there was no changing his mind. Elder Tang Shan, I hope you'll also be a witness to the death duel between Yang Wu and I. Otherwise, I'm afraid some old dog wouldn't be able to control himself and intervene when he sees that thing that's not even comparable to trash being killed by me. Duan Ling Tian said to Tang Shan when everyone thought he had lost his mind. Some old dog. That thing that was not even comparable to trash. Many people looked at Lian and Yang Wu strangely when they heard this. Many of them also secretly gave Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up. It was nothing special if Duan Ling Tian had cursed Yang Wu, but Duan Ling Tian actually cursed Lian, the number 1 silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum as well. Not only was it shocking, they felt that Duan Ling Tian had given up and decided to leave everything up to fate since things had already escalated to this stage. That was probably the reason why he was acting so recklessly. Li An's expression turned cold. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was cursing him, he could not say anything since Duan Ling Tian did not mention his name. If he had spoken up, would that not be akin to him admitting that he was an old dog? I'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Yang Wu looked at Duan Ling Tian with terrifyingly cold eyes that were filled with killing intent. You've already made up your mind. Tang Shan asked in a deep voice. He did not think that this purple-clad young man was Yongwu's match. Even if he was not injured, he was merely at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Yongwu, on the other hand, was a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. I hope that you can become my witness and ensure the death duel is fair, Elder Tang Shan. Don't worry about this. No third person is allowed to intervene in a death duel. That's carried out in the Black Turtle Sanctum unless he wants to go against the entire four symbol sanctums in the fire worship sect. Tang Shan said as he looked at Lian. He still took to heart that Lian had doubted his judgment and punished Duan Ling Tian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, nobody was allowed to cause trouble or else they would be punished just like Yongwu was punished earlier. However, if it was a death duel, then the Black Turtle Sanctum would ensure its fairness. What's your name? Tang Shan asked Duan Ling Tian as he looked at him before the death duel started. Although he did not think this young man was particularly strong, his courage, actions, and how he called Lian an old dog made him like Duan Ling Tian. If it was possible, he really did not want this young man to die. However, since things had already escalated to this stage, it was already out of his control. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian responded with a smile. Good name, Tang Shan praised as his eyes shone brightly. Although news about the devil-seal tablet appearing again had reached the upper province and many learned that the devil-seal tablet was in the possession of a lower province's martial cultivator called Duan Ling Tian, the Dao martial saint land was so big, it was normal for people to share the same name. Due to this reason, when Duan Ling Tian revealed his name, it did not cause a commotion. Even if they learned Duan Ling Tian was the one who used to possess the devil-seal tablet, it would not cause a commotion since they all knew the devil-seal tablet was currently in the possession of Elder Xie Zong from the Black Kshetra sect. Before Duan Ling Tian came to the fire worship sect, he had already changed his look using the disguising secret tactic. Although the changes were small, he looked like a completely different person. At the very least, it would be difficult for even his close friends and family to recognize him with just a glance. He did not plan to change his name even if he had changed his appearance. For this reason, when Tang Shan asked for his name, he immediately told him his real name. I've come across quite a lot of lunatics in my life, but this is my first time seeing such a lunatic. That's right, Duan Ling Tian is the lunatic among all lunatics. Everyone can see he'll definitely die if he accepts Yongwu's death duel invitation. Even then, he still has the mood to ask Elder Tang Shan to be a witness. Perhaps, he just did not want to lose to Yongwu in terms of being domineering. The people present on the scene discussed heatedly among themselves. Although Duan Ling Tian asked Tang Shan to be his witness and looked confident, nobody thought he could kill Yongwu. It was the same for Lian and Yongwu. Even if a person who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage was at his peak, it was still impossible for him to be a match for a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, let alone the fact that he was severely injured. Trash is trash, things have already escalated to this stage, but you still want to act mysterious. Yongwu smirked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. Faced with Yongwu's disdain, Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered with him. He only looked at him calmly and said, "Let's begin. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish." Yongwu was infuriated when he saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was. It was different from what he had imagined. He had imagined seeing Duan Ling Tian afraid. He charged toward Duan Ling Tian as soon as he finished speaking. You're merely at the peak of the eminent saint stage, but you dare to accept the death duel invitation my second young master issued. You're seeking death. The old man following Yongwu stood at the side and watched. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man. Although Ji Yu Li and Zhu Lu Qi could tell Duan Ling Tian was confident, when they say how pale he was and how unsteady his body was, they were filled with anxiety. Chapter 1896 Counterattack. Trash. If there's a next life, remember to take a detour if you encounter someone strong like me. Otherwise, you'll just keep on dying no matter how many lives you have. Yongwu flew out like a gust of wind and soon arrived near Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. His disdainful words resonated in the air, accompanied by a 3-foot-long blade. The 3-foot-long blade slashed across the sky and quickly transformed into a 7-foot-long sword ray. It felt dismal and cold as the energy wave swept toward Duan Ling Tian as though it could pierce through everything. 100 inscriptions Saint Sword. Many people could tell the 3-foot-long blade in Yongwu's hands was a 100 inscriptions Saint weapon when they sensed the dangerous aura it emitted. Its force would not have been so strong if it was not a 100 inscriptions Saint weapon. At the same time, the air in within 100 meters around Yongwu began to tremble as he began to consolidate his territory. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense a heavy force enveloping him in this territory. It pressed down on him, further injuring him. His face turned even paler as he threw up a mouthful of blood. It was apparent that Yongwu's territory was the gravitational territory. Junior brother Ling Tian. Ji Yu Li was horrified when he saw Duan Ling Tian throwing up blood and how pale he was before he even made his move. His eyes were as wide as saucers as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, there was nothing he could do. He was so anxious that he almost destroyed his teeth as he gnashed them. Zhu Luqi was no better. He had a worried expression on his face. Die! Yongwu snarled loudly without warning. His body entered his gravitational territory with flash. He was not affected at all since it was his own territory. In just a blink of an eye, under the watchful eyes of the others, Yongwu walked in his territory with his sword like a sword god. When the sword god was enraged, blood would splatter for miles upon miles. Duan Ling Tian's going to die now. The gap is too huge. They're at two completely different levels. Upon seeing this, many people shook their heads and sighed emotionally as though they had already seen Duan Ling Tian die. You brute, to think you actually dared to curse me. Count yourself lucky. If I'm the one who personally makes a move, you'll die without a grave. Lian smirked, and his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was about to be killed by Yongwu. Earlier, he was furious when Duan Ling Tian had indirectly called him an old dog. If Duan Ling Tian did not say it in such a roundabout way, he would have made his move out of rage and kill him. Naturally, he felt satisfied when he saw how Duan Ling Tian was going to be killed by Yongwu. Tang Shan sighed as a hint of reluctance filled his eyes. Even he did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for Yongwu. He was about to look away since he was unwilling to see Yongwu kill Duan Ling Tian and the scene of his blood splattering in the air. However, just as he was about to look away, the situation turned around. How's this possible? Tang Shan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Yongwu with an expression of disbelief. Impossible. At the same time Tang Shan narrowed his eyes, horror dawned on Lian as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face as well. He could not believe what he was seeing. Under the gazes of Tang Shan and Lian, a whirlpool rapidly emerged around Duan Ling Tian. The whirlpool churned as the energy in the surroundings was absorbed by him. During this process, Yongwu's gravitational territory shattered immediately. Although the gravitational territory was shattered, it did not affect the sword in Yongwu's hands at all. He was taken aback by the scene before him, but he continued to exert his strength. The 100 inscription saint sword in his hand whistled in the air as it slashed toward Duan Ling Tian's neck. It was apparent that he wanted to decapitate Duan Ling Tian. Like a bolt of lightning, Yongwu saw something flashed across his eyes. It was accompanied by a deafening sound of wind whistling in the air that made his eardrums tremble. In the next instant, a loud metal clashing sound reverberated in the air and shattered Yongwu's eardrums, causing blood to stream out of his ears. Yongwu did not even have time to tend to his bleeding ears when he sensed a resistance force against his sword that made it tremble. It was as though it had clashed with something indestructible. This force did not only tear the skin between his thumb and his index finger, but the vibration it sent down the 100 inscriptions sword even entered his body, causing his internal organs to be severely injured. Yongwu's body trembled before he threw up blood. He felt dizzy, and his vision was blurry as he looked at his 100 inscriptions sword. A fierce-looking hand with sharp claws was blocking the 100 inscriptions saint sword of his hand. Initially, he had thought some saint beast or wild beast had made its move to help Duan Ling Tian, but when he shifted his gaze upward, he realized this hand with sharp claws were not different from a dragon's hand. Not only that, but it was Duan Ling Tian's hand. Before Yongwu could see the dragon claws on Duan Ling Tian's hand clearly, it had already disappeared and was replaced with a human hand. At the same time, this hand stretched out at lightning speed and clasped Yongwu's neck. A vast energy suppressed his energy and hoisted him up forcefully by his neck. See cough. Cough. See cough. Now that Yongwu's energy was suppressed, he could no longer hover in the air. His face turned red instantly since he was held up in the air by his neck. He could not breathe and was suffocating. It seems like the person who's going to die isn't me. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was Duan Ling Tian who was holding Yongwu up by his neck. He stared at Yongwu's flushed face emotionlessly. Earlier, when the 100 inscriptions saint sword in Yongwu's hand almost landed on Duan Ling Tian, he quickly made his move in a timely manner. He had immediately used the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, he was still able to raise the force of his Sun True Origin even though he was heavily injured, and it was difficult for him to raise the force of his Sun True Origin to his heart's content. Despite the fact that he could not raise it to its peak, it was not difficult for him to raise it to a level where he could fight against Yongwu. At the same time, he had dragonized his right hand as well. Currently, he could easily transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, so it was even easier for him to dragonize his right hand. With the help of his dragonized right hand and the Sun True Origin whose force had been raised by the devouring tactic, Duan Ling Tian easily blocked the 100 inscription saint weapon in Yongwu's hand. From the beginning until the end, he did not feel any pressure at all. Although the 100 inscription saint sword was powerful, Yongwu's strength was not that strong. A mere mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator who wielded the 100 inscription saint sword was not much of a threat to Duan Ling Tian. The moment Duan Ling Tian extended his dragon's claws out, not only did it block Yongwu's 100 inscription saint sword, but it had even severely injured Yongwu as well. This. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. How's this possible? Wasn't he injured by Elder Lian? How is he still so strong? Isn't he a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? Let alone a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage who's injured, even a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage at his peak doesn't possess his strength. The spectators were momentarily stunned. When they regained their senses, they had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Many people felt that their brains had gone haywire. Who could tell them what was going on? Why was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage who was severely injured so strong and even managed to counterattack a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator and successfully grasped his opponent's life in his hand? They could tell that Duan Ling Tian could kill Yongwu anytime as long as he wanted to. Junior brother Ling Tian, Ji Yu Li's eyes lit up, and he sighed in relief when he saw the scene before him, unlike other people who were filled with shock and disbelief. Freak. Zhu Luqi was dumbfounded for a long time before spitting out one word. Duan Ling Tian's strength had also shocked and baffled him. It did not cross his mind that although Duan Ling Tian was severely injured, he was still so strong. In just 2 to 3 moves, he had already turned the situation around and put Yongwu, a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, in a disadvantageous position. Not only that, but he held Yongwu's life in his hands as well. Let second young master go. At the same time, the old man who always followed behind Yongwu could no longer hold back when he saw the pained expression on Yongwu's face from having his neck gripped by Duan Ling Tian. After he shouted, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian to try and rescue his second young master. Humph. However, the instant the old man made his move, a thunderous snort resonated. A terrifying energy sent the old man flying. Tang Shan looked at the old man whom he had sent flying and said coldly, "If you dare to act recklessly again, you'll definitely die." The old man instantly trembled as colors drained from his face. The old man took a deep breath and immediately shifted his gaze to Lian, who was standing by Tang Shan's side. "Elder Lian, you're our 5th elder's best friend. You must save second young master. The 5th elder only has 2 sons, and he adores the second young master the most. If something happens to the second young master, he wouldn't be able to handle it." The moment he realized it was impossible for him to save his second young master, he immediately tried to pull Lian into it. Upon hearing his voice transmission, Lian's originally grim expression turned even grimmer, asking him to save Yongwu. How should he save Yongwu? Everyone present on the scene personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian and Yongwu engaging in a death duel. If he shamelessly made his move, he could indeed save Yongwu. However, he could dismiss the idea of staying in the fire worship sect in the future since the sect would not tolerate such disgrace. Chapter 1897 Yongwu's death. Lian knew very well if he intervened in the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Yongwu, he would definitely be expelled by the fire worship sect. Would he risk getting expelled from the fire worship sect for Yongwu? Of course not. Even if it was his biological son, he would not do anything to break the fire worship sect's rules, let alone for his friend's son, publicly intervening in a death duel and bringing shame to the fire worship sect was one of fire worship sect's taboos. Duan Ling Tian, although he did not dare to outwardly intervene, he still secretly transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian, "Let him go. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it." The moment he opened his mouth, he threatened Duan Lingtian in a near-commanding tone as he told him to let go of Yongwu. Regret it. Upon hearing Li An's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian turned his head and shifted his gaze in a neither hurried nor slow manner to Lian. Duan Lingtian sneered as he said loudly, "Elder Lian, if I'm not mistaken, the death duel is between me and Yongwu. I wonder what you're trying to do by transmitting your voice to me and asking me to let Yongwu go. You said I'll regret it if I don't let go. I wonder, Elder Lian, how am I going to regret it?" When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he stared at Lian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a commotion instantly broke out. Many people turned to look at Lian. Their eyes were filled with contempt, hatred, and rage. At this instant, Lian was the target of everyone's hate. This was because he had threatened Duan Lingtian. Is he really the strongest silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Fire Worship Sect? To think that he actually dares to intervene in this matter in the Fire Worship Sect. He's really a disgrace to the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Fire Worship Sect. If Duan Lingtian did not reveal this, I would be unaware that a supposedly awe-inspiring silver flame elder of the Fire Worship Sect would have such a character. How revolting. After a while, many of those who were brave began to rebuke Lian loudly and expressed their dissatisfaction with him. Lian had enraged the crowd. "Elder Lian, it's a little inappropriate for you to do this, right?" Tang Shan asked in his deep voice as he looked at Lian with a frown on his face. "Elder Tang Shan, he's merely slandering me. You actually fell for it?" Lian asked in return, unwilling to admit he had been outdone by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and snorted coldly. "Duan Lingtian, do you know what punishment comes with the crime of slandering a Fire Worship Sect's elder? If you don't want to die, you better obediently shut your mouth," Lian said as he looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to scare Duan Lingtian because it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would reveal his words through voice transmission. It felt as though Duan Lingtian had torn down the mask he had put on. "Duan Lingtian, if you don't want to die, you better obediently shut your mouth." At the same time, Lian did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian through voice transmission again. "Don't think I'm joking. If you don't keep quiet, you'll definitely die even if you enter the Fire Worship Sect. I, Lian, am the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Fire Worship Sect. It would be easy for me to kill you." Lian's voice turned colder and colder as he spoke. When Lian thought Duan Lingtian would be cowed by his threats, Duan Lingtian laughed out loud. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian whose expression was grave and said, "Elder Lian, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Why don't we swear on the lightning penalty oath so everyone can see who's telling the truth and who's lying?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lian's expression turned even graver. Everyone turned to look at Lian to see if he dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove his innocence. If he did not dare to do it, it would mean he was guilty. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian looked at Duan Lingtian in disdain and said scornfully, "Who are you to think that you're worthy for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath for?" The moment his words left his mouth, the people began to boo Lian. Although Lian put on a dignified air when he spoke, most people knew Lian must be afraid to swear on the lightning penalty oath because he was guilty. He only said such words as an excuse. The instant Lian heard the commotion, he no longer dared to threaten Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, he was standing from afar and was staring at Duan Lingtian with a cold gaze that was filled with hatred that seemed like it would never go away until the day he died. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Lian's gaze, but he was not bothered by it. This was because he already knew very well when he called Lian an old dog, he had already offended Lian to the point of no return. He did not regret this. If Tang Shan did not make a move to block Lian's attack, he would have been killed by Lian. At that time, Lian did not show any mercy at all. It was obvious he intended to kill him. He had never met Lian before this, and yet, Lian still wanted to kill him. How could he not be furious? For this reason, from that moment onward, he had regarded Lian as his enemy. Why would he care about Lian's threats? Duan Lingtian, please, let me go. I beg you. At the same time, Yongwu, whose neck was gripped by Duan Lingtian, coughed and spluttered as he begged Duan Lingtian to spare his life when he realized it was impossible for Lian to save him. Where did his arrogance go at this moment? "I can't believe it would end this way. If you didn't witness it personally, you wouldn't have believed it." That's right. At the start of the death duel, almost everybody felt that Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. Who would expect that he managed to turn the situation around? Not only did he easily defeat Yongwu and overpower him, but he even holds Yongwu's life in his hands. It's completely unbelievable that Duan Ling Tian is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Nonsense. From the current strength he demonstrates, how can he possibly be a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? He's more like a martial cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage. Everyone gasped when they heard Yongwu begging forgiveness from Duan Ling Tian when they recalled how arrogantly he had acted earlier. Second young master. The old man who was severely injured by Teng Shan was standing in the distance with a pale face. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. He was heavily injured, and it was impossible for him to save another person. Moreover, even if he was not injured, he would not be able to rescue Yongwu. This was because Teng Shan, the witness whom Duan Ling Tian had invited to oversee the death duel, was present on the scene. It was impossible that Teng Shan would let him save Yongwu. Forgive you. Duan Ling Tian was indifferent faced with Yongwu who was begging for forgiveness. I'm very curious though, if my life is in your hands, would you have let me go? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Yongwu's eyes widened. Then, his body tensed as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would see through him. I know the answer even if you don't tell me. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned colder and colder as it gleamed with killing intent. Then, my answer is the same as yours. No, 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 no. Sensing Duan Ling Tian's murderous intent, Yongwu struggled violently as he shouted and coughed. Horror and despair had completely filled his eyes. Before killing Yongwu, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lian and asked indifferently, Elder Lian, do you still have anything to say to him? You won't have any chance again after this. Provocation. That was a blatant provocation. At this moment, everyone could sense the tension between both of them. When Lian heard Duan Ling Tian's provocative words, he felt his lungs were going to burst out of anger. However, it was inappropriate for him to show his emotions in front of so many people. After all, every single one of his actions represented the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Fire Worship sect. Little Wu, die in peace. Uncle Li will send him to meet you soon. In the end, Lian glanced at Yongwu before he transmitted his voice transmission. His voice sounded grim as well when he spoke. No matter what, Yongwu was his best friend's son. Now that he was going to die here, he did not know how to face his best friend in the future. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only watch as Yongwu dies. Duan Ling Tian, if you kill him, not only will you have to face my wrath, but you'll have to face 5th Elder Yongchang's wrath from the Northern Plethora sect as well. You're going to die. Lian stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly and sentenced Duan Ling Tian to death in his heart. A crisp sound could be heard as Duan Ling Tian tightened his grip and killed Yongwu. Until the moment Yongwu died, his eyes were still wide open. He died with a belly full of regrets. After killing Yongwu and keeping the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword and his spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian released his grip on Yongwu's neck, causing Yongwu to drop from the sky. At the same time, his expression changed as colors drained from his face. At this moment, the energy absorbed by the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was completely depleted. His spiritual energy was depleted as well. He decided to kill Yongwu instantly due to this reason. He was afraid the situation would change again. He's dead. The awe-inspiring son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th Elder is dead. I wonder how angry the 5th Elder will be when finds out about this. Humph. Yongwu deserves to die. If he didn't provoke other people, he wouldn't have been killed. Humph. After Yongwu was killed, the scene that was silent broke out in an uproar again. Chapter 1898 Pressure. Soon after, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. The purple-clad young man whom they did not regard highly in the beginning managed to turn the situation around at the most critical moment when he fought against Yongwu who was at the Mastery Divine Saint stage and killed him. Such an unexpected outcome had also given them a fright that they only regained their senses after a long time. After all of them were certain the purple-clad young man would be killed by Yongwu. Duan Ling Tian must know some secret tactic that can conceal his cultivation base. Somebody said loudly. This must be the case. Many people agreed with him. Although they had never heard of any secret tactic that could conceal one's cultivation base in the Dao Martial Saint Land, they were even more convinced that such a tactic existed after they witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength. Based on their probing using their divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, the person whom they discovered to only have a cultivation base at the peak of the eminent saint stage could actually destroy the territory of a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator in just one blow while he was heavily injured. Not only that, but he had even forcefully endured the 100 inscriptions saint sword that was wielded unreservedly by a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator. He even overpowered the other party in just a blink of an eye and grasped the other party's life in his hands. Was this something a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage could do? Just now when Yongwu made his move, he looked half dead. As soon as Yongwu approached him, he cast a terrifying technique that seemed to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. I saw that as well. At that time, a whirlpool appeared, and the energy in the surrounding was absorbed by the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. Standing in the center of the whirlpool was none other than Duan Ling Tian. It's obvious the energy that absorbed into the whirlpool was controlled by Duan Ling Tian. That's the reason why he's still so strong despite being heavily injured. Not only that, but the whirlpool even destroyed Yongwu's territory. Such a horrifying technique must be a divine ability. Moreover, it must not be a simple divine ability. It's most likely a high-grade divine ability. The crowd discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with confusion and shock when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, the thing he used to block Yongwu's 100 inscriptions saint sword seemed to be a claw-shaped saint weapon. I'm sure that saint weapon must be a 100 inscriptions saint weapon as well since it was able to withstand the 100 inscriptions saint sword. Many people began discussing Duan Ling Tian's dragonized right hand. Naturally, they did not know Duan Ling Tian had dragonized his right hand. They thought he had reacted quickly and took out a saint weapon and quickly put it away after he was done with it. Dragon Warrior. If there were people who knew the technique Duan Ling Tian had used was dragonization that allowed him to transform into a dragon warrior, it was Tang Shan and Lian. As the fire worship sect silver flame elders and the powerhouses who were ranked at the top 200 on the supreme saint ranking, they were strong and possessed eyesight that others could not compare to. Although it only took Duan Ling Tian a second to dragonize his right hand before reverting it back to normal, they could tell it was a dragon's hand. As for how many claws his hand had, they did not see it clearly. This was because Duan Ling Tian had quickly reverted his hands back to normal. However, they were certain Duan Ling Tian was a dragon warrior. I can't believe this little fellow is actually a dragon warrior. Tang Shan was happy for Duan Ling Tian when he saw him killing Yongwu and winning the death duel. However, he was still shocked by the fact that Duan Ling Tian's a dragon warrior. It seems like he has some connections with the 7-clawed divine dragons in the dragon clan. Naturally, he thought Duan Ling Tian was a 7-clawed dragon warrior because he did not see the 9 claws on Duan Ling Tian's dragonized hand. If he found out Duan Ling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would be even more shocked. So what if he's a dragon warrior? It just so happens that I haven't killed a dragon warrior before. It's just the right time for me to try now. Li An's gaze was cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Elder Tang Shan, for maintaining the fairness of the death duel. After killing Yongwu, Duan Ling Tian ignored the gazes in the surrounding. The first thing he did was to cup both his hands together and expressed his gratitude to Tang Shan. You don't have to thank me. As an elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum in the Fire Worship sect, this is part of my responsibility. Tang Shan said as he shook his head. Just like that, it seemed like the incident had finally ended. Naturally, it only seemed as though it had ended. In truth, everything would begin with Yongwu's death. By killing Yongwu, Duan Ling Tian had offended many people. First, he had offended the first silver flame elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum in the Fire Worship sect. Second, he had offended Yongchong, the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect. Although the Northern Plethora sect's elder seemed like he was in a lower position compared to an elder from the Fire Worship sect, as the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yongchong's influence was in no way inferior to the Silver Flame elder, Lian, from the Fire Worship sect. Otherwise, they would not have become good friends. Due to their status and strength being on par and sharing the same interests, they became good friends. In addition, as the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yongchong's influence in the Northern Plethora sect was far superior to Lian's influence in the Fire Worship sect. In the Fire Worship sect, Lian was merely one of the many Silver Flames elders. He only had some influence in the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums, that was in charge of the affairs in the outer ring of the fire worship sect. There was a total of 5 silver flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, and he was the strongest among them. I can't believe I've already offended 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses so soon after I arrived in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian knew what the consequences were for killing Yongwu, but he still killed him anyway. Being overly cautious was not Duan Ling Tian's style. Not only that, but he also knew very well that even if he did not kill Yongwu, Lian would not let him go. By killing Yongwu, he merely offended another Saint Celestial stage powerhouse who was more or less the same as Lian. To him, there was not much difference in offending 1 or 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Tisk tisk, 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. What a huge pressure. It's been a while since I last felt such an enormous pressure. Looks like after I've wormed my way into the fire worship sect and become one of their members, I'll have to make use of my time to raise my strength. Although Duan Ling Tian was not afraid, he had offended 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, so he still felt pressured by it. Currently, Elder Huo must be almost done with repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As long as the 4th level is repaired, not only will I have a better cultivation environment, but I'll have a place to hide as well. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he became slightly excited. At this moment, the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired up to the 3rd level. Although the cultivation environment on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite was quite good, it was more or less similar to the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The only advantage he had was the time flow inside was 5 times slower than it was outside. 5 days inside was equivalent to only 1 day outside. However, once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, in addition to having a better cultivation environment, the time flow would be even slower inside. According to Elder Huo, the time flow inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite was 8 times slower than it was outside. 8 days inside was equivalent to only 1 day outside. Just this alone was enough to fill Duan Ling Tian with determination to repair it no matter what it took. Apart from that, there was another thing that Duan Ling Tian was looking forward to as well. According to Elder Huo, once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, the space inside would stabilize. No matter how huge the commotion outside was, he would not be impacted by it if he hid inside. It was different from how it was now, where he would be sent out immediately if there was even the slightest movement outside. If the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been repaired, if I encounter a situation where I'm unable to fight, I can at least hide myself. As long as I hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and transform the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda into a speck of dust, the other party won't be able to find me. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt another rush of excitement. If he encountered a difficult situation, this could be considered as having a protective talisman that could be used over and over again. More and more people gathered in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After Duan Ling Tian returned to Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi's side, other people also began to disperse. They did not forget the purpose they had come here today. It was to participate in the selection of elite disciples by the 4 Symbols Sanctum, including the Black Turtle Sanctum. Those who came today were mostly natives of the western region who regarded the fire worship sect as their religion. They wanted to become a member of the fire worship sect. To them, it was the highest honor. Ji Yuli looked at the ancient figure that was getting smaller and smaller in the distance. He said to Duan Ling Tian, "Junior brother Ling Tian, the old man who followed behind Yongwu has left with Yongwu's body. He must be returning to the Northern Plethora sect to report this incident." "Let him be," Duan Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. That old man was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to stop the old man. Even if he could stop him, news of him killing Yongwu would eventually reach the Northern Plethora sect. As the number of people increased, noon had finally arrived. Behind the range of mountains where the Black Turtle Sanctum's estate was situated, a group of people had gathered in the sky in a formidable formation. From afar, they looked like black clouds that hung above a city. Currently, everyone's attention was directed at the people standing high up in the sky. There were 8 people. Among the 8 people, there were old men, old women, middle-aged men, and young women. Tang Shan and Lian were among these people. Chapter 1899. My mind is set. The other 6 people were also wearing the same white robes embroidered with silver flames like Tang Shan and Lian. The only difference they had from Tang Shan and Li An's white robes was the pattern that was embroidered on it. A black turtle was embroidered on Tang Shan and Li An's white robes. On the other hand, among the 6 people, 2 of them had a divine dragon on their white robes, another 2 had an enormous tiger, and the remaining 2 had a humongous firebird. It's the elders from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Someone exclaimed when Duan Ling Tian noticed the differences of the pattern on the white robes that the 6 people wore. He had also guessed they were the elders from the other 3 sanctums of the 4 symbol sanctums. I've heard that among the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums, only the divine ability from the White Tiger Sanctum is an offensive divine ability. I hope I'll be selected by the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. A young man standing nearby said hopefully as he looked at the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. On the other hand, I hope the 2 elders from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum will pick me. The divine ability that the Vermilion Bird Sanctum let its disciples comprehend is a movement divine ability. As the saying goes, speed is the only impenetrable martial technique in the world. The same applies to divine abilities. Only speed is invincible, somebody said with a hopeful expression on his face. Unlike the young man who wanted to go to the White Tiger Sanctum, he wanted to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum instead. Actually, it's not that bad to go to the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The divine ability that the Azure Dragon Sanctum let its disciples comprehend is an assist-type divine ability. It's said that it's created based on the Dragon clan's inherited divine ability, the true form berserkification. As the saying goes, indigo came from the color blue, but it's bluer than the latter. Somebody chimed in, tisk tisk. Compared to the divine abilities from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, I still prefer the defensive divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's said that although all the divine abilities from the 4 symbol sanctums are high-grade divine abilities, the Black Turtle's barrier from the Black Turtle Sanctum is of a slightly higher grade compared to the others. A middle-aged man said with a chuckle, Black Turtle's barrier. High-grade defensive divine ability. The moment these words left the middle-aged man's mouth, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed immediately. He had also heard about how every sanctum would let their disciples comprehend a divine ability, but he was not particularly interested in it. This was because he had thought the divine abilities from the 4 sanctums were merely medium-grade divine abilities. He had only realized he had guessed wrongly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. More importantly, the high-grade divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum was actually the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. It seems like I have fate with the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as he shifted his gaze to Tang Shan and Lian. Currently, he had mastered the offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings. He had not mastered any high-grade defensive divine ability. However, he did comprehend a medium-grade defensive divine ability. It was none other than the 6 Harmonies golden body that he had obtained from the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. However, for the reason that all the divine abilities he had comprehended were high-grade divine abilities, Duan Ling Tian instinctively looked down on the 6 Harmonies golden body and did not bother to cultivate it. It was also because he did not want to waste his time and spiritual energy on a medium-grade divine ability. He was desperate to get stronger so he could save Ka and their daughter. He had no time to waste at all. If the disciples from the mystical Sky Mansion who had entered the St. Martial's secret zone with Duan Ling Tian previously heard his thoughts, they would be angered to the point of throwing up blood. He did not want to waste his time and spiritual energy on a medium-grade divine ability. This statement alone made it sound like he was blatantly showing off. I've finally encountered a high-grade defensive divine ability. For the sake of the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, I must stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes were filled with determination. Prior to learning the divine abilities from the 4 symbols sanctum were high-grade divine abilities, Duan Ling Tian was not bothered with which sanctum he would be sent to. He felt they were all the same. However, now that he learned that the 4 symbols sanctums would provide a high-grade divine ability for their disciples to cultivate, he was intent on remaining in the Black Turtle Sanctum since the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, that he desperately wanted was in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Naturally, now that he had encountered a high-grade defensive divine ability, he would not let the opportunity slip through his hands. Duan Ling Tian had asked Elder Huo for a defensive divine ability before. However, Elder Huo had told him that apart from the golden crow's wings that he had passed to him, the other divine abilities he was familiar with could only be used when one had the strength of a celestial being. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian knew he had to rely on himself if he wanted to cultivate a high-grade defensive divine ability. At the same time, Silver Flame Elder Tang Shan from the Black Turtle Sanctum finally opened his mouth. Everyone. Tang Shan's voice sounded coarse. Along with the vast energy in his voice, it resonated in the ears of everyone present on the scene. Your presence here is enough to show your intention. All of you must want to become a disciple of our fire worship sect. Tang Shan's voice had a hint of exaltation as he spoke. Now, tell me, am I right? Tang Shan's voice suddenly turned as loud as a clap of thunder. As soon as Tang Shan finished speaking, almost everyone around Duan Ling Tian answered in excitement. All of them wanted to become a disciple of the fire worship sect. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged. I find it hard to believe that someone like Elder Tang Shan who appears crude is actually so eloquent with his words. With just a few sentences, he managed to bring up the atmosphere. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw how excited everyone had become. I'm sure all of you have noticed the other people with me. Apart from Elder Li and who's also a Black Turtle Sanctum's elder like me, these 6 people standing with me are from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Tang Shan continued to speak. They had come here today to select some of you to enter their sanctums. No matter which sanctum you end up in, you'll successfully become the disciple of that sanctum if you manage to pass the assessment of that sanctum. Once you've become a disciple of the 4 Symbols Sanctum, it would also mean that you've officially joined the Fire Worship Sect and become a Fire Worship Sect's disciple. Most people's eyes lit up immediately when Tang Shan reached this part of his speech. What you need to do next is to stay still. Whoever is selected, please stand behind the elder who has selected you. You'll then follow the elder back to the sanctum, Tang Shan said. Elder Tang Shan. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian transmitted his voice to Tang Shan. I wish to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Please help me fulfill my wish, Elder Tang Shan. Tang Shan was momentarily stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. If Lian was not in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would definitely do everything within his power to make Duan Ling Tian stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He was impressed by the strength and innate talent Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated earlier. However, he had dismissed that idea since Lian was also in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Duan Ling Tian remained in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would not be able to live in peace since Lian would make sure he would not be able to live well. It did not cross Tang Shan's mind that not only did Duan Ling Tian wish to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum that Lian was from, but he would take the initiative to transmit his voice to him and ask for his help to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian, the Black Turtle Sanctum may not be the best place for you. With Elder Lian here, there's no benefit for you in staying in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He's a vengeful person, and he won't let this matter go, Tang Shan warned him through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of warmth in his heart when he heard Tang Shan's words. He did not know Tang Shan, there was no need for him to say these words to him. Elder Tang Shan, I want to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum because I want to comprehend the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. As for Lian, I'm not afraid of him. Moreover, as long as I stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum and in the Fire Worship Sect, he shouldn't be so brave as to make a move against me. Duan Ling Tian stated his purpose bluntly. Not only that, but he also said he was not afraid of Lian. If you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, even if he doesn't personally make a move against you, he still has other ways to make things difficult for you. Moreover, although our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is impressive, it's not something everyone would be able to comprehend, Tang Shan continued saying. It's unwise to risk your life for a divine ability you're not certain you'll be able to successfully comprehend. It was apparent Tang Shan had said this to dissuade Duan Ling Tian. Elder Tang Shan, you don't have to dissuade me. I've already made up my mind. Besides, I really wish you'll do me this favor. If I can stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, I'll owe you a favor. Duan Ling Tian said determinedly. He was a little anxious when he finished speaking. Since you're already made up your mind, I won't dissuade you anymore. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Tang Shan instantly agreed to Duan Ling Tian's request. Thank you, Elder Tang Shan. Duan Ling Tian was delighted when he heard Tang Shan had agreed to his request. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Everyone, the rules are the same as before. Starting from now, we'll pick our candidates after the span of 10 breaths, Tang Shan said to the other 4 Symbol Sanctum's elders. They nodded. There are 8 more breaths left. Many people around Duan Ling Tian held their breaths immediately. The span of 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Under the crowd's anticipatory gazes, 8 streaks of light that did not contain offensive force shot out one after another, locking on their targets. 6 streaks of light landed on different people, but 2 streaks of light landed on the same person. Among these 2 streaks of light, one of them was from Tang Shan, whom Duan Ling Tian had requested a favor from. The other light came from none other than Lian. Chapter 1900 Black Turtle Sanctum. The streaks of light that did not contain any offensive force came from the 8 elders of the 4 Symbol Sanctums and landed on a group of people who came to participate in the assessment of the fire worship sect's 4 Symbol Sanctums. For example, the person selected by the Azure Dragon Sanctum's elder would have to follow the Azure Dragon Sanctum's elder to the Azure Dragon Sanctum to participate in the Azure Dragon Sanctum's assessment. Only after passing the assessment he would become the disciple of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Although he would only be an outer disciple of the fire worship sect, he was still a disciple of the fire worship sect nonetheless. After becoming a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, he would be eligible to comprehend the high-grade assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum that had existed since ancient times. It was the same with the other 3 sanctums. In the history of the fire worship sect's 4 Symbol Sanctums, it was not that there were no occasions when 2 4 Symbol Sanctums elders had selected the same participant. However, it was rare for 2 elders from the same sanctum to select the same person. Generally, before the elders from the same sanctum selected participants, they would discuss with one another first. For this reason, when the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums saw Tang Shan and Lian, the 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's elders, had selected the same young man, they were slightly taken aback. Elder Lian, Elder Tang Shan, didn't both of you discuss who you're going to select prior to this? If Sanctum Leader Chu finds out both of you made such a mistake, I'm sure he would reproach both of you for not being united. Elder Lian, Elder Tang Shan, is there any misunderstandings between both of you? The 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums commented one after another. They had just arrived, so they were unaware of what had happened. Although that was the case, they could still sense the tension between Tang Shan and Lian. Upon hearing that, Tang Shan and Lian looked at one another before snorting coldly. Tang Shan was not surprised that Lian had selected Duan Ling Tian to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, since he knew Lian was a vengeful person. He would use all sorts of tricks to make Duan Ling Tian stay. To Lian, as long as Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would not be able to escape from Lian. Unlike Tang Shan, who maintained his composure, Lian was greatly taken aback when he saw Tang Shan had chosen Duan Ling Tian as well. Based on his understanding of Tang Shan, if Tang Shan had taken a liking to Duan Ling Tian, he would be eager to get Duan Ling Tian to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, Tang Shan knew he would not Duan Ling Tian go. Could it that Tang Shan is impressed by Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and wants to take him in as a disciple? Lian thought to himself, coming up with a conclusion that made the most sense to him. However, he felt that Tang Shan was too naive. If he, Lian, wanted to kill someone, that someone would not be able to live. Even if Duan Ling Tian had Tang Shan's support, the outcome would still be the same. If they fought, he would be able to defeat Tang Shan as well. After all, he was ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, while Tang Shan was only ranked at the 173rd place. The smaller the gap on the Supreme Saint ranking meant that the disparity between each participant's strength was even bigger. Although Tang Shan was only ranked 30 places behind Lian, if they fought, he was confident he could kill Tang Shan in within 10 moves. When the elders from the 3 sanctums looked at Lian and Tang Shan, the people standing nearby broke into a commotion as they expressed their bewilderment. Both of the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders, Elder Lian and Elder Tang Shan, selected Duan Ling Tian. What's going on? I'm not surprised that Elder Lian selected Duan Ling Tian to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, because it would be much easier for him to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian if he's in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian has killed Yong Wu, the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, in front of Elder Lian. He's Elder Yang Chong's best friend. I'm sure he won't let the matter go. Elder Tang Shan seems to have taken a liking to Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Duan Ling Tian earlier. In that case, Shouldn't he advise Duan Ling Tian to go to one of the other 3 sanctums? I really don't know why Elder Tang Shan wants Duan Ling Tian to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Duan Ling Tian stays here, it's no different from throwing a goat to the wolves. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves as their eyes shifted between Lian and Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the elders from the other 3 sanctums finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, Lian and Tang Shan seemed to be in discord because of the purple-clad young man named Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had killed Yang Wu, the son of the 5th elder from the Northern Plethora sect, before they arrived. His action was akin to slapping Lian. After all, the 5th elder from the Northern Plethora sect was Lian's best friend. Since Lian was unable to protect Yang Wu, everyone would think he was useless. It was only natural for Lian to hate Duan Ling Tian to the core and wanted to kill him. I can understand why Lian selected Duan Ling Tian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, if Tang Shan has truly taken a liking to Duan Ling Tian, why would he want Duan Ling Tian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum? The 6 elders of the 3 sanctums were puzzled over this. 2 elders who were close to Tang Shan even questioned his action through voice transmission, and they soon obtained the answer. I intended to send him to one of the other 3 sanctums, but he seems determined to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He told me that he wanted to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Tang Shan replied through voice transmission as he smiled wryly. I see. However, this little fellow is being too reckless. Doesn't he know that the defensive divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum is the hardest to comprehend among all 4 high-grade divine abilities in the 4 symbol sanctums? To think he would risk his own life for a divine ability when nobody can be certain if he would be able to successfully comprehend it. Even if this little fellow has a high innate talent, he would eventually die on the vine. The 2 elders shook their heads. They were not impressed by Duan Ling Tian due to how impulsive he was acting. Although Duan Ling Tian was strong and had a high innate talent, it was not to the point where the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums would compete with the Black Turtle Sanctum for him. Moreover, they did not want to offend Lian. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's future whereabouts had been determined. He was to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. When Ji Yu Li saw how Duan Ling Tian had gone to stand behind Tang Shan, his expression turned solemn as he said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "Junior brother Ling Tian, if you have to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, why don't you leave the fire worship sect instead?" Leave the fire worship sect? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Even if I don't stay here, do you think I'll be able to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum alive, senior brother Ji Yu Li? Lian doesn't dare to violate the fire worship sect's rules in the Black Turtle Sanctum, so he wouldn't touch me. However, once I leave the Black Turtle Sanctum, he's no longer restrained by the fire worship sect's rules. At that time, do you think I'll be able to stay alive? Duan Ling Tian did not tell him that he also wanted to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum for the time being. Instead, he analyzed the situation that he was in to Ji Yu Li. Since he had thoroughly offended to Lian, he no longer had the option of leaving the fire worship sect. Duan Ling Tian also said the same thing to Zhu Luqi through voice transmission. He replied with a glum expression, "Duan Ling Tian is right. He might survive if he stays in the fire worship sect. He'll definitely die if he leaves." At the same time, a hint of concern could be seen in his eyes. "However, if you remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, even if Lian can't openly make a move, he would still use all sorts of methods to deal with you. Naturally, he won't be able to kill you due to the rules in the fire worship sect. However, the people he sends out to deal with you will definitely be stronger than you. You'll have to learn to be patient when you face them. You must not impulsively accept death duel invitations that they issue you." Zhu Luqi's expression turned even glummer when he reached the end of his sentence. "Don't worry, I won't go so far as to endanger my own life. There are still many things I must do, so I have to live on." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He had reincarnated twice. Coupled with the hardships he had been through, he had long suppressed the urge to act impulsively. If he encountered someone he could not defeat, he would endure it silently for the time being even if he was humiliated. He would wait until he had grown strong in the future before he sought revenge in a domineering manner. Seeking death recklessly was not his style. "I really didn't expect Elder Tang Shan would help you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I thought he has a good impression of you. Shouldn't he advise you to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum for your own safety?" Ji Yu Li looked at Duan Ling Tian. Similar to most people present on the scene, he was confused by Tang Shan's action. Zhu Luqi also looked at Duan Lingtian. He found it strange as well. Naturally, Elder Tang Shan doesn't want me to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I was the one who asked him to let me stay here, Duan Lingtian replied. Why? Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi frowned. They had no idea why Duan Lingtian would do such a thing, since it was no different from risking his own life. It's because I want to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian replied with a gleam in his eyes. Upon hearing his reply, Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi were speechless. Perhaps, only Duan Lingtian would risk his own life for a divine ability that nobody knew for certain if he could successfully comprehend. They knew if they were in his shoes, they would not have made the same decision. Junior brother Lingtian, suddenly, as though he was reminded by something, Ji Yuli's eyes lit up before he looked at Duan Lingtian. Hurry up and tell Elder Tang Shan to let me stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum as well. In this case, you don't have to face Lian alone. That's right, Zhu Luqi agreed as well. Please tell Elder Tang Shan to let me stay here as well. The more people you have with you, the more help you'll have. With me and Ji Yuli around, we can help share the burden. It was only natural Duan Lingtian felt a sense of warmth in his heart when he heard their words. He was particularly surprised that Zhu Luqi, whom he was not as close to compared to Ji Yuli, would make such a decision. Chapter 1901 Duan Lingtian, Divine Saint Stage. Was Duan Lingtian the kind of person who would knowingly put his friends in danger? Duan Lingtian instantly made up his mind. Elder Tang Shan, if you have any acquaintances among the 6 elders in the other 3 sanctums, please ask them if they can take my 2 companions in. I don't wish for them to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum with me. Duan Lingtian immediately transmitted his voice to Tang Shan after he made up his mind, since Tang Shan was the only one he could rely on now. Duan Lingtian wanted the elders from the other 3 sanctums to take Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi in before Lian remembered them. Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi were always looking out for him, it was only natural that he wanted to repay them. You do not wish to implicate them? Tang Shan asked through voice transmission. A hint of praise could be seen in his eyes. Naturally gifted, powerful, and considerate toward his comrades. It was rare for a person to possess all 3 qualities. Tang Shan's impression of Duan Lingtian rose even higher. This is something I'm happy to help you with. Tang Shan replied Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian relaxed and thanked Tang Shan after he heard Tang Shan's reply. Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi looked at Tang Shan hopefully. Although Tang Shan looked at them for a moment, he did not pick them. Instead, an elder from the White Tiger Sanctum and an elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum picked them at the same time. If they were selected at different times, Ji Yuli and Zhu Luqi would not have suspected anything. However, they were instantly suspicious when they were selected at the same time. Junior brother Lingtian, did you ask Elder Tang Shan to request the elder of Vermilion Bird Sanctum to pick me? Ji Yuli asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission with a grim expression on his face as he stood behind the 2 elders from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. He suspected this was Duan Lingtian's doing, but he was not entirely certain. Is it you? Zhu Luqi also transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian while he stood behind the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. Their words were filled with dissatisfaction because Duan Lingtian had made such a decision without consulting them. Don't worry, I can look out for myself. On the contrary, it would be more difficult for me to deal with things if both of you are around. Duan Lingtian had expected both of them to question him, so he gave them an answer he had prepared beforehand. You are afraid that I'll be a burden to you, Ji Yuli said discontentedly. Although Zhu Luqi did not say anything, it was obvious he felt dissatisfied from the expression on his face. However, they knew it was futile to continue questioning Duan Lingtian's decision since everything was set in stone now. Lian suddenly realized the elders from the White Tiger Sanctum and Vermilion Bird Sanctum whom Tang Shan was close to had selected both of Duan Lingtian's companions. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about them? They are Duan Lingtian's companions. Duan Lingtian will suffer even more if I torture them. Lian felt regretful when he recalled this. Lian regretted that he did not think of this sooner. Earlier, he was overwhelmed with happiness and excitement from being able to make Duan Lingtian stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum that had led to him forgetting about Duan Lingtian's 2 companions. However, it was too late for him to do anything now. Everything had been decided. Not only were Jiu Li and Zhu Luqi unable to change the result, but even Lian was unable to bring Jiu Li and Zhu Luqi to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, both elders from the White Tiger Sanctum and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum were friends of Tang Shan. Naturally, they would not let him take Jiu Li and Zhu Luqi away just like that. It's fine. They're not important. It's enough as long as Duan Ling Tian is in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Lian consoled himself inwardly. Since he was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, it was only natural that he had good self-control. He came to terms with this fact very quickly. As time passed, those people that came for the Four Symbols Sanctum's assessments were slowly divided among the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum. There were about 1,000 people in each sanctum after the selection. The assessment of the Four Symbols Sanctums in the Fire Worship sect will eliminate everyone until about 100 people remain in each sanctum. In other words, the Black Turtle Sanctum will have to eliminate almost 1,000 people after this. Duan Ling Tian noticed there were about 1,000 people around him after he looked around. Soon after, the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums bade farewell to Tang Shan and Lian and left with their followers. Be extra careful, junior brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, stay calm, and don't act impulsively. Jiu Li and Zhu Luqi transmitted their voices to him through voice transmission before they left with the elders from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum and White Tiger Sanctum respectively. They were both headed to different sanctums and could not be of any help to Duan Ling Tian for the time being. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian nodded and gave them a reassuring look. The elders of the 3 other sanctums led those they have selected back to their respective sanctums in just a blink of an eye. There were only Tang Shan, Lian, and 1,000 people they had selected, including Duan Ling Tian, left on the scene. The assessment will begin tomorrow. Since you're not disciples of the Black Turtle Sanctum yet, you'll have to camp out here tonight. Only the 100 people who successfully pass the assessment will have their own places to cultivate in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Tang Shan said in his booming voice as he faced Duan Ling Tian and the others. Instantly, apart from Duan Ling Tian and a few others who remained calm, the others became excited. It was as though they could already see themselves passing the assessment from the Black Turtle Sanctum and becoming a disciple with their own cultivation place in the sanctum. Tang Shan looked at Duan Ling Tian after he finished his speech and said through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, apart from assessing your strength, the assessment tomorrow places more importance on your innate talent. Remember to display your innate talent tomorrow. As long as you're able to show that you have a high innate talent, you'll be able to catch the attention of the sanctum leader. If you're able to catch the sanctum leader's attention, Lian won't be able to look for trouble with you so easily in the future. Understood, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission as he nodded. Tang Shan left after speaking to Duan Ling Tian. It seemed as though he did not care that Lian was still there. Tang Shan knew that as long as Duan Ling Tian did not provoke Lian would not dare to blindlessly attack Duan Ling Tian. If he had attacked Duan Ling Tian without a reason, he would be punished. He might even be expelled from the Fire Worship sect. As one of the 3 strongest sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were strict rules in the Fire Worship sect. The 3 strongest sects were able to stay in power for such a long time because they adhered to the saying, rules make the world go round. Sure enough, Lian left shortly after Tang Shan's departure. However, before Lian left, he looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. It sent chills up Duan Ling Tian's spine. He could feel the determination and killing intent in Lian's gaze. You're intent on killing me. It'll test your patience and determination. Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer on his face. He knew very well that Lian could kill him easily like an ant. However, Lian could be expelled for violating the rules in the Fire Worship sect if he killed Duan Ling Tian here. Duan Ling Tian was confident Lian did not have the determination needed to kill him since he would not allow himself to be expelled from the Fire Worship sect. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have died earlier. The attention of everyone left on the scene quickly shifted to Duan Ling Tian once Lian left. Most of the people's eyes were filled with pity as they looked at him. Duan Ling Tian has offended Elder Lian. He will suffer in the Black Turtle Sanctum even if he doesn't die. Most people shared the same thought. Duan Ling Tian ignored all their stares and crossed his legs and sat in the air and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. One last step to Divine Saint stage. It's taking me too long to get past this last step. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he began to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian cultivated as usual since he did not expect to. Make a breakthrough. However, a miracle could happen at any moment. As the Sun True Origin breached the bottleneck and broke the shackles that stopped him from breaking through to the Divine Saint stage from the Eminent Saint stage, Duan Ling Tian discovered the true origin in his body had transformed into a new energy. This is the Saint energy. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he felt the new power coursing in his body. I've broken through just like this. The breakthrough had taken Duan Ling Tian by surprise since he did not expect it. No wonder people say that pressure is a form of motivation. It seems like the threat from a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse pressures me and unconsciously improves my cultivation efficiency, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian devoted all his attention to the new energy in his body. The energy was no longer the true origin energy. Instead, it was Saint energy that was unique to cultivators at the Divine Saint stage and above. Saint energy was a lot stronger than true origin energy. It felt majestic, even more so because it had transformed into the Sun Saint energy. It was far superior to the Sun True Origin. The Sun Saint energy is very powerful. Duan Ling Tian said excitedly as he felt the Sun Saint energy coursing through the 99 Saint veins in his body. If I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and unleash all my techniques, I might be able to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage with my current cultivation base. This is. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, and he frowned when he discovered something. Chapter 1902 True Innate Ability. Earlier, his attention was solely focused on the Sun Saint energy in his body. Therefore, he had overlooked his soul that had changed into that of a Divine Saint stage powerhouse. He could also clearly sense that his spiritual energy had become stronger. At this moment, his spiritual energy seemed as though it was in a state of restlessness before it charged toward his left eye. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he failed to control his spiritual energy. It's the strange pupil. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian discovered the cause of it. His left eye was no longer similar to a human's eyes. His left eye had merged with the unique eye of a one-eyed devil vulture, and he had obtained some extraordinary abilities from it. However, the strength of those abilities depended on the strength of his spiritual energy. As Duan Ling Tian gained more techniques that made him stronger than what he should be at his cultivation base and defeated opponents stronger than him, the strange pupil gradually became less and less important. Duan Ling Tian merely used it to look at things in the distance. However, today, something seemed to be happening to the strange pupil. Without knowing how much time had passed, Duan Ling Tian discovered his left eye growing hot before the uncontrollable and restless spiritual energy suddenly disappeared from his left eye. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his left eye was stripped of its ability. What shocked him even more was the spiritual energy that had disappeared from his left eye seemed to have fused with his body and the 99 Saint veins. Following that, he discovered the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique had begun to circulate on their own. To be more precise, it was the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that had undergone a transformation in the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. However, it was strange because it did not circulate his Saint energy. Instead, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique had actually circulated his spiritual energy. I can do that to my spiritual energy. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. This was his first time seeing his spiritual energy being circulated. He did not even hear of such things before this. What's going on? What's happening? Duan Ling Tian was confused. As time passed, Duan Ling Tian could also clearly sense his spiritual energy was longer pure as it was circulated by the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique circulated. There seemed to be something else mixed in it. However, due to the uncontrollable state of his spiritual energy, he could not discern what it was. Nonetheless, he had a feeling the thing mixed with his spiritual energy was not harmful. He did not know much time had passed. It felt like a century, but it also felt like a mere moment. After a while, Duan Ling Tian discovered the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique had stopped circulating, and his uncontrollable spiritual energy had fused back with his soul. At the moment the spiritual energy fused with his soul, Duan Ling Tian felt momentarily displaced. The feeling was similar to an out-of-body experience. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had regained control of his spiritual energy. The current spiritual energy is indeed different. Although it's the spiritual energy of someone at the Divine Saint stage, there seems to be something else as well. Moreover, it seems to want to merge with the strange pupil. Shortly after, Duan Ling Tian noticed something strange. Although he had regained control of his spiritual energy, it seemed to have a mind of its own. It seemed as though it wanted to surge into his left eye. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian tried to stop it. He sighed in relief when he discovered that it was still under his control even though it was in a state of restlessness. He felt better having control over his spiritual energy. Why does it have such a strange impulse? Never mind. Let's see what will happen after it flows into the strange pupil. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian controlled the spiritual energy and let it surge into his left eye. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian felt anxious during the whole process. After all, not only did he discover that his spiritual energy had changed, but it had become strange even to its master. At the instant when his spiritual energy surged into his left eye, he discovered his eye was absorbing his spiritual energy like it was absorbing rain after a long drought. As the strange pupil in his left eye absorbed his spiritual energy, Duan Ling Tian began to feel a burn in his left eye. It was so hot that he gradually grew numb to it. At the same time, he had a strong urge to open his left eye. His left eye seemed to have accumulated some force and was in need of a release. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was confused. He had no idea what was happening. However, he still opened both his eyes. At the instant when he opened his eyes, Duan Ling Tian discovered the sky was beginning to brighten. It was dawn. It feels like it's going to explode. Duan Ling Tian's attention returned to his left eye. When Duan Ling Tian tried to use his left eye to look at things, he found that not only was everything within his line of sight magnified, but there was even a focus point in the middle. It was very similar to the feeling of sniper looking through a scope. What's going on? Why do I feel as though the spiritual energy in my left eye wants to be shot out? Duan Ling Tian was shocked to discover that as soon as that thought appeared in his mind, the spiritual energy in his left eye really shot out. The spiritual energy looked as though it had materialized and took the form of a dragon. The spiritual energy was headed for the center of the focus point. However, since it was aimed at the sky, it was nowhere to be found after it was shot out. That shot depleted only half of the accumulated spiritual energy. Following that, Duan Ling Tian realized that the spiritual energy accumulated in the strange pupil had more than half left. Moreover, it was slowly increasing again. His spiritual energy kept surging out from his soul to his left eye to replenish the depleted energy in his left eye. Spiritual energy attack, soul attack. Then, Duan Ling Tian began to suspect the spiritual energy that his left eye shot out was a kind of soul attack. Moreover, his soul attack that took the form of a dragon was extremely extraordinary. There's a fly there. Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil was aiming around before it eventually settled on a fly perched on a tree in the distance. Shoot! With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian's strange pupil shot out spiritual energy that took the form of a divine dragon. The spiritual energy that was only as large as a needle was aimed at the fly's head. The aim was terrifyingly accurate. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and began to monitor the changes in the fly's body. His divine consciousness could even detect the fly's weak soul. However, as soon as his spiritual energy pierced the fly's head, Duan Ling Tian discovered through his divine consciousness that the fly's soul had disappeared without a trace. Naturally, now that it had lost its soul, the fly had fallen from the tree. This is my soul attack. Duan Ling Tian gasped as he discovered how terrifying his skill was. There was no way to defend against it. He could hardly imagine what would happen if his opponent had attacked him with this skill. Would he even be able to survive? Back when Duan Ling Tian was still on Cloud Continent, he was already familiar with techniques under the soul attack category. For instance, the Thousand Illusions was also a soul attack. However, the Thousand Illusions technique was far from being comparable to the technique from his strange pupil. I have a feeling if I use the soul attack from my strange pupil, not even a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage would be able to survive it. Even exemplary Saint stage powerhouses will suffer from my soul attack if they're caught off guard. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp when he thought of this. The situation is different from what I imagined it to be. At that time, a voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It shocked the distracted Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could tell it was Elder Huo. It was as though he had seen his lifesaver when he quickly asked, "Elder Huo, why did my strange pupil change so tremendously after I've broken through to the Divine Saint stage?" Following that, Duan Ling Tian recounted everything that had happened. Based on your words, there must be a resonance between your strange pupil and the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique that had undergone a transformation. It also changed your spiritual energy. Your spiritual energy that uses your strange pupil to cast a soul attack should be one of the soul attack's divine abilities if I'm not mistaken. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, Elder Huo said, you can treat it as your innate ability. Innate ability, like the innate ability of a peculiar demon beast, saint beast or a variant. Innate ability. Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to it. He learned about it when he was on Cloud Continent. No, those are nothing more than mere spiritual secret tactics. True innate ability is an actual divine ability. It would be no weaker than a high-grade divine ability. Elder Huo said. Chapter 1903 Gains and Losses. True innate ability is an actual divine ability. It would be no weaker than a high-grade divine ability. Elder Huo's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears and completely changed his perception. Not only was the innate ability he learned about on Cloud Continent unrelated to divine abilities, but it was also inferior to it. He learned from Elder Huo that the innate abilities on mortal continents were not true innate abilities at all. True innate abilities were as strong as a high-grade divine ability. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he tried to suppress his excitement, but his voice still trembled slightly as he asked, Elder Huo, you mean? The soul attack technique from my strange pupil is my innate ability, and it's not any weaker than a high-grade divine ability. Yes, Elder Huo replied, according to your description. The strength of your innate ability can still be improved. For instance, you can condense all the accumulated spiritual energy in the strange pupil into one soul attack. The strength of your attack will be stronger in that case. Naturally, it's easier said than done. You'll still have to depend on yourself for that. Previously, I only know that the one-eyed devil vulture's eye is special. I didn't think it'll transform into something like this because it has resonated with your cultivation method. As Elder Huo spoke, he could not help but sigh. An offensive divine ability can either be a divine ability or a soul attack divine ability. The latter is an innate ability, it's impossible to make it any stronger. Soul attack divine ability is a lot stronger compared to those soul attack secret techniques. The difference between it and the soul attack secret techniques is like the difference between a high-grade divine ability and an ordinary martial arts skill. Duan Ling Tian stayed silent after Elder Huo finished speaking. He needed more time to process Elder Huo's words. Eventually, he reached a conclusion. He really hit the jackpot this time. In just a day and a night, not only did my cultivation base improve, but I even obtained an innate ability. How lucky! A smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Currently, he desperately wanted to improve his strength. This was because he knew clearly that even if he managed to enter the fire worship sect now, unless there was a miracle, it would be difficult for him to rescue Kae and their daughter. He was not even sure if he could get far enough to see them. For this reason, every improvement in his strength was like good news to him. He had never longed so desperately to be strong as he did now. Elder Huo, earlier you said that the situation seems different from what you imagined them to be. What do you mean by that? Duan Ling Tian asked after he calmed himself down. Due to his curiosity, he instantly asked Elder Huo about the changes in his strange pupil when he heard him spoke. Now that the matter was resolved, he recalled what Elder Huo had said earlier. The fourth level of 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been completely restored. Elder Huo's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up and his body began to tremble slightly due to excitement when he heard this. The fourth level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been restored. This was definitely good news to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was so excited that his face turned red. It took a while before he managed to calm down. First, he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Then, he mastered a powerful soul attack that was like an innate ability. Finally, he learned that Elder Huo had finished repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. All 3 were good news to him. This means I'll have a better cultivation environment in the future. The time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is much slower than the time flow on the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 8 days inside equal to only a day in the outside world. Duan Ling Tian muttered excitedly to himself, moreover, if I meet an opponent I can't defeat, I'll be able to hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'm afraid it's not possible to take hide in there, Elder Huo said in response to Duan Ling Tian's last sentence. Why? When Duan Ling Tian heard Elder Huo's words, his body that was trembling from excitement instantly stilled. His smile had also disappeared. At this moment, he realized that something was amiss. Otherwise, Elder Huo would not say such words to him at such a time. Although the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been repaired, the space inside is still unstable. It'll be impossible to hide in it for now, Elder Huo answered Duan Lingtian's question. How's this possible? Duan Lingtian had an expression of disbelief when he first heard Elder Huo's words. Elder Huo, are you certain? I remember you said that as long as the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will stabilize, and I'll be able to hide in it. No matter how big of a commotion there is in the outside world, I won't be kicked out. Duan Lingtian became agitated as he spoke. Apart from having a better cultivation environment and slower time flow, he was looking forward to the stability the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would bring to the space inside. According to what Elder Huo said previously, since the fourth level was in the middle, it would stabilize the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, when he entered Pagoda, he would not be kicked out from just a slight movement in the outside world. For this reason, he was desperate to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, after everything he had gone through to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Elder Huo just told him the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still as unstable as before. He could not hide inside in times of danger. As the saying went, the higher your hopes are, the harder the fall would be. This phrase described Duan Lingtian's situation perfectly. The space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is damaged when it arrived in this mundane realm. Originally, I thought the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would stabilize as soon as I repair the fourth level. However, as I repaired the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I realized the damage inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is more than what I imagined it to be. Unless the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is completely repaired, the space inside will never stabilize. Completely repaired, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly when he heard Elder Huo's words. I'm afraid I don't know how long that will take. All this time, he had been finding the materials needed to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. From the first level to the fourth level, it got harder at every level. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, even if he stood at the peak of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and used all the resources that were available to him, he would only be able to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda up to the sixth level at most. Although I'm at the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm not even sure if I can completely repair it to the sixth level. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his expression turned even more bitter. It seems like God has played a joke on me. I thought I might be able to use it to enter the fire worship sect Saint Land and the enforcement hall and rescue Ka and our daughter. After all, no one will be able to find me if I hide inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Well, it seems like that's impossible now. Duan Lingtian knew very well there were no more shortcuts for him to see and rescue Ka and their daughter. He could only rely on his own hard work to do it. The path of relying on the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had reached its end. Although things might not work in his favor even if he could hide in it, it gave him a sense of hope. Currently, he felt as though all his hopes had been snuffed out. Apart from being unable to stabilize the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I've discovered a damage the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had sustained while it was still in the hands of Li Jing and repaired it as well. This is an unexpected but pleasant surprise. Elder Huo continued to transmit his voice. Damage, unexpected but pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Actually, the real-time flow on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is not 8 days inside equal to a day outside. It's only so when it was damaged. Li Jing did not bother to repair the damage since the time flow doesn't concern him. Over time, perhaps, Li Jing had even forgotten about it, Elder Huo continued saying. Li Jing was the former owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was also a legendary mythical figure in Duan Lingtian's past life. He was known as the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. Elder Huo, what do you mean? Does this mean that time flows even slower on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda now that you repaired the damage? Duan Lingtian was not stupid, he knew what Elder Huo was alluding to. Yes, Elder Huo nodded before he said, the time flow on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is 10 days inside equal to a day outside. 10 to 1. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. It was obvious he was shocked. In comparison to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the third level was one-fold slower. Chapter 1904 Innate Spiritual Root. Moreover, the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a lot better than the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, cultivating on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would be more than 1 time faster than cultivating on the 3rd level of 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In fact, it might even be 2 to 3 times faster. There are both gains and losses. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh, feeling a little bitter. What he had been anticipating the most was the stability of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda because it was related to his plan of saving his fiancée and daughter from the enforcement hall in the fire worship sect Saint Land. Although there were no guarantees the plan would work, it had given him hope. Now that his hope had been snuffed out, he could only rely on his strength to rescue his fiancée, Ka, and his daughter. When the sun rose from the east, the people around Duan Ling Tian began to open their eyes and stop cultivating. The atmosphere turned lively very quickly. Duan Ling Tian stood up and glanced at the rising sun as he muttered, "The assessment should begin soon." At the same time, the discussions in his surroundings entered his ears. "Do you know how we'll be assessed?" "Of course, I came to the Saint Sect 3 years ago for the assessment. I was selected to join the Azure Dragon Sanctum then. During the assessment, my innate talent fell short of the passing grades, and as for my strength, I barely passed it. All in all, I failed to join the sect. Since you're here again, does this mean you're feeling confident now?" "Of course, my current strength is not something the former me can compare to. Although I can't change my innate talent, my current strength should be enough to pull me through. It should be just enough to pass the assessment." That was the conversation between a rookie and a veteran. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention was caught by the discussion among 3 people. "I heard that people with green spiritual roots or above won't be assessed for their strength to join the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums. They would be given a passing grade immediately and become a disciple of the fire worship sect," a middle-aged man said. "Based on my innate talent, my innate spiritual root is yellow at the most. I can only hope my strength will earn me more points and raise my score." "I might stand a chance if that's the case," an old man replied. Finally, a young man shook his head as he said, "Your innate talent is quite poor. If you intend to join the fire worship sect with your innate talent, you'll need to be at the exemplary saint stage or above." "I know, I've broken through to the exemplary saint stage a while ago. I hope it'll earn me enough points during the strength assessment." The old man nodded. "Spiritual roots, innate spiritual roots." Duan Ling Tian frowned. He had a confused expression on his face since he did not understand what they were talking about. What was a spiritual root and an innate spiritual root? He had no idea. "Elder Huo, do you know what is it?" Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo. "I've never heard of it. This must be something that only the mundane realms have." Elder Huo also did not know what it was. Duan Ling Tian could only ask someone else. Soon after, he shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man and asked him what they were talking about. "You don't know what's an innate spiritual root?" The middle-aged man was baffled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at an aberration. "Is it weird that I don't know about it?" Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He had a slight frown on his face. The middle-aged man thought Duan Ling Tian was offended when he saw the frown on his face. He recalled the strength Duan Ling Tian displayed when he killed Yong Wu, and he quickly erased the shock expression from his face. Innate spiritual root is something one is born with. However, our ancestors had only discovered the existence of spiritual roots after arriving in the upper province. The middle-aged man asked, "You should know that a long time ago, there was no distinction between the upper and lower province, right?" "I'm from the lower province," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. "You're from the lower province?" The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard his words. Then, he nodded. "That's the reason why you don't know about innate spiritual roots. Innate spiritual root is the spiritual root one is born with. It represents a person's innate talent in the martial Tao." He continued to say, "Innate spiritual roots are divided into 7 ranks that are named after the colors of the rainbow. They're the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet. Red spiritual roots represent the weakest innate talent while the violet spiritual roots represent the strongest. During the assessment of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums, people with green spiritual roots or higher don't have to participate in the strength assessment and will immediately qualify as a disciple of the sect. People with green spiritual roots usually need to have a cultivation base above the divine saint stage to have a chance of passing the assessment to become a disciple of the fire worship sect. People with yellow spiritual roots usually have to have cultivation base above the exemplary saint stage. As for people with orange spiritual roots, in theory, they would need to be above the quintessential saint stage to qualify as a disciple of fire worship sect. However, for people with orange innate spiritual roots, it would be impossible for them to break through to the quintessential saint stage unless they had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The middle-aged finished speaking in one breath, causing him to almost run out of breath. He was afraid he would offend Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian understood what the innate spiritual root was after he heard the middle-aged man's explanation. How do you see one's innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian asked the middle-aged man with a gleam in his eyes. Only powerhouses above the saint celestial stage would be able to look at their own innate spiritual roots with a soul secret technique. They can also look at others' innate spiritual roots provided the other party doesn't put up a resistance. Apart from that, it can only be seen by relying on tools, the middle-aged man said. For example, during our assessment, the black turtle sanctum will bring several spiritual pearls that contain complex formations. When we put our hands on it, it'll show our innate spiritual roots after 10 breaths. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he listened to the middle-aged man's explanation before he returned to his spot. The black turtle sanctum will assess our innate talent by looking at our innate spiritual roots. The stronger one's spiritual root is, the better one would be treated. For instance, people with green innate spiritual roots or above will immediately qualify as a disciple of the fire worship sect. People with innate spiritual root below green will have to take part in the strength assessment. The lower one's innate talent is, the higher one's strength would have to be to qualify. Duan Ling Tian understood why such a rule was put in place. How could it be possible for someone weak with low innate talent to join a top-tier sect like the fire worship sect? If not for the rules, what would differentiate the fire worship sect from ordinary sects? The fire worship sect was one of the 3 greatest sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I really don't know what rank my innate spiritual root is at. However, I don't think it'll be a high rank one. Although Duan Ling Tian was curious about the rank of his innate spiritual root, he knew himself very well. His innate talent might be high on Cloud Continent, but since he had arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land, he noticed most people's innate talent was really good. Especially those prodigies he met at the quasi-third-rate force, Mystical Sky Mansion. He was aware of his situation. If it was not for the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he would not be able to surpass them so quickly and accomplish so much in such a short time. Suddenly, someone yelled, "They're here!" That instantly caught everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame Elders, Tang Shan and Lian, appeared again. Although both of them appeared at almost the same time, they came from different directions. It was apparent they did not come together. 2 middle-aged men followed behind each of them. The 4 middle-aged men also wore white robes with a black turtle embroidered on it like Tang Shan and Lian. The only difference was the flames on their robes were bronze flame elders. Duan Ling Tian and the people present on the scene instantly figured out the identities of the 4 middle-aged men. "Prepare yourselves," Tang Shan said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up into the air and looked at everyone. As Tang Shan flew up into the air, the 2 bronze flame elders who were standing behind him strode forward. They raised their arms before a dull, transparent pearl appeared before them, hovering in the air. From afar, it looked like a glass ball the size of an adult's fist. Lian did not say anything. He flew up into the sky as well and looked at everyone just like Tang Shan. The 2 bronze flame elders who stood behind him also strode forward and took out 2 pearls. This is the spiritual pearl that can reveal one's innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian instantly guessed the floating transparent pearls hovering before the 4 bronze flame elders had to be the soul pearls that the middle-aged man mentioned earlier. There are 2 parts to today's assessment. Your strength and innate talent will be assessed respectively. We will assess your innate talent by looking at your innate spiritual root. Tang Shan said. His voice was clear and loud. It was exactly like what the middle-aged man had said. "Now, we'll begin to assess your innate talent," Tang Shan said, signaling the start of the innate talent assessment. There were 4 people to a group as they stepped forward to see what rank their innate spiritual roots were. "I really don't know what rank my innate spiritual root will be." Orange, yellow. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to have high hopes. Chapter 1905 Duan Ling Tian's turn. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to have high hopes because he felt that his achievements were all thanks to the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was not that he was being pessimistic. The time flow on the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was shockingly slow. 5 days inside equaled to only a day outside. Just by relying on that alone, his cultivation speed was 5 times faster than those who were at his level. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he shifted his eyes to the 4 people who were currently being assessed. He watched as they placed their hands on the spiritual pearls hovering in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders. It took about 10 breaths before the spiritual pearls began to react. Wow! 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 3 of the spiritual pearls glowed with yellow light. The final spiritual pearl glowed with orange light. That's really magical. Duan Ling Tian was slightly amazed. He did not think the small spiritual pearls would be able to reveal the rank of one's innate spiritual root. Moreover, he could also sense the complex formations inside the spiritual pearls. The spiritual pearls might appear ordinary, but the formations inside were extraordinarily complex. Name. Following that, the 4 bronze flame elders from Black Turtle Sanctum began recording the names of the participants and the results of their innate talent assessment. One of the bronze flame elders looked at the old man who had an orange innate spiritual root and said indifferently, "Your innate spiritual root is merely an orange innate spiritual root. If you haven't reached the quintessential saint stage, it'll be impossible for you to pass the strength assessment." Orange spiritual root. The old man had a bitter expression on his face. It was obvious he had just learned his innate spiritual root was an orange spiritual root. Orange spiritual roots. It's impossible to reach the quintessential saint stage unless he had a fortuitous encounter. At the same time, those who had not been assessed shook their heads. The old man who learned that he merely had an orange innate spiritual root bowed respectfully at the bronze flame elders and turned around to leave. It seemed like he was aware of his own strength. His back looked gaunt and sad from afar. "I hope that my spiritual root isn't an orange spiritual root," many people muttered to themselves. They were afraid their innate spiritual roots would also be an orange spiritual root. It was hard to tell what rank one's innate spiritual root was just by looking at one's strength. For example, people with orange and yellow spiritual roots would cultivate at almost the same speed before they reached the divine saint stage. The difference would grow bigger once they had broken through to the divine saint stage. People with yellow spiritual roots would be able to break through to the exemplary saint stage easily and had a good chance of breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. On the other hand, for people with orange innate spiritual roots, entering the divine saint stage would be their limit. They might stand a chance in breaking through to the exemplary saint stage, but it would be almost impossible for them to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Your innate spiritual root is yellow. If your cultivation base is not at the exemplary saint stage, I recommend you to try again next time. Naturally, you can continue, but be prepared to get injured. The same phrase was repeated by the other 3 bronze flame elders to the 3 people with yellow innate spiritual roots. 3 of them nodded. In the end, 2 of them stayed on while 1 of them left. The person who had left was only at the mastery divine saint stage. His chance of passing the strength assessment was really low. He had only come because he wanted to see if his innate spiritual root was green. If he had a green innate spiritual root, he would not have to participate in the strength assessment. The principle of the assessment from the fire worship sect's 4-symbol sanctum prioritized those who had a high innate talent. For example, a person with green spiritual root would qualify as a disciple as long as their cultivation base was at the divine saint stage. This was because people with green spiritual roots would certainly break through to the quintessential saint stage and had a high chance of breaking through to the saint celestial stage. If such talented people were properly nurtured, they would certainly grow to become the fire worship sect's pillars of strength. As for those with innate spiritual roots that were ranked higher than green innate spiritual roots, they were completely exempted from the strength assessment and might even stand a chance to become a disciple of a golden flame elder. On Dao Martial Saint Land, there was an old folk song about how people who possessed green spiritual roots could certainly break through to the saint celestial stage as long as they did not die young. After the first group of 4 people left, another 4 people stepped forward. 4 people were assessed in each round. As time passed, some people who found out they possessed orange innate spiritual roots left the place in low spirits. Most people possessed yellow innate spiritual roots and most of them stayed to take part in the strength assessment. Only a small group of people left because they knew they were not strong enough to pass the strength assessment. More than 100 people had left before the innate talent assessment had ended. There were less than 1,000 people left on the scene. Green spiritual root. Just like earlier, 4 people stepped forward to have their innate talent assessed. When one of them put his hand on the spiritual pearl, it began to glow with a green light. It instantly caught everyone's attention. It was a middle-aged man whose complexion was as smooth as jade. He was dressed in a scholarly fashion. He was obviously stunned when he found out he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He looked delighted when he finally regained his senses. It turns out to be a green spiritual root. Almost 400 people have been assessed, but only one person possesses the green innate spiritual root so far. As long as those with green spiritual roots have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage, the strength assessment would be a mere formality. Green innate spiritual root. I hope mine is also a green innate spiritual root. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to join the fire worship sect with my cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage. People whispered among themselves as they looked at the middle-aged man who dressed like a scholar with a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. The bronze flame elder looked at the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar and asked with a smile, "What's your cultivation base?" The bronze flame elder also possessed a green innate spiritual root. As long as the middle-aged man before him joined the fire worship sect, he would be able to rise to the ranks of a bronze flame elder like him sooner or later. For this reason, he treated the middle-aged man as an equal. Early exemplary saint stage, the middle-aged man replied with a smile after he regained his senses. He's at the early exemplary saint stage. With his cultivation base and innate talent, it's certain he'll be able to join the fire worship sect. If he breaks through to the quintessential saint stage, he might even obtain the pass to enter the fire worship sect saint land. The assessment today will merely be a formality to him. With his innate talent, there will be many silver flame elders who will want to accept him as a direct disciple. Most people felt envious and jealous when they looked at the middle-aged man. After assessing 400 people, only one person possesses a green innate spiritual root. It seems very likely that I possess a yellow innate spiritual root. I can only hope it's not an orange innate spiritual root, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. There was a hint of envy in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as well when he looked at the middle-aged man standing in the distance. When he was on Cloud Continent, he had consumed the 10,000 years stalactite milk that raised his innate talent greatly to the point where he had the highest innate talent on Cloud Continent. However, he was only the strongest on the mortal continents. Having the highest innate talent on the mortal continents meant nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar brought luck with him because, after a few more rounds of assessment, they discovered another person who possessed the green innate spiritual root. The second person with a green spiritual root. Everyone's attention, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted to the person who possessed a green innate spiritual root. It was a young man who had an ordinary appearance. He would not have stood out in a crowd. He also looked as though he was unaware he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was visibly stunned for quite a while. He only regained his senses when the bronze flame elder standing in front of him spoke to him. He began to shout excitedly. He seemed more excited than the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. However, no one thought anything of his overexcitement. In fact, they thought it was normal. If they were in his shoes, they might have been even more excited. Peng Wei, congratulations. The young man's companion congratulated him. At the same time, he did not forget to say proudly to the people around him, "This green innate spiritual root prodigy is my brother." Initially, I didn't think he'll be able to pass the assessment since he's only at the intermediate divine saint stage. I didn't expect him to possess a green innate spiritual root. Intermediate divine saint stage cultivator with a green spiritual root. He was certainly qualified to become a disciple of the fire worship sect. The people in the surrounding finally understood his excitement. If he did not possess a green innate spiritual root, he would have come here in vain. It was like he had won the lottery when they discovered he possessed a green innate spiritual root. I really hope I'm as lucky as him. Many people who were present and who were at the divine saint stage silently prayed. As time passed, they discovered several more people who possessed green innate spiritual roots. Meanwhile, many who were aware of their own strength also left on their own accord. Soon after, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn. When Duan Ling Tian and 3 other people stepped forward to face the bronze flame elders, the entire place fell silent immediately. Everyone's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had left a lasting impression on them from yesterday's death duel. Chapter 1906 Blue Spiritual Root. Indigo Spiritual Root. An old man whose cultivation was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, "Yesterday when I probed Duan Ling Tian using my divine consciousness, I discovered he's not even 40 years old." Based on the strength he displayed even after he was severely injured, his innate talent must be very high. He must have a blue innate spiritual root. He's not even 40 years old. His words shocked many people. Since the old man had mentioned his cultivation base was at the mastery exemplary saint stage, and he had left a lasting impression on the others during the innate talent assessment, nobody doubted his words. Although he was heavily injured by Elder Lian and was on the brink of death, he was still strong enough to cast such a powerful divine ability and kill Yongwu, who was at the mastery divine saint stage. Although divine abilities are powerful, it would still rely on one's strength and spiritual energy. His cultivation base must be higher than Yongwu. In other words, he must be at the peak of the divine saint stage at least. The innate spiritual root of someone at the peak of the divine saint stage who's not even 40 years old has to be blue or indigo. Indigo innate spiritual root. As far as I know, only elite powerhouses and geniuses in the 3 great sects have indigo innate spiritual root. Don't tell me the fire worship sect is going to gain another genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. If his innate spiritual root is indigo, the sect leader of fire worship sect might even take him in as a disciple. As the crowd discussed heatedly among themselves, their burning gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious they were all eager to see the result of Duan Ling Tian's innate talent assessment. It had to be either a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. I think it's unlikely for him to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. It's said that among the geniuses who possess indigo innate spiritual roots in fire worship sect, there are some who had broken through to the exemplary saint stage when they were only 30 years old. I think he has a blue innate spiritual root, a young man said. The moment his words left his mouth, he was instantly refuted by those beside him. Humph, how do you know his cultivation base is not at the exemplary saint stage? Don't forget we're only speculating when we say he's at the peak of the divine saint stage. There's a possibility that he has already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. He managed to turn the table and kill Yongwu, who was at the mastery divine saint stage, in just one blow even though he was heavily injured. That's not something anyone can do. That's right, he must know a secret tactic to conceal his cultivation base. It's not impossible for him to be at the exemplary saint stage. If he's really at the exemplary saint stage or above, then it's possible that he possesses an indigo innate spiritual root. How exciting! What rank is his innate spiritual root? Another round of discussion took place. Everyone's gaze turned even more intense when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They could not wait to find out whether he possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. Blue innate spiritual root, indigo innate spiritual root, not even 40 years old. Exemplary saint stage. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward and faced the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. As he listened to discussion behind him, the corner of his mouth twitched before it curled up into a bitter smile. Blue innate spiritual root. Indigo innate spiritual root. He did not even dare to hope that he would possess something medium rank like a green innate spiritual root, let alone these 2 high rank innate spiritual roots. He was aware of his own condition. Not even 40 years old. This was only because he spent most of his time cultivating in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Although time flowed quickly in the pagoda, it also halted the aging process when he was inside. If one counted properly, he was older than 40 years old. Naturally, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, where almost everyone was 300, 1,000 or even several thousands years of age, he would still be considered a baby. Exemplary saint stage. He had just broken through to the early divine saint stage. The main reason he had broken through so quickly was all thanks to the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and his other fortuitous encounters like the dragon cleansing pool. If he did not have the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda or the fortuitous encounters, he would not possess his current cultivation base. It's absolutely impossible for me to possess a green innate spiritual root or higher. Duan Ling Tian concluded. Naturally, this was all his speculation. He would not know until he was assessed. Blue innate spiritual root, indigo innate spiritual root. Li An's eyes gleamed sinisterly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Lian only possessed a blue innate spiritual root. However, the fellow whom he wanted to kill might possess an indigo innate spiritual root. Lian was instantly overwhelmed by an urge to kill Duan Ling Tian. He knew what it meant to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. When those who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots grew stronger, they would be given a first-rate position, like a golden flame elder, even if he made mistakes in the fire worship sect. If they behaved, they might even stand a chance in becoming the vice sect leader or the sect leader of the fire worship sect. The moment Lian about how this fellow whom he had a huge enmity with might possess an indigo innate spiritual root, he could not wait to kill him as quickly as he could. If Duan Ling Tian really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would grow strong enough to kill Lian in the future. For this reason, he must kill him while he was still in the cradle. However, it's possible he might not possess an indigo innate spiritual root. It's possible he only possesses a blue innate spiritual root like me. However, even if his innate spiritual root is blue, I must kill him as soon as I can to stop him from becoming a threat to me in the future. Lian once again sentenced Duan Ling Tian to death in his heart. Indigo innate spiritual root. Tang Shan looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes as an anticipatory expression appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian, I really hope you possess an indigo innate spiritual root. If it's really the case, Lord Sect Leader will definitely take you in as his direct disciple when he comes out of cultivation. At that time, even Lian would have to take initiative and ask for forgiveness from you, Tang Shan thought to himself. At this moment, even the three people who stepped forward to get assessed did not put their hands on the spiritual pearls. Their eyes and the eyes of all the bronze flame elders were trained on Duan Ling Tian. They were waiting for him to put his hand on the spiritual pearl. Although the four Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders were not present yesterday, they had heard about the death duel between Duan Ling Tian and Yang Wu, the son of the fifth elder from Northern Plethora sect. They were also very curious about Duan Ling Tian, this martial art genius who was not even 40 years old but had a cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage at least. Would he have a blue or indigo innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian, hurry up and put your hand on the spiritual pearl. The bronze flame elder standing in front of Duan Ling Tian could not help but urged lightly when he saw Duan Ling Tian remaining still for a long time. His tone was extremely polite. The young man standing before him might be a genius who possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root after all. If such a person grew stronger, he would be a silver flame elder at least in the future. If he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would be even stronger and gain a higher ranking position. Although such a person had not reached his full potential yet, he was not someone the bronze flame elder could afford to offend. Upon hearing bronze flame elder's words, Duan Ling Tian responded, "All right." Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he sensed everyone's eyes on him. However, he still extended his hand and placed it on the spiritual pearl. The spiritual pearl was cold to the touch. Moreover, it felt a little strange to Duan Ling Tian. His hand that was touching the spiritual pearl felt a little itchy. It felt as though some energy from the spiritual pearl was tickling his palm. Meanwhile, the entire place was completely silent. Everyone's attention was focused on the spiritual pearl that Duan Ling Tian had laid his hand on. The span of a breath went by, the span of 2 breaths went by, the span of 3 breaths went by. It was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. This was because everybody, including Duan Ling Tian, was holding their breaths as they stared intently at the spiritual pearl. Finally, 10 breaths had gone by. Hints of light began to radiate from the spiritual pearl. It's out. Apart from Duan Ling Tian who was feeling anxious, everyone was excited. Li An's gaze turned colder. If Duan Ling Tian possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, then he would have to find a new way of dealing with him. The sect leader of the fire worship sect would definitely favor him and might even take him in as a direct disciple if he possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. This was something he did not wish to see. If he really possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I must kill him before Lord Sect Leader comes out of his cultivation. I can't give him the chance to become the direct disciple of the sect leader, Lian thought to himself. If Duan Ling Tian became the direct disciple of the sect leader, he would not dare to find fault with Duan Ling Tian at all even if his courage was multiplied by 100. As the sect leader of fire worship sect, the sect leader had superb skills, and he was not someone Lian could offend. If he really possesses the indigo innate spiritual root, I must think of a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. I don't wish to bow or kneel or even extend a formal apology to him when he becomes the direct disciple of Lord Sect Leader. The moment Lian thought of this, the killing intent in his heart intensified. Chapter 1907 Duan Ling Tian's innate talent spiritual root. One could imagine if Duan Ling Tian really became the direct disciple of the sect leader of fire worship sect, he would have to bow his head and ask for forgiveness from Duan Ling Tian if he wanted to stay in the fire worship sect. Naturally, he did not wish to leave the fire worship sect. Moreover, he was even more unwilling to bow or kneel in front of Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, if Duan Ling Tian really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would only be left with one option. He would have to kill Duan Ling Tian. This threat, in the cradle before the sect leader of fire worship sect came out of his cultivation. Naturally, if Duan Ling Tian only possessed a blue innate spiritual root, the matter would not be so urgent since people with blue innate spiritual roots would not catch the attention of their sect leader. Duan Ling Tian, you better pray you don't have the indigo innate spiritual root. Otherwise, I'll spare no efforts in killing you even if it's dangerous for me to do so. Li An's gaze turned even colder when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the spiritual pearl Duan Ling Tian touched finally showed its color. However, upon seeing the color, apart from Duan Ling Tian who seemed as though he had expected it, everyone was shocked still. They were speechless. Soon after, some people began to regain their senses, and the expressions on their faces were dramatic. Impossible, right? How can Duan Ling Tian's innate talent be so low? This innate spiritual root doesn't match Duan Ling Tian at all. Something's wrong with that spiritual pearl, right? I also think something's wrong with that spiritual pearl. The crowd discussed among themselves, unwilling to believe the sight before their eyes was true. To be more accurate, they refused to believe the result of Duan Ling Tian's innate talent assessment was true. Duan Ling Tian seemed to only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Although most people, among the 1,000 people who had participated in the innate talent assessment, possessed yellow innate spiritual roots, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian would also possess a yellow innate spiritual root after witnessing his strength and taking into account that he was not even 40 years old. Duan Ling Tian did not deserve a yellow innate spiritual root at all. Not only that, but they thought even a green innate spiritual root was not good enough for Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, only the blue or indigo innate spiritual root matched the strength and innate talent Duan Ling Tian had displayed. Is something wrong with the spiritual pearl? At this moment, it was not only the crowd who thought so, but even the 4 bronze flame elders and Tang Shan, the silver flame elder, thought so as well. Duan Ling Tian, something must be wrong with the spiritual pearl. Try another one and see, Tang Shan said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he looked at the other bronze flame elder meaningfully, prompting the latter to place a different spiritual pearl in front of Duan Ling Tian. Lian was still in shock over the fact that Duan Ling Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. For this reason, he did not object to Tang Shan's arrangement. Naturally, deep down in Lian's heart, he also felt that something was wrong with the spiritual pearl. Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to kill a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator even after he was heavily injured, and he was not even 40 years old. How could he only possess a yellow innate spiritual root? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly and said to Tang Shan, Elder Tang Shan, I think there's no need for me to try again. I don't think there's anything wrong with the spiritual pearl. My innate spiritual root should be yellow. Duan Ling Tian knew his own innate talent better than other people. Although he had consumed the 10,000 years stalactite milk, and he had raised his innate talent to its peak, that was only on the mortal continent. Such innate talent would only be considered ordinary in the lower province, let alone the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he did not think there was something wrong with the soul pearl since it was working fine all this while. For this reason, he was certain he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He would be lying if he said he was not disappointed by the result. However, since he had already mentally prepared himself, he was able to remain calm. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Tang Shan thought Duan Ling Tian could not be bothered with the result of the assessment. For this reason, he insisted that Duan Ling Tian try again. Try again with another spiritual pearl. I believe I'm not the only one who refuses to believe that you possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Other people nodded their heads as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was forced to try again even though he felt there was no need to do so. As he placed his hand on another spiritual pearl, everyone shifted their eyes to the spiritual pearl he was touching. There should be no problem with this spiritual pearl, right? It's rare for something to be wrong with a spiritual pearl, so I'm sure there won't be any problems this time. How can there be such a coincidence? Hey, is it possible that Duan Ling Tian really possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? Do you think it's possible? Unless he also knows a secret tactic to conceal his age like how he conceals his cultivation base, he should have a blue innate spiritual root at least. Many people discussed among themselves as they stared at the spiritual pearl Duan Ling Tian was touching. Another 10 breaths passed as a faint light began to emit from the spiritual pearl. Everyone held their breaths again as they stared at the spiritual pearl. The light grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it even looked like the sun. However, the place fell silent again when they saw the color of the light the spiritual pearl emitted. A few moments later, the crowd broke into a commotion. It's still a yellow innate spiritual root. How is this possible? Don't tell me something's wrong with the spiritual pearl again. It's possible for something to be wrong with one spiritual pearl but two at the same time. Impossible. Looks like Duan Tian's innate spiritual root is really yellow. Based on his strength and his age, how's it possible for him to possess a yellow innate spiritual root? Age. Have you ever considered that maybe he knows how to conceal his age as well, since he knows how to conceal his cultivation base? Who knows? Maybe he's several hundred years old, and he's concealing his age so he can pretend to be young. Now that you mention it, it's possible. Although I've not heard about any secret tactics that could conceal one's age, I've also not heard about any secret tactics that could conceal one's cultivation base. Humph. An old fellow who's several hundred years old actually conceals his age and cultivation base to participate in the fire worship sect's 4 symbols sanctums assessment. This is my first time encountering someone pretending to be young. How ridiculous. The crowd was in an uproar. Initially, they thought something might be wrong with the second spiritual pearl, but they quickly dismissed the idea. In the end, most of them concluded Duan Tian was actually an old fellow who was several hundred years old. Due to the reason he knew how to conceal his true age and cultivation base, he was able to mislead everybody present. At this moment, even Tang Shan agreed with this reasoning. Otherwise, he did not have an explanation for what just happened. Yellow innate spiritual root. Lian laughed when he saw Duan Tian still had a yellow innate spiritual root even after getting assessed a second time. Disdain could be seen in his eyes. So he's actually a useless old pervert. Before this, just like the others, he also thought that Duan Tian was a young martial genius who had a high innate talent. However, based on the current situation, they had all misjudged him. He was actually an old fellow pretending to be a young man using a secret tactic. Old fellow. Duan Tian was bewildered when he heard the crowd's words. It did not cross his mind that he would be regarded as a dirty old man pretending to be young. Although he was older than 40 years old, he was still the youngest compared to the people present, right? Duan Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he was labeled as an old fellow by a group of people who were much older than him. Naturally, he felt helpless since he had no way of explaining to them how he possessed his strength. He could not tell them that he possessed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and had numerous fortuitous encounters, could he? He could not tell them he had just broken through to the early divine saint stage, could he? It's okay. Let them say whatever they want. In the end, Duan Tian could only turn a deaf ear to the discussion in the surroundings. He shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root as a sense of bitterness filled his heart. I only have a yellow innate spiritual root. If I didn't consume the 10,000 years stalactite milk back when I was on Cloud Continent, would the rank of my innate spiritual root be even lower? Elder Huo, can I change my innate spiritual root? Although Duan Tian had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel dissatisfied by his yellow innate spiritual root. He really wished there were ways to improve the rank of his innate spiritual root. I only have a yellow innate spiritual root, but I've already cultivated to the early divine saint stage at such an age. If I can improve the rank of my innate spiritual root, coupled with the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, won't my cultivation speed be terrifyingly fast? The moment Duan Tian thought of this, he became a little excited. However, his excitement faded away suddenly as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown on him. What if there's no way to improve the rank of my innate spiritual root? Based on my observation, I roughly know what innate spiritual roots are. At the same time, Elder Huo's voice resonated. Theoretically, one can improve the rank of one's innate spiritual root in this mundane realm. Not only that, but there's more than one way to improve its rank. Chapter 1908 Methods to raise the rank of an innate spiritual root. There's more than one method to improve its ranking. How? Duan Tian became excited again upon hearing Elder Huo's words. Duan Tian might not have outwardly shown it, but he was actually bothered and disappointed that he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. The innate spiritual roots were divided into 7 ranks. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet. The yellow innate spiritual root could not even be considered as a medium rank innate spiritual root. it was on the lower side of the spectrum. More than 90% of the hundreds of people that remained had yellow innate spiritual roots as well. The yellow innate spiritual root might be acceptable in the Tao martial saint land, but it was not worth mentioning at all in a sect like the fire worship sect. Most of the ordinary disciples in the fire worship sect possessed yellow innate spiritual roots. Now that he learned from Elder Huo that he could improve the rank of his innate spiritual root, how could he not be excited? Elder Huo did not reply to Duan Ling Tian's question. Instead, he muttered to himself, "Previously, I was wondering why your cultivation speed is not faster than ordinary people's since you've opened 99 saint veins and has a high innate talent. Now that I look at it, it must be the law of this mundane realm that restricts you." The law of this mundane realm. Upon hearing his words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked. This was not his first time hearing about the realm's law. According to Elder Huo, when Duan Ling Tian's soul first came into this world, the rebirth martial emperor's soul tried to destroy his soul. However, due to the law of the realm, the rebirth martial emperor had destroyed himself instead. Apart from that, the soul, Black Nether, in the devil-seal tablet had also died because of this realm's law. His soul did not belong to this mundane realm, so it was tainted with the law of the other mundane realm. When the soul born in this mundane realm tried to destroy his soul, it would be destroyed by the law of the other mundane realm instead. Similarly, if he had taken the initiative to destroy the rebirth martial emperor or Black Nether's soul, he would have died. The law of the realms was mysterious in this boundless universe. Even the most elite beings in the Devata realms, those heavenly emperor powerhouses, were also restricted by their realm's law. Yes, Elder Huo replied, based on the current situation, apart from cultivation environment and resources, the law of this mundane realm that's restricting your cultivation speed is related to the innate spiritual root. The innate spiritual root directly affects one's innate talent. Your high innate talent that's granted from opening 99 saint veins is restricted by the law of this realm. Otherwise, you can be considered as a genius even in the Devata realms. Then, does this mean that innate spiritual roots only exist in this mundane realm? Duan Ling Tian was not a fool, he could guess what Elder Huo was alluding to. That's right, Elder Huo responded once again before continuing, whether it's planet Yan Huang, a mundane realm, where I was from, or the Devata realm I went to after, the Jade Emperor Heaven, one's innate talent is decided by the number of saint veins that are opened in one's body. However, in planet Yan Huang, saint veins are known as geographical veins, and in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it's called the heavenly veins. Elder Huo paused for a moment before he said, in this mundane realm, there are different laws. All cultivators, innate talent, human and beast, are decided by the innate spiritual root. With my current divine consciousness, I can see the innate spiritual root in your soul. You have a yellow innate spiritual root, and it's considered ordinary in this mundane realm. No wonder your cultivation speed is so slow despite having the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. There was a hint of reproach in his tone. I probably obtained the yellow innate spiritual root after I consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk on Cloud Continent. The innate spiritual root I previously possessed might be a red or orange innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. The 10,000-year stalactite milk is indeed a rare spiritual item. However, even if it can improve the rank of your innate spiritual root, yellow is probably the highest it can go, Elder Huo chimed in. Elder Huo, I remember when I first found the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and met you, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda helped with me with a rebirth with its remaining force. How come it didn't improve the rank of my innate spiritual root? Previously, the 7 treasures pagoda had used its remaining force to help him undergo a rebirth process. When he was still on Cloud Continent, the 10,000-year stalactite milk had helped him with a rebirth process as well. At that time, it had helped him raise his innate talent to its peak on Cloud Continent. The rebirth that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda helped you with merely raised your physical strength. It has nothing to do with the innate spiritual root, Elder Huo explained. Duan Ling Tian finally understood this as the questions in his heart were answered. He finally knew why his innate talent was still low even though he had opened 99 saint veins. He finally knew why his innate talent did not improve even with the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The moment Duan Ling Tian recalled how Elder Huo told him there was more than one method to improve his innate spiritual root, he took a deep breath to suppress the excitement he felt before he asked, Elder Huo, what should I do to improve my innate spiritual root? Earlier, I'd used my divine consciousness to study your innate spiritual root. There are two ways to improve it. You should know one of the ways to improve it, Elder Huo replied. I should know how to improve it. Duan Ling Tian was stunned and baffled. What was this? What could he know? If he knew, was there a need for him to ask about it? Your innate spiritual root was raised through that method, Elder Huo reminded him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what Elder Huo meant. He smiled wryly. Oh, you mean the 10,000-year stalactite milk. However, didn't you say the 10,000-year stalactite milk had already improved my innate spiritual root to its limit? Yes, I did. However, that's only limited to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. There are many spiritual items that are similar to the 10,000-year stalactite milk but are more marvelous than it in this world. If the 10,000-year stalactite milk can improve your innate spiritual root to yellow, why can't other items improve it as well? Elder Huo asked rhetorically. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was useless to his innate spiritual root now. However, if he was able to find spiritual items more marvelous than the 10,000-year stalactite milk, why should he be afraid he could not improve his innate spiritual root? Elder Huo, you must know what spiritual items can improve my innate spiritual root, right? Hurry up and tell me. Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo eagerly. I know many spiritual items that can improve your innate spiritual root. However, can you remember them if I tell you now? How about this? I'll transmit the appearance and characteristics of the items to you. You'll be able to remember them this way. The moment Elder Huo finished speaking, information began to surge into Duan Ling Tian's mind. As the information surged into his mind, he felt a terrifying aura that made his soul tremble. Duan Ling Tian knew it was Elder Huo's powerful divine consciousness. Usually, Elder Huo would only use a little of his divine consciousness with him so he did not feel anything. However, at this moment, Elder Huo had used quite a huge amount of his divine consciousness to pass the information to Duan Ling Tian. Elder Huo's divine consciousness was so powerful that it even made Duan Ling Tian's soul tremble. Elder Huo's current divine consciousness is even more powerful than Li An's divine consciousness. Looks like Elder Huo's strength is recovering nicely. When Duan Ling Tian's soul trembled, he realized Elder Huo had recovered much of his strength. At the very least, he was still much more powerful than Lian. Unfortunately, the restriction the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda places on Elder Huo is too strong. He can only release his divine consciousness that doesn't contain any offensive energy. Otherwise, there's no need for me to conceal myself. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he thought of this. It was apparent he had a very powerful companion by his side, but he could not ask him for help at all. How frustrating. As Elder Huo withdrew his divine consciousness, Duan Ling Tian discovered he had gained a lot of information about spiritual items that could improve his innate spiritual root. So many items. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. However, after he roughly scanned through the information, he discovered that even though there were a lot of items, he had not seen or heard about any of them. Looks like it won't be easy for me to look for spiritual items to improve my innate spiritual root. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian as he asked, Elder Huo, earlier you mentioned there's another way to improve my innate spiritual root apart from using these spiritual items. Compared to searching for these spiritual items, the other method is a lot simpler. However, the success rate for the previous method is 100%. This method might not yield the same result, so it's better if you mentally prepare yourself, Elder Huo replied. Might not yield the same result. Duan Ling Tian felt a pang of disappointment, but he urged Elder Huo to speak. Tell me, Elder Huo. It was too difficult for him to search for the spiritual items. If there was a shortcut, he really wanted to give it a try even if he might fail. This method is related to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that you mastered, Elder Huo said. I don't know the elementary devouring tactic too well, but the advanced devouring tactic that the heavenly emperor powerhouses in the Devata realm possess comes to mind. The advanced devouring tactic is said to be able to absorb all kinds of energies. Since your divine ability is a derivation of the advanced devouring tactic, it might be able to devour other people's innate spiritual root and allow you to strengthen your innate spiritual root. Chapter 1909 The End of the Innate Talent Assessment. Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Devouring other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my innate spiritual root. This method could be considered as a shortcut as well if it worked. At the very least, it was more reliable than searching for spiritual items that he had not seen before. Yes, devouring other people's innate spiritual roots, Elder Huo responded, theoretically, it should work. You'll need to put it into action to see if it'll actually work. If it works, the person whose innate spiritual root is devoured by you will lose his innate spiritual root. He would probably wish he's dead since he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation base for the rest of his life once you devour his innate spiritual root. Although it sounded ruthless to devour other people's innate spiritual roots, he would not do it indiscriminately. He would only target those people who deserved it or those who had offended him. He would not feel guilty if he did it this way. Although strength was everything in this world, Duan Ling Tian still had his conscience. If he did not have a conscience, what different would he be from a cold-blooded beast? Humans were different from beasts because of their conscience. Duan Ling Tian did not reject this method of improving his innate spiritual root even though it was ruthless since he knew he would only target those who deserved it. An example of such a person was Lian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look at the Black Turtle Sanctum's silver flame elder Lian who was looking at him disdainfully. With my current strength, it'll be difficult for me to get near him, let alone devouring his innate spiritual root. Stronger. I need to get stronger. Currently, I'm still too weak. Although Duan Ling Tian was quite strong, he still felt a sense of helplessness when he was faced with Lian. Not only was Lian a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, but he was also ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He could not compare to someone like that at this moment. Even if he used his Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not be able to hurt Lian at all. Instead, he would be killed by Lian. The gap between him and Lian was just too wide now. If I pass the assessment and remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian definitely won't personally make his move. If I possess the indigo innate spiritual root that even the sect leader of fire worship sect regards highly, he would definitely personally make a move even if it would be dangerous. Now that he sees I only have a yellow innate spiritual root, he'll think I'm not worthy of him personally making a move. Lian would be shocked if he could hear Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. This was because Duan Ling Tian was right. Originally, Lian had already mentally prepared himself to kill Duan Ling Tian so that he would not bring trouble to him in the future. He would have to take the risk because Duan Ling Tian possessed the indigo spiritual root. When he saw Duan Ling Tian merely possess the yellow innate spiritual root, he no longer saw him as a threat. After all, Duan Ling Tian was merely an old man who had disguised himself and concealed his innate talent. Lian found it to be beneath him to personally make a move on such a person. However, even if Lian doesn't personally make his move, he'll definitely send someone else to deal with me. At that time, I'll devour the innate spiritual root of the first person he sends to improve my innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian became excited the moment he thought of this. He could not wait for Lian to send his men over to deal with him. Is it too early for me to get excited? Elder Huo said that using the elementary devouring tactic to devour innate spiritual roots is only theoretical. It might not work when we put it to the test. Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water when he thought of this. Duan Ling Tian naturally retreated since his assessment had ended. Unlike before, now that everyone saw he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, nobody paid much attention to him anymore. He was not worthy of their attention. At this moment, they all thoroughly believed that Duan Ling Tian was an old man who had disguised himself and concealed his cultivation base to get attention. They all looked down at him. Someone glanced at Duan Ling Tian and said with disgust, "You're already so old, but you dare to pretend to be young." It's still acceptable if he merely pretends to be young. However, he's overdone it. He even fooled the two silver flame elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum into thinking he was a genius. It's a good thing that the truth is revealed during the innate talent assessment. How disgusting. Previously, I thought I've encountered a genius from the younger generation. I can't believe he turned out to be a lewd old man in disguise. You know what I think. This person should just go to hell. He's just too disgusting. Although most people did not pay attention to Duan Ling Tian, there were some people who mocked him without restraint. These people. Duan Ling Tian frowned and glanced at those people who mocked him with a displeased expression on his face. I don't know them, and I've not offended them. Put aside the fact that I'm not disguising myself, it's acceptable for them to complain since they don't know any better. However, isn't too much for that guy to ask me to go to hell. These few people who mocked Duan Ling Tian were standing near him so they saw the frown and displeased. expression on his face. However, when they saw it, they all looked at him disdainfully. What are you looking at? Old pervert, are you unhappy that we're talking about you? One of them asked with a sneer. If Duan Tian was a genius with blue or indigo innate spiritual root, they would not dare to offend him. However, now that they learned that he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, there was no reason for them to be wary of him. Perhaps, they could even curry favor with First Silver Flame Elder Lian. Duan Tian's expression turned grave, and he said coldly, "You better watch your mouth." He had some impression of the person who had spoken. He was one of the few people who possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was a fierce-looking and burly middle-aged man named Ji Yuchun. Currently, Ji Yuchun was looking at Duan Tian with a cold expression and a fierce smile on his face. It was as though he had a great enmity with Duan Tian. You're a martial cultivator who only has the yellow innate spiritual root, and yet, you dare to act unhappy in front of me. Ji Yuchun was dumbfounded. As soon as Ji Yuchun finished speaking, someone standing nearby who clearly wanted to stir up the situation said, "Ji Yuchun, have you forgotten that he even dared to kill Yongwu, the son of the fifth elder from the Northern Plethora sect? You're only a sectless cultivator. How could he possibly respect you?" Ji Yuchun finally remembered Duan Tian had killed the son of the fifth elder from the Northern Plethora sect yesterday when he heard that person's words. A sense of dread rose up in his heart immediately. Perhaps, Duan Tian's innate talent was inferior to his. However, based on his actions yesterday, he was definitely a ruthless person. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offend Elder Lian and kill Yongwu. Various expressions flitted across Ji Yuchun's face, and he was no longer acting as overbearing as before. He was finally afraid. Duan Tian knew what Ji Yuchun was thinking when he saw the expressions on his face. He instantly sneered. He glanced at him indifferently before he shifted his attention to the four people who were currently undergoing the innate talent assessment. When Ji Yuchun saw Duan Tian's disdainful expression, he felt humiliated. He fisted his hands as his body trembled, and he clenched his teeth. He hated Duan Tian so much at this moment. However, he could only endure it for now. Although he was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, he did not dare to act recklessly before he understood his opponent better. Who knew if Duan Tian's cultivation base was at the intermediate exemplary saint stage or above? Duan Tian, my innate talent is higher than yours. Even if I'm no match for you now, I'll definitely surpass you one day and make you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Ji Yuchun thought to himself angrily. The little dispute between Duan Tian and Ji Yuchun did not attract too much attention. Most people's attention was focused on the innate talent assessment. In the end, two more people were discovered to possess a green innate spiritual root. Green spiritual root. Duan Tian's eyes were filled with envy when he looked at the two men who possessed green innate spiritual roots. After all, his innate spiritual root was only a yellow spiritual root. It was a level below the green spiritual root. After the innate talent assessment ended, it was time for the strength assessment. The strength assessment was carried out in two groups. One of the groups consisted of those who possessed green innate spiritual roots. Their assessment was a lot easier. As long as those people's cultivation base were at the divine saint stage or above, they were sure to pass. The other group consisted of people with yellow innate spiritual roots. Compared to the former, their assessment was a lot more difficult. Those whose cultivation base had not reached the exemplary saint stage or above would not be able to pass the assessment. Those with green innate spiritual roots, please follow me. Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame Elder Lian finally spoke. After he finished speaking, he brought the 9 people, including Ji Yuchun, who possessed green innate spiritual roots away with him. He was in charge of the strength assessment for this group of people. Before he left, he did not forget to look at Duan Tian with a cold gaze that was filled with killing intent. However, Duan Tian ignored his gaze. This made Li An's expression turn grave as he brought the group of people away. Chapter 1910 Black Turtle Altar. Those with green innate spiritual roots left with Li An. The people with yellow innate spiritual roots, including Duan Tian, stayed behind. Tang Shan, the other Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame Elder, and another 4 Bronze Flame Elders were in charge of their strength assessment. After Li An brought the men away, Tang Shan looked at Duan Tian in disappointment. It did not cross his mind that things would turn out this way. The young man whom he regarded highly only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Could it really be that he was an old man in disguise like what people had speculated? He refused to believe it. However, the truth was laid bare before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. After the assessment by the soul pearl, he discovered the young man who had not even reached the age of 40 only had a yellow innate spiritual root. It was almost impossible for someone below the age of 40 to possess a cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage. For this reason, deep in his heart, he actually believed Duan Ling Tian had concealed his true age. Duan Ling Tian, even if you can pass the strength assessment, I don't think you should stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If you decide to leave, I can ask 2 of my friends to accompany you when you leave. There's nothing Elder Lian can do since it's so last minute. A grave voice resonated suddenly in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could tell the voice belonged to Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder Tang Shan. Elder Tang Shan. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Shan in surprise. It did not cross his mind that Tang Shan would still be willing to help him at this moment. He would risk offending Lian further. He was moved by this gesture. At the very least, Tang Shan did not look down on him because he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. On top of that, he was even willing to help him. It was rare to find someone like that. I hope he'll leave. This is all I can do to help him, Tang Shan thought to himself after he transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. He was willing to help Duan Ling Tian because he had taken a liking to him. He did not wish to see Duan Ling Tian harmed. Moreover, he still felt guilty that Duan Ling Tian was injured by Lian under his watch. In his opinion, it would be best for everyone if Duan Ling Tian left. However, there was nothing he could do if he was not willing to leave. If he chose to remain in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would be helpless to help him even if he wanted to. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, his strength and influence were far inferior compared to Lian. There was nothing he could do once Lian had made up his mind to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. Earlier, he had thought Duan Ling Tian would have a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. If that was the case, there was a high possibility that the sect leader of fire worship sect who was in closed-door cultivation would take Duan Ling Tian in as his direct disciple. Lian would not be able to harm Duan Ling Tian if he became the direct disciple of the sect leader of fire worship sect. If Duan Ling Tian had the blue spiritual root, he could recommend Duan Ling Tian to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He believed the sanctum leader would be more than happy to take a genius like Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple. Lian would not be able to harm him as well if this happened. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would not have a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. He did not even have a green innate spiritual root. In the end, he discovered he only had a yellow innate spiritual root. The yellow spiritual roots were the most common innate spiritual root in the fire worship sect. Out of 100 ordinary disciples in the fire worship sect, 90 of them would possess yellow innate spiritual roots. Based on this, one could see how common the yellow innate spiritual roots were. Thank you, Elder Tang Shan. Upon hearing Tang Shan's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian immediately transmitted his voice to express his gratitude. Then, he paused for a moment before he continued to say, however, I don't plan to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum for the time being. As for the strength assessment, I'm certain I'll pass. Please don't worry about me, Elder Tang Shan. I'll remember your kindness for helping me out at this moment, Elder Tang Shan. Duan Ling Tian's words were filled with confidence. It left no room for doubts, rendering Tang Shan speechless. Fine, if this is your decision, I'll respect it, Tang Shan responded after a long while. He sighed, a hint of exhaustion could be heard in it. After that, Tang Shan shifted his attention to the strength assessment catered to the Duan Ling Tian and the others. He took the lead with the help of the 4 bronze flame elders. In the strength assessment catered to Duan Ling Tian and the others, those at the exemplary saint stage or above would pass. The passing rate was almost 100%. For this reason, there was no need to further explain the strength assessment. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian passed the assessment without any incidents. Although Duan Ling Tian passed the assessment, the crowd could see it was slightly difficult for him to pass the assessment. Early exemplary saint stage, since he passed the assessment with slight difficulties, he must be at the early exemplary saint stage. Do you think he's hiding his strength again? Is there a chance his strength is stronger than those at the early exemplary saint stage? Aren't you thinking too much? Is there a need to hide his strength now that everything has been exposed? How naive. The crowd whispered among themselves when they saw Duan Ling Tian had passed the strength assessment. In the end, almost all of them agreed that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. If Duan Ling Tian was really a young man who had not reached the age of 40, it would have caused a commotion. However, since the crowd believed Duan Ling Tian was an old man in disguise, they were not surprised by his cultivation base that was at the early exemplary saint stage. It was very common after all. Duan Ling Tian remained calm when he heard their words. His true cultivation base was much lower than what these people thought. It was only at the early divine saint stage. As for why it appeared difficult for him to pass the strength assessment, this was because he only relied on his son's saint energy. Although his saint energy was comparable to the saint energy of a cultivator at the early divine saint stage, since it had fused with the sun's flame, it was not inferior to the saint energy of a cultivator at the early exemplary saint stage. Due to the reason he had just broken through to the early divine saint stage early this morning, he was still not adept with handling the saint energy. This was why it seemed difficult for him to pass the assessment. Duan Ling Tian only smiled nonchalantly when he heard the people's words. He was not bothered by it at all. Was there a need for him, Duan Ling Tian, to care about others' opinion of him? Those who failed the strength assessment, please leave with these 2 bronze flame elders. Those who pass the assessment will follow the other 2 bronze flame elders to your residence. They will inform you about the things new disciples have to take note of during your journey there, Tang Shan said solemnly. When he finished speaking, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he left with a sigh. Since Duan Ling Tian had made up his mind, there was nothing else he could do. Duan Ling Tian could only rely on himself in the future since there was nothing he could do to help. After Tang Shan left, the group of people who failed the strength assessment left in low spirits with the bronze flame elders. The other 2 bronze flame elders, on the other hand, called out to the group of people who passed the strength assessment and brought them deep into the mountain range. During the journey, the 2 bronze flame elders distributed the exclusive uniforms of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples to Duan Ling Tian and the others. The exclusive uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was a white robe as well. It was also embroidered with a black turtle with a gray flame. It looked very conspicuous due to the white robes. One could see the embroidery clearly with just a glance. After giving out the exclusive uniforms of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, one of the bronze flame elders looked in the east and warned them solemnly, "That's the cultivation place of the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum and the 5 silver flame elders. Unless you have permission from Lord Sanctum Leader or one of the silver flame elders, you're forbidden to enter. Those who enter without permission will be killed." When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. Duan Ling Tian looked over and could only see thick mist that covered the eastern direction. He could not see anything beyond the mist. It was apparent that some sort of formation that obstructed one's sight was placed there. This place before us is where the altar of Black Turtle Sanctum is located. Our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded on the Black Turtle statue in the heart of the altar. It allows every Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to comprehend it. The other bronze flame elder chimed in. Duan Ling Tian and the others immediately shifted their eyes to the front. A vast flat land in the middle of the forest awaited them. The vast flat land was surrounded by huge and magnificent palaces that looked like great beasts. They emitted a subtle aura that made one's heart tremble. A big altar stood in the middle of the palaces. The altar was about 10 meters high, and there was a gigantic statue of a black turtle on it. From afar, the ancient gigantic beast looked lifelike. So many people. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian and the others were shocked to discover many figures hovering in the air around the black turtle statue. Based on their clothes, Duan Ling Tian and the others could tell they were Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Several hundred people hovered in the air around the black turtle statue. Some of them were standing, and some of them were sitting. Chapter 19:11 No difficulty is insurmountable if your heart is set into it. A young man standing near Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the altar's surroundings before he shifted his eyes back to the two bronze flame elders and asked curiously, "What are they doing?" One of the bronze flame elders raised a brow and said nonchalantly, "They're comprehending the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, of our Black Turtle Sanctum." Black Turtle's Barrier. At once, the eyes of the group of new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, brightened. Some of them had come to the fire worship sect for the sake of the religion, while some of them came for the sake of a better future. Put everything aside, just by becoming the disciples of the four symbol sanctums that was ranked quite low in the fire worship sect, one would be given the chance to comprehend the high-grade divine ability that was passed down since ancient times in each sanctum. In the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums, apart from outstanding disciples with high innate talent who would be given a chance to enter the fire worship sect's saint land and become a disciple there, any disciple who managed to successfully comprehend the high-grade divine ability would instantly be given a permit to enter the saint land and become a disciple even if their innate talent was not so good. The fire worship sect's disciples were separated into outer disciples and saint land disciples. The outer disciples consisted of the 4 symbol sanctums disciples. The saint land disciples, on the other hand, were disciples who cultivated in the fire worship sect's saint land. They were considered as elite disciples in the fire worship sect. Entering the fire worship sect's saint land to become a saint land disciple was the dream of every 4 symbol sanctums disciple. The saint land held many things that they could only dream about. If they managed to enter the saint land, their chance of becoming a true powerhouse in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would increase greatly. Soon after, someone else took a deep breath before asking excitedly, "Elder, I heard that the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability is the best among the 4 high-grade divine abilities in the 4 symbols sanctum. Is this true?" "It's true." One of the Bronze Flame Elders nodded. "The Black Turtle's barrier in our Black Turtle Sanctum is a defensive divine ability. In terms of grade, it's much higher than the other 3 high-grade divine abilities from the other 3 sanctums. However, since it's of a higher grade, the difficulty to comprehend it is a lot higher as well. It's said that in the current times, there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Is this true as well?" Somebody asked again. "Less than 10 people? No way, so few. Currently, I heard there are more than 10,000 people who have left the Black Turtle Sanctums, but there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. This can't be true, right? I find it hard to believe as well. It can't be true. It's just too absurd." Before the 2 elders could respond, the people had already begun to discuss among themselves. They all felt it could not be true. Even Duan Ling Tian found it hard to believe. It can't be that difficult to comprehend a high-grade divine ability, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Apart from the high-grade divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that elder Huo passed down to him using a special method, he remembered that he had easily comprehended and mastered the high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. It was good that nobody could hear Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Put the others aside, even the 2 bronze flame elders standing nearby would feel like slapping Duan Ling Tian if they knew what he was thinking. There was actually someone who felt it was easy to comprehend a high-grade divine ability. It's true. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their eyes back to the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders, one of the elders nodded solemnly. Currently, there are less than people in Fire Worship sect who have successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. It's true. Duan Ling Tian and the others were greatly shocked. It took a while before they regained their senses and broke into an uproar. My goodness, how difficult is it to successfully comprehend our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier? There are many people from the Black Turtle Sanctum in the Fire Worship sect, but there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended it. Initially, I thought it's best to enter the Black Turtle Sanctum since I can comprehend the best high-grade divine ability Black in the 4 symbol sanctums. Now that I look at it, it's going to be difficult to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. Although one doesn't need to rely on one's innate spiritual root, the rate of successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, is still 1 out of 1,000. I know myself well, I'm sure it'll be difficult for me to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. Why wasn't I selected by the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum or the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elders? Although the divine abilities from the other 3 sanctums are slightly inferior, it's easier to comprehend. Many people complained about how they were not chosen by the elders from the other 3 sanctums. Humph. The 2 bronze flames elders snorted before they smirked. One of them said indifferently, as the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect, it's only natural that it's going to be difficult to comprehend. However, do you think it's so easy to comprehend the divine abilities from the other 3 sanctums? Exactly. The other bronze flame elder smirked and chimed in, for the divine abilities from the other 3 sanctums, whether it's the Azure Dragon Sanctum's assist-type divine ability, the White Tiger Sanctum's offensive divine ability or the Black Turtle Sanctum's movement divine ability, although they're not considered as the number 1 offensive, movement or assist-type divine ability in our Fire Worship sect, they're still in the top 3. Although they're not like the Black Turtle's barrier where less than people have successfully comprehended it, there are still less than 30 people who have successfully comprehended them. A high-grade divine ability is not as easy to comprehend as you think it is. Are high-grade divine abilities so difficult to comprehend? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. In his opinion, it was not difficult for him to successfully comprehend the 2 high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. It should not be difficult for him to comprehend other high-grade divine abilities as well. The hardest part was mastering a high-grade divine ability to the highest stage. Only then would the divine ability's full power could be displayed. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like it was difficult for others to comprehend a high-grade divine ability. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. As usual, he turned to Elder Huo when there was something he did not understand. He instantly asked him, "Elder Huo, why did they say it's difficult to successfully comprehend a high-grade divine ability? Is it that difficult? Why don't I find it difficult? I comprehended the elementary devouring tactic and otherworldly celestial quite easily. You really fail to appreciate your blessings." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Elder Huo could not help but smile wryly. "Do you know the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, that your master passed down to you as an ultimate tactic that cultivates both sword and heart? As the saying goes, no difficulty is insurmountable if your heart is set on it. Comprehending divine abilities is closely related to a person's heart. You've not made much progress with the Sovereign Heart Sword, but your heart seems to be thoroughly tempered. It's naturally easy for you to comprehend divine abilities. If you can comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword to the highest stage, it'll only take you 3 days and 3 nights at most to successfully cultivate a high-grade divine ability." When Elder Huo was speaking, envy could be heard in his tone. "I've told you before that your master is a peerless genius even in the Devata realms. You're extremely lucky for obtaining the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword benefits me in this way as well. Isn't this too amazing?" Upon hearing Elder Huo's words, Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. He felt as though this was his first time hearing about the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, he finally understood why it was so easy for him to comprehend the high-grade divine abilities, the elementary devouring tactic and the otherworldly celestial. As it turned out, it was all thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo, "Then, does this mean that my heart will be further tempered and my divine ability comprehension speed will also be faster if I can comprehend the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword?" Of course, Elder Huo replied with certainty. At once, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as the excitement in his heart increased. "Then, does this mean the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, that ordinary people find difficult to comprehend will be easy for me to comprehend? I can't believe the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, is the #1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect. This Fire Worship sect is one of the 3 most powerful sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Black Turtle's barrier that's considered as the #1 defensive divine ability here, should also be a top-tier defensive divine ability in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land." Duan Ling Tian was excited because he would soon obtain a top defensive divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Black Turtle's barrier, the #1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect. No wonder it's so difficult to successfully comprehend it. Although the 3 divine abilities from the other 3 sanctums are not as powerful as the Black Turtle's barrier, it doesn't mean they're not extraordinary as well. It's not much easier to comprehend them compared to the Black Turtle's barrier. Looks like it'll depend on one's comprehension skill no matter which divine ability one wants to comprehend. Comprehension skill is not dictated by one's innate spiritual root. It's still a mystery whether any of us will be able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. Upon hearing the replies from the 2 Bronze Flame Elders, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples no longer complained. "I'm sure all of you have seen the palaces around the altar. Each of these palaces has its own functions. After we've arranged your accommodation, you can come and have a look and learn about them. Now, follow us to the residence you'll be staying in." Under the guidance of the 2 Bronze Flame Elders, Duan Ling Tian and the others made their way toward their future residence. Chapter 19:12 The Residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's Disciples. The residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was located in the west of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Many small thatched cottages that appeared shabby were erected on a vast land. when one looked upward, one could see many islands suspended in the air. These suspended islands did not look very big. There were wooden houses on these islands. Although the wooden houses were bigger than the thatched cottages, it was only slightly bigger. These suspended islands with wooden houses were all suspended on the same level. It would be difficult for one to tell how many suspended islands there were in just a glance. Above these islands, one could see other suspended islands that were much bigger in size. There were houses with a small courtyard on these islands. In the courtyards that were filled with plants, a stone table and chair stood on it. Compared to the wooden houses and thatched cottages below, the environment here was much better. As one continued to look upward, one would see 10 huge islands. There was a mansion on each of the 10 islands. The heaven and earth spirit energy looked like fog around the islands. From afar, one could tell that the richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy around the houses with a courtyard, wooden houses, and thatched cottages could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 10 suspended islands. Duan Ling Tian and the others had followed the 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders to the outside of the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Their eyes were all fixed on the mansions on the 10 islands that were suspended on the highest level. Do you see the 10 mansions? Those are the Primus houses that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples stay in. Each of the houses has more than 10 large-scale spirit-gathering formations, so the cultivation environment there is not inferior to the cultivation environment of Lord Sanctum Leader, the Silver Flame Elders, and Bronze Flame Elders. One of the Bronze Flame Elders explained to Duan Ling Tian and the others, 10 large-scale spirit-gathering formations. The cultivation environment was not inferior to Lord Sanctum Leader's residence. The moment the Bronze Flame Elder finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened immediately. He was filled with excitement when he looked at the 10 suspended islands. The others took a deep breath when they stared at the mansions on the 10 suspended islands with a burning gaze. The Primus House is the best residence for Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, and they belong to the 10 strongest disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum, the other Bronze Flame Elder chimed in. The moment his words left his mouth, it seemed to have transformed into a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Duan Ling Tian and the others. They regained their senses and smiled wryly. No wonder. I was just thinking that not anyone can stay in such a place. My goodness. The 10 strongest disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum must be at the quintessential saint stage at the very least, right? Of course. There are 3 methods for disciples from the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums to enter the saint land and become a disciple there. I've heard about this as well. The first way is to comprehend the high-grade divine ability from their respective sanctum. Second, if one has a high innate talent, one might be able to obtain special permission from their respective sanctum leader to enter the saint land. The final way is to pass the saint land's assessment. Among the 3 methods, the saint land's assessment is the most difficult. That's right, it's said that one's cultivation base has to be at the mastery quintessential saint stage in order to pass the saint land's assessment. Not only that, but some of the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples who have just broken through to the mastery quintessential saint stage could not pass the saint land assessment as well. It's just too difficult. A few of the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who already knew about the ins and outs of the fire worship sect's 4 symbols sanctums discussed among themselves. Doesn't this mean the 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples staying in the mansions possess cultivation base at the intermediate quintessential saint stage? In fact, it's very likely that some of them have cultivation base at the mastery quintessential saint stage. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to stay in the Primus house to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he heard their discussion. He was aware of his own strength, and he was not bothered that he would not be able to stay in a Primus house for the time being. The 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been restored, and according to Elder Huo, the cultivation environment was very different from the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Who knew if it would surprise him? Naturally, the cultivation environment outside would affect the cultivation environment inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to a certain extent. Duan Ling Tian wished he would be able to cultivate in the Primus house as soon as he possibly could. After learning that the 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples staying in the Primus houses were at least at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples around Duan Ling Tian no longer dared to harbor wishful thoughts. This was because their current strength was not a level where they could compete with the 10 disciples living in the Primus houses. Among the new disciples, the strongest was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was still far from breaking through to the early quintessential saint stage, let alone the intermediate quintessential saint stage. They all instantly shifted their eyes to look at the 100 courtyards located at the bottom. At the same time, the voice of one of the bronze flame elders resonated in the air. These 100 suspended courtyards are also one of the residences for our Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. They're called secundus houses. Although the cultivation environment is not as good compared to primus houses, they have 5 large-scale spirit-gathering formations. That's half of what the primus houses have. Secundus house. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as an eager expression appeared on his face. The 10 primus houses belong to Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or above. The 100 secundus houses must house Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the early quintessential saint stage and the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was no match for the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples at the early quintessential saint stage, but he knew he stood a chance going against disciples at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Among the new disciples, the few powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage shared the same thought as Duan Ling Tian. With my cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, I should be able to stay in a secundus house. I don't believe I'm no match for the disciples living in the secundus houses who have cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I must defeat one of them so I can stay. There should be a place for me in the secundus houses. A few of the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage said confidently. However, one of the bronze flame elders sneered when he saw how confident they were. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage looked at him, he pointed at the place below the secundus houses. Can you see the wooden houses and thatched cottages? Those are called tertius houses and quartus houses. There's a total of 1,000 tertius houses and 10,000 quartus houses. Not only that, but the occupancy rate is more than 80%. In other words, there are currently almost 10,000 disciples in our Black Turtle Sanctum. Did all of you think there are less than 100 disciples at the quintessential saint stage among these almost 10,000 disciples? You wish to stay in a secundus house with the little strength that you possess. How ridiculous. When the bronze flame elders finished speaking, he burst out laughing. The few new disciples at the peak of the exemplary saint stage blushed. They were so embarrassed that they wished the ground would open and swallow them up. Almost 10,000 people. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard the bronze flame elder's words. It did not cross his mind that the Black Turtle Sanctum had so many disciples. Black Turtle Sanctum was just one of the 4 sanctums in the 4 symbols sanctums. Does this mean there are almost 40,000 outer disciples in the 4 symbols sanctums alone? There are still Saint Land disciples and high-ranking officials that I've not taken into count. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he gasped. He just realized how big the fire worship sect was. In comparison, he was just one person and not worth mentioning at all. This was definitely the biggest sect that Duan Ling Tian had encountered. As one of the 3 strongest sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the fire worship sect really lives up to its name. Not only that, but even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, these 40,000 people in the fire worship sect can be considered as elites, let alone the outstanding powerhouses who are standing above their peers. Those people are likely leaders in the upper province. The tertius houses contain 3 spirit-gathering formations, and there's 1 spirit-gathering formation in the quartus houses, the bronze flame elder said. I'm sure most of you have figured out the rules in this place. Apart from killing and intentionally crippling someone, you're allowed to fight. As long as you're strong enough, you're allowed to seize a house from a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. The bronze flame elder's words managed to rouse the spirit of the new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian. Everyone, please look for a quartus house and change into the Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform. After that, you can begin to look for a place to stay in. It's fine if you have your eyes on residences that are occupied. You can take possession of it if you can defeat the owners. The 2 bronze flame elders instructed Duan Ling Tian and the others before they left. Duan Ling Tian and the others quickly made their way to the quartus houses. The occupancy rate of the quartus houses was indeed more than 80%. Only a little more than 1,000 thatched cottages were vacant. The news disciples are here. A few people walked out of the quartus and tertius houses and stared at the new disciples who had walked out of the quartus houses after they had changed into their uniforms. As soon as Duan Ling Tian walked out, he heard a familiar voice say, "I want to challenge you." When he lifted his head, he saw Ji Yu Chun whom he had a small dispute with earlier. Hovering in front of a tertius house, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stood opposite him. Ji Yu Chun possessed a green innate spiritual root. After that, Duan Ling Tian saw the other new disciples who also possessed green innate spiritual roots. They're here as well. Chapter 1913 The Donkey in a Lion's Skin. Are you challenging me? That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple whom Ji Yu Chun challenged seemed stunned. Although he was not the strongest among all the disciples living in the 1,000 Tertius houses, he was ranked in the middle as a mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. However, a disciple who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum dared to challenge him for the ownership of the Tertius house he lived in. When he regained his senses, he looked at Ji Yu Chun with a cold gaze. Ji Yu Chun's only at the early exemplary saint stage, but he actually dares to challenge a senior disciple staying in a Tertius house. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. He could not figure out where Ji Yu Chun got his courage from. Among the senior disciples in Black Turtle Sanctum who lived in Tertius houses, there should not be many of them at the early exemplary saint stage. Most of them should be at the intermediate exemplary saint stage or above. Ji Yu Chun had just arrived, but he dared to arbitrarily issue a challenge to a senior disciple. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, and some of the senior disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum quickly gathered around to watch the show. Wang Ju, it seems like you look weak. To think that a newbie regards you as a soft persimmon. Many of the senior disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum laughed and mocked the disciple whom Ji Yu Chun had challenged. Wang Ju's face turned green when he heard his companions mocking him. His gaze turned colder as he looked at Ji Yu Chun. Boy, Wang Ju, accept your challenge. Come on, show me how strong you are. To think you're so bold as to challenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent surged out of his body. Ji Yu Chun did not seem like he was going to make a move even when he saw Wang Ju gathering his energy. Instead, he hovered in the air and stared at Wang Ju calmly. You're Wang Ju. What? You took the initiative to challenge me, are you afraid to make a move now? Wang Ju chuckled contemptuously with a disdainful expression on his face. Sometimes, there's no need for one to make a move to win a challenge. Who knows, you might even take the initiative to admit defeat later, senior brother Wang Ju. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a faint smile appeared on Ji Yu Chun's face. He seemed certain that he was going to win. Upon hearing Ji Yu Chun's words, Wang Ju was stunned. However, he quickly regained his senses and smirked. Admit defeat. Are you dreaming? Admit defeat. Ji Yu Chun is overestimating himself too much, right? Many new disciples shook their heads. They looked at Ji Yu Chun as though they were looking at an idiot. Is Ji Yu Chun crazy? He's a new disciple at the early exemplary saint stage. Why is he so confident the senior disciple is going to admit defeat? He's daydreaming. Does he really think he's invincible just because he possesses a green innate spiritual root? How ridiculous. The new disciples with yellow innate spiritual roots who came with Duan Ling Tian mocked Ji Yu Chun. Nobody knew why, but the new disciples who came with Ji Yu Chun remained silent. A few of them seemed to be deep in thought as they looked at Ji Yu Chun with a slight frown on their faces. Early exemplary saint stage. The senior disciples present on the scene soon learned of this from the discussion among the new disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum. They looked at Wang Ju and mocked him again. Wang Ju, did you hear what they said? This junior brother's cultivation base is only at the early exemplary saint stage, but he has a green innate spiritual root. He's not someone you can offend. That's right, hurry up, and admit defeat. Although this junior brother is not as strong as you are now, it doesn't mean he can't surpass you in the future. Wang Ju, be sensible. If you don't want to suffer in the future, it's better if you admit defeat and give up your house. The group of senior disciples from Black Turtle Sanctum seemed to be advising Wang Ju with good intentions, but in truth, they were all mocking him. So what if Ji Yu Chun had a green innate spiritual root? Just based on this alone, he was not eligible to live in a Tertius house as soon as he arrived. Green spiritual root. Wang Ju was angered when he heard his companion's words. His face turned red as he vented his anger at Ji Yu Chun. So what if you have a green innate spiritual root? It's not enough for me to admit defeat. You're just an early exemplary saint stage cultivator, but you dare to look down on me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname is not Wang. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice turned colder. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped as well. Ji Yu Chun remained calm as he replied indifferently, that's right. My innate spiritual root is not enough to scare you into giving up your house, but what if I tell you my master is the Silver Flame Elder Li and from the Black Turtle Sanctum? Ji Yu Chun sneered when he finished speaking. His gaze turned colder as well when he looked at Wang Ju. Lian. The moment his words left his mouth, apart from those new disciples with green innate spiritual roots who had an expectant expression on their faces, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, widened their eyes. Some of them had fear in their eyes as well. Wang Ju's anger was like a fire that had been doused with water as soon as these words left Ji Yuchun's mouth. If he was the disciple of one of the other 4 silver flame elders in Black Turtle Sanctum, it would be okay if he did not give up his house since the other 4 silver flame elders were not so petty as to take offense. However, Lian, who was known as the strongest silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum, was different. He was famous for being vengeful in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the fire worship sect. Those who offended him usually did not have a good ending. For this reason, in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the fire worship sect, no one would offend Lian and his disciples unless they had someone stronger as a backing. This was the reason why Wang Ju's anger had disappeared. He shuddered when he heard Li An's name. He's Elder Li An's disciple. It has been a long time since Elder Lian had last taken in a disciple. Why did he suddenly accept a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root? As far as I know, Elder Li An's 3 other disciples have blue innate spiritual roots. Why would Elder Lian take someone with only a green innate spiritual root as his disciple? Many of the senior disciples were baffled when they heard Ji Yuchun's words. Since when did Elder Lian's judgment become so bad? Naturally, they did not think Ji Yuchun was lying, since no one from the Black Turtle Sanctum would dare to joke using Elder Lian's name. How did Ji Yuchun become Elder Lian's disciple? Don't tell me it's because his performance is so outstanding during the strength assessment that Elder Lian took a liking to him. The group of new disciples who possessed yellow innate spiritual roots looked at the new disciples with green innate spiritual roots curiously. It was as though they were trying to get answers from them. When the senior disciples heard this discussion, they turned to look at the new disciples with green innate spiritual roots. Ji Yuchun did not perform outstandingly well during the strength assessment. The only reason he managed to become Elder Li An's disciple is due to his promise to Elder Li and to help him deal with Duan Ling Tian. One of the new disciples with green innate spiritual roots replied indignantly. When he spoke, he had intentionally looked at Duan Ling Tian. It's all because of Duan Ling Tian. All the new disciples instantly shifted their eyes to Duan Ling Tian. My goodness, how much does Elder Lian hate Duan Ling Tian? Just because Ji Yuchun flattered him and told him he would help him deal with Duan Ling Tian, he took him as a disciple. It seems like he's really furious over the fact that Duan Ling Tian killed his best friend's son in front of him. That's ridiculous. Elder Lian is not that petty, right? Isn't this ridiculous? The group of new disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian strangely as they whispered among themselves. They were not the only ones who found it baffling. Even Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he learned of the reason Lian had taken Ji Yuchun as a disciple. It was a little too much, was it not? At the same time, the senior disciples finally understood what was going on when they heard about how Duan Ling Tian had killed Yongwu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder. He was also Elder Li An's best friend. The senior disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with approval. Someone who dared to oppose Elder Lian regardless of the consequences was someone they sincerely admired. Elder Lian must hate him very much. To think he arbitrarily accepted a disciple with a green innate spiritual root just to seek revenge from him. The senior disciples were confused as well. In the end, they only concluded that Elder Lian hated Duan Ling Tian very much. Meanwhile, some of the new disciples standing near Duan Ling Tian began to move away from him, avoiding him as though he was a plague. I admit defeat. At the same time, Wang Ju, who had suppressed his anger, took the initiative to surrender out of fear toward Silver Flame Elder Lian. Subsequently, he left his Tertius house dejectedly with his head hung low. Those who can adapt and act according to the situation are wise. Ji Yuchun said arrogantly. The moment his words left his mouth, he shifted his cold gaze from Wang Ju to Duan Ling. Other people thought Lian had taken him as his disciple because he had flattered him and promised him to help him seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. However, only he knew there was another reason as well. He had told him he would be able to recommend another person with green innate spiritual root who would be 100% willing to become his disciple. Ji Yuchun had promised Lian this through voice transmission. Humph. When Duan Ling Tian saw Ji Yuchun enter the Tertius house and was about to shut the door, he snorted coldly. Then he appeared in front of the Tertius house quickly and lifted his hand to stop the door from closing. Chapter 19:14 Devouring the Innate Spiritual Root. Ji Yu-chun entered the Tertius house and was about to close the door when he saw a flash before his eyes. A figure had appeared in front of his door and stopped him from closing the door. His eyes landed on the figure. When he saw the figure stopping him from closing the door was none other than Duan Lingtian, a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. Earlier, he had learned from the people who had participated in the strength assessment with Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. He knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian now. Put everything else aside, just the powerful divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast during his battle with Yongwu was enough to make Ji Yu-chun feel ashamed of himself. He had no choice but to admit he was no match for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Ji Yu-chun felt slightly anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian. He was no longer arrogant like before when he was speaking to the senior disciple, Wang Ju. What are you trying to do? Although he was no match for Wang Ju as well, he was not afraid Wang Ju would make a move on him since his master was Lian, the strongest elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Based on his actions yesterday, it was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lingtian was not afraid of his master, Lian. For this reason, he had subconsciously lowered his voice and his voice had turned softer when he was faced with Duan Lingtian. Wang Ju was so angered that he almost threw up blood when he saw this. He was a senior disciple, but it seemed as though he was not as scary as a new disciple. He felt as though he had lived in vain. Wang Ju had heard the discussion among the new disciples earlier. He knew the new disciple, Duan Lingtian, had fallen out with the strongest silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian, even though he had just entered the sanctum. Duan Lingtian did not fear Lian, let alone his disciple, Ji Yu-chun. Duan Lingtian seems like an okay person. Wang Ju turned to leave. He felt happy when he saw Ji Yu-chun's grave expression. In a way, Duan Lingtian's actions were akin to seeking revenge for him. For this reason, his regard of Duan Lingtian had risen. In fact, Wang Ju was not the only one who felt the way. The other senior disciples' opinion of Duan Lingtian rose as well when they saw his actions. They were disgusted by Ji Yu-chun who used someone else's authority to get ahead. However, they did not dare to show their disgust because they were afraid of Lian. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to stand out and do something they did not dare to do. It felt as though he was avenging them. This was why they began to like Duan Lingtian. Even the new disciples who thought Duan Lingtian was only pretending to be young changed their opinion when they saw his actions. Duan Lingtian did not expect the people's opinion would change so quickly. What am I trying to do? Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw the anxious Ji Yu-chun. What should I do? I've taken a liking to your Tertius house. I want to challenge you. Upon hearing that, horror dawned on Ji Yu-chun. He could not help but tremble when he saw Duan Lingtian's cold and sharp gaze. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. I'll let him have his way for now and deal with him later. It's no loss for me to yield and give him this Tertius house. With my backing, I can stay in any Tertius house I want. Ji Yu-chun walked out of the house as soon as he thought of this. It was obvious he was going to yield and give the house to Duan Lingtian. This person is Elder Lian's new disciple. He's an embarrassment to Elder Lian. If I were Elder Lian, I would cut off ties with him. Doesn't he find it embarrassing? He has the green innate spiritual root, and yet, he's acting so cowardly in front of someone with a yellow innate spiritual root. When the senior disciples and new disciples saw Ji Yu-chun leaving the Tertius house without putting up a fight, they began to mock Ji Yu-chun to their heart's content. Since there were so many of them mocking Ji Yu-chun, they were not afraid Lian would seek revenge from them. Ji Yu-chun's expression turned graver when he heard their words. He fisted his hands and gritted his teeth as a vein appeared on his forehead. It was obvious he was angry and mortified. Endure. I must endure this. Currently, I'm no match for him at all. If I attack him now, I'll only suffer. I have to endure this for now. I can always seek revenge from him when I get stronger. Ji Yu-chun thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. He was consoling himself inwardly. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root, and I have a green innate spiritual root. It won't be difficult for me to surpass him. In Ji Yu-chun's opinion, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Duan Lingtian since his innate spiritual root was superior in comparison to Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. If he raised his cultivation base and became stronger, was there a need for him to be afraid of Duan Lingtian's divine ability at that time? Although Duan Lingtian was heavily injured yesterday, he managed to kill Yongwu when he cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Ji Yuchun might not have known what divine ability it was, but it left a great impression on him. It was also because of this he knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian even if their cultivation base was at the same level. "Did I say you can leave?" Duan Ling Tian said when Ji Yuchun walked out of the Tertius house to leave. He looked at Ji Yuchun coldly. Ji Yuchun came to a halt when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Ji Yuchun had targeted him since the beginning. However, he did not take offense. Who would have thought Ji Yuchun would try to get into Li An's good grace by promising he would work with him to destroy Duan Ling Tian? He had used Duan Ling Tian's name to become Li An's disciple. Was there a need for Duan Ling Tian to be courteous to Ji Yuchun when Ji Yuchun had made it clear he was working with Li An to deal with him? "Duan Ling Tian, I have yielded and given you the Tertius house. What more do you want?" Ji Yuchun turned to look at Duan Ling Tian who was approaching him. Horror dawned on him as he retreated a few steps in panic. Due to his fear, his aura was easily suppressed by Duan Ling Tian. He could not resist at all. Every step Duan Ling Tian took felt like he was stepping on his heart. "Don't act recklessly. My master is Silver Flame Elder Lian. His position is just below Lord Sanctum Leader." Ji Yuchun panicked when he saw Duan Ling Tian approaching him. He began to speak whatever came to his mind. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of his master, Lian, at all since the beginning. "Relax, I won't kill you. The fire worship sect's law forbids me from killing you. I'm just going to teach you a lesson you won't forget," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. His voice became softer and softer until Ji Yuchun was the only one who could hear it in the end. "No," Ji Yuchun cried out in horror before he stopped speaking abruptly. At the moment when he stopped speaking, he was enveloped by a golden light. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not see what was going on due to the golden light. However, they could tell this bright light that suddenly appeared was Duan Ling Tian's territory. "What territory is this?" Put aside the force of the territory for the moment, just the dazzling golden light was enough to block their sights. "Duan Ling Tian is not going to kill him, right?" A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple asked in shock. "I don't think so. One would be severely punished if one were to break the rules in the fire worship sect by killing and maiming another person." A senior disciple said, "Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian's territory is too blinding. I can't see anything at all. I wonder what he's doing. I suspect he's blocking our sights on purpose. Based on this, I'm sure Ji Yuchun is doomed. It serves him right for trying to masquerade as a lion." A hint of delight could be heard in the voices of the senior disciples and new disciples as they discussed among themselves. The golden light in front of them was none other than the 10,000 sword territory. It was formed from the Sun Saint energy, and it was as bright as the sun inside the 10,000 sword territory. Duan Ling Tian stood very still. Ji Yuchun had fainted next to his leg. He was like a lamb that was waiting to be slaughtered. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to kill him. However, there was a reason why he had blocked everyone's sight. "Elder Huo, if I want to devour his innate spiritual root, what should I do next?" Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo, revealing his intention. Ji Yuchun's green innate spiritual root was a level higher than his yellow innate spiritual root. If he could devour Ji Yuchun's green innate spiritual root, theoretically, his yellow innate spiritual root would turn into a green innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian was not sure if it would work. He was anxious as he waited for Elder Huo's answer. Soon after, Elder Huo replied, "With your current cultivation base, there's no way for you to locate his innate spiritual root using your divine consciousness, so I'll use mine to guide your divine consciousness to look for his innate spiritual root. When you find it, you can cast the elementary devouring tactic." "Okay." Duan Ling Tian immediately agreed to Elder Huo's suggestion. At the same time, he took a deep breath as he prayed inwardly, "I hope this method works. If possible, I really don't want to waste my strength looking for the spiritual items that are scattered all over the place." Chapter 19:15 It's a success. When Elder Huo imparted his knowledge about spiritual items that could raise the level of innate spiritual roots to Duan Ling Tian so he could identify them when he looked for them, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he had never heard of or seen these spiritual items before. For this reason, he knew it was going to be extremely difficult for him to find them. He did not want to search for the spiritual items if there was another way to raise the level of his innate spiritual root. He was elated when he heard he could devour other people's innate spiritual roots using the high-grade divine ability, the the elementary devouring tactic, to strengthen his innate spiritual root. However, this was only in theory. Duan Ling Tian would have to discover it for himself to see if it worked or not. Ji Yu Chun, you can only blame yourself for trying to go against me. If you didn't try to oppose me, I wouldn't have set my eyes on your innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Yu Chun whom he had knocked out. He raised an eyebrow as he said indifferently, "You came knocking on my door asking to be a lab rat. Don't get angry at me, okay? Elder Huo." Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo, "What should I do now? Is there anything I should look out for?" This was his first time trying to devour an innate spiritual root. He could only ask Elder Huo since he did not know anything about the process of devouring an innate spiritual root. Perhaps, Elder Huo might not know how to devour an innate spiritual root using the elementary devouring tactic, nor did he see it before as well. However, he must have heard about it before. Place your palm on his head and then fuse your divine consciousness with his soul. I'll guide you with my divine consciousness and locate his innate spiritual root. When we find it, you can use your divine consciousness to capture it before you cast the elementary devouring tactic using your hand that's placed on his head, Elder Huo said to Duan Ling Tian. Okay. Duan Ling Tian did not question Elder Huo and immediately squatted down and placed his right hand on Ji Yu Chun's head. Duan Ling Tian was filled with anxiety, and his heart was beating very fast. He would soon find out if this method worked or not. If it worked, he would be able to raise the level of his innate spiritual root quickly. If he failed, he would have no choice but to look for the spiritual items and slowly raise the level of his innate spiritual root. The speed of him raising the level of his innate spiritual root would affect him greatly since it dictated his cultivation speed. If his cultivation speed was fast, it meant he could get stronger faster and save Ka and his daughter soon. If his cultivation speed was slow, it would take him a long time to save Ka and his daughter. I hope it will turn out well. No, it must turn out well. I must succeed. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself repeatedly as his divine consciousness entered Ji Yu Chun's mind under Elder Huo's guidance. Duan Ling Tian could not wait to devour Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root and strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Two divine consciousness entered Ji Yu Chun's soul. His innate spiritual root is located just ahead of us. With your current cultivation base, it's impossible for you to sense its presence using your divine consciousness. However, now that we're in his soul, you'll be able to sense its subtle aura as long you remain calm. The aura contains a little of the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now, try and see if you can sense it, Elder Huo said to Duan Ling Tian as his divine consciousness stopped moving. Alright, Duan Ling Tian replied. He stopped moving his divine consciousness as well and began to sense the aura around him using his divine consciousness. Initially, he could not sense anything special with his divine consciousness. However, under Elder Huo's guidance, he finally managed to locate Ji Yu Chun's green innate spiritual root. I found his innate spiritual root. Elder Huo, what should I do next? Duan Ling Tian quickly asked Elder Huo as he tried to suppress his excitement. Elder Huo might be able to easily sense the aura of Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root, but it was not easy for Duan Ling Tian to sense it. It would have been impossible for him to locate Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root without Elder Huo's guidance. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was very excited when he discovered his divine consciousness had found Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root. After you capture his innate spiritual root with your divine consciousness, you can cast the elementary devouring tactic with your right hand and let it enter him. Guide it to his innate spiritual root. This process won't be difficult once you've captured his innate spiritual root, Elder Huo said in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. The moment Elder Huo finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian quickly did as he was told. Elementary devouring tactic. This was not Duan Ling Tian's first time casting the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, previously, there were no technical skills needed when he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Devouring Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root with the elementary devouring tactic would need skills since he was not just devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy but someone's innate spiritual root. The innate spiritual root was hidden deep in one's soul. If one was not at the saint celestial stage or above, it would be impossible for one to sense its presence through divine consciousness, let alone capturing it. However, with Elder Huo's guidance, Duan Ling Tian managed to successfully capture Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root. The entire process was very easy. Devour. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as the elementary devouring tactic brushed against Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root. He controlled it as it swept out at the innate spiritual root that had been captured by his divine consciousness. Initially, Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root was shining with a faint green light, but it was completely extinguished by the elementary devouring tactic. Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root had disappeared just like this. Elder Huo, I've already devoured his innate spiritual root. I can sense a special energy. It must be the energy from the innate spiritual root after I have devoured it. However, this energy seems to be leaking continuously. I've already brought the energy to my soul. What should I do now? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo as he brought the energy back to his own body and soul. His innate spiritual root was also hidden in his soul. Even without Elder Huo telling him, he knew he should bring the energy back to his own body. Guide the energy into your soul and fuse it with your innate spiritual root. It's alright if you can't sense your innate spiritual root. You only need to bring the energy close to your innate spiritual root. It won't destroy your innate spiritual root. Let your innate spiritual root absorb the energy from his innate spiritual root. Elder Huo said, we'll have to wait and see if you can raise the level of your innate spiritual root after that, since I can't guarantee that it'll work. Since the beginning, Elder Huo had already said he was uncertain if this method would really work. It was theoretical. Duan Ling Tian had already mentally prepared himself for it. We'll just have to wait and see if it works. Duan Ling Tian knew he would find out in the next moment whether this method was a success or not when he heard Elder Huo's words. His heart was beating very fast. He had done everything according to Elder Huo's instruction. Elder Huo, the energy from Ji Yu Chun's green innate spiritual root seems to have disappeared. I've already withdrawn the devouring energy. Can you help me see if there are any changes to my innate spiritual root? Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Huo anxiously after he had taken a deep breath. He could not wait to find out what the results were. If you want to know if there are any changes to your innate spiritual root, why don't you try resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy? His green innate spiritual root should be a great nourishment to your yellow innate spiritual root. Elder Huo said, if you have successfully devoured his innate spiritual root, the speed of you resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy will be much faster than before. Duan Ling Tian immediately tried to resonate the heaven and earth spirit energy when he heard Elder Huo's words. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian was frozen. He stood rooted to the ground as though he was scared of something. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that he was wild with joy. Elder Huo, the speed of me resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy seems to be 2 times faster than before. Does this mean it's a success? Duan Ling Tian was excited. However, he did not dare to have high hopes. I'll take a look at your innate spiritual root. As soon as Elder Huo finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian felt a powerful divine consciousness entering his soul. Duan Ling Tian did not resist and let it enter his soul. It's a success, Elder Huo said. Duan Ling Tian became excited when he got the confirmation from Elder Huo. His face was red with excitement. It's a success. It's really a success. For the reason that many things were hinging on his success, he lost his composure when he learned that it was a success. Yes, it's a success. However, your innate spiritual root did not turn green. Originally, your innate spiritual root was yellow, now it has turned darker. Although it did not turn into a green innate spiritual root yet, there are still some changes to it. If you want to change your innate spiritual root into a green innate spiritual root, you'll need to devour another green innate spiritual root at least. Elder Huo said. Chapter 19:16. The 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It has not transformed into a green innate spiritual root yet. Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes in shock when he heard Elder Huo's words. My innate spiritual root hasn't turned green, but my speed of resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy is already 2 times faster than before. Once my innate spiritual root turns green, does it mean that my speed of resonating with the heaven and earth spirit energy will be even faster? Duan Ling Tian gasped when he thought of this. He did not think there was such a huge difference between a green and yellow innate spiritual root. If the green innate spiritual root is so amazing, won't the blue, indigo, and violet innate spiritual roots be even more amazing? Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. The method of devouring other people's innate spiritual roots with the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to strengthen my innate spiritual root is a success. In other words, As long as I devour enough innate spiritual roots, my innate spiritual root would be able to turn blue, indigo, and even the rare violet. The speed of resonating and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy with a green innate spiritual root is at least several times faster than my previous speed. If I have the violet innate spiritual root, the speed is going to be ridiculously fast. With the help of the violet innate spiritual root and the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, who in the Tao martial saint land would be able to match my cultivation speed? As Duan Ling Tian's train of thoughts shifted its course, his eyes lit up. He felt as though his future was going to be very bright. Naturally, to achieve all that, I'll have to transform my innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian finally calmed down after a long time as he recalled what had happened earlier. Ji Yu Chun possessed the green innate spiritual root. By right, when I devoured his green innate spiritual root with my yellow innate spiritual root, my innate spiritual root should have turned green. However, much of the energy from Ji Yu Chun's green innate spiritual root had dissipated when I was devouring it. In fact, it's likely that I only devoured half of the energy from his green innate spiritual root. This must be why my innate spiritual root did not turn green. Elder Huo said that my innate spiritual root that was originally yellow has turned darker. I can sense that my speed of resonating and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is 2 times faster. It seems like the yellow spiritual root is further divided into several ranks. There are yellow and dark yellow innate spiritual roots, so there must be light yellow spiritual roots as well. Duan Ling Tian thought long and hard about this. I really want to see what kind of expression Ji Yu Chun would make when he discovers the speed of him absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy becomes slower than a tortoise. I'm sure even in his wildest dreams he did not think I would be able to devour his green innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian sneered as he looked at Ji Yu Chun, who was lying unconscious on the ground. He did not feel remorse devouring Ji Yu Chun's innate spiritual root. If he allowed Ji Yu Chun to grow stronger, he would only become a threat to him in the future. It was better for him to kill such an enemy in the cradle. With just a thought, the 10,000 golden swords in the 10,000 sword territory flew around Ji Yu Chun and left 10,000 cuts on his body. However, these cuts were superficial, and he did not bleed much. Although the 10,000 sword rays only injured Ji Yu Chun lightly, it was extremely painful. The sharp and intense pain woke Ji Yu Chun up as he yelled. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the 10,000 swords territory. His figure, along with Ji Yu Chun's injured figure, instantly appeared before the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' eyes. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not help but gasp when they saw Ji Yu Chun's body that was covered in cuts. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be so ruthless. Although the wounds on Ji Yu Chun's body would not kill or maim him, the pain he felt must have been excruciating. This could be seen from Ji Yu Chun's expression. With your strength, you think it's enough to promise Li and that you'll deal with me. You've overestimated your strength. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ji Yu Chun coldly before he entered the tertius house he had snatched from him. The crowd only shifted their attention to Ji Yu Chun after Duan Ling Tian had closed the door. When they saw the wretched expression on Ji Yu Chun's face and heard his scream, they shuddered. Duan Ling Tian's really ruthless. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better for us to stay out of his way. He's a lunatic who doesn't even fear Elder Lian. You know what I think. Instead of Duan Ling Tian, he should call himself Crazy Duan. The crowd regained their senses and began to whisper among themselves. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes as well. From this moment onward, Duan Ling Tian's name began to spread among the almost 10,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of this. After he entered the tertius house, he instantly went in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. I've not been on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda after it's repaired. I'll go and have a look now. Duan Ling Tian did not have an opportunity to enter the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda after it was repaired. Now that he found a place to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he finally found a chance to enter the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The heaven and earth spirit energy is really rich. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he instantly sensed how rich the heaven and earth spirit energy was. The heaven and earth spirit energy was more than 2 times richer than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the tertius house that had 3 spirit gathering formations. Duan Ling Tian knew this was all thanks to the 3 spirit gathering formations in the tertius house. Since the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was located inside the Tertius house, its cultivation environment was naturally affected by the cultivation environment of the Tertius house. This was greatly beneficial to Duan Ling Tian. The fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian began to look around the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. He saw fog everywhere he looked. Only an inkstone that was neither big nor small floated in the middle of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. There was a black ruler on top of the inkstone. The ruler was 3 foot long. Duan Ling Tian could not look away from the ruler as soon as he saw it. This is the celestial supreme treasure of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, the universe ruler. After a long while, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath when he regained his senses. His gaze was burning as he looked at the ruler. He had long heard about the 7 treasures inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda from Elder Huo. The celestial supreme treasure on the fourth level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was none other than the universe ruler. According to Elder Huo, the celestial supreme treasure would be higher in grade the higher the level it was on. It was said that the war heaven spear that was stored on the 7th level of 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could even conquer the universe. Just how strong was it to be able to conquer the universe? Although the universe ruler is not heavier than a sword, I don't think I'll be able to lift it yet. Duan Ling Tian attempted to lift the universe ruler with all his might, but he only managed to move it slightly. He was already panting even though it had only moved a little. Apart from the Jasper Celestial Sword that I can wield easily thanks to the Sovereign Heart Sword, I'll have to break through to the Saint Celestial stage if I want to use the other Celestial Supreme Treasures in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even if I break through to the Saint Celestial stage, I might not be able to use the other 5 Celestial Supreme Treasures in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. They are weapons used by Celestials after all. A Celestial was a powerhouse who was even stronger than Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. When a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse had cultivated to the last form, the 9th form, Celestial Ascension form, he would have to undergo the Celestial Ascension calamity. He would only be considered as a true Celestial after he had undergone transcendence to the Devata realms. Celestials were different from human. Their lives were infinitely long if they did not encounter any mishaps. However, apart from the Celestials, in the Tao Martial Saint Land, the people whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage's 7th form, the heaven-defying form, also had an infinitely long lifespan. It was called the heaven-defying form because it defied the lifespan that had been determined by heaven. Now that I managed to transform my innate spiritual root, coupled with the cultivation environment, my cultivation speed is going to be much faster. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sat cross-legged in the air and began to cast the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. It quickly circulated a great chi cycle to raise his cultivation base, delighting Duan Ling Tian. What a fast cultivation speed! With my cultivation speed, I'll be able to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage in just 2 years. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely confident. Naturally, 2 years referred to 2 years in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 2 years in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were only 2 months outside of the pagoda. Chapter 1917 Comprehending the Divine Ability Black Turtle's Barrier. Everyone knew that cultivating would only get more difficult the further one progressed. If Duan Ling Tian was still restricted by his innate spiritual root and his cultivation environment, he would not be able to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage from the early divine saint stage without at least taking 8 to 10 years. However, because he had raised the level of his innate spiritual root and the amazing cultivation environment he had, it would only take him 2 years to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage from the early divine saint stage. If I have a green innate spiritual root now, my cultivation speed would be much faster. If I have an indigo innate spiritual root, it'll only take me a few months to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage from the early divine saint stage in this cultivation environment. Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. He could not wait to find a genius with an indigo innate spiritual root so he could devour his innate spiritual root. Even in the fire worship sect, I don't think there are many geniuses who have indigo innate spiritual roots. I wonder if there are any geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots in the fire worship sect. I'm certain if I devour a violet innate spiritual root, my innate spiritual root will turn dark indigo even if half of the energy is wasted. A dark indigo innate spiritual root was just a step below the violet innate spiritual roots. Duan Ling Tian became excited when he thought of this and found it hard to concentrate on cultivating. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to look for people so he could devour their innate spiritual roots to strengthen his innate spiritual root. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian only thought about it. He had no intention of casually devouring people's innate spiritual roots. He was not a cold-blooded animal, so he would not devour other people's innate spiritual roots for no reason if they did not look for trouble with him. Since I can't calm down, I might as well go and take a look at the altar. I can also familiarize myself with the palaces around the altar and try to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he left the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. He left the Tertius house after he put the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away. When he walked out of the Tertius house, he discovered the people gathered outside had already left. Only a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were standing there discussing something. The people did not notice him at all since he had appeared quietly. I wonder how long it'll take my heart that has been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect, the Black Turtle's Barrier. It won't be longer than the time I took to comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, right? As Duan Ling Tian made his way to the altar, his mind was completely focused on the high-grade defensive divine ability the Turtle's Barrier, in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he had already become famous in the Black Turtle Sanctum and many disciples from the Black Turtle Sanctum had heard of him, they did not recognize him since he had just entered the sanctum. Hey, did you hear about it? There's a rebel in our Black Turtle Sanctum. You mean Duan Ling Tian? You've heard about it. Apart from outsiders and disciples who haven't come out of their closed-door cultivation, I think everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum has heard of him, right? I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years now, but this is my first time hearing about a disciple bold enough to oppose Elder Lian in public. Elder Lian is the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Even the other 4 Silver Flame Elder don't dare to offend him for no reason. That's right, Elder Lian is only inferior to one person as he ruled over 10,000 people in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have a happy ending for opposing him. Well, it'll be okay if he has a blue or indigo innate spiritual root, but I heard he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. A yellow innate spiritual root? Someone with a yellow innate spiritual root dares to openly oppose Elder Lian. He's seeking death. As Duan Ling Tian made his way to the altar, he heard many similar discussions. Not only that, but news of him torturing Ji Yuchun, Li An's new disciple, had spread out as well. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt that Duan Ling Tian would at least be flayed, if not killed, for offending Lian. Duan Ling Tian merely shook his head with a calm expression on his face when he heard the discussion. He was not bothered by it at all. Yesterday, Yongwu, the son of the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect, had looked for trouble with him, and the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Tang Shan, had acted fairly when he meted out punishment. The incident would have had a happy ending if it had ended there. However, Lian had appeared and wanted to kill him without thinking about what was right or wrong. He had said that it took 2 people to quarrel and accused Duan Ling Tian of being at fault as well. If Elder Tang Shan did not intervene in time, and if he was not physically strong, he would have been killed by Li An's strike. For this reason, he had regarded Lian as his enemy and did not care about Li An's threat when he killed Yongwu. He had killed Yongwu domineeringly under everyone's watchful gaze. By doing that, he was clearly opposing Lian. Since both he and Lian would not rest until one of them died, it was no loss for him even if he further offended Lian. The Black Turtle Altar. Soon after, the altar on the vast field appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The huge and lifelike Black Turtle statue caught his attention immediately. The high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded in the Black Turtle statue. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he flew to the Black Turtle statue. At this moment, many people were comprehending the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, around the Black Turtle statue. Most of them were standing or sitting on air. Some of them closed their eyes as though they were deep in thoughts while some of them stared at the Black Turtle statue as though they were in a daze. I'll take a look at the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. Duan Ling Tian felt confident when he remembered that his heart had been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword. I can memorize the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, first and slowly comprehend it when I return to the Tertius house and enter the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. I'll be able to save a lot of time by doing that. After all, the flow of time is really slow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the black turtle statue. As he extended his divine consciousness into the black turtle statue, a wave of information began to slowly appear in his mind. It was information regarding the high-grade defensive divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. Duan Ling Tian could clearly sense that at that instant when he extended his divine consciousness into the black turtle statue, a heavy aura suddenly swept out of the black turtle statue. This aura pressured him as it shrouded him. He instinctively used his Sun Saint energy to cover the surface of his body. It's the same with the others. Previously, Duan Ling Tian did not notice that most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around the Black Turtle altar had a layer of defensive saint energy that covered their bodies. If I'm not mistaken, this aura must help one in comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. No wonder so many of them stay here and didn't return to their own residence to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Even so, this aura doesn't feel special to me. After standing near the Black Turtle statue for some time, Duan Ling Tian discovered the aura from the Black Turtle statue did not help him at all. He made up his mind to leave as soon as he memorized the Black Turtle's barrier. I'll go back and slowly comprehend it. As long as I can successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier, I can leave the Black Turtle Sanctum and enter the Fire Worship Sect Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian no longer had the mood to stay near the altar when he thought about this. He turned around and left. His wife and daughter were still imprisoned in the Fire Worship Sect Saint Land and were knee-deep in trouble. After Duan Ling Tian returned to the Tertius house, he entered the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda again and began to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. One must admit that as the most precious treasure in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship Sect, it was indeed difficult to comprehend. At the very least, after Duan Ling Tian tried to comprehend it in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for 6 months, he had only managed to scratch the surface of the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. He was still far from fully comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. It's actually much more difficult to comprehend than the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he discovered this. He felt baffled as well. However, soon after, he discovered the cause. When I was in the divine ability relic that contained the divine ability elementary devouring tactic, I saw someone using the elementary devouring tactic and even experienced the effect of the elementary devouring tactic. For this reason, apart from the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword, I managed to quickly comprehend the elementary devouring tactic. Whether it's the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, or the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, I saw how they were cast. That's why I have some advantage when I comprehended the 2 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself and sighed. Half a year, about 18 days have gone by outside. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes again to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Meanwhile, in another Tertius house, Ji Yuchun who had recovered also began to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian, after I break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, I'll definitely make you regret what you did to me that day. Ji Yuchun began to cultivate in earnest for the sake of revenge. However, when he tried to resonate with and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, horror dawned on his face. What's going on? Why can't I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy? Chapter 1918 Ji Yuchun that has gone insane. Impossible. Impossible. I'll try again. Try again. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I have a green innate spiritual root. It's impossible that I can't sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Ji Yuchun took a deep breath and suppressed the rising panic within him. He felt as though he was going crazy as he tried to calm himself down so he could try and sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house. Due to the reason there were 3 spirit gathering formations in the Tertius house, the heaven and earth spirit energy in there was richer than it was outside. Even then, Ji Yuchun could not sense any heaven and earth spirit energy no matter how hard he tried. It felt as though he was in a room devoid of heaven and earth spirit energy. Something must be wrong. Continue. Ji Yuchun began to panic again. He gritted his teeth and continued trying to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Although he could not be considered as a genius, he was still above ordinary people since he possessed a green innate spiritual root. With that, he had a high chance of breaking through to the Saint Celestial stage in the future. At that time, if he was willing to stay in the fire worship sect, he might even become a bronze flame elder. Ji Yu-chun did not doubt that his future was bright prior to this. However, at this moment, despair began to rise in his heart. Found it, at the moment when Ji Yu-chun was about to give up in despair, he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy and tried to guide it into his body. After a while, he was shocked. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy that he sensed extremely weak, but his speed when he guided the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body was extremely slow as well. It was slower than a tortoise. Impossible, impossible. I'm a martial cultivator with a green innate spiritual root. This can't be my speed of absorbing heaven and earth spirit energy. Even someone with a red innate spiritual root wouldn't be so slow when sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Ji Yu-chun began to panic again. He continued to struggle with detecting in the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, a day went by, 2 days went by. After 3 days and 3 nights had gone by, he discovered his speed of detecting and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was still so slow. A loud bang resonated in the air as Ji Yu-chun destroyed the door of the Tertius house when he went out. He seemed to have gone crazy, and it naturally attracted many people's attention. What's wrong with Ji Yu-chun? Look at him, he looks crazy. He didn't go crazy, did he? It does seem like he has gone crazy. Huh, why is he going to the pool? Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered Ji Yu-chun, who seemed like he had gone crazy, was making his way to the pool nearby. He stopped by the side of the pool and lied on the ground. Then he lifted his head to look in the pool as though there was a treasure in there. Naturally, everyone knew there was no treasure in the pool. Even if there was, it would have been taken away by other people a long time ago. It would not stay there, waiting for Ji Yu-chun to pick it up. Upon seeing the familiar face reflected in the pool, Ji Yu-chun became agitated again. He looked like he had gone crazy as he muttered to himself, "I'm still me. That's right, I'm still me, but why is my speed in sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy so slow? Even someone with a red innate spiritual root wouldn't be so slow. What happened? Why is this happening to me?" Initially, he had thought his soul had entered the body of someone with low innate talent. However, when he looked into the pool, he saw that he was in his body. After a moment, Ji Yu-chun finally managed to calm himself down. After he calmed down, the figure of a handsome young man with dashing brows and bright eyes appeared in his mind. It's him, it must be him. The figure that appeared in his mind was none other than Duan Ling Tian. After he knocked me out, I didn't cultivate for more than 20 days in order to recover. When I began to cultivate today, I discovered my speed in sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is ridiculously slow. Ji Yu-chun thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. Then, he looked for some of the new disciples who were present on the day he was knocked out. He was desperate to find out and understand what had happened that day. Although the new disciples disliked Ji Yu-chun, they did not dare to protest since he was first Silver Flame Elder Li An's disciple. They told him everything they knew. Duan Ling Tian consolidated his territory and blocked everyone's sights before I was knocked out. Ji Yu-chun narrowed his eyes as he began to recall some of the things that had happened after listening to the new disciples. Based on what I remember, I passed out as soon as I saw a flash of golden light. In other words, Duan Ling Tian blocked everyone's sights and knocked me out when he consolidated his territory. It's unnecessary for him to knock me out just to consolidate his territory. I'm sure he planned to do something objectionable, that's why he blocked everyone's sights. He must have something to do with my cultivation speed becoming so slow. Ji Yu-chun thought to himself as a chill ran up his spine. Although he did know what Duan Ling Tian did to him, he could not help but shudder when he thought about it. Moreover, he had a feeling his innate spiritual root had been damaged. Otherwise, why would his cultivation speed become so slow? Why did it seem like he had a very low innate talent? Ji Yu-chun knew this had something to do with innate spiritual root because he knew one had to rely on one's innate spiritual root to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now that his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy had become so slow, it meant that something was wrong with his innate spiritual root. Naturally, he did not know exactly what was wrong. Even then, he could not help but shudder. He had never heard of a person being able to damage another person's innate spiritual root before. Although a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse could sense the location of a person's innate spiritual root, he would not be able to mess with the person's innate spiritual root without injuring his soul. Ji Chun could sense that his soul was in perfect condition. I hope he didn't destroy my innate spiritual root and has merely put a restriction on it. Otherwise, my life is ruined. Ji Chun secretly prayed in his heart. His eyes gleamed coldly as he thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian, when my cousin is here, I'll make sure you die without a grave. At that time, I'll definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces and let you experience the greatest pain in this world before you die. Not only that, but I won't let your 2 companions go as well. I remember how they look like even though they're not in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I'll make sure they die as long they remain in the fire worship sect. You can only blame them for being your companions. A burning hatred rose in Ji Chun's heart, and it spread like wildfire. At this moment, not only was Ji Chun not sorry he looked for trouble with Duan Ling Tian, but he kept muttering about seeking revenge from Duan Ling Tian. As for his innate spiritual root, he felt that his master, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian, would definitely be able to help him. If you really destroy my innate spiritual root, I won't let your 2 companions die a fast and painless death. I'll cut them up and make them watch as I feed their meat to the dogs. It seemed as though Ji Chun had gone crazy again when he thought about how his innate spiritual root might have been destroyed. I'll look for Master. After a moment, he left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple and made his way east to look for his master, Lian. Why are you in such a state? Lian frowned when he saw how anxious and worried Ji Chun was. A hint of unhappiness flashed across his eyes. In all honesty, he would not have accepted a disciple with a green innate spiritual root. However, this person had promised him something he could not refuse. Ji Chun had promised Lian that he would ask his cousin to become Lian's disciple. According to Ji Chun, his cousin had a blue innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. His cousin would be coming to the fire worship sect soon. The fire worship sect had a rule stating that whoever possessed blue spiritual roots or higher could enter the sect at any time and become a disciple of the sect. This rule had been around since ancient times. That was why there were so many powerhouses in the fire worship sect. In the fire worship sect, even a golden flame elder would be tempted by a genius disciple with a blue innate spiritual root, let alone Lian, who was only a silver flame elder. Lian had been a fire worship sect silver flame elder for thousands of years. During those years, he had only accepted 3 disciples whom nobody wanted with blue innate spiritual roots. For this reason, when Ji Chun promised to ask his cousin to become his direct disciple, he immediately agreed to Ji Chun's request of becoming his direct disciple. In his opinion, he would only acknowledge Ji Chun's cousin as his disciple. Ji Chun was merely tagging along. Master, can you please have a look at my innate spiritual root? There seems to be a problem with it. Ji Chun had a panicked expression on his face when he saw Lian. Anxiety filled his heart as well. Innate spiritual root, how can there be something wrong with it? Lian said with a frown when he heard Ji Chun's words. He did not do as Ji Chun had requested him. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, Lian knew very well that if something was really wrong with his innate spiritual root, he would not be able to live. On the contrary, Ji Chun looked very well as he stood in front of him. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.